In the year 2029, under the ominous blood-red sun and moon, the resurgence of blood aura unleashed a terrifying transformation. Within a mere 3 minutes, a Chihuahua grew to an imposing 3 meters in length, exhibiting ferocity surpassing that of wolves. Clovers swelled to the size of umbrellas, morphing into terrifying, spiked man-eating plants. Dandelions mutated into colossal, nail-like protrusions thicker than chopsticks, embedding themselves within flesh and devouring it whole. Humanity's modern weaponry was rendered inoperative, plunging civilization into an era dominated by cold steel, where humans became mere prey for ferocious beasts. Amidst the chaos of blood and fire, some discovered that weapons once stained with their own blood could be revitalized by the blood aura, awakening immense power and potential for growth. A housewife's kitchen knife, which had once sliced through vegetables and inadvertently nicked her finger, transformed into a legendary dragon-slaying sword of soldiers BLO. Odd-soaked rifle awakened into a rapid-fire cannon, discharging 110 rounds per second, earning him accolades as a revered guardian hero through his valiant battles against the beast. King's ASE phone commanded a fleet of aircraft carriers, relentlessly pushing through the horde of beast kings. The people of the world, shrouded in darkness, finally glimpsed the light. Gain. Chapter 1. Rebirth and the creation of the aircraft carrier fleet. Xiao Feng, it's time for dinner. The familiar yet foreign voice echoed in his ears, startling Yi Feng into a sudden leap, his left hand instinctively swinging outwards. Wait, the blood aura flying knife he had anticipated was absent, and that voice. Dad, you're alive, Yi Feng exclaimed, incredulous that his father, who had perished 2 years prior, was now here 3 years had passed. He hurriedly leapt from his bed, drew back the curtains, and was greeted by the warmth of the rising sun. The blood-red sun and moon he had witnessed for 3 years vanished at loss. Fumbling beneath his pillow, he retrieved his phone, and upon seeing the date, his brow furrowed June 3rd. The awakening of the blood aura was imminent, set to commence in just 3 days, on the dawn of June 6th. What are you babbling about, you little brat? I raised you single-handedly, and now you curse me. A middle-aged man burst through the door, cursing as he entered. Yi Feng gazed at his father's rough, sturdy hands, marred by scars. His father had practiced martial arts since childhood, proficient in wielding the spear and the red tassel lance, harboring dreams of stardom in the film industry. Yet, he ended up as a martial arts stunt double and an extra for 30 years. Noticing a thick, long scar on his father's arm, Yi Feng felt a wave of nostalgia. This was the result of an injury sustained while his father portrayed Zhang Fei, struck by a Genui. Any 30-pound halberd, shattering his dreams of fame. Suppressing his emotions, Yi Feng sprang from the bed and pulled his father towards the living room. Hurry, Dad, it'll help you bleed. In the early hours 3 days later, the luminous full moon in the eastern hemisphere would abruptly transform into a blood moon, while the blazing sun in the western hemisphere LD turned into a crimson orb. With the blood moon and sun hanging in the sky, the blood spirit energy would awaken. After just 3 minutes of exposure to this energy, all organic matter would undergo a fundamental transformation. Gasoline, gunpowder, and even the most flammable paper would wreck. Air temperatures is soaring to 2,000 degrees to ignite. Electromagnetic forces would also be significantly affected, rendering matches and lighters incapable of producing flame and bullets unable to fire. Within those 3 minutes, all flora and fauna would absorb the blood spirit energy at an astonishing rate. A pet Chihuahua could grow to 3 meters in length, fiercer than a wolf. Tender clovers in the flower bed would swell into monstrous, thorn-covered, umbrella-like man-eating plants. The urban landscape alone would become a realm of terror, not to mention the forests and rivers, where the already formidable and robust flora and fauna would thrive beyond imagination. In a mere 3 days, humanity faced an unprecedented decline of 80%, heralding the true apocalypse. In 33 days, the blood essence would revive once more, transforming earthworms into colossal serpents, ants into diminutive dogs, and mosquitoes into sparrows and authentic. Hell on earth. Yet, some individuals were astonished to discover that their once blood-stained weapons could be wielded anew. Under the nurturing influence of the blood essence, these instruments of destruction became immensely powerful. Numerous housewives, along with the culinary men of the Bashu region, found their kitchen knives once mere tools that had drawn blood from careless fingers had awakened, evolving to formidable battle blades, akin to the legendary dragon-slaying swords, effortlessly severing the load-bearing pillars of buildings with a single stroke. Soldiers awakened their close-range cannons, firing at a staggering rate of 110 rounds per second, valiantly battling the Beast Kings and earning accolades as revered guardians. It was later that Yifeng learned that one such soldier had collapsed during a 5-kilometer cross-country run while fully armed, with a trickle of blood from his nose staining his rifle. His own father, before his rebirth, had awakened a formidable spear due to a youthful mishap, vanquishing dozens of monstrous pets that had grown to 3 or 4 meters in length within their community, leading himself and several neighbors to safety. However, Yifeng could only manifest a pencil sharpener, a remnant from his primary school days, awakening a throwing knife. Naturally, he longed to awaken more potent firearms, and after much effort, he managed to scavenge a pistol from the ruins of a police station, only to fail in the awakening attempt. In the aftermath of the blood essence revival, it became evident that modern weaponry could not be awakened. Left with no other option, Yifeng became reliant on his father, barely scraping by. Yet, a year later, amid the tide of beasts, his father fell in battle while bravely attempting to save his burdensome son, forcing Yifeng to struggle for survival in this new world. For another 2 years, since he has the opportunity to be reborn before the resurgence of blood and vitality, Yifeng naturally intends to seize this chance to the fullest. He cast a glance at the table, where a substantial glass commemorative piece rested. Encased within the glass was a model of an aircraft carrier, a memento presented to him by the military upon his retirement. Yifeng was quite familiar with this aircraft carrier and was confident that once he awakened its war spirit in the future, he would be able to utilize it to its utmost potential. He resolved to awaken not only the aircraft carrier, but the entire fleet. The awakening of war spirits relies on the absorption of blood essence. The weaker the war spirit, the sooner it awakens. This is precisely why Yifeng planned to establish a fleet. The aircraft carrier is exceedingly powerful, clearly requiring a substantial accumulation of blood essence for awakening. In contrast, the several thousand-ton frigates would awaken with relatively greater ease. During the initial stages of the blood essence revival, when flora and fauna had yet to evolve into beast kings, the governments of various nations managed to hold their ground, with many individuals awakening blood warriors, becoming bastions against the ferocious beasts. Those who wielded blood-stained weaponry awaken later. However, artillery-type war spirits were exceedingly rare, nearly non-existent. After all, awakening cannons or tanks demands an enormous amount of blood. Those who suffered such grievous wounds typically sacrifice themselves as martyrs. Even in times of peace, there are still those who sweat and bleed, and soldiers deserve our utmost respect. Draw my blood? Yi Hongwu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and playfully ruffled Yifeng's hair, admonishing, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yet, he immediately grew concerned and reached to touch Yifeng's forehead, asking, "Little Feng, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Did you have a nightmare?" Yifeng anxiously exclaimed, "Father, there is no time for explanations. Please trust me. Your son would never harm you. Allow me to draw some blood, and I shall elucidate everything. You are aware that since my discharge, I have spent these past few years sequestered at home, penning lackluster novels with little interaction with the outside world. However, I can accurately inform you that our neighborhood is home to 38 dogs, 29 cats, and 2 lizards." Yi Hongwu furrowed his brow even deeper, shaking his head in interruption. "You must be utterly daft." Yifeng replied solemnly, "In 3 days, they will all transform into monstrous beings at least 3 meters in length, devouring hundreds of residents in our community. I can recount each of these pets' breeds to you come dawn. You may verify my claims." He pointed to the scar on his father's arm and continued, "Moreover, have you not been secretly contemplating that failed technique from years past?" Yi Hongwu's eyes widened in shock. This was his closely guarded secret, a source of deep shame. It was that very failure that tarnished his reputation, reducing him from a rising star to a mere stand-in. Naturally, he harbored resentment, secretly pondering and practicing in solitude, a fact known to no one. Yifeng was well aware that in a past life, during a crisis, His father had, akin to the legendary Zhang Fei, wielded a serpent spear to execute a powerful maneuver, slaying a lion, like Persian cat, and saving many lives within the community. Upon hearing Yi Feng's earnest account and observing his resolute demeanor, Yi Hongwu, still somewhat skeptical, retrieved the well-oiled and meticulously maintained serpent spear, placing it upon the table. Then he was bound at the elbows with shoelaces by Yi Feng, who then pierced a thick vein with a needle. Blood dripped down, gradually staining the spear of the 8th section serpent lying across the table. Awakening occurs in tiers, generally classified into 4 levels. The small blade from Yi Feng's previous life is considered the most inferior awakening, known domestically as the Elo level and referred to as the D level abroad. Heaven and earth, the primal elements, are categorized as Abing Ding, ABCD regardless of the designation. They correspond to 4 distinct levels. The level of awakening is intrinsically linked to the object itself and the extent of bloodshed involved. Why Father Spear the 8th section serpent awakened to the C level in his past. I hope that after it is fully stained with blood, it can awaken to the B level, though achieving the A level would be quite challenging. Even the awakening of a hot weapon like a handgun only attains the B level. However, my father is particularly skilled with cold weapons, making it unsuitable to awaken hot weapons, and I lack access to them. My aircraft carrier fleet can only utilize the finest models for awakening. Whether it succeeds is a gamble. If I lose this bet, I shall remain a dependent. So, it is imperative to ensure my father is sufficiently powerful. With this thought, Yi Feng took out his phone, opened Douyin, and swiftly located a well-followed armor enthusiast. This individual is a connoisseur of armor, having invested considerable resources into crafting his own pieces, ranging from the Qin dynasty's armor, famously associated with the Tei Rakata army, to the iron armor of the Han dynasty and the Mingguang armor of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Naturally, as his fame grew, this enthusiast began collaborating with manufacturers to sell his creations. In this era, any individual of renown ultimately resorts to merchandise and sales. Yi Feng located the other party's profile, copied the business collaboration account, then added the contact and sent a verification message. 50,000 yuan, deliver complete. Set of Song Dynasty heavy armor to my doorstep within 2 days. Chapter 2, the optimal aircraft carrier fleet model. The terrifying pets of 3 days, hence the Song Dynasty. Often derisively referred to as weak Song and cultural Song by later generations, was notorious for signing numerous humiliating treaties that compromised its sovereignty. Yet it elevated the armor of the cold weapon era to unprecedented heights, having lost the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun, known for their warhorse production. It was compelled to focus entirely on infantry development. The infantry armor of the Song Dynasty was a pinnacle achievement and was donned by the valiant soldiers led by Yu Fei, exuding an aura of formidable strength. In truth, the cotton armor of the Qing Dynasty was also commendable. However, its susceptibility to blood absorption led Yi Feng to fear that his father might be drained without awakening. Furthermore, while cotton armor was notably effective against arrows, it faltered against heavy impacts. Fierce beasts employed not only biting but also powerful attacks such as charging, striking, and entangling, rendering the heavy armor of the Song Dynasty the superior choice. Yi Feng activated his purchasing mode, altering his savings from a fixed deposit to a demand deposit via his mobile banking app, and proceeded to spend 50,000 on 2 sets of armor. He communicated with customer service, requesting only 1 set but insisting on top-tier quality and prompt delivery within 2 days, prioritizing both speed and excellence. Taking a deep breath, Yi Feng prepared to immerse himself in the grand undertaking of his aircraft carrier fleet. The commemorative model gifted by the military was encased in glass, measuring merely 20 centimeters in length. Although exquisitely crafted, it was merely a representation, not a tangible entity. Shattering the glass would not yield it, and thus it was unsuitable for direct blood awakening. Online, one could easily procure beautifully crafted aircraft carrier models, ranging from several hundred to a couple of hundred for building blocks. However, such trifles would remain inert even if soaked in blood. Yi Feng opened another highly rated online shopping platform, gazing nostalgically at the fleet model that had languished in his shopping cart for 4 to 5 years. Several years after his retirement, he meticulously selected the most exquisite aircraft carrier fleet models available for online purchase. These were not mere toys for children. Each model was crafted from alloy, with a single destroyer weighing over 10 kilograms and measuring more than half a meter in length, rendered with remarkable realism. The price exceeded 3,000, equivalent to 2 months of full attendance in Yifeng's novels. Adding the costs of frigates, supply ships, nuclear submarines, and the aircraft carrier itself, the entire top-tier aircraft carrier fleet model from online shopping surpassed 30,000. Yifeng intended to save up for 3 months after earning over 10,000 in manuscript fees to make the purchase. Yet he had struggled for years without ever breaking the 10,000 mark. Now, he finally felt ready to take the plunge, embracing a bold decision. Upon submitting his order and entering his password, he sighed with relief upon seeing the successful purchase confirmation. However, he remained skeptical about purchasing the most vital component, the aircraft carrier, online. Therefore, Yifeng sought out another short video creator, a skilled craftsman who, as a welder, had crafted a stunningly lifelike stainless steel aircraft carrier model over 1 meter in length, complete with jet propulsion, an aircraft elevator, and catapults. His work had garnered attention and acclaim from state media, undoubtedly representing the pinnacle of model craftsmanship. Yet, this individual pursued his craft purely as a hobby and did not sell his creations. Of course, it was possible that the offered compensation was insufficient. Enthusiasts of aircraft carrier models might spend 30 to 50,000, but they would likely not part with 100 or 80,000. Those wealthy enough to indulge in such extravagant spending often gravitated towards sports cars and car models instead. Yifeng had long added this individual as a friend, and as a retired naval officer, he found they shared numerous common interests, fostering a solid online camaraderie. He had long coveted the adversary's aircraft carrier model, but given the extensive effort the other party had invested in it, Yifeng couldn't afford it, nor could he bring himself to request it, especially since such a request would undoubtedly be denied. However, now, Yifeng was determined to go all out. Yi Hongwu's lips twitched, and after a moment of internal conflict, he relented. "Suit yourself, I'm off to breakfast." Logically, he couldn't possibly believe his son's words, but emotionally, and based on their 2 decades of acquaintance, he did. Torn between these conflicting feelings, Yi Hongwu turned to eat breakfast. Yifeng gazed at the 18-foot serpent spear on the table, encased in a layer of congealed, dark black Venus blood, which emanated an unsettling aura. A Tier B war weapon. I hope it can awaken, even if it's only at the 1st level. It would be comparable to a Tier C war weapon at the 2nd level, and my father would be able to barely contend with 2nd-tier ferocious beasts. Hopefully, the prospect of breaking through to a king-tier war weapon will be greater. The gist was to convey how much he yearned for this aircraft carrier, appealing to their past friendship and insisting that the other party sell it to him, or at least lend it to him for a week, offering to sell his house or use it as collateral. Subsequently, he purchased a collection of Transformers, Ultraman, and other toys, sending them to the other party's elementary school-age son. If even that didn't work, he would have to resort to purchasing metal models from toy manufacturers. The first principle of war weapon awakening is that it must be pure metal, and then be stained with enough of one's own blood. Pricking a finger with a sewing needle or getting a shot wouldn't provide enough blood to awaken it. Otherwise, everyone in the apocalypse would be like Dongfang Booby, a master of flying needles, and the ferocious beast hordes would have been riddled with holes long ago. Real weapons that genuinely exist, such as Gundams, Star Destroyers, and laser cannons, are certainly not mere collectibles. The possibility of an aircraft carrier model awakening remains an enigma, although time is of the essence. Yifeng still shared breakfast with his father. For Yi Hongwu, it was just an ordinary meal with his son, but for Yifeng, it marked the first normal breakfast in 3 years. Furthermore, in just 3 days, such tranquility would be lost once more. Each meal shared would become a fleeting moment. Yifeng reflected on this, cherishing the familial bond that had been absent for 2 years. "Dad, I'm stepping out for a while." After finishing his breakfast, Yifeng hurriedly exited the room. With the impending apocalypse, there was much to prepare. As he closed the door and turned the corner of the hallway, Yifeng heard the barks of a dog. In front of the elevator stood a woman clad in a white fitted t-shirt and a mid-length blue floral dress, tugging at a leash and softly admonishing, "Oh dear, stop barking. Please be quiet." The sound resonated from a distant memory, both the human voice and the dog's bark. It was their neighbor, Lu Tingting. Yifeng cast a sharp glance at the teddy dog, releasing a unique aura that silenced the incessant barking, prompting the dog to cower behind its owner. Lu Tingting, somewhat taken aback, noticed the unexpected docility of her pet today. She turned to Yifeng with a nod and a smile, saying, "Good morning." "Good morning," Yifeng replied, returning her smile. This teddy dog was a nuisance, barking at everyone, relishing in urinating in the elevator and occasionally lunging at children. Subsequently, Lu Tingting diligently cleaned up the dog urine in the elevator each day and apologized to the neighbors for the incessant barking of her poodle, named Tai Ritian. The cleaning lady was all smiles, and the neighbors, seeing this kind woman's efforts, gradually grew to accept the canine nuisance. Yet, a mere 3 minutes after the awakening of the blood spirit energy, this poodle swelled to a monstrous height of over 3 meters, immediately devouring its devoted mistress. It then continued to grow, reaching a formidable 4 meters in length, becoming even more ferocious and savage than a Siberian tiger. It was because of this very poodle that the narrator and his father barely managed to escape the residential complex, a veritable scourge. However, Yifeng knew that he and his father were relatively fortunate. Lu Tingting was a single yoga instructor, and the poodle could only consume her, at least for a short time. Some pets, however, devoured their entire families, transforming directly into second-tier ferocious beasts with greatly enhanced combat prowess, surpassing even lions and Siberian tigers in strength. Ordinary load-bearing walls could not withstand their attacks, and they slaughtered their neighbors on the same floor, rapidly reaching the peak of the second tier. Subsequently, ordinary humans had little effect on the growth of these ferocious beasts. They began to fight and devour each other, becoming third-tier ferocious beasts, and then battled their way to the fourth tier. Only then could humanity barely manage to preserve a remnant of its population. Fourth-tier ferocious beasts, the Beast Kings, could easily destroy buildings and tear apart bridges, becoming the awe-inspiring nuclear weapons of a cold weapon apocalypse. With the resurgence of blood spirit energy, pet owners became the initial stepping stones for the rise of their pets. Could I not, then, reverse this process? My fleet of aircraft carriers would undoubtedly require a significant amount of blood spirit energy to awaken each vessel. Could I first concentrate these pets, awaken them, and then slay them, absorbing the blood spirit crystals formed from their hearts, to rapidly awaken the weakest frigate and gain the power to protect myself? Upon stepping into the elevator, Yifeng caught sight of the timid Teddy hiding behind Lu Tingting, and a brilliant idea blossomed within him, illuminating his eyes. This startled Teddy, who had intended to relieve himself in the elevator, causing him to hesitate. Suddenly, Yifeng had a flash of inspiration and exclaimed, "By the way, I am planning to open a pet shop. This Friday evening, we will hold a grand opening event in the underground garage. Do you belong to any pet owner groups within the community?" Chapter 3. If you're a brother, come and fight me. Preparing for the apocalypse. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Lu Tingting was taken aback, her expression filled with surprise. "You're opening a pet shop?" she asked. Yifeng shrugged, feigning a sense of resignation as he chuckled. "Writing unsuccessful novels isn't a sustainable path. It's rather difficult to bring up my profession when dating girls, haha." Lu Tingting blurted out, "You're quite good, you know. I actually like." Realizing her words, her face flushed, and she lowered her gaze. Yifeng was momentarily stunned, recalling that in his previous life, his father had mentioned that their neighbor had a favorable impression of him. His father had even attempted to matchmake him with Lu Tingting, but he had firmly rejected the idea, insisting that he wouldn't consider love until he found something of quality. Lu Tingting quickly shifted the topic, stating, "Oh, I have indeed added a few pet owners from the community as friends. We can create a group and invite others later." "All right, let us exchange contacts first," Yifeng replied, pulling out his phone to add Lu Tingting as a friend. After 3 years of surviving in the apocalypse, Yifeng's observational and perceptive abilities had significantly improved. He noticed that Lu Tingting was clearly suppressing her excitement as they exchanged contacts. This woman possesses a pleasant disposition, is quite beautiful, and has a commendable figure. It is indeed a pity that she has been engulfed by that wretched creature, Teddy. If one can offer her assistance, it is advisable to do so, provided it does not hinder one's own growth or that of one's father. As the elevator doors opened, Yifeng seized the moment to inquire, "By the way, throughout your life, have you ever sustained any injuries from sharp instruments, perhaps severe enough to cause significant bleeding?" While posing the question, Yifeng's gaze swept over Lu Tingting's fair arms and her calves beneath the short skirt. "Huh." Lu Tingting was taken aback, not anticipating Yifeng's sudden query, and promptly shook her head, saying, "No." Sighing inwardly, Yifeng reflected that, based on her previous life and its tragic end, the answer was already apparent. The awakening of the blood chi warrior is intricately linked to the nourishment of one's blood and the revival of blood spirit chi. Despite Yifeng's earnest attempts to persuade his father, he remained skeptical. Gaining the trust of neighbors proved to be an arduous task. Thus, even if Yi Feng wished to make a phone call, send a message, or leak information about the revival of blood spirit Qi online to assist others in self-rescue, they would likely dismiss him as delusional or even accuse him of spreading rumors, resulting in unwarranted scrutiny. Clearly, the endeavor to save the majority was futile. Nonetheless, Yi Feng was aware that a select few in the world, much like his own family, placed their trust in him. After parting ways with Lu Tingting, Yi Feng hurried to the flower and bird market, simultaneously studying the words Li Yunlong used to persuade Zhao Gang to come for a blind date. He weakly sent a voice message via WeChat. "Sandan, I am about to enter the ICU again. I pondered that if I don't make it, you all would probably come to my grave and scold me. The doctor advised me to put down my phone." With a smile, Yi Feng muted his phone and tucked it into his pocket. "Brother, there's no other way to lend you a hand. I must resort to this method. If you are truly a brother, come strike me. Let me strike." Before breakfast, Yi Feng ordered not only a model of an aircraft carrier fleet, but also the finest alloy tanks, howitzers, anti-aircraft guns, rockets, helicopters, and other modern weaponry. He intended to gamble with his retired comrades, awakening the modern warriors within them. After all, if he lost the bet, it would merely cost him a bit of blood, and he could wrap things up in 3 days. If he won, in this apocalyptic world, he could not only ensure his own survival, but also carve out a new realm. Cold weapons and modern firearms could not both be awakened. The blood spirit energy followed a hierarchy, awakening the weaker cold weapons first, after which the weaker warriors would continue to absorb subsequent blood spirit energy to grow stronger, leaving no advantages for the firearms. However, the aircraft carrier fleet was different. It comprised modern weaponry that was intricately interconnected and cooperatively systematic. Yi Feng believed that as long as he possessed ample blood spirit energy, he could continuously awaken the aircraft carrier fleet from weakness to strength. In a theatrical display of ambition, Yi Feng secured the services of a pet shop, investing a substantial sum of 10,000 yuan to hire equipment and staff for half a day. On the night after tomorrow, he planned to offer complimentary health checkups for pets in the underground garage of the community, accompanied by generous gifts of cat and dog food, vouchers, and even a notable number of cash-red envelopes. Within the group he formed with Lu Tingting, there were already over a dozen members. Upon bringing in a pet owner, Yi Feng promptly distributed a 100 yuan red envelope, swiftly gaining traction within the community's owner group. His intention to gather pets in the garage was twofold. Not only did he aim to swiftly hunt them down alongside his father to acquire blood spirit crystals, but he also sought to rescue these pet owners and, by extension, a significant portion of the community. This benevolent deception left even the most ardent online critics with no grounds for rebuke. Subsequently, Yi Feng sought out 3 local shops specializing in the installation of protective barriers and window glass, commissioning the construction of several large iron cages to the highest standards. After a moment of contemplation, he visited a supermarket to purchase a dozen kitchen and fruit knives. Just minutes before the impending awakening, he resolved to strike at anyone who caught his eye, believing that saving even one would be worthwhile. Once awakened, they would also possess considerable strength, thereby alleviating some pressure for himself and his father in the uncertain future. Life in this apocalyptic era was indeed arduous. Both flora and fauna had swiftly reaped the rewards of their awakening, each capable of devouring unsuspecting humans in their vicinity. In the first 10 minutes after the onset of the apocalypse, many species had already ascended to the second tier, while the majority of humanity, even upon awakening, remained at the first tier. Yi Feng has endured 3 years in the apocalyptic world, and according to his observations, the crisis facing humanity continues to deteriorate relentlessly. 3 years after the resurgence of the blood spirit Qi, it is rumored that a supreme beast king has begun to challenge the 7th-tier beast emperor, a being undeniably akin to a nuclear bomb, capable of effortlessly obliterating a major metropolis. Far more terrifying than the titans depicted in Hollywood films such as King Kong and Godzilla. As for humanity, Yi Feng only learned in the days leading up to his demise that a soldier, who had awakened the 95 automatic rifle, had just reached the 6th-tier monarch rank, earning the revered title of War King. The remaining warriors wielding cold weapons are merely at the 4th tier and under the oppressive force of numerous beast kings. They can only safeguard a handful of humanity struggling to survive. Humanity not only requires unity, but also a steadfast pillar of strength. Upon stepping out of the elevator, he was immediately confronted by 4 enraged comrades who pressed him against the wall, delivering several firm jabs to his rear. Damn it. You deceived even us. ICU. I'm sending you to the ICU. Did you trick Uncle into losing a pound of blood? You ungrateful wretch. Has the failure of too many novels driven you insane? Yifeng felt a mix of exasperation and helplessness as his comrades delivered a half-serious thrashing. His neighbor, Lu Tingting, also emerged in surprise, witnessing the chaotic scene. Since these individuals regarded him as a brother, he could not simply wait for them to march toward their doom. I know you may not believe me, but please allow me to finish my words. At the dining table, as Yifeng spoke, he nonchalantly severed the heads of 2 pigeons, their blood dripping into a bowl containing vermilion powder. After he blended the 2 substances together, he applied the mixture onto the spear wrapped in his father's desiccated blood, proclaiming that it would grant the warrior invisibility and awaken its latent powers in 3 days. His 4 comrades nearly succumbed to the impulse to send him to a psychiatric facility. Following Yifeng's account, and after posing numerous inquiries, both the 4 comrades and Yi Hongwu fell into a contemplative silence. They were also compelled by Yifeng to consume a concoction of astragalus, angelica, donkey hide gelatin, pigeon meat, and black chicken, a restorative broth meant to replenish their vitality. In the dead of night, a knock echoed through the air. Yifeng hastily opened the door and received heavy packages from the perspiring delivery personnel, which he had procured for his comrades, a superior model of modern weaponry. Although the total cost was merely a few thousand yuan, the expedited shipping within a single day had incurred a staggering fee of 10,000. Armed with a utility knife, Yifeng swiftly unwrapped the packages, fixing his gaze on his 4 comrades. Come, brothers, allow me to make a few cuts and saturate these models in blood. Chapter 4. The Bloodstained Fleet. The crimson sun and moon descend. Observing the bewildered expressions of his 4 valiant comrades, Yifeng retrieved his phone and quickly opened a page. Presenting it to 2 of his comrades. Here are the tickets I purchased for you. I have also acquired a substantial number of glow sticks. Handle them with care, as they will become crucial strategic resources in the future. Once the blood spirit energy permeates organic matter, the ignition point of all substances exceeds 2000 degrees Celsius, and electromagnetic forces spiral out of control, plunging the world into darkness. The blood-red sun and moon rotating in the sky can only offer a feeble glimmer of light. The luminous glow of fluorescent sticks, generated solely through the amalgamation of 2 chemical substances, not only persists without extinguishing, but also radiates a brilliant and enduring light. In the dark, blood-soaked apocalypse, these sticks have become a coveted currency, rivaling the value of food and water. Just a moment. I donated blood 6 months ago, and I am now preparing to do so again, dedicating my contribution to you. A boisterous young man was the first to approach, flopping onto the sofa with a languid demeanor, extending his right arm while gazing at the ceiling with an expression of resigned surrender to Yifeng's whims. This was the individual previously referred to by Yifeng as Sandan, though his real name was Li Lei, initially nicknamed Li Sanshi by Yifeng, a reference to an ancient unit of weight. It eventually morphed into Sandan. Noticing Li Lei's movement, another young man with pronounced eyebrows, Zhang Peng, sauntered over and remarked, "Consider me equally insane." Yifeng chuckled. Within the military, he, along with these 2, had formed a trio known as the 3 Mutuals in their rookie battalion, emphasizing mutual assistance and learning, ensuring that each member possessed a comprehensive understanding of the others. On the battlefield, they would advance in a triangular formation, embodying the principles of a 3-person assault team, a valuable strategy bequeathed by revolutionary predecessors. Thus, Yifeng was exceedingly familiar with them, their bond akin to that of brothers. He could even recite their identification numbers by heart and had arranged their return tickets for the day. Witnessing the 2 men, despite their rational disbelief, emotionally placing their faith in him akin to their own father, stirred a sense of warmth within Yifeng. He gestured towards a stack of alloy models and said, "Choose for yourselves." They served in an armored regiment, yet the battalion was an armored infantry unit that coordinated with the armored battalion, making tank operation outside their specialization. Thus, apart from the well-known armored vehicles, Yifeng also equipped them with additional combat soldiers. "Let us have one more," Li Lei casually remarked. "At most 2. Yifeng replied earnestly. "Any more, and they certainly cannot awaken, plus they must be compatible weapons." Listening to Yifeng's solemn declaration, Li Lei suggested, "Then let us go with the Type 89 armored vehicle and the Type 99 tank." Just as he finished speaking, Yifeng mercilessly slashed across Li Lei's palm, creating a deep gash that flowed with blood, staining the Type 89 armored vehicle. Damn, why isn't it Venus blood? Li Lei exclaimed in pain, his body recoiling. Yifeng, with a serious expression, shook his head and said, cold weapons will inevitably awaken after being stained with blood. If it's true that hot weapons can also awaken with sufficient blood. However, we are using models, and I cannot be absolutely certain. We can only use fresher arterial blood to enhance the awakening probability. You all handle it yourselves, and do so swiftly. The other three, resolute in their determination, did not hesitate either. Each selected 2 models and placed them before themselves, then resolutely cut their palms. Uncle, lend me a hand. Better to endure a brief pain than a prolonged one. Let us do both hands at once, Zhang Peng said through gritted teeth. His brows furrowed as he looked at Yi Hongwu. Damn, I'll join in too. The other 3 chimed in, also gritting their teeth as they joined the fray. Yi Hongwu shook his head, using his knife to slice open the other hands of the 3 men. He consoled them, saying, rest assured. If this so-called resurgence of blood spirit energy that Xiao Feng speaks of doesn't happen by dawn 3 days from now, I'll break his legs as compensation to you. Zhang Ping shook his head with a wry smile. Don't break his legs. Make him carry us on a 10-kilometer cross-country run instead. Wouldn't that be more delightful? The men laughed, finding genuine amusement in their hardship. Yifeng shook his head and said, the roots of second-tier plants can easily penetrate concrete, and third-tier plants can crush concrete as if it were mud. Therefore, there won't be a single level surface in the future. Tracked vehicles will be more suitable. Also, even if you awaken in the apocalypse, you may not be able to protect your families, who are still ordinary people. Moreover, I understand you all. You're veterans who retain your helpful spirit, but that will be exceedingly difficult in the apocalypse. Although your families are even less likely to believe my words, you must. 1 minute before midnight the day after tomorrow, choose a small knife, a dagger, or even a pencil cutter, and make them draw your family's blood. They may be angry for a minute at most. In the following 3 minutes, they will be terrified, and after a few more minutes, they will thank you. Buy 2 fish to keep in a basin, or 2 succulents to place in the middle of the living room. By noon the day after tomorrow, all plants on the windowsill and fish and shrimp in the fish tank must be cleared away. In short, there should be no more than 1 or 2 plants or animals in the house. You should treat them as if they were ravenous wolves. Having listened to Yifeng's extensive explanations, his comrades and Yi Hongwu became increasingly convinced, beginning to contemplate how they would respond should such an apocalyptic scenario genuinely unfold, and what measures they would take to prepare their family members for the grim reality, steeling themselves for potential failure. After completing their tasks, Yifeng checked the time, noting it was nearing dawn, with only the final 48 hours remaining before the cataclysm. Suddenly, his father's call came through. Little Feng, the items you purchased have arrived. Father, bring them over. Also, kindly procure additional water and glucose, and ensure the blood-nourishing soup is prepared. Over the ensuing day, Yifeng embarked on a relentless endeavor to imbue the corvette, destroyer, cruiser, nuclear submarine, and supply ship with his blood. He awaited the handcrafted creation of the aircraft carrier model from the master welder. For the other vessels alone, Yifeng underwent multiple bloodlettings, each time donating 400 milliliters, nearly a third of his total blood volume, almost endangering his life. Only his robust constitution and thorough preparations prevented him from succumbing to unconsciousness. To augment the likelihood of successful awakening, Yifeng was resolute. Ordinarily, materialized weapons, upon awakening, would transform into battle spirits, residing within the host to perpetually absorb blood spirit energy for growth, while simultaneously providing feedback to the host, enhancing their physical constitution and other attributes. The locus of the battle spirit's habitation is the very place where it first received blood. Although the 18-foot serpent spear primarily absorbed Yi Hongwu's Venus blood, it initially came into contact with the blood of his right arm, and upon awakening as a battle spirit, it would also lie dormant within the right arm. Thus, to endure the entirety of the aircraft carrier fleet and awaken them sequentially by strength, Yifeng was covered in wounds. The blood from his left and right arms was smeared upon 2 of the newest 054B frigates, each displacing over 4,000 tons. These future frigates would primarily absorb the blood spiritual energy within his arms, awakening as war spirits. Their latent positions within his body would also reside in his arms. Yifeng's arms were essentially the home ports for these 2 frigates. His lower legs, from his feet to his knees, were also lacerated. Claiming 2 10,000-ton nuclear submarines as his own, one strategic and one tactical, His thighs served as the awakening and resting places for 2055A 10,000-ton destroyers. His back was designated for a massive supply ship with a displacement of 50,000 tons. As for the front of his body, the chest and abdomen, Yifeng reserved them for the future aircraft carriers. His neck would be the carrier's bow, his chest and abdomen the hull, and his lower abdomen the stern. Fortunately, Yifeng stood at a height of 1.85 meters, tall and robust, which barely allowed him to bear the awakening of a 10,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. At noon on the third day, just as Yifeng prepared to continue shedding blood to awaken the purchased aircraft carrier model, he unexpectedly received a personal delivery from the magnate himself. The man, hailing from Taishan province, was exceedingly generous and magnanimous. "Brother Yi, no need for the money. Thank you for the toy. My son said you could borrow the aircraft carrier for a week." The man declined Yifeng's payment. Observing the man's hearty smile and noticing the distinct, old scars on his hands, confirming them to be from a hacksaw, Yifeng felt reassured. With such severe injuries, the hacksaw that wounded him would undoubtedly awaken as a war spirit by dawn. Yifeng presented him with a large box of apocalyptic supplies, instructing him to open it that evening, and then saw him off. Having consummated the soul-binding ritual with the colossal aircraft carrier crypt, Yifeng, depleted from significant blood loss, succumbed to a profound slumber throughout the afternoon, awakening only at dusk when roused by his father for dinner. "Father, let us partake in this libation." "A farewell to this tranquil and serene existence," Yifeng declared, his voice weakened, as he raised his glass during this valedictory repast. Beyond the window, the setting sun painted the sky with sanguinary hues, a spectacle of beauty that belied the impending horrors set to unfold in mere hours. A series of sharp raps echoed at the door as their neighbor paid a visit. Finally finding a pretext to engage with Yifeng, Ludington felt a surge of subdued elation. Yifeng opened the door, casting a brief glance at the docile teddy bear before nodding and responding with a smile. "Let us depart." Ludington, her countenance a mixture of surprise and apprehension, inquired, "What has befallen you? Your complexion is so pallid." "It is nothing more than a severe cold compounded by persistent diarrhea over the past few days, but I am now on the mend." Yifeng reassured her with a dismissive wave and a smile. The elevator doors parted, and the pair, accompanied by the canine, entered the subterranean parking facility. "Ah, little Yi has arrived?" Cease addressing him as such. Henceforth, he is to be known as Boss Yi. May your enterprise flourish. A double celebration. Has he successfully wooed the fair neighbor? As the elevator doors to the basement slid open, Yifeng and Lu Tingting were met with playful banter from several familiar neighbors. They stood there, cradling or leading their cherished feline and canine companions, their faces beaming with smiles, wholly oblivious to the fact that their very lives might be extinguished within a matter of hours. The proprietor of the pet emporium, in accordance with Yifeng's specifications, had deployed a custom-built van, rented by Yifeng, outfitted with an array of equipment, lending an air of professionalism that allayed any suspicions among the pet owners. Yifeng surveyed the menagerie of pets with the discerning gaze of a hunter assessing his quarry, mentally calculating their augmented prowess based on his prescient knowledge. Among the 12 felines, 5 were juveniles, and 2 were adept hunters, a calico cat and a ginger tabby, the latter of which warranted particular attention. Of the 16 canines, a Chihuahua was deemed negligible, while the medium and small breeds required only moderate caution. However, an Alaskan Malamute, 3 golden retrievers, 2 Siberian Huskies, a German Shepherd, and a Labrador Retriever posed a significant threat, poised to reach the pinnacle of the tribulation stage upon awakening, surpassing even the ferocity of a tiger. There were also rumors of a pit bull in the neighborhood, a breed of formidable fighting capabilities despite its moderate size. Furthermore, a Tibetan Mastiff resided in the adjacent community, and even if it was not of pure lineage, its awakening would be a force to be reckoned with. In addition to the ubiquitous cats and dogs, some residents kept hamsters, guinea pigs, button quails, turtles, chameleons, pot-bellied pigs, and even snakes. Alas, man should never indulge in excess. Many others had fish tanks teeming with aquatic life. Yifeng could only lament, "May fortune favor you all." Yifeng procured a substantial sum of over 200,000 yuan from various loan applications. Money was no object, and while it contravened his former moral code, he understood that in the apocalypse, adhering to ethics was a death sentence. Amidst their owner's skepticism, the pets were confined to cages and subsequently secured within a reinforced stainless steel crate in a box truck. As dawn approached, Yi Hongwu materialized unexpectedly. To Yifeng's astonishment, he exchanged a few words with their female neighbor, Lu Tingting, before escorting her away. Yifeng swiftly comprehended that his father had ultimately placed his trust in him. And this was his way of enticing Lu Tingting to donate blood as well. Gazing at the time one last time, Yifeng noted it was 11:48 p.m., signifying there was no more time to tarry. Everyone, he declared, ready your cellular devices. Shortly, you shall receive news of considerable import. A total solar eclipse will befall the United States, despite it being midday there. As for us, the full moon from 2 nights prior shall reappear, yet it shall be stained a crimson hue. These erstwhile pets shall swiftly transform into savage beasts, posing a mortal threat. You have merely 12 minutes remaining to gather your kin and essential provisions and seek refuge in the subterranean, second-level bomb shelter. My father conveyed a truckload of sustenance and requisite implements there this afternoon. I am cognizant that you may doubt my pronouncements. However, I implore you to observe this diminutive succulent. With these words, Yifeng cast the potted plant upon the ground. His utterances and actions initially stunned the onlookers, but this quickly gave way to peals of laughter and volleys of vitriol. Some even attempted to force open the doors of the truck. Verily, they placed no credence in his assertions. Ceasing further expostulation, Yifeng felled the youths attempting to breach the truck with a series of swift blows. With 7 or 8 prostrate upon the ground, the remaining score of individuals desisted. Some grumbled and hastened to the periphery to summon the authorities, while others departed in a state of uncertainty. However, the majority remained, intent on observing the unfolding events. My progeny resides in the United States. I shall initiate a video call. An elderly woman, maintaining a semblance of composure, produced her mobile phone and commenced a video call to her son. After listening to her relay Yifeng's pronouncements, her son, with an air of resignation, directed the phone towards the midday sun, lamenting, "Mother, your advancing years have rendered you susceptible to such puerile scams. Nevertheless, this individual's mental faculties must be impaired, offering such a considerable sum merely to acquire your cats and dogs." Remaining indifferent to the need for elucidation, Yifeng casually remarked, "What say you we tarry for a mere 12 minutes? Let it serve as an inaugural broadcast, affording us a glimpse into the invigorating ambience of American liberty." Within the confines of the subterranean chamber, save for those remaining, all eyes converged upon the screen of the elderly woman's cellular device. The final 12 minutes of global tranquility ebbed away amidst the collective anticipation of the assembly. Yifeng, however, relinquished his engagement with the crowd, instead maintaining vigil before the transport vehicle while imbibing glucose, executing calisthenics, extending sinews and musculature, and mobilizing the articulations of his wrists and ankles, thus optimizing his corporeal condition. 10 minutes hence, the wail of sirens pierced the air, swiftly infiltrating the subterranean garage, whereupon several figures disembarked from their vehicles. Yet, before they could heed the narrations of those who had sounded the alarm, a cry of astonishment emanated from those observing the visual feed. The noonday sun, resplendent in the video, vanished with precipitous haste within a mere 3 seconds, yielding to utter darkness. The cellular signal, too, suffered severe disruption, causing the video to degrade rapidly, while the elderly woman's expatriate son emitted a cacophony of distorted exclamations. Observe the succulent. All eyes shifted earthward, where the succulent discarded by Yifeng upon the concrete floor underwent a frenzied surge in growth. Its tendrils resembling earthworms as they ruptured the confines of their diminutive plastic receptacle, its leaves expanding like palms, undergoing ceaseless augmentation. As the multitude found their gaze ensnared by the succulent, Yifeng produced a collection of daggers and paring knives from his trousers, swiftly plunging them into the thighs of those acquaintances he deemed agreeable, before absconding amidst their cries of agony and imprecations. His deed accomplished, he sought no acclaim. A mere 3 minutes remain, wherein all firearms, ordnance, and electrical contrivances shall be rendered inoperative. Esteemed colleagues, exert your utmost endeavors in these final moments. Yifeng's voice echoed from the stairwell. He had executed all within his capacity, and his conscience was clear. Boom, boom, boom. The enclosed cargo vehicle containing pet cats and dogs began to tremble violently. Help! After a brief moment of astonishment, the crowd erupted in simultaneous cries. Chapter 5. The blood-red sun and moon hang in the sky. The myriad beasts roared with fervor. Halt! If you run again, I shall fire. He had lost nearly 2,000 milliliters of blood over the past 2 days, rendering him dizzy and disoriented, his speed greatly diminished. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he was overtaken by a short-haired female officer. "Comrade, give me 2 minutes. Come with me upstairs to take a look." Yifeng turned around, addressing the female officer with fervor. It seemed that his righteous demeanor had influenced her. Or perhaps it was the recent surge of vitality that had prompted the flickering sound-activated lights to validate his words. After a brief hesitation, the officer gritted her teeth and replied, "Fine. If you deceive me." Before she could finish her sentence, Yifeng turned and dashed away. However, before he could utter another word, Officer Wang Yin stood in astonishment before Yifeng's living room. In the center of the room lay a shattered foot basin where 2 enormous white catfish, each weighing 20 to 30 pounds, flailed wildly on the floor, growing in size. Their scales resembled pigeon eggs, and their increasingly massive tails struck the floor with a thunderous sound reminiscent of stomping. In less than a second, they could grow by several centimeters, as if inflated rapidly like balloons. Moments ago, during the frantic chase in the corridor, the sounds of heavy breathing, footsteps, and the enclosed space had masked the noises from outside. Now, Wang Yin could hear the cacophony of colossal cracking sounds resonating throughout the community, akin to a peculiar earthquake. The panicked screams of the people rose and fell, creating utter chaos, enveloped in sheer terror. In the living room, Lu Tingting clutched her injured arm, screaming in agony. On the coffee table lay a stainless steel syringe, stained with blood, intended for injecting pigs. Yifeng bellowed, "Silence. If you wish to survive, heed my words." In that moment, Yifeng transformed from the warm-hearted, benevolent citizen into a survivor forged by 3 years of apocalyptic experience. He had to step forward to reassure the panicking crowd. Lu Tingting was taken aback by his commanding voice and demeanor, her cries abruptly ceasing. "Quickly, ignite the torches. The blood spirit energy will intensify, corroding all organic matter and raising the ignition point. It would require a temperature of 2000 degrees Celsius to ignite gasoline. However, with the infusion of blood spirit energy, even firewood will reach a scorching 2000 degrees, threefold its usual heat. Once ignited, it will be challenging to extinguish and serve as our ally." As Yifeng dashed into the room, he tossed several pre-prepared torches to Lu Tingting. "Dye them red with blood. If you hesitate any longer, there will be no second chance," he shouted to Wang Yin, thrusting a dagger into her hand. "I believe this object, if awakened, could both attack and heal, making it suitable for a woman like her." Yi Hongwu pointed at the bloodstained syringe, quickly explaining to Yifeng. "All right," Yifeng replied, somewhat indifferent to the matter. In the apocalypse, the significance of healing was ambiguous. While it was crucial, it was also trivial. As everyone's physical form strengthened, ordinary injuries required no treatment, and severe wounds were beyond healing. In his prior experiences during the end times, there were certainly awakened healers, yet their medical skills were either too weak to be of use or too potent for the average person to wield. The torch was ignited. In fact, Yifeng had instructed his father to ignite the gas stove before midnight. However, after igniting the torch, the gas stove had to be shut off promptly, lest the soaring temperature melt the metal and ignite the gas pipeline. In this post-apocalyptic world, all carbon-based organic matter is strengthened by the blood spirit energy. Conversely, inorganic matter like steel has become comparatively weaker. However, weapons drenched in blood are rapidly undergoing a transformation. The 10-foot-long serpent spear, the aircraft carrier fleet model, and the stainless steel syringe, all enveloped in blood plasma on the table, appeared to be shrinking and emitting hissing sounds and crimson light, as if corroded by concentrated sulfuric acid, presenting an extremely eerie sight. Lu Tingting's arm wound was also healing rapidly, accompanied by an unusual tingling sensation. Yi Hongwu also felt an itching sensation, signaling the imminent healing of old scars. He glanced over and noticed that the scars were vanishing, and the vague image of a long blade was gradually materializing. Finally, the policewoman Wang Yin could no longer restrain herself. With a determined bite, she wielded the dagger Yifeng had given her, slashing her arm forcefully. Then, pressing down on the wound, she rushed out of the door, intent on finding her captain. Yifeng, panting heavily, downed several gulps of the rapidly deteriorating blood-enriching soup. He and his father stood flanking 2 white carp. Both held torches in their left hands, and in their right, a fire axe and a meter-long, sharpened number 32 rebar respectively. The rebar, weighing a hefty 10 pounds, was currently somewhat unwieldy for Yi Hongwu. However, with the 3-minute boost from the blood spirit energy, he would soon master its use. As Yifeng's physical form becomes more robust, his severe anemia will be significantly alleviated. These are all calculations Yifeng meticulously made over the course of these 3 days. In the corner of the living room, Lutingting trembled uncontrollably, clutching the torch in her hands with a death grip. Her gaze darted nervously between the rapidly growing succulents before her and the even more rampant vegetation outside the windowsill, as well as the 2 massive, 7-foot-long silver carps near Yifeng and his son. Nay, they were no longer merely silver carps. The sanguine spirit aura had imbued them with an extraordinary capacity for adaptation. In a mere matter of minutes, they had undergone eons of evolution, swiftly developing legs and feet, their gills gradually receding and transforming into lungs. The 2 fish were rapidly evolving from aquatic creatures into amphibious beings, resembling grotesque, monstrous axolotls. Such was the nature of the apocalypse. All living things were either evolving or facing extinction. In the future, they would bear no resemblance to their former selves, having all become novel species. Now, as the mutated silver carps emitted a croaking sound akin to that of a frog, their aura surging with newfound power, Yifeng bellowed, brandishing the fire axe in his hands. Precisely at that moment, the long struggling electric lights flickered and died completely. Mobile phones went dark, screens black. All global electricity, regardless of how advanced the military technology, became inoperable. Even the small devices and lighters that produced a tiny spark for ignition ceased to function. Static electricity, generated by rubbing hair against rubber, was no more. The sanguine spirit aura had fundamentally altered the essence of all organic matter. Bang! Thud! 2 dull thuds resonated almost simultaneously as Yifeng's axe struck the mutated silver carp's head, and Yi Hongwu's thick, pointed steel bar pierced its abdomen. The evolved silver carp had already ascended to the 1st tier. Although its head was a vulnerable spot, it was incredibly tough and possessed formidable defense. The abdominal wound it sustained was not fatal. They commenced a frenzied struggle, even turning to bite the father and son with their fist-sized, bloodshot eyes. Lutingting, huddled in the corner, shrieked once more. The succulent had also evolved to the 1st tier, each leaf larger than a cabbage leaf and thicker than a palm. Its drought-resistant roots, resembling thick steel wires and slender snakes, crept towards Lutingting. Although the succulent was weaker than the evolved silver carp, it terrified Lutingting. Hack at it! Yifeng roared, turning his head. However, the roots were too resilient and numerous to be severed quickly. Chop at its leaves. It relies on them to absorb blood spirit energy, and its roots to absorb the flesh of its prey. While Yifeng shouted, he forcefully thrust the torch into the wound of the silver carp beside him, which his father had just pierced with the steel bar, searing its flesh. Immediately afterward, its head was struck by Yifeng's axe. The father and son coordinated seamlessly, having discussed their strategy beforehand. They swiftly exchanged their prey, and Yi Hongwu thrust the steel bar into the wound on the head of the silver carp that Yifeng had just attacked. Although Yi Hongwu was sent flying by the carp's tail, the steel bar, which he held firmly, was pulled out along with a significant amount of brain matter. The silver carp, mortally wounded, began to struggle in its death throes. After Yifeng's axe strike, he also critically injured the other carp, which had already sustained 2 wounds. His second axe blow finished it off. Ambushed by the father and son, the 2 first-tier beasts never had the chance to unleash their full power and were frustratingly killed. Yifeng charged towards the succulent, leaping into the air and wielding his axe with tremendous force, cleaving it in 2 and thereby rescuing Lutingting, who was ensnared by its roots. He hurled her several meters away, towards the lifeless bodies of 2 white catfish. After 3 minutes of nourishing her with blood spirit energy, the petite woman possessed the physique of an adult male, though her fear rendered her unable to unleash her full potential. Quick, slice open their bellies. Father, you all should absorb the energy and apply it to the wounds, Yifeng urged, hastening to his bedroom. Within lay another pot of succulents, which he had meticulously prepared. The previously cultivated cacti, roses, and pothos, plants that boasted formidable offensive capabilities upon awakening, had long been cleared away by Yifeng. He deliberately left behind several pots of softer succulents, intended as the initial capital for both his and his father's growth. In mere minutes, one of them had evolved to the 1st tier. After shattering this succulent, Yifeng extracted a green crystal the size of a peanut from its root, pressing it against a wound on his right shoulder before rushing to his father's room to shatter another plant and retrieve another crystal. In the restroom, the toilet shattered. Pipes burst, and the tiles crackled. This was the final succulent continuing its growth. Yifeng paid it no heed. Instead, sprinting to the living room, and tossing a succulent crystal to Lu Tingting. Apply it to your wound. If she can awaken a syringe warrior, she would become an invaluable healer, an asset in this apocalyptic world. There's no reason to be stingy with a first-tier blood spirit crystal. Xiaofeng, you must absorb it quickly too, Yi Hongwu urged, handing Yifeng a red crystal the size of a finger. Chapter 6. Awakening the B-Class Invisible 8-Feet Spear. The carrier fleet, on standby. Though Yi Hongwu wished for Lu Tingting to become his daughter-in-law, the importance of his son ultimately prevailed. He absorbed one of the 2 first-level crystal nuclei from the mutated white catfish, reserving the other for his son. Meanwhile, the succulent crystal nucleus that Yifeng had slain in the corner of the room was hastily excavated by Lu Tingting, yet she refrained from absorbing it. The reason was quite simple. Her syringe was of a low level, and absorbing even a single one would saturate it. Yifeng grasped the white catfish crystal nucleus but chose not to absorb it. Instead, his gaze was fixed upon the ethereal silhouette of the spear on his father's right arm. After absorbing another succulent crystal nucleus, it was on the verge of materializing. The Song Dynasty heavy armor that Yi Hongwu had freshly bled upon yesterday had indeed consumed some of his blood spirit energy. Otherwise, a mere cold weapon could have awakened with the energy from the 2 first-level crystal nuclei. In his previous life, Yi Hongwu had awakened a first-level spear after he and his son had slain and absorbed the 2 succulent plants and the potholes in their home, which had allowed them to escape in a disheveled manner from the nearby, nearly second-level, teddy bear pursuit. Father, you should absorb it. Your battle weapon awakens more swiftly, and I still need to rely on you for protection as I continue to be dependent, he mused. Absorbing a first-level blood spirit crystal was far too wasteful for him and offered little utility. He preferred to remain as he had in his previous life, relying on his father. After a brief hesitation, Yi Hongwu did not refuse and began to absorb the 3rd crystal nucleus. How is your syringe faring? Yifeng inquired of Lu Tingting. Observing the situation under the control of the father and son duo, and having absorbed a succulent crystal nucleus, Lu Tingting felt a wave of calmness wash over her. She promptly extended her right arm. In the glow of the torchlight, they discovered that the large syringe on her arm appeared remarkably lifelike, emanating a faint halo. It has awakened. Grade D. A mixture of elation and regret washed over Yifeng. The weaker the battle soul, the swifter the awakening. Lu Tingting's syringe, akin to the pencil knife he'd awakened with in his past life, was a mere grade D, the equivalent of the lowest tier in the celestial hierarchy, or the Western D grade. Nevertheless, it was infinitely better than nothing at all. Relax and visualize the vital energy within your body flowing towards your right arm, permeating it entirely. Under Yifeng's guidance, a faint, rosy light emanated from Lu Tingting's right arm, and a similarly pale syringe materialized. Ah, Lu Tingting exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Grasp it firmly, and carefully discern the sensations it evokes within you. Does it yearn to pierce and harm, or to heal and mend? Yifeng inquired, his anticipation palpable. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tingting shook her head. It feels like both, and yet neither, she replied. With that, she offered the succulent blood spirit crystal she had just unearthed to Yifeng, her large eyes filled with trepidation as she pleaded, "Please, don't abandon me. I can sense that it is still evolving. I will undoubtedly prove useful to you in the future." She was no fool. With the advent of this terrifying apocalypse, particularly the failure of firearms and electrical devices, the very core of civilization was being severed, coupled with the horrifying evolution of flora and fauna. National and social order was bound to suffer a catastrophic collapse. Having consumed post-apocalyptic novels and films, she understood that in this new reality, humanity was akin to wild beasts, where strength reigned supreme. Only by attaching herself to the strong could she hope to survive. She knew that Yifeng was a retired soldier, and while not a saint, he was at least more compassionate than the average person, making him her best hope for assistance. The cacophony of harrowing screams and the thud of heavy objects reverberating throughout the residential complex steeled her resolve to cling steadfastly to Yifeng. Yifeng paused, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. He had heard such entreaties countless times during his 3 years of apocalyptic experience. So many weak individuals had pleaded with the strong, only to be rejected and abandoned. Rest assured, I won't abandon you. Self-preservation is paramount in the apocalypse. But unity is equally crucial, Yifeng said, patting her shoulder and nodding reassuringly. Subsequently, he issued a stern warning, but you must be obedient and heed my instructions. It's acceptable if you can't provide assistance, but you must never hinder our progress. The adage that in the apocalypse, one must first eliminate the sanctimonious held a profound truth. In the apocalypse, the sanctimonious, the arrogant, and the inept teammates were all detrimental to a team, potentially leading to its annihilation. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Tingting nodded fervently, her luxuriant hair cascading down, her dress tattered and soiled. Yifeng instructed, tie up your hair, preferably in a bun. Exchange your dress for loose-fitting trousers. And gather some clothing. Although he had prior knowledge of the resurgence of blood spirit energy, he was unable to disclose this information. He could not assist everyone, and now he could only attempt to mitigate the damage. As he spoke, Yifeng dragged the corpses of 2 mutated silver carp and tossed them into the restroom, providing sustenance for the succulents within. Plants grew more rapidly when absorbing water, but their growth was accelerated by the absorption of blood and flesh. Yifeng's intention was to cultivate it into a second-tier entity, allowing his father to continue absorbing its energy, thereby enabling the 18-foot serpent spear to evolve into at least a peak first-tier or even a second-tier battle weapon. He had previously attempted to awaken his escort ship using a first-level blood spirit crystal, but to little avail, as it proved to be utterly ineffective. The escort ship, being a formidable piece of weaponry, required an exorbitant amount of blood spirit crystals for its awakening. For now, it seemed most prudent to rely on his father, allowing him to grow stronger and hunt for more potent blood spirit crystals to aid in his own awakening. Once his father attained greater strength, the three of them could venture forth to hunt the creatures trapped within box trucks and stainless steel cages. After disposing of 2 colossal mutated silver carp in the toilet, the commotion intensified, causing even the walls to crack. However, the sheer walls constructed of bricks, alongside the robust load-bearing walls made of reinforced concrete, remained resilient, requiring at least second-level plants for even minimal damage. In contrast, third-level plants could effortlessly dismantle most structures. As for fourth-level plants, their roots were akin to armor-piercing projectiles, capable of obliterating virtually anything. The once advanced human technology paled in comparison. Thus, fourth-level flora and fauna were dubbed Beast Kings, symbolizing their terrifying might. These Beast Kings typically possessed formidable physiques. Yifeng had witnessed serpents stretching hundreds of meters in length, thicker than trains, easily crushing entire buildings and devouring several peak third-level warriors within. Before his demise, Yifeng had only just entered the third level himself. Notably, there existed peak third-level giant ants, several meters long and broader than barrels, which, upon evolving into fourth-level Beast Kings, drastically reduced in size, reverting to the size of a pinky finger, yet could effortlessly pierce the skulls of their human counterparts of the same level, leaving behind a fearsome reputation. The 5-meter-long bull terrier, a formidable beast of the third tier, may not possess a massive physique. Many second-tier canines exceed 10 meters in length and stand 4 to 5 meters tall, capable of effortlessly dispatching ancient African elephants. I earnestly hope that in this new life, my father and I will one day stand against the Beast King together. As Yifeng nurtured this hope, Lu Tingting beside him anxiously clutched her skirt and implored, "Could you accompany me?" In this era, who does not cultivate a few flowers and plants at home? She was certain that her household was an arena that could easily outshine ordinary individuals. Yifeng turned to glance at his father, who had finally succeeded in condensing his 8-footed serpent spear. This moment illustrated the significant disparities even among warriors of the same rank. Yifeng absorbed a crystal core. The warship, apart from its polished exterior, showed no other signs of reaction. Meanwhile, Lu Tingting awakened her syringe directly. His father absorbed 3 blood spirit crystals, 2 strong and 1 weak, before finally awakening to the first tier. Clang! Amidst Yifeng's anticipation, a resounding metallic sound echoed, akin to the clash of swords. A blood-red 8-footed serpent spear materialized before his father, both ethereal and substantial, emanating a formidable aura. It was classified as Grade B, or Earth level, standing on the pinnacle of cold weapon awakening. The awakening of handguns among hot weapons merely reached Grade B. In Yifeng's previous life, he encountered the mightiest Level 6 War King, who had awakened a 95 rifle, achieving Grade A status. As he felt the overwhelming aura of the warrior, Yi Hongwu's expression turned ecstatic as he grasped it, and an immense sense of power and confidence surged within him. "Ha ha ha, splendid!" Yi Hongwu exclaimed joyfully. "If I encounter those 2 mutated white catfish again, I could take them both on single-handedly." Yifeng chuckled. "Dad, let us head next door. He felt a sense of relief as he realized he could still rely on his family. A B-class warrior, even if merely at the first level, could still contend against the initial stages of second-tier flora and fauna. Excellent, Yi Hongwu bellowed, charging forth like a resurrected Zhang Fei, wielding his 8-foot-long spear with an imposing presence, effortlessly cleaving through the neighbor's security door and storming inside. Yi Feng and Lu Tingting each took hold of a torch, the 2,000-degree heat proving effective against first-tier plants while also providing illumination. Before long, Yi Hongwu, with the aid of his mighty spear and Yi Feng's fire axe, systematically severed various first-tier plants such as pothos, lucky bamboo, succulents, spider plants, daffodils, and cacti. The blood aura within a room was finite, without soil to anchor them. Many of the plants remained at the threshold of the first tier, with some even failing to undergo successful transformation. The trio acquired 8 first-tier crystal cores, one of which Lu Tingting claimed to fortify her syringe. To absorb cores of the same tier, a minimum of 10 was required for advancement. Thus, Yi Feng absorbed all 7 remaining cores himself. However, even with 7 of the most rudimentary cores, awakening a fleet of aircraft carriers was beyond reach. And even the weakest of destroyers remained elusive. Nonetheless, a row of aircraft carrier models on the coffee table had vanished entirely, while the imprints of destroyers manifested on Yi Feng's arms. 2 large 0.55-ton destroyers adorned his thighs, and a pair of nuclear submarines graced his calves and knees. His back bore the insignia of a 50,000-ton super supply ship, all appearing remarkably solid, akin to the most exquisite tattoos. The massive domestic nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, weighing 100,000 tons, looms dimly before the chest and abdomen, still in need of greater blood-spirit crystal energy. However, it is certain that a genuine connection has been established with Yi Feng, akin to seeds awaiting sufficient blood-spirit crystals to awaken fully. Notably, the 054B frigate on his left arm appears as a lifelike model, exuding a remarkable 3-dimensional quality. With the absorption of 2 or 3 more crystals, perhaps the ship's body could be awakened. Suddenly, a thunderous roar emanates from the adjacent house, the sound of collapsing walls. Yi Hongwu, who is already awakened as a first-tier warrior, immediately senses a powerful aura. The succulent plant in the restroom has broken through to the second tier. Crack. Within the community, numerous trees thriving in the rich soil have shattered their constraints and also advanced to the second tier, thrusting branches through windows to attack the humans inside. The resurgence of blood-spirit energy has occurred merely 10 minutes ago. Of course, this brief 10 minutes has been the most rapid period of evolution for all living beings. Those able to easily acquire resources will be the first to break through to the second tier, while most remain at the initial first tier. In the ensuing days, a fierce competition for resources will ensue, with both flora and fauna, and even among similar species, vying for dominance to ascend to the third tier. As for the fourth-tier beast kings, the resources required are immense, equivalent to at least 10,000 first-tier crystal cores, making their emergence unlikely in the near future. Time is of the essence. Whoever takes the lead will continue to advance step by step. Chapter 7. Second-tier crystal cores. To the basement. Following a moment of bewilderment, Lu Tingting's countenance flushed crimson. Notwithstanding the nature of the garments, she promptly followed suit, setting aside her reservations. The receptacle, originally a container for purified water with a capacity of 18.9 liters, had been filled to the brim with gasoline by Yi Feng. Upon shattering, the gasoline spilled forth, intermingling with the gushing tap water, spreading in every direction. Fire! Even before he could utter the command, Yi Feng, who was close behind, hurled a torch into the lavatory. Boom! Flames erupted, yet the combustion proved suboptimal due to the ubiquitous ruptures in the plumbing. This, in turn, incensed the second-tier succulent. Tendrils, resembling elongated braids, lashed out, while others snaked along the ground, seeking to ensnare. Within the living room and bedchamber, a multitude of tendrils, extensions of the second-tier succulent, proliferated. Having ascended to the second tier, the succulent exhibited accelerated, elongated, and amplified root propagation. Nonetheless, its primary root system remained anchored in the lavatory, extending into the earth via the drainage system. Yi Feng brandished his axe, relentlessly cleaving at the peripheral tendrils. Witnessing the inadequacy of the fire, Yi Hongwu seized 2 sacks of rice and cast them into the lavatory. However, the sacks contained quicklime, which, upon contact with the tap water, emitted copious fumes and heat. yielding exceptional results. Yi Hongwu's past skepticism toward his son metamorphosed into a blend of admiration and remorse. His son was indeed dependable. Fortunately, he had made such thorough preparations. Anticipating every contingency, before them stood a succulent of considerable stature, reaching a height of 3 meters. Its apex boasted expansive, fan-shaped leaves, larger than barn doors, propping up the ceiling, adorned with barbs and viscous fluid. From below, aerial roots dangled, reminiscent of a banyan tree. As for its stalk, it was thicker than a large face, densely enveloped in a network of tendrils. At this moment, it was drenched and covered in lime, its roots ablaze with numerous flames, causing it immense suffering. Nevertheless, the second-tier mutated succulent possessed an extraordinarily terrifying power, far surpassing that of the initially awakened mutated white catfish. Just as Yi Hongwu was about to charge forward and confront it, he witnessed Yi Feng leap ahead, shouting, "Dad, steady your hand." In a fervent roar, Yi Feng swung the fire axe, striking fiercely at the succulent's stem. The sound echoed as if he had struck a heavy hardwood cutting board. The once soft and succulent plant proved more resilient than ordinary wood. With Yi Feng's semi-awakened strength, the axe blade merely lodged within, resulting in nothing more than a superficial wound. The second-tier creature, when faced with an ordinary person lacking awakened combatants, could easily crush them as one would an ant. With a swift motion, numerous roots and aerial roots ensnared Yi Feng, binding him tightly. Subsequently, the succulent's stem curved with the agility of a serpent, its expansive and dense leaves rapidly advancing towards Yi Feng's head, intent on devouring him with its gaping maw. "Get lost," Yi Hongwu bellowed, rushing forward to wield the serpent's spear as if it were a rotating axe, striking fiercely at the heart of the succulent's leaves. In a flash, a beam of white light shot forth, a syringe as thick as a wrist and as long as an arm, piercing the succulent's leaves, automatically drawing in a rich emerald liquid. Astonishingly, the massive leaf began to wither. Ludington, filled with urgency yet overwhelmed by surprise, marveled at her own unexpected unleashing of the syringe's offensive power in her moment of desperation. Previously, Yi Feng had magnanimously bestowed upon her a Tier 1 blood spirit crystal for her awakening, which she did not squander, as her awakened syringe battle soldier proved to be of considerable utility. Thwack! Yi Hongwu's sanguineous 18-foot serpent spear cleaved ferociously into the succulent's core, rending a fissure half a meter deep, bisecting the apex foliage and stem. However, the central crystal remained a foot distant. The succulent, ensnaring Yi Feng, shuddered violently, then convulsed, its tendrils abruptly slackening. Yi Feng swiftly extricated his arms, gasping for breath as he drew the dagger from his waist, deftly extracting the verdant crystal from the succulent's interior. "Father, quickly! Quick, my foot! Absorb it yourself!" Yi Hongwu surged forth, cuffing Yi Feng upside the head. His ire remained unabated as he exclaimed, "If you ever engage in such perilous endeavors again, I shall not spare you." Yet, immediately after, he scrutinized him with solicitude and apprehension. "Xiao Feng, are you unharmed? Its corrosive properties are so potent." Yi Feng wiped the viscous fluid from his face, shaking his head. "I am unscathed, though my frigate has yet to awaken. The several blood spirit crystals I have absorbed have not been in vain. My physical constitution now surpasses even yours. It is merely that Tier 2 beings are formidable, and we cannot yet confront them directly. We must expedite matters, necessitating the use of stratagems. Yet, you must not employ yourself as bait." Yi Hongwu interjected, his tone fierce. "Therefore, you must promptly absorb this crystal core, ascend to Tier 2, and I may persist as a freeloader, a second-generation beneficiary." Yi Feng jested, proffering the ovate, jade-hued crystal. "Absorb it yourself. We shall perish together, or thrive together." Yi Hongwu let out a cold snort. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. It was yet another familiar, yet distant phrase. In his previous life, during the year he spent relying on his father, they had often quarreled over the allocation of crystal cores, and his father would invariably utter the same words. Yet, in times of crisis, it was his father who bravely stepped forward, sacrificing his own life to secure opportunities for him, allowing him to survive for an additional 2 years. Sighing in resignation, Yi Feng pressed the crystal core against the left arm of the 054B battleship. The absorption of a second-tier crystal core required a considerable amount of time, and Yi Feng had a nagging feeling that the battleship was on the verge of its initial awakening. To avoid wasting time, Yi Feng gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us head to the basement." He wished to wait for his father to advance to the second tier before descending. but that would necessitate hunting at least 10 first-tier beasts. Although it was highly probable that the neighbors above and below had awakened potted plants, the quantity could vary significantly. The most pressing concern, however, was the dwindling time. In the basement, there were over 30 cats and dogs confined within a box truck. Once they attained their automatic first-tier awakening, they might very well turn on each other in a frenzy, consuming one another. If they grew to the second tier after devouring each other, and several second-tier beings began to consume humans, they could potentially reach the third tier, which would spell disaster. In Yifeng's strategy, the cats and dogs in the basement represented his and his father's second opportunity for wealth, albeit fraught with immense risk, which needed to be resolved within 20 minutes, ideally around 10. Take the elevator. Yi Hongwu and Lu Tingting instinctively rushed towards the stairs, only to hear Yifeng directing them towards the elevator. The elevator had long been rendered inoperative by the awakened plants and pets, even if it were intact. It lacked power. Father, haven't you ever seen a martial arts film? Use your snake spear to pierce the elevator shaft. We can slide down. Yifeng spoke as he forcefully kicked open the elevator door. Peering inside, he discovered that the steel cable of the elevator had snapped, leaving it to plummet to the lowest level, perhaps a semblance of safety. Dad, carry me once more, he implored, leaping onto Yi Hongwu's back, securing his legs around his waist, and hooking his left elbow over his shoulder. He then turned to Lu Tingting, urging, hurry up. Oh. Lu Tingting responded eagerly, nodding as she trotted over and sprang up, wrapping her arms around Yifeng's neck. Yifeng embraced her slender waist, anchoring their bodies together. Hold on tight. Yi Hongwu, bearing the weight of both, felt no strain as he charged into the elevator shaft. The snake spear struck the reinforced concrete with a resounding clang, then glided downwards. The initial battle soldier was remarkably sharp. While the steel reinforcements within the concrete were not effortlessly severed, they offered minimal resistance, only slightly slowing their descent. In a mere span of seconds, Yi Hongwu had brought Yifeng and Lu Tingting to the top of the elevator, just outside the second basement level. Lu Tingting, this underground level should be relatively safe. I will breach the elevator door. You should enter first, Yi Hongwu declared, preparing to act. No, I will stay with you. Lu Tingting insisted hastily. Rest assured, I will not be a burden. I might even be of some assistance. With that, she extended her right arm, and a syringe materialized from her arm tattoo, containing a previously extracted emerald green liquid that had now transformed into a vivid crimson. This can alleviate fatigue and restore some strength. I've already administered a dose to myself. Why don't you both give it a try? She suggested, holding out the syringe toward the father and son. Bestow upon me a measure, Yi Hongwu voiced, extending his arm, offering himself as a test subject. Yifeng contemplated briefly. Lu Tingting possessed neither the motive nor the capability to harm them. He did not object. The syringe pierced Yi Hongwu's arm, infusing approximately half of its crimson contents, a substantial 100 milliliters. In mere seconds, Yi Hongwu affirmed, indeed, the effect is remarkable. Its efficacy is swift. Yifeng observed the minor injuries upon his father's hands and body mending rapidly. Let us store it for future exigencies, Yifeng instructed Lu Tingting, inwardly delighted. Lu Tingting was proving invaluable, embodying both offensive and healing capabilities. A moment of benevolence had indeed yielded a physician a fortuitous gain. Unyielding compassion in the apocalypse is untenable, yet unbridled cruelty and selfishness incur significant losses. Then let us ascend with haste, Yi Hongwu exclaimed, leaping with vigor, clearing 2 meters effortlessly. With a swift rotation, his serpent spear cleaved a sizable section of the elevator door. Grasping the opening with his left hand, he ascended swiftly. Yifeng adopted a bow stance, his hands clasped upon his bent knee, providing Lu Tingting a platform. With a forceful upward thrust, coupled with Lu Tingting's leap, she effortlessly scaled the elevator door. Despite Yifeng's lack of awakened combatant abilities, the absorption of 8 Tier 1 and 1 Tier 2 crystal had rendered his physique comparable to Yi Hongwu's. He ascended with ease, arriving on the basement floor. As they emerged from the elevator, a pungent, coppery scent assailed their nostrils, causing Yifeng to furrow his brow. Chapter 8. The Terrifying Basement. Frigate Combatant Awakens. There were no remnants of a cataclysmic end, nor any traces of blood, yet. The air was thick with a pungent scent of iron. The 3 individuals were acutely aware of the reason behind it. Yifeng hastened towards the parking lot, and upon raising his gaze, his brow furrowed even deeper. The succulent plant was missing. Previously, To demonstrate the revival of the blood spirit energy, he had discarded a succulent, which then awakened rapidly before the astonished crowd. Clearly, it possessed the capability to easily advance to the first tier. If that group of individuals had not departed, some might have been ensnared by it, potentially providing the energy for its swift ascension to the second tier. Even if it had been vanquished, its remains should have been left behind. The absence of a corpse suggested but one possibility: it had been devoured by the remaining awakened beasts. However, a typical first-tier creature would not consume fellow awakened beings. Even the cats and dogs would refrain from devouring the succulent, unless they had ascended to the second tier, driven by an insatiable thirst for power, which could lead to fratricidal conflict in their pursuit of the third tier. Of course, in an enclosed space, it was conceivable that an awakened first-tier Alaskan and an awakened first-tier Chihuahua might resort to cannibalism. This would be an exceptional circumstance. Caution was warranted. Yifeng surveyed the surroundings, where vehicles lay wrecked or had collided with one another. Within the 3 minutes following the revival of the blood spirit energy, vehicles could still be operational, and it was certain that someone would have attempted to escape in a car. However, after 3 minutes, the power would fail, and the vehicles would inevitably spiral into chaos. Without illumination, the basement was engulfed in darkness, save for a faint crimson glow filtering through the ventilated windows above, casting a dim light. The rekindled torches could scarcely illuminate a wide area. The basement was eerily silent, a stillness that sent shivers down one's spine. The robust ceiling of this basement serves as the courtyard of the community, adorned with greenery, pathways, pavilions, and a children's play area. At this moment, a plethora of plant roots fervently penetrates the steel-reinforced concrete, striving to extract more nutrients from the earth. The sound of roots scraping against concrete and rebar resonates like fingernails against a chalkboard, inducing a sensation of discomfort that sends shivers down one's spine. Extinguishing the torch, one must listen closely to the sounds and observe the blood-red eyes. Yifeng spoke, producing a lampshade to cover the torch anew, while Lu Tingting's torch was completely extinguished. This torch was meticulously crafted by Yifeng, with a cotton cloth wrapped around its fist-sized top and a long steel pipe with a valve at the bottom, filled with gasoline. The essence of blood spirit has altered the nature of organic matter, causing the temperature of the flame to surge 2 to 3 times higher. The inferno of this gasoline torch reaches a staggering 3,000 degrees, slightly exceeding that of acetylene. Naturally, awakened beings possess greater resilience, making it challenging to rely solely on fire as an offensive tactic. Humanity has also benefited from the transformative effects of blood spirit on the physical form, enhancing their constitution and heightening their senses: sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. Upon reaching the third awakening stage, one can see clearly in the dark, while a fourth-stage monarch can even perceive through most obstructions. This ability transcends mere mental acuity. It is pure vision, akin to X-rays and ultrasounds, yet far more advanced. Fourth-stage monarchs surpass the destructive power and capabilities of humanity's technological advancements achieved through 3 industrial revolutions. As the trio acclimated, their pupils indeed dilated, surpassing the previous limits of human pupils, allowing them to faintly discern the outlines of vehicles and load-bearing columns. The trio arrived at the truck, which had indeed been reduced to mere remnants. The stainless steel cage and the exterior of the vehicle lay in a scattered array of fragments. Yifeng crouched down, picking up a tusk the width of a finger, examining it meticulously. "Dad, strike it!" he exclaimed, casting the tooth aside once more. Yi Hongwu swung the serpent spear, delivering a decisive blow. A resonating hum filled the air, yet this formidable grade B serpent spear, capable of severing rebar, proved inadequate against the tooth. This was truly problematic. The tooth had belonged to a second-tier beast, yet this creature, more ferocious than the mightiest northeast tiger, had been consumed. The fact that it left behind a single tooth indicated that its adversary was also of the second tier, undoubtedly a formidable one among its ranks. As second-tier creatures devour one another, it would not be long before a third tier emerged. This was a grave miscalculation. Yifeng felt immense frustration. He had initially hoped to utilize this pack of pets as a means to elevate both himself and his father, but instead, it had devolved into a breeding ground for calamity. No wonder over 30 cats and dogs had vanished. It was highly likely that the majority had been devoured. If more than 5 second-tier beasts were involved, it would be manageable. However, if only 2 or 3 had consumed them, each could potentially devour dozens of their kin, inevitably growing stronger. To the left now? Yifeng suddenly bellowed, yanking Lu Tingting down alongside him as he quickly crouched. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Hongwu spun the serpent spear around, sweeping it across the chest of a spotted tiger with a wet, slicing sound, blood gushing forth. The creature emitted a pained and furious yowl, revealing itself to be the large orange cat from the countryside that Yi Feng had previously observed with keen interest. This domesticated cat, adept at hunting, thrived in the apocalypse. Yet, it ultimately succumbed to the synergy between Yi Feng and his father. In numerous films and novels, characters often exclaim, "Be careful," when faced with peril. Yet, Yi Feng could not help but scoff at this expression, pondering the futility of such utterances in the face of imminent danger. When crisis strikes, shouting meaningless phrases merely squanders breath. Thus, Yi Feng and his father had devised a strategy to promptly announce the direction and method of attack. The term left rear signified that an assault was approaching from his father's left flank. True to their agreement, Yi Hongwu reacted swiftly, successfully executing a counterattack against the formidable second-tier mutated cat, akin to a ferocious tiger. With his initial strike successful, Yi Hongwu brandished his spear once more and charged ahead. Meanwhile, Yi Feng swiftly removed the cover from the torch, unleashing a brilliant flame. The large orange cat was adept at nocturnal hunting, its pupils dilated. Thus, exposure to the intense light severely impaired its vision. Conversely, Yi Hongwu struggled to discern details in the dim light, but as the radiance illuminated the scene, he seized the opportunity to stab the large orange cat in the leg. A surge of triumph coursed through him as he prepared to capitalize on this moment and subdue the second-tier beast. However, Yi Feng's urgent cry interrupted him. "Forward!" This command conveyed the gravity of their situation, allowing no room for hesitation. Without a moment's pause, Yi Hongwu forsook his attack and lunged forward, colliding with the vehicle's tire. With a resounding crash, a robust black bull leapt from behind a van, barreling over Yi Hongwu's back and sending a smaller car careening away, before swiftly turning its charge toward Yi Feng. A second-tier Labrador. In terms of agility, a second-tier animal surpasses most awakened plants, exhibiting a ferocity that promises a lethal strike. Lu Tingting yearned to assist, yet found herself utterly powerless, unable to keep pace with the formidable Big Orange and the new assailant. Xiao Feng. Yi Hongwu leaped into action, disregarding the onslaught from behind by Big Orange, desperate to render aid. "Save yourself!" Yi Feng bellowed once more, extending his left hand and forcefully pushing against the approaching bull-like Labrador. With a resounding hum, the second-tier battleship tattoo was finally activated under Yi Feng's coercion, surging forward prematurely. It erupted from the depths like a ship slicing through water, creating a tremendous commotion within the basement. A battleship, not yet fully materialized and measuring merely 20 meters in length and several meters in height, crashed its sharp bow into the Labrador with a thunderous impact. With a deafening thud, the battleship descended, its substantial weight collapsing 2 cars and sending the Labrador flying, blood spraying forth. Only then did Yi Hongwu breathe a sigh of relief, awkwardly positioning his spear before him as he was overpowered by Big Orange, sliding several meters across the ground. Yet, a heavy burden lifted from his heart. His son's warrior had finally awakened. "Ah!" Yi Feng shouted, once again urging this miniature battleship to continue its relentless assault on the Labrador. The battleship's body had not yet fully awakened, let alone its weapons. However, its very form was astonishingly formidable, undoubtedly surpassing Grade A. Even in its incomplete state, it was capable of shattering the bones of second-tier beasts. An exquisite brick of destruction. With a resounding crash, the Labrador, overwhelmed by terror, had no time to rise before being crushed by the battleship, meeting a catastrophic end. With a resounding roar, Yi Feng recalled the corvette, pivoting to unleash the devastating super brick once more upon Big Orange, while Yi Hongwu fled with utmost haste. Boom. Having sustained injuries twice already, Big Orange, despite its desperate attempts to escape, was overtaken by the corvette and pinned beneath, emitting a heart-wrenching shriek. Chapter 9. The Awakening of the Aircraft Carrier Fleet. When doomsday descends, Yi Feng's miniature corvette, having intervened thrice, effortlessly crushed 2-tier 2 mutated cats and dogs, proving itself to be an exceptional bludgeon. Needle. Yi Feng, however, had no time for jubilation. His face ashen, he fought off the encroaching sensation of fainting, turning to Lu Tingting to whisper urgently. Lu Tingting, snapping to attention, promptly deployed the large syringe in her arm, injecting the remaining half-vial of crimson liquid into Yi Feng's arm. Yifeng's foresight had paid off, as he rapidly regained a portion of his strength from the brink of collapse. The corvette, formidable as it is, extracts blood spirit energy at an alarming rate. Yifeng mused internally. 3 strikes, that's my limit. A veritable 3-second wonder. Moreover, this was merely the miniature version of the corvette, utilizing only its own weight. Should it one day grow into a colossal steel vessel, hundreds of meters in length and thousands of tons in weight, how much energy would be required to launch a single large missile? The acquisition and absorption of blood spirit crystals is a formidable and protracted undertaking. Yifeng experienced a mixture of elation and apprehension. However, he remained impassive, projecting an air of assured victory as he stood his ground, surveying his surroundings. Amongst these ruins and scattered vehicles, behind the supporting pillars, lurked other potential threats that needed to be deterred. Tier 2 beasts already possessed a degree of intelligence, while Tier 4 beast kings were hardly inferior to humans in their cunning. Beast kings were difficult to eliminate, not only due to their combat prowess, but also on account of their intellect. Yi Hongwu and Yifeng stood ready to strike at any moment, yet fortunately, the situation was not as dire as it seemed. The recent 3 strikes by the escort ship had indeed instilled a considerable deterrent. The underground garage likely harbored mutated feline and canine beasts, yet they remained in hiding, not showing themselves. Lu Tingting extended her hand, presenting 2 blood-red crystal cores the size of pigeon eggs to Yifeng, her manner towards him becoming significantly more affectionate. In this apocalyptic world, one must either become a formidable force or align oneself with the powerful to secure a chance at survival. Lu Tingting understood this all too well. Typically, plant crystal cores are green, while those of animals are red. Without needing further prompting from Yifeng, Yi Hongwu took 1 core and began the absorption process. Beasts matured at an alarming rate, and only when a warrior reached the 2nd tier could they be deemed capable of self-preservation. Yifeng grasped the other core, continuing the absorption for the escort ship. This time, he pressed the core against the ship's close-in weapon system, hoping to awaken this formidable tool in the future. For the time being, thoughts of missiles could be set aside. If the close-in weapon system could awaken, it would undoubtedly surpass the lethality of a standard automatic rifle, sufficient to contend with the beasts under the Beast King. As for the overall awakening of the escort ship, Yifeng was confident that it would exceed the celestial or elite classifications, possibly even reaching the ranks of super warriors. Demigod, God. Perhaps he would eventually earn the right to name them. Suppressing his anticipation for the future, Yifeng resolved to descend to the 2nd level of the basement first. His father's advancement required a certain amount of time, and all 3 of them needed rest and recovery. As for Lu Tingting, it would be prudent for her to remain in the civil defense facility for the time being. Once they acquired 2 or 3 more 2nd-tier beast cores, she could receive one. For now, she remained quite valuable. Regrettably, in a cataclysmic world, resources must be allocated according to capability, referring to talent and skills. We cannot afford to sustain those who are unproductive. To insist on acting as a benevolent altruist would only lead to mutual destruction. Lu Tingting once again attempted to extract blood from the mutated corpses of the tabby cat and the Labrador with a syringe, hoping to convert it into rapidly recoverable energy for humans, but to no avail. Upon their demise, the energy within them had lost its potency and could not be extracted, much to the disappointment of the 3 individuals. In pivotal moments, Lu Tingting serves as a competent support, capable of even reversing dire situations. However, the 2 corpses still possess value. Tier 2 beast meat, even after losing its vitality, contains energy comparable to that of a Tier 1 blood spirit crystal. If a person were to consume an entire beast, they could awaken a Tier 1 melee combatant. Even if awakening is not achieved, it would at least stave off hunger, with mere ounces providing a person's daily energy requirements. The 2 awakened Tier 2 cats and dogs could yield at least 1,000 pounds of meat, enough to feed the entire community for several days. Moreover, the population of the community has dwindled to a fraction of its former size. In this era of blood spirit chi resurgence, food can be considered both scarce and abundant. Furthermore, the teeth and bones of Tier 2 beasts can harm creatures of the same tier, possessing a hardness and durability superior to ordinary steel. Above, in the community atrium, many trees have grown to Tier 2, their roots vigorous and robust. Sensing the blood energy below, they forcefully penetrated portions of the concrete, their roots spreading like a serpentine network. Once more, Yi Hongwu spurred the 18-foot serpent spear, obliterating half of the van, repurposing it as a makeshift cart. Together with Yi Feng, they hoisted the carcasses of the two beasts onto it and propelled it towards the second floor of the basement, distancing themselves from the wildly spreading tendrils. A broad incline connected the first and second basement levels, designed to accommodate vehicular transit. However, Yi Feng observed that the blast door at the apex of the slope had been sealed shut. This massive portal, weighing several tons and composed of thick steel plates sandwiching concrete, was covered in claw marks, yet remained firmly closed. Clearly, there were individuals within. Left with no alternative, they resorted to the elevator. Yi Feng maneuvered the van to the elevator's edge, wrenched the doors asunder, and shoved the two feline canine corpses into the shaft. They crashed onto the roof of the elevator car below, aligning perfectly with the elevator doors on the second basement level. All that remained was to descend to the second basement level and extract them. Yi Feng exchanged a knowing glance, and the three cautiously proceeded towards the adjacent staircase. The vegetation within the stairwell, which connected all floors of the building, posed little threat, as it was currently incapable of moving great distances. However, the other pets were a different matter entirely. Upon forcing open the fire door, a potent stench of blood permeated the stairwell, even more overwhelming than in the basement. Evidently, in the preceding minutes, particularly after the power outage, numerous individuals had attempted to flee via the stairs, only to be hunted down. Yi Feng surveyed the scuff marks and impact craters on the staircase landings, as well as the fractured edges of the concrete steps, roughly estimating the number, weight, and species of the animals present. He glanced at Ludingting and murmured, "Snakes." Ludingting shuddered, inhaled deeply, and forcibly composed herself, nodding in affirmation. "Rest assured, I won't be a liability." Although mentally prepared, Ludingting nearly gasped as she turned the corner of the staircase. Outside, in the elevator corridor, a snake of considerable girth, the colorful king snake, was coiling around a hamster the size of a plump pig, devouring it halfway. The serpent's mouth and neck were stretched to the size of a small table, severely hindering its movement. Yi Hongwu and his son Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as they rushed forward. This was the perfect opportunity for the fishermen to benefit from the clam's struggle. The colorful king snake was swiftly decapitated amidst its terror and unwillingness, its frantic thrashing ultimately leading to its demise. The hamster, also of the second tier, was cut open by Yi Feng to extract its crystalline core. Within, he discovered remnants of a golden bracelet and a gold ring. Today, the mouse triumphs over its master, he thought. The battleship absorbed the crystalline core at an impressive speed, and Yi Feng continued to absorb the second-tier hamster's core, marking his third such acquisition. The core of the king snake was also tossed to him by his father. Yi Hongwu had yet to fully absorb the Labrador core he had just consumed. Yi Feng did not hesitate. Enhancing his strength as swiftly as possible was the optimal choice. However, after taking just a few steps, he suddenly felt the once abundant and robust energy within him being drawn away again, leaving him with a chilling sensation that raised goosebumps on his skin. In the next moment, several faint yet peculiar humming sounds resonated. As Yi Hongwu and Lu Tingting stared in disbelief, Yi Feng's legs, thighs, back, abdomen, submarines, destroyers, supply ships, and aircraft carriers materialized. However, akin to the previous models, they were only about half a meter long, with the largest aircraft carrier nearing 2 meters. Its silvery hull adorned with crimson patterns and an extraordinary aura. Xiaofeng, this fleet. Yi Hongwu did not express elation. Instead, he turned to Yi Feng with concern. If these models were merely awakened in their current state, they would be of little utility. It would be preferable if they were awakened to the size of the escort vessel from earlier, approximately 20 meters in length. Yi Feng, sensing the intimate connection with the fleet, felt a sense of assurance. An aircraft carrier fleet was now a certainty. He reassured, "Do not be concerned. This is, after all, a formidable armada. It is implausible to expect a complete awakening with just a few Tier 1 and Tier 2 blood spirit crystals. They will awaken gradually. Furthermore, I now possess the ability to selectively awaken individual naval vessels and combat units." Yi Hongwu breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "That is reassuring." Lu Tingting inquired with anticipation, "Brother Yi, will your aircraft carrier fleet eventually be capable of launching projectiles and missiles, similar to the real aircraft carrier fleets depicted on television?" As they traversed the elevator passage, they arrived at the entrance to the second basement level, only to discover that the door was sealed. The trio exchanged perplexed glances. Despite the considerable commotion in the passage, had no one heard it? Were they deaf, imbecilic, or simply apprehensive? This husky, being only Tier 1, was effortlessly dispatched by Yi Hongwu, and the crystal core was bestowed upon Lu Tingting for absorption. Elated by the enhancement, Lu Tingting was also anxious. The door is closed. How can we possibly notify those inside? She rapped on the door, akin to striking a robust bridge pier, rendering it impossible to transmit any sound. Yi Feng, however, reached up and detached a small piece of transparent adhesive tape from the iron gate, which was affixed to a strand of transparent fishing line. He had already etched a diminutive groove into the imposing iron gate with a hacksaw, just sufficient to accommodate the fishing line. With a tug, the line dislodged a white bed sheet from the ventilation duct above. The sheet, unfurled by coat hangers, bore the inscription, "Open the door. It's Yi Feng. I can help." A concatenation of empty soda cans, suspended beneath the sheet, clattered with each twitch of the line. A glow stick, dislodged from the duct, plummeted to the ground, erupting in luminescence upon impact. Squeak. Even Wang Shi and Hamster were not spared, amassed before the entrance to the bomb shelter. This served not only as sustenance, but also as a bulwark against potential bestial incursions. 15 minutes prior. Basement Level 1. The 15th second of the Blood Spirit Qi Revival. Upon hearing Yi Feng's parting words and witnessing his swift departure, the assembly in the parking garage remained momentarily stunned. Wang Yin, the policewoman, was the first to react, drawing her sidearm in pursuit of Yi Feng, while the remaining officers stood guard with batons. In China, unlike the United States where gunfights are commonplace, officers typically do not carry firearms on routine calls, and even when armed, a single weapon usually suffices. Little Yi didn't deceive us. The middle-aged woman, whose son resided in the United States, declared with newfound resolve, "We must descend to basement level 2 immediately." Witnessing the succulents, now exceeding a meter in height with leaves dwarfing even the largest cabbages, and the ominous roars emanating from the truck containers in the distance, Li Hongwei, the leading officer, concurred, agreed. "Everyone, seek refuge below. Some of the elderly, into the vehicles. Xiao Lu, you two escort the rest via the stairs, and remember to secure the doors." Amidst the palpable fear of the crowd, a group swiftly divided into two factions, some hastily boarding vehicles, while others surged towards the stairwell. My son, merely 3 years old, remained blissfully asleep, prompting a wave of despair. Li Hongwei glanced at the time on his phone, its screen flickering erratically, signaling a malfunction. The parking lot lights, along with the headlights and car computers, emitted a disconcerting crackling sound. The predictions of Yi Feng were materializing one by one. There are always those who, even when death looms, refuse to heed the signs, and those who, in the face of mortality, do not forsake their duties. The three teams rapidly dispersed. Chapter 10. The human heart is the true harbinger of doom. Who remains resolute amidst calamity? An elderly man, who had raised a ginger cat, drove a police car, transporting 6 or 7 elderly individuals, racing through the basement with astonishing speed. As they passed a freight truck, the violent swaying and the sound of steel bars snapping sent shivers down everyone's spine. The vehicle, influenced by a malevolent aura, coupled with its rapid velocity, jolted and bumped along the way. Fortunately, they narrowly escaped danger, soon guiding the car along the ramp. Scraping against the walls as they plunged into the second level of the basement, the elderly driver recalled Li Hongwei's words, executing a sudden brake and turning to shout, "3 of you, get out and close the door." The 6 individuals crammed in the car suddenly grew hesitant. "And Zhang, you're outside. Hurry and close the door. What if those beasts come in?" "Nonsense. You, a grown man, are asking me to close the door? I may be a man, but I'm over 70 and weigh less than 100 pounds. And Zhang, you're robust. Just the other day, you were dancing in the square, causing 2 young men on the basketball court to bleed from their noses." The wizened driver, old Wang, bellowed, "Silence. Get out of the vehicle, all of you. If we perish together. No one is escaping." With that, he alighted and hastened to secure the gate. The others, taken aback, reluctantly disembarked and joined in heaving the ponderous barrier. A deafening roar reverberated from the subterranean parking level as the truck's cargo hold was breached. It was the largest Alaskan Malamute, which, having devoured Lu Tingting's poodle, had undergone a rapid first-tier awakening within 3 minutes, thus enabling it to force open the vehicle's portal. Inspired by this feat, the other canines of considerable size replicated the act, consuming the smaller breeds and swiftly completing their own ascensions. This was the cause of Yi Feng's failed pisciculture endeavor. The felines, confined within their cages, narrowly averted a similar fate. As the vehicle's portal burst open, an influx of sanguine spiritual energy permeated the area, catalyzing a frenzied evolutionary surge among the creatures. Unlike the two white carp that Yifeng had deliberately placed in a basin for their metamorphosis, the terrestrial nature of the canines and felines allowed their evolution to proceed without hindering their mobility. Sensing the presence of humans, they engaged in a savage internecine struggle while undergoing rapid transformations. Some, however, picked up the familiar scent of their masters and pursued them towards the second level of the subterranean structure. With the engine still running, she adeptly engaged the gearshift and floored the accelerator, propelling the vehicle with a thunderous roar into the depths of the underground chamber. "Damn it, I knew it," a voice exclaimed. "That woman, who always appeared so refined and courteous, has revealed her true colors of selfishness in this critical moment." Indeed, another voice added, "A quintessential example of refined egoism, even more egregious than the pugnacious Granny Zhang. Granny Zhang, please refrain from violence. I am paying you a compliment. She may not outrun the ferocious beast, but if she can surpass us, she will gain a few more moments of life." Amidst the curses and exclamations, the main gate was finally secured, with the iron gate lock turned like a steering wheel, fastening all the alloy steel clasps firmly into the door frame. Boom! Just as the last clasp clicked into place, the swiftest of the Alaska breeds charged forward, relentlessly clawing and biting at the massive iron door, sending sparks flying and leaving deep grooves in its surface. Though this door was designed to withstand nuclear blasts, it was still only a form of long-range defense and not truly invincible. A second-tier beast could breach it. However, at that moment, the first-tier Alaska and another first-tier German Shepherd, after a brief and fruitless assault, quickly retreated, abandoning their endeavor. In the basement, their kin awaited, especially with numerous humans above. That was their true objective. The gate to the car passage had been secured, yet the doors to the stairwell and elevator shaft on the other side encountered difficulties. The saying "strength in numbers" holds true only under the guidance of a shrewd leader. Otherwise, it often leads to chaos. Over 20 individuals surged into the second level of the basement, each finding an abundance of excuses to shift blame. The cacophony of cries, curses, and accusations resonated louder than the commotion outside. It was only when the swiftest of the spotted cats and a German shepherd rushed into the corridor, claiming 2 lives in their furious onslaught, that the group was compelled to muster all their strength to close the door. Yet, a first-tier cat, larger than a dog, managed to wedge half of its body through the partially closed gap, baring its teeth and roaring ferociously. A feline of the first order, in both combat prowess and physical stature, rivals a leopard. Yet, through concerted effort, the heavy iron gate could be employed to crush it. However, there exist those of selfish disposition who retreat, seeking to cast peril upon others, turning tail in flight. This is akin to the introduction of cold water into a boiling cauldron, causing it to erupt in pandemonium, with all seeking to flee. The iron gate, in part, was forced open by the fierce and immense leopard cat, which then surged within, just as a German shepherd was about to follow. And all were on the verge of a terrified rout. The sharp report of gunfire rang out, each of the 6 bullets finding their mark upon the shepherd. "Seal the gate, or we are all doomed." A vehement cry pierced the air, and coupled with the gunfire, it galvanized the terrified throng. Wang Yan, having descended from the 9th story of Yifeng's residence, arrived precisely in time, gravely wounding the shepherd with her shots, her stentorian voice restoring order to the chaotic scene. Upon hearing the gunfire and the shepherd's agonizing cries, the leopard cat abandoned those at the gate, instead lunging towards the one who had first fled in panic, felling him some 20 meters distant, its jaws crushing his nape. Wang Yan, seizing the moment, delivered a forceful kick to the injured shepherd, akin to a young bull, and squeezed through the portal. Close the gate. Standard issue for the police are 9mm 92 handguns, possessing slightly reduced penetrating power and force, so as to mitigate the risk of unintended injury to others. The military primarily employs 5.8mm rounds, though 9mm are also utilized. No rigid mandate exists. The shepherd, though not mortally wounded, relentlessly pursued Wang Yan, its elongated muzzle and claws already breaching the gate. The iron barrier was slammed shut. Wang Yan, before her sidearm fell silent, discharged the remainder of her rounds into the leopard cat, which had devoured the fleeing man, finally managing to wound it. The 2 officers, unarmed but equipped with batons, rushed forward to bludgeon the wounded and wailing calico cat to death. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, many collapsing to the ground, weeping softly. In the distance, the roar of an engine signaled the shrewd matron's escape. However, the awakening of the blood spirit energy had already transpired for 3 minutes. All electrical appliances and firearms were rendered useless, plunging the world into a complete dark age. The car, having barely moved, flickered violently, its headlights sputtering and dying with a hiss of electricity. The vehicle, now powerless and uncontrollable, crashed into a massive support pillar with a deafening roar, accompanied by the woman's terrified screams. Having just secured his door, the gaunt old man, Old Li, who had been bickering with Zhang Dama earlier, erupted in laughter. "Serves you right, you old hag. Good riddance. Being with her would have been the death of us all." The robust Zhang Dama echoed his sentiments with a string of curses. With the apocalypse upon them, people no longer concealed their true natures, freely displaying their innermost selves. Old Wang, the former driver, still felt a pang of conscience, suggesting perhaps we should check on her. The scrawny Old Li immediately protested, "Not me. Besides, how can we see anything in this darkness? The phone is indeed dead. Little Yi wasn't lying to us. It truly is the end of the world. We're doomed." They've arrived as well. Let's join up with them. On the second level of the basement, complete darkness reigned. The two groups relied on shouting to grope their way toward each other. From that moment onward, communication depended on shouting, transportation on walking, and warmth on shivering. Eventually, the two groups converged at the site of the car crash, managing to extract the dazed and disoriented matron from the wreckage. The Volvo police vehicle performed admirably, with airbags deploying promptly, leaving the elderly woman merely startled, not injured. Old Li immediately stepped forward, launching into a tirade, while the once astute woman wept, covering her face. In this apocalypse, all past endeavors might be rendered meaningless. The sound of her sobs hushed the panicked and clamorous crowd, as sorrow welled up within them. The end of days had truly arrived. An officer entered the vehicle, repeatedly attempting to ignite the engine, but to no avail. Several individuals persistently flicked lighters. Yet they too were futile. Others frantically tapped their phones, ceaselessly pressing the power buttons or removing and reinserting the batteries, clinging to a final glimmer of hope. As time ebbed away, within the pitch-black, impenetrable depths of the underground level, only the sounds of sobbing and breathing could be discerned. Wang Yan, caressing the still warm muzzle of her firearm, yearned to preserve something. "Let us await the captain's communication. Hopefully, this is merely a..." she began, attempting to quell the unsettling silence and reassure everyone, but her words faltered. "How can this be fabricated? When will he arrive? Indeed, when can we depart? If we are to starve to death here, I would rather face the predators outside, where I might at least carve out a path to survival." "Ah." I recall Xiao Yi mentioning that at the innermost part of the underground defense structure, he has provisions of food and water, along with essential amenities. Perhaps we should investigate there. The woman, whose son resided in the United States, swiftly suppressed her tears and identified the crux of the matter, instantly galvanizing the crowd. Having sustenance is paramount. As everyone was preparing to explore the past, a sudden sound of a can colliding echoed from the depths of the quiet basement. The collective hearts of the group leapt in alarm. There was light in that direction. One intrepid soul ventured around the corner, only to behold a faint glow emanating from the entrance they had just traversed. In the pitch-black underground, it shone like the sun, illuminating their surroundings. After a 3-second interval, the sound of the can resonated once more, then paused before echoing again. It was a sign of life. A wave of relief washed over them. It was an unmistakable signal. "I shall go take a look," Wang Yan declared. Despite her youth and gender, she was regarded as the cornerstone of their group. Upon hearing her words, the others clamored in agreement. "We must go together." Indeed, unity is essential. With a mixture of trepidation and determination, they cautiously made their way towards the entrance. Soon, words inscribed on a white sheet emerged under the glow of the fluorescent stick. In a world where all electrical devices had ceased to function and many substances had lost their inherent chemical properties, the two chemicals within the glow stick had paradoxically become even more luminescent. In the darkness of the apocalyptic refuge, the glow stick had become a precious currency. "Ah, it's Xiao Yi. It's him. He must know a great deal. Open the door quickly." Chapter 11. Revelations of Truth. Despair and Hope. Yi Feng occasionally tugged at the fishing line, while Yi Hongwu and Lu Tingting remained vigilant and patient. Before long, the heavy creaking of the main door echoed through the air. The cumbersome wheel, akin to a steering wheel, was turned, and the door swung open. The first thing that caught Yifeng's eye was 2 police batons and a handgun. Yifeng chuckled in disbelief. These 3 truly were diligent in their duties. The handgun was of no use, best discarded, while the batons were more practical. He smiled at Wang Yan, offering her a torch. The door opened only half a meter, firmly barricaded by those behind it, clearly still on guard. Open the door fully. Everyone needs to pitch in. Besides, if a real threat emerges, you won't be able to hold them off, Yifeng continued. The crowd turned to Wang Yan, and upon her nod, they pushed the door wider. As the great door swung open further, several heads peeked out, their expressions turning to shock at the sight of the massive beast carcasses behind Yifeng. Their hopes dimmed considerably. Once the iron door was completely opened, Yifeng, alongside his father Yihanwu, each dragged a water buffalo-sized Labrador and a long, thick python, swiftly pulling them inside amidst the astonished crowd. What are you staring at? Get to work, Yifeng exclaimed, releasing the Labrador, his voice imbued with an unspoken authority. With 3 years of experience, he had become a true master of the apocalypse. At this moment, retreat was not an option. Following his lead was the only way to assist more people. Some expressed discontent at Yifeng's demeanor, but before they could voice their grievances, others silenced them. The colossal beasts before them were not merely dead, they had been slain. This was the apocalypse. Old habits had no place here. As the 5 massive beast corpses were pulled inside, the door was securely closed once more. Clang! A chill swept through the hearts of the onlookers. The previously injured flower cat had met its demise not from its wounds, but rather from the merciless blows of batons, baseball bats, and wrenches. Yet now, this middle-aged man effortlessly pierced through it with ease. The spear he unleashed from his grasp was remarkably formidable. Who among you has suffered a significant injury? Yifeng inquired, casting his gaze upon the crowd. What does that mean? Wang Yan furrowed her brow, seeking clarification. Yifeng turned his attention to his father. Yihanwu snapped his fingers, causing the 8-foot-long spear to vanish from his hand, only to reappear vividly upon his right arm. As he took a deep breath and allowed his heartbeat to stabilize, it disappeared once more. This weapon resembled the rumored tattoos of dove's blood mixed with vermilion. It would emerge in moments of fury and increase in visibility with the rush of blood, only to fade as the heart calmed. Similarly, if released prematurely, it would gradually dim, making it an exceptional tool for ambush. Yifeng had accurately deduced the existence of this concealed weapon once again. Do you understand? Yihanwu stated with an air of nonchalance. Many began to grasp the implications, their eyes lighting up with realization. Yifeng turned to Wang Yan. What happened to the dagger I gave you earlier? Wang Yan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at her left arm, murmuring, It's gone. After she had cut her arm, she had held the dagger in her left hand while gripping the handgun in her right as she hastily descended the stairs to the second basement level. She had not even noticed when the dagger slipped from her grasp. The wound on her left arm had healed, leaving only a faint shadow of the dagger behind. Weapons stained with blood awaken as true divine instruments in this post-apocalyptic world. Yihanwu articulated the thoughts and hopes that lingered in the minds of many. Cold weapons, Yifeng added. Having finished speaking, he turned to the few individuals he had ambushed, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, Do you still hold me at fault? A voice murmured from the crowd. Who can discern the truth? Yifeng produced a feeble first-tier blood spirit crystal, a rather worthless artifact, whose absorption would yield negligible effects. His father and Lu Tingting had already awakened their battle spirits, rendering further absorption of first-tier crystals of little consequence. Conversely, should Wang Yan, the female officer, succeed in her awakening, it would greatly benefit her. Yifeng extended the first-tier blood spirit crystal to Wang Yan, instructing her to press it upon the ethereal form of her battle spirit to facilitate her awakening. In the times to come, these mutated beasts of flora and fauna shall be our greatest adversaries, yet also our most formidable allies. We must unite, standing resolutely against external threats, let it be known. Those who dare to engage in internal strife will face my wrath. Wang Yan accepted the blood spirit crystal, hesitating momentarily before, amidst the expectant gazes of the onlookers. She pressed it against her arm. In an instant, her eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance as an exquisite sensation of relief washed over her, akin to a parched soul savoring a succulent melon. The dagger could only awaken the most rudimentary level of battle spirit, akin to Lu Tingting's syringe. A solitary first-tier blood spirit crystal sufficed. In less than 10 seconds, a glimmer of light enveloped the dagger's ethereal form, manifesting with striking similarity to the genuine article. Wang Yin grasped the dagger and crouched, plunging it toward the concrete surface. With a resounding thud, reminiscent of piercing wood, despite some resistance, it penetrated the ground by 2 to 3 centimeters. This revelation ignited a surge of exhilaration among the onlookers. Especially those who had previously been stabbed in the thigh by Yi Feng expressed their gratitude in succession. "Ah, Xiao Yi, I misunderstood earlier. I am truly thankful for your gesture. Indeed, it was a well-placed thrust. I am immensely grateful." The tone of these acknowledgments felt rather peculiar. "Is there still time to pledge allegiance with blood?" One individual reacted swiftly, hastily inquiring, and as he spoke, he retrieved a small knife from his keychain, preparing to inflict a significant wound upon himself. The others also fixed their gaze upon Yi Feng, their hands swiftly exploring their bodies, ready to follow suit with a decisive act. Very well, Yi Feng nodded, yet he understood that awakening required a more potent blood spirit crystal, at the very least. A second-tier beast core was necessary to awaken the most elementary D-class warrior, which was equivalent to tenfold the resources. Moreover, only cold weapons could be awakened. This rendered the situation rather unsatisfactory, as historically, only the most formidable individuals possessed the resources to assist their subordinates or kin in awakening warriors post the resurgence of blood spirit qi. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the hopeful crowd suddenly fell into despondency. They were not foolish. This blood spirit crystal was a vital resource for enhancing strength and preserving life, far more significant than the wealth of Yer, who would casually offer it to others. Those who had been wounded by him felt even more appreciative, with one person politely inquiring, "Xiao Yi, you seem quite knowledgeable about the origins and consequences of this apocalypse, having made so many preparations. What type of warrior do you intend to awaken?" Yi Feng replied with a faint smile, "Oh, nothing much, just a few small vessels." The crowd exchanged glances in confusion. "Let us take a moment to rest." Ludington observed Yi Feng's still pale countenance and assisted him in sitting down. Yi Feng did not decline. He had lost too much blood over the past few days. The resurgence of his blood essence had strengthened his physical form. Yet the relentless 10 minutes of intense combat and exertion had drained the remnants of his strength. "Father, please skin this king snake and roast it. I am famished," he declared. Turning his gaze towards a few neighbors he had previously injured, he added with a smile, "The flesh of these second-tier beasts contains a significant amount of blood essence. Consuming more will aid in your awakening of warrior spirits." The crowd erupted in joy, rushing forward to assist. Some individuals wielding glow sticks ventured deep into the civil defense shelter to retrieve the charcoal and fuel Yi Feng had purchased. Flames roared to life as pieces of snake meat were sliced and skewered on iron rods for roasting. The scent of blood was not overwhelming. After awakening to the first tier, most of the blood within their bodies had coalesced into a more refined form of blood essence crystals, transforming what coursed through their veins from mere blood into vital energy. "Yi Feng, may I ask a favor of you?" Approached Wang Yan, her demeanor anxious as she observed him indulging in the feast. Her earnest request drew the attention of the others, their gazes converging upon him, though they remained silent. Yi Feng understood their unspoken words. Nodding, he swallowed the snake meat in his mouth and replied, "Allow me a moment to recuperate, and I shall venture out once more." Whether to save lives or hunt fierce beasts, he felt compelled to take action. For a first-tier warrior, a singular first-tier blood essence crystal was sufficient for awakening, and ascending to the second tier required merely one second-tier crystal. However, this was nearly the limit. Consuming additional second-tier crystals would only elevate one to the pinnacle of the second tier, unable to break through to the third. In his past life, he underwent a similar ordeal, ultimately unable to escape death. The more powerful the warrior, the greater the requirement for blood spirit crystals to awaken and enhance their abilities. For instance, Yi Hongwu, a B-class warrior, needed to absorb 2 first-tier white carp and 1 succulent blood spirit crystal to achieve his first awakening. To elevate to the second tier, he required 3 second-tier blood spirit crystals. As for Yi Feng, his needs were even more insatiable, akin to a bottomless pit. However, he sensed that with just 1 more second-tier blood spirit crystal, he could awaken the battleship's cannon, endowing it with true combat prowess. Amid the anticipation and astonishment of the onlookers, Yi Feng consumed nearly 10 pounds of king snake meat, satisfying his hunger. After a brief rest, his formidable digestive abilities rejuvenated him completely. "Will you stay here, or?" Yi Feng began to inquire when Wang Yin resolutely interjected, "I will go with you." It was evident that Wang Yin was a strong woman, believing that everything worthwhile required striving for, as there was no value in handouts. I shall go as well. Lu Tingting chimed in, wiping the grease from her lips. Yifeng nodded. Let us proceed. A few ordinary individuals hesitated, ultimately deciding to wait a while longer. With a creak, the heavy iron door swung open, and the four, now on high alert, stepped outside. Despite having mentally prepared themselves, the other three were taken aback. Before them lay a corridor, with the elevator and staircase entrances swarming with dense, writhing roots resembling a mass of serpents, relentlessly seeking to burrow deeper into the ground. Chapter 12. Awakening of the Close-Range Cannon. The terrifying metal storm. The courtyard of the community is vast, spanning thousands of square meters, adorned with lush vegetation that, in truth, is merely suspended above a mere meter of soil. Beneath this thin layer lies a solid ceiling of reinforced concrete, 20 centimeters thick, which serves as the roof of the first underground parking level. The second underground level houses civil defense facilities. The courtyard's flora, naturally, cannot thrive in such a scant inch of earth. It is now frantically extending its roots beyond the confines of the community and deep into the subterranean earth. Not even the reinforced concrete of the civil defense structure can deter the aggressive growth of the mutated plants. In time, even the second-tier plants possess the potential to erode and penetrate the concrete barriers. We must act swiftly, Li Feng intoned solemnly. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement, hastening after him into the thicket of vines, their hearts racing as if traversing a pit of serpents, a surge of claustrophobia overwhelming them. Yet even Lu Tingting, biting her lip, sprinted at full speed, ultimately separated by nearly 10 meters of height and 2 levels. The roots of the second-tier plants proved relatively weak upon the concrete ground that could not ensnare the fleeing individuals before they escaped. The first underground level boasts a height of 5 meters, and Li Feng led the trio to the lobby below, bathed in the glow of a crimson full moon. The courtyard resembled a scene of a serpent's rampage, with roots, vines, branches, and blades of grass furiously competing for soil. Occasionally, remnants of corroded bones, legs, and skulls emerged from the writhing mass, only to be crushed and devoured entirely. The reinforced concrete was forcibly splintered by the roots, emitting ominous cracking sounds, while glass shattered and the metallic clinks of security doors and protective windows twisted and contorted under pressure. The harrowing cries of humanity, roars of defiance, and the chilling sounds of canines, felines, and exotic creatures echoed from every corner, painting a grim picture of the apocalypse. The end of days is indeed upon us, Wang Yin exclaimed. Li has sustained grievous injuries, making his awakening a strong possibility. Her urgency was evident. She sought Yifeng's intervention to save Li. However, in this inky abyss, amidst a terrifying ocean of mutated flora, where could one even begin to search for Li? A spark of inspiration ignited in Yifeng's mind, and he turned to Lu Tingting. Where does the young woman with the Labrador and 3-year-old child reside? Understanding dawned upon Lu Tingting, who swiftly replied, Building 18. Right next to us. Yifeng furrowed his brow and asserted, I've made it clear that in this post-apocalyptic world, my decisions are final. Rushing out there is tantamount to suicide. Wang Yin, growing increasingly anxious, implored, Very well. Then tell us, what is your plan? Yifeng stated. Nearly half an hour has elapsed, and the population within the complex has likely been decimated. Furthermore, the majority of the flora and fauna have already evolved to the second tier. We must expedite our own advancement to the second tier as well. We shall join forces to hunt down the second-tier plants one by one. Lu Tingting will utilize the extracted crystalline cores first to ascend to the second tier. Overjoyed, Lu Tingting was taken aback by this unexpected turn of fortune. Yifeng's rationale was that Lu Tingting's syringe possessed both offensive and restorative capabilities, requiring only a single core for advancement. Moreover, given her vulnerability, reaching the second tier would be of paramount importance. Yifeng then turned his gaze to Wang Yin, inquiring, What is your proficiency in close combat? During Wang Yan's pursuit of him, her speed was remarkable, and her movements exhibited considerable agility. Her progression was also rapid. Should she attain the second tier, her strength would be greatly amplified, potentially rivaling his father's current combat prowess. Wang Yin nodded in agreement, stating, Not bad. I was a retired Marine Corps veteran, and I just joined the police force last year. Yifeng's eyes sparkled as he replied. Such an awakened individual possesses an inherent advantage, making them significantly more formidable. However, Yi Hongwu spoke in a grave tone. I must express an unpleasant truth. The three turned their gaze toward him. Yi Hongwu pointed outside, coldly declaring, "Everyone has witnessed the nature of this world. It is imperative to centralize resources and establish a prominent powerhouse. While equal distribution of resources may seem just, it is, in fact, the greatest injustice." Afterward, he looked at Yi Feng and said, "Xiao Feng, I can sense, no, my battle soldiers can sense, that your battle soldiers are on the verge of awakening. It is highly likely that the 2 second-tier blood spirit crystals you provided will ensure your complete success. At that time, I too shall enjoy the fruits of your labor. You must not continue to rely solely on your elders. After all, with so many second-tier flora and fauna, even I, at first tier, cannot hope to consume them." Lu Tingting nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, Yi Gu, if your battle soldiers awaken, they will be tremendously powerful, capable of effortlessly slaying numerous second-tier beasts. Securing blood spirit crystals will become exceedingly manageable." Wang Yin could no longer restrain her curiosity and asked, "What exactly are your battle soldiers?" Before Yi Feng could respond, Yi Hongwu interjected proudly, "My son's battle soldier is a warship." Gasp! Wang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, and she quickly concurred, "Excellent. I too support the idea of awakening your battle soldiers first." Yi Hongwu was quite satisfied, nodding with a smile. "Very well. Let us commence with the felling of this osmanthus tree." At the entrance of the apartment building stood 2 osmanthus trees, and in a mere half an hour, they had grown from the thickness of an arm to that of a barrel, sprouting numerous aerial roots, while the subterranean roots twisted like serpents, many extending into the lobby. After Yi Hongwu spoke, he charged ahead, unleashing his 8-foot snake spear, and with a graceful spin, akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, he severed a large circle of tree roots. Once severed, the roots writhed as if they were indeed snakes, splattering a mixture of red and green sap. Lu Tingting selected a root as thick as her arm, raised her hand, and deftly hurled a syringe, which accurately pierced into the root, swiftly extracting sap and converting it into vital energy. Wang Yan, not to be outdone, brandished her dagger, slicing through the aerial roots. "Xiaofeng, hold your actions for now." Yi Hongwu cautioned the eager Yi Xiaofeng, who, undeterred by the dense branches and whipping roots, forcefully advanced to the osmanthus tree, swinging the 8-foot snake's spear down with great force. Crack! The B-grade snake's spear lodged deeply within the tree, penetrating halfway. Just as Yi Hongwu was about to retract the spear for a second strike, he heard Yi Xiaofeng's voice from behind, prompting him to halt. Yi Xiaofeng swung a fire axe, striking the back of the snake's spear with great force. Yi Hongwu leveraged this momentum, pushing the spear with all his might. And with a decisive blow, he cleaved the osmanthus tree in 2. Lu Tingting retracted her syringe, then plunged it once more into the upper core of the tree, seizing the opportunity to extract the vital energy while the tree still exhibited signs of vitality. In a mere 10 seconds, 4 individuals joined forces to vanquish a second-tier osmanthus tree. Wang Yin wielded her dagger with agility, deftly maneuvering to confront another tree that was encroaching from the opposite side. Yi Hongwu swiftly severed the osmanthus stump, extracting a verdant second-tier blood spirit crystal, which he tossed to Yi Feng before rushing to assist. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed as Yi Feng activated the guard ship. "What?" Yi Hongwu furrowed his brow and turned, but his words were abruptly silenced as he stood agape. Before him, a guard ship, twice the size of its predecessor, thundered to the ground. It measured a staggering 50 meters in length and 8 meters in width. The silvery hull exuded a sleek aesthetic, adorned with crimson patterns that enhanced its sinister allure. Particularly striking were the dual sides of the hull, where one side boasted a 1130 close-in weapon system, its muzzle glowing ominously with a chilling aura. "Get down," Yi Feng bellowed. Trusting his son, Yi Hongwu complied instinctively, as did Wang Yan, driven by her training as a retired soldier, both dropping to the ground in unison. In that instant, the floors below illuminated, casting light over nearly half of the courtyard. Blood-red projectiles, reminiscent of tracer rounds, surged above their heads like 11 thick crimson ropes, connecting to the osmanthus tree. In a heartbeat, the majority of the tree vanished, leaving only scattered, charred fragments in its wake. With precision, Yi Feng commanded the close-in weapon system, akin to a modern-day Schwarzenegger wielding a Gatling gun, as he slowly pivoted to sweep the entire courtyard with gunfire. The crimson cascade of metallic fury erupted, forming 11 sanguinary streaks that bisected the majority of the residential complex. They pierced through the forms of secondary shrubs, trees, and flora, even causing the load-bearing pillars of the opposing buildings to crumble. The cacophony of the neighborhood was instantly silenced. Chapter 13. Successive Breakthroughs and the Awakening of the Medic Support Ship. Tier 3 Alaska. Yet, 30 minutes later, Yifeng once more resurrected the dread of human-engineered weaponry through unconventional means. This marked a small step in his soldiers' awakening, but a giant leap for humanity amidst the disaster. The metallic tempest did not persist for long, lasting less than a minute. The designation 1130 close-in weapon system is derived from its configuration of 1130mm cannons capable of expelling 10,000 rounds per minute, averaging 170 rounds per second. At 170 rounds per second, each barrel achieved a rate of 16 rounds per second. Yifeng's frigate had not yet fully awakened, remaining smaller in size, and its muzzles were only marginally larger than a 12.7mm Barrett rifle. Its rate of fire was also slower, but still incomparably terrifying. In a mere 30 seconds, no vegetation within the complex exceeded 1 meter in height. Whether it was the previously robust banyan trees or the resilient palm, ginkgo, and camphor trees, along with other large shrubs, all collapsed. There was even an unexpected bounty, a chameleon the size of a Nile crocodile, half of its body shattered, writhing on the ground in its death throes. 2 canines also suffered broken spines and ruptured abdomens, wailing as they lingered between life and death. Even the flower beds and the edges of the green belts were plowed by Yifeng, with soil, concrete, and the roots, stems, and leaves of vegetation scattering in all directions. This assault was undeniably ferocious, but it exacted a heavy toll on his blood-spirit energy, virtually depleting Yifeng. Had Lu Dingting, who was extracting sap from the osmanthus tree nearby, not acted swiftly, Yifeng would have collapsed. The revitalizing blood energy converted within the syringe rejuvenated Yifeng, who sat upon the osmanthus stump, panting heavily and drenched in perspiration. The corvette vanished, and the residential complex returned to serenity and lucidity. The sanguinary orb in the sky cast its light, nearly as radiant as the moon of yesteryear. Quickly, quickly, let's get to work, Yi Hongwu exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet, like a child on their maiden voyage to the seashore, ecstatically darting off to gather the blood-spirit crystals. The second-tier mutated plant's blood-spirit crystals, bathed in the crimson moonlight, shone with a verdant hue, akin to fireflies in the night, making them easily discernible. Most of the plants had been pulverized by Yifeng, causing the blood-spirit crystals to automatically emerge, resembling seashells awaiting collection. You should go as well, Yifeng said to Lu Tingting, who was wiping away his sweat. Lu Tingting hesitated momentarily, glancing at the inky blackness of the stairwell before shaking her head. No, I'll stay here. She was well aware that numerous pet cats and dogs roamed the complex. Only about half had been lured by Yifeng into the underground parking lot. Some had devoured each other, and a few had been slain by them, but many more feral beasts lurked within the complex. Now that the mutated plants in the courtyard had been virtually eradicated, numerous animals remained. Evidently, most of them were within the buildings, consuming those who were asleep. No one is cognizant of the extent of carnage they have wrought, nor the degree to which they have matured. This time, Yifeng did not continue to place it on the corvette. Instead, he enlisted Lu Dingting's aid to affix it to his back. He was on the cusp of awakening the supply ship. Although the 50-meter-long corvette remained a work in progress, the close-in weapon system's offensive capabilities were already substantial, albeit with considerable consumption. What Yifeng now craved most was endurance. Aircraft carrier fleets were equipped with colossal supply ships, displacing over 50,000 tons, akin to a medium-sized aircraft carrier and approaching the scale of the Ning and Dongshan vessels. It was a quintessential super nurse, providing the entire fleet with fuel, water, sustenance, ammunition, and other necessities. Yifeng was confident that, upon awakening this super nurse, even if it were a semi-finished product like the corvette, it would still grant him formidable endurance, enabling him to unleash a barrage of fire. Armed solely with the close-in weapon system, he could traverse unimpeded. Certainly no less formidable than the strongest human war king he knew from his past life, who had awakened the Type 95 automatic rifle. With the bountiful harvest of blood-spirit crystals, everyone stood to gain. Both women, being Grade D awakeners, swiftly ascended to the second tier after absorbing a second-order blood-spirit crystal each. Yifeng simultaneously placed several blood-spirit crystals inside his T-shirt on his back and then tightened the garment in front to allow the supply ship on his back to absorb the blood-spirit crystals. As a prodigious nurse, it naturally demanded an abundance of blood-spirit crystals. Yi Hongwu also resolutely affixed 3 blood spirit crystals to his 18-foot serpent spear in one fell swoop. Given the spear's grade B awakening level, it could withstand 3 blood spirit crystals concurrently. Wang Yin harbored a tinge of envy. The blood spirit crystal of a 4th-order beast king could elevate the awakening level of a war weapon, akin to augmenting its innate talent, potentially leading to even greater strength in the future. A new dawn breaks, Ethan declared, instilling in her a renewed sense of optimism. I am grateful, replied Wanda, but our immediate concern should be locating Captain Li. While a flicker of elation danced within her, Wanda's thoughts were primarily consumed by anxieties regarding Captain Li's safety. The captain, a man of exceptional character, had always been a mentor to Wanda, recognizing and nurturing her innate talents. Their bond transcended mere professional association, resembling that of a father and daughter. In this apocalyptic epoch, familial ties could serve as both a source of strength and a burdensome encumbrance. Ethan, haunted by the specter of his past, carried the weight of his father's memory, a burden that had curtailed his own survival. Unable to dissuade Wanda from her filial devotion, he simply nodded, hoisting the battered fire axe, a casualty of the serpent spear, and dashed towards the adjacent building. My father is still undergoing enhancement, Ethan explained. Indoor confrontations are not my forte. You'll have to bear the brunt of the action. I am more than content with the power you have granted me. Wanda responded with heartfelt gratitude, poised to plunge into the stairwell. Yet, an idea struck Ethan, and he halted her advance. Wait, he commanded. Instead, project your voice from here. Wanda nodded in understanding, lifting her chin and bellowing towards the towering structure. Captain Li! Captain Li! Her resounding cry shattered the eerie tranquility that had befallen the community, stirring it from its slumber. Someone's there. There's someone down there. I knew I wasn't mistaken. That was the sound of artillery. Has the military arrived? Hallelujah. The army has finally come. They'll obliterate those abominations. My son. Over here. We're here. Save us. From the upper echelons of the residential complex, survivors who had eschewed the cultivation of flora and fauna flocked to the windowsills, their voices laced with fervent excitement. However, their hopes were soon dashed, as the anticipated military intervention failed to materialize. Beneath the moonlight, 2 torches flickered, illuminating 4 figures. No additional souls were present, nor were there firearms, armies, or modern weaponry. Instead, their cries incited the previously subdued ferocious beasts to unleash their savagery once more, relentlessly pursuing them. Alas, Yifeng felt utterly helpless. He was at a loss. Suddenly, a resounding howl pierced the night, reminiscent of a wolf's cry, but imbued with an even greater ferocity. Upon glimpsing the creature, Yifeng's heart raced with trepidation. Without hesitation, he summoned the guardian ship, directing the close-range artillery towards the impending threat. The cannons roared in response, yet the enormous Alaskan, exhibiting an agility that belied its size, evaded the onslaught with remarkable swiftness and leaped down from the 28th floor balcony. Plummeting several dozen meters, it plunged into the artificial lake below with a thunderous splash. The ensuing chaos was accompanied by roars that reverberated through the buildings, a testament to its formidable presence. Yifeng's heart sank. This creature had reached the 3rd tier of evolution, advancing at a pace swifter than in his previous life. Perhaps this was connected to his failed fishing endeavors. Without radar to aim and lock onto its target, relying solely on his naked eye and instinct, Yifeng realized that his close-range artillery was insufficient against a 3rd-tier beast. Even if he managed to strike it, the chances of killing it were slim. A 3rd-tier creature could truly be deemed a formidable predator. Its defenses akin to 2 meters of solid concrete or half a meter of steel. He would need to awaken the radar soon. Yifeng swiftly quelled the tumult of thoughts racing through his mind. Although the close-range artillery failed to eliminate the 3rd-tier Alaskan beast, it succeeded in restoring tranquility to the community. Yifeng bellowed, "Everyone, descend immediately. Jump from the 5th floor and below." Chapter 14. The Savior of the Community. Who bears the weight? With the resurgence of blood spirit energy, all living beings were affected, fundamentally altering every organic entity. Even ordinary humans experienced a significant enhancement in their physical prowess. A septuagenarian, provided they could withstand this half-hour ordeal, could rival a youthful athlete, easily sprinting 100 meters in under 10 seconds. Within the community, remnants of formidable plant-based beasts lay strewn about. Leaping from a height of 10 meters would hardly result in injury. Even if one were to sustain harm, it was preferable to being devoured by the ferocious pets. Traversing the stairways and hallways posed a far greater risk, as the presence of unknown beasts lurked within. Particularly concerning was the emergence of a third-tier Alaskan beast, heightening the community's peril. However, the rapid appearance of such a formidable creature suggested that it had consumed numerous second-tier beasts, which explained the scarcity of mutated pets among the community's cats and dogs. There also loomed the possibility of a second, third-tier beast emerging. Yifeng surmised that the current state of the community was either exceedingly safe or profoundly perilous, existing within two extremes. Jump. Indeed, death is inevitable. He had faith in that powerful comrade. He would trust him once. That's too high? The community erupted into chaos once more. Voices raised amidst the intermittent roars of beasts and cries of terror. Yifeng, we must enter now. With mounting trepidation, Wang Yin could no longer contain her anxiety and rushed into the building. Prepare yourself mentally and exercise caution, she urged. Yifeng nodded, remaining outside, where he could best provide support. The 50-meter-long Corvette, towering 12 to 13 meters high, roughly the height of a 5-story building, elicited elation from the residents on the 5th and 6th floors, who eagerly leaped onto the vessel. Even amidst the desolation of the apocalypse, their astonishment was palpable as they marveled at the Corvette, their eyes wide with wonder, incessantly touching its surface. Silence. Keep away from the CIWS. Slow down. Yifeng sternly warned, having no time for games. Even the most audacious among them dared not argue, obediently securing bedsheets to the stern and sliding down several meters before jumping off. Many residents throughout the complex, heeding Yifeng's words, emerged from their windows, displaying an agility reminiscent of Jackie Chan in his youth, leaping from one air conditioning unit to the next. Bang, bang, bang. Yifeng's control over the CIWS grew increasingly precise, capable of firing for as little as half a second, unleashing 50 to 60 small rounds in a burst, effectively targeting and eliminating the feral pets emerging from windows and lobbies in various buildings. He systematically eradicated the flora rooted in windowsills and walls, each kill yielding a blood spirit crystal. However, most of these window-bound plants, deprived of soil and moisture, were only rank 1 due to intense competition, and no longer held Yifeng's interest. The crimson flashes and thunderous reports instilled confidence in the desperate populace, suppressing the arrogance of the feral pets. From the building behind him, the sounds of fierce combat and agonizing screams erupted, only to be abruptly silenced by a furious roar. A faint smile graced Yifeng's lips, suggesting his father had indeed ascended to the second tier. An class awakened warrior, even at the first tier, continuously contend with a second-tier opponent. With his father's breakthrough to the second tier, he would be virtually invincible in close combat against anyone below the third tier. Their trio's entry into the tower was practically assured. Indeed, a throng of people soon emerged from the hall, expressing their gratitude to Yifeng and recounting the tale of their rescue by Yi Hongwu and his companions. If you meet the requirements, you too can harness these blood spirit crystals to become like us. Turning the tables on these mutated flora and fauna, Yifeng declared, proceeding to elucidate the conditions for blood spirit chi revival, war soldier awakening, and advancement. A first-tier blood spirit crystal was of little use to Yifeng's frigate, and it was more prudent to bestow them upon the people as a gesture of goodwill, potentially yielding greater returns in the future. The crowd, previously mired in despair, suddenly glimpsed a ray of hope, their hearts overflowing with gratitude for Yifeng. They expressed their thanks profusely before dispersing into the courtyard to scavenge for blood spirit crystals. Soon, second-tier blood spirit crystals were being delivered into Yifeng's hands, which he promptly absorbed. Moments later, Yi Hongwu descended from the 11th floor, landing with a resounding thud on Yifeng's frigate. "Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad," he exclaimed, patting the frigate vigorously before leaping down, leaving 2 footprints 20 centimeters deep in the lawn. "Father, awaken your armor as well, so that you have no weaknesses in either offense or defense," Yifeng suggested, producing 6 second-tier blood spirit crystals and handing them to his father. To ensure the complete and perfect awakening of the full-body heavy armor, Yifeng pierced his father's forehead, using the blood from there to imbue the helmet, the blood from his arms to saturate the arm guards and vambraces, and the blood from his chest and abdomen to dye the thick breastplate and backplate, with the blood from his legs corresponding to the greaves and boots. In this manner, his father could simultaneously use 6 blood spirit crystals to awaken an entire suit of full-body armor, perhaps achieving the optimal grade A awakening. However, His father turned and rushed toward another building, his voice echoing back, "No need. I can acquire blood spirit crystals myself. And also save a few more people along the way." Yifeng nodded, thinking this was also a good arrangement. Behind him, Lu Tingting and a grief-stricken Wang Yan emerged. Yifeng patted Wang Yan's shoulder, comforting her. "We were all mentally prepared for this." Wang Yan opened her tightly clenched palm, revealing a blood-stained cap badge. Lu Tingting explained softly, "Sister Wang's child wasn't actually at home. She deceived Team Leader Li into escorting her up there. And Team Leader Li had perished together with a second-tier Samoyed that resembled a snow lion. Several sharp weapons on his arms and body were on the verge of awakening." Yifeng gazed at the cap badge in Wang Yan's hand, brought his legs together, tensed his entire body, and gave it a solemn military salute. The noisy crowd around them quieted down. Without Team Leader Li trading his life for theirs, they would not have survived with so many people. A saying circulated widely on the internet: "There is no such thing as a tranquil life. It is merely that someone is carrying the weight forward." In this dark, apocalyptic world, there were still those who adhered to their beliefs. "Thank you. I'm going to save people." After Wang Yan spoke, she clenched the cap badge tightly and rushed toward another building. Lu Tingting hesitated slightly before following after her. She has also reached the second tier, possessing a certain degree of offensive capability as well as healing abilities, which can prove invaluable in critical moments. Yifeng quickly stated, "Those who meet the awakening criteria for warriors should remain, the young and strong should stay, while the others should retreat to the underground Level 2 civil defense facility." In the face of life and death, truly great individuals are rare. The majority tend to follow their instincts to seek advantage and avoid peril. A throng of 30 or 40 individuals hastily fled, leaving only 5 or 6 behind, including an elderly man and a young one. Noticing their presence, Yifeng turned to them, and the elder remarked, "In my youth, I was a stonemason. In an unfortunate accident, a chisel pierced my calf, so I undoubtedly meet the awakening conditions. I do not seek your blood spirit crystal. I merely hope you can offer some protection while I handle these monsters myself." He waved the kitchen knife and cleaver in his hands. In the courtyard, though Yifeng's close-range artillery had decimated much of the area for nearly half a minute, leaving no vegetation taller than a meter and shattering many large trees and their roots, a multitude of lowly weeds remained resilient, with a significant number of mutated plants perishing. These weeds were now able to absorb even more blood spirit energy, continuing to grow swiftly. Numerous first-tier plants persisted, with occasional births of second-tier specimens. "Very well, proceed. Hunt freely. There are still many abandoned blood spirit crystals. Feel free to collect them, but do not fight over them. I will provide cover for you." While he was willing to assist, he would not act as a caregiver. Everyone must also contribute and take risks. Too much kindness could lead to complications. As the saying goes, a grain of kindness leads to a fight over a bushel. The residential complex, Phase 2, comprised 12 buildings, numbered 13 through 24. Under Yifeng's comprehensive support and the concerted efforts of Yi Hongwu and 2 others, each building was methodically cleared over the course of an hour, resulting in the rescue of approximately 200 residents. Originally, the complex housed nearly 2,000 individuals. Had Yifeng not diverted half of the feral cats and dogs beforehand, and with the assistance of several others, it would have been challenging for even 100 to survive. The extent of human loss in other residential areas across the city, and even on the entire planet during this brief period, is staggering. It is likely that only a fraction remains. In the central courtyard, shielded by Yifeng, the area resembled a veritable leak field, where newly emerged second-tier mutated beasts were instantly obliterated. Meanwhile, the newly formed youth hunting teams and aspiring awakened squads collaborated to eliminate first-tier mutated plants, harvesting blood spirit crystals. The elderly stonemason, also surnamed Sure, had awakened, achieving a C-grade aptitude. The distinction between C-grade and D-grade is fundamental. D-grade individuals can only reach the peak of the second tier unless they acquire the blood spirit crystal of a fourth-tier monarch to break through to the third tier. In contrast, C-grade individuals can effortlessly advance to the third tier and may even have the potential to become fourth-tier monarchs in the future. Elder Sure, please accept these blood spirit crystals and strive to enhance your strength as swiftly as possible. Our priority is to maximize our combat effectiveness and efficiency, Yifeng said. Addressing the stonemason, the elder's innate talent and virtuous character merited fostering a strong rapport. In the post-blood spirit resurgence apocalypse, Humanity's tribulations stem not only from the return of primitive warfare and the mutation of flora and fauna, but also from internecine strife. In a world devoid of order, where might reigns supreme, many individuals are prone to abandoning their moral compass, committing heinous acts. During the nascent stages of the blood spirit cheese resurgence, he carefully selected a few agreeable neighbors for a trial, and now, with Wang Yin and the Venerable Stone, he is discerning potential partners for future collaboration. Human nature is immutable, and the present juncture offers the optimal opportunity for selection. Those who fled previously are now essentially on his blacklist, left to their own devices, and he will no longer assist them in awakening. Young Yi, the Venerable Stone exclaimed, both pleasantly surprised and somewhat embarrassed. Without further ado, Yi Feng knelt down and affixed the blood spirit crystal to his calf, directly onto the already awakened chisel mark. The first-tier C-grade chisel, though not as formidable as his father's 18-foot serpent spear, is still a sharp and piercing iron lance, possessing considerable combat prowess. Upon breaking through to the second tier, he will become a valuable ally. You all, come over here. Yi Feng beckoned to the remaining dozen or so individuals. He also aided the young elementary school student who had injured his finger while chopping vegetables, enabling him to break through to the second tier. Indeed, in the apocalypse, there are many who awaken with cleaver weapons, particularly housewives. Thank you for your efforts, Yi Feng said, retrieving a dozen or so second-tier blood spirit crystals and distributing them among the most diligent individuals. Brother Yi, we are unable to awaken, so these are of no use to us. Indeed, you should keep them for yourself. As long as you are strong enough, we will also be safe. I still aspire to witness your Corvette launching its cannons, missiles, and torpedoes. Everyone declined the offer. Yi Feng had only divulged the method for secondary awakening to those within the underground civil defense structure. These individuals were not yet privy to such knowledge. Take this, Yi Feng said, placing the items into their hands. He then turned his gaze toward two other young men, and instead of offering them the blood spirit crystals, he extended his hand, demanding, hand it over. What? What do you mean? The two men were taken aback, astonished by his boldness. Yi Feng replied calmly. The second-tier blood spirit crystals belong to me. I permitted you to collect them, and I shall not shortchange you for your efforts. However, I will not allow you to keep them for yourselves. You have hidden 3 blood spirit crystals in the crevices of the stairs in Building 16. Having previously annihilated numerous ferocious plants in the courtyard, Yi Feng had acquired a substantial number of blood spirit crystals. He not only ingested some, but also allowed the radar of the guard ship to absorb several. Although he could not yet precisely locate third-tier ferocious beasts, the two men hiding behind the community buildings and concealing the blood spirit crystals could not escape his notice. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the two men looked at him in shock, wondering if he possessed the ability to see or hear from great distances. Embarrassed and furious, they turned to flee. I won't serve you any longer. The Civil Defense Project isn't solely yours. We can enter as well. Exactly. I refuse to believe that we cannot survive without you. As one of them dashed away, he inadvertently collided with the other two, sending them crashing to the ground. They were all armed with knives, iron rods, hammers, fire axes, and primarily kitchen knives. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, there was no longer any doubt among them. Without hesitation, they wielded their blades to inflict wounds upon themselves, saturating the weapons with their own blood. Discarding the weapons, they placed the blood spirit crystals upon their injuries. Under Yi Feng's guidance, and amidst the wide-eyed gaze of the two, over a dozen individuals followed suit. The bloodied blades began to emit a swift glow, cleansed entirely by the essence of their blood. Their wounds quickly staunched, healed, and bore imprints of knives, iron rods, hammers, and axes. Ha ha ha, I have awakened. I have awakened too. Xiao Yi, no, Brother Yi, you are my true brother. Thank you so much. From now on, I am willing to smoke, drink, and get a haircut for you, big brother, shouted Officer Shaoli. Everyone, let us not waste time with idle chatter. I propose that from now on, the blood spirit crystals we obtain be given to Yi Feng. At least 2 out of every 10 should go to him. This is not only to repay his kindness, but also to ensure he grows stronger to protect us. Initially taken aback, the crowd soon reached a consensus. Yi Feng, surprised, accepted their goodwill without refusal, his reputation quickly solidifying. Brother Yi, we were wrong. We ask for your forgiveness and request a blood spirit crystal for our awakening. The two brothers who had previously stolen from him were now filled with regret, hastily apologizing and pleading with Yi Feng. In this terrifying apocalyptic world, Lacking strength was far more dreadful than once being without money. Survival was nearly impossible. Yifeng's tone remained calm, yet it sent a chill through the hearts of the two. Get lost. The venerable elder Sure, though well into his 70s, possessed a robust constitution and an irascible temperament, now amplified by his awakening as a Tier 2 adept, causing him to become even more vigorous in his advanced years, bellowing furiously at the pair. Move. The two individuals, incensed, spun around and hobbled towards the basement with considerable difficulty. Elder Sure's earlier assault, nay, his kick, had been quite brutal, nearly fracturing their legs. However, in the wake of the blood spirit energy's resurgence, the physical resilience of humanity had been greatly enhanced, resulting in accelerated recuperation. Having aided everyone in their awakening, Yi Hongwu, Wang Yan, and Lu Tingting had completed their tasks, eradicating all Tier 2 flora and fauna within the residential complex, thereby acquiring approximately 20 blood spirit crystals. It is worth mentioning that there were only 5 or 6 Tier 2 felines and canines. Upon observing the crimson blood spirit crystals in the hands of Yi Hongwu and Wang Yan, Yifeng furrowed his brow and declared in a grave tone, "The situation is far from optimistic. We must hasten our efforts." With that, he stowed away the escort vessel and proceeded towards the basement. "Little Yi, what is it?" "My mind is not as sharp. Please elucidate the matter directly," Elder Sure inquired with curiosity. The others also turned their gazes in their direction. "Last night, I lured half of the residential complex's cats and dogs into the underground parking facility, where they engaged in mutual devouring, with some rapidly breaking through to Tier 1 within 3 minutes, and soon even reaching Tier 2. A step ahead is a step ahead in everything. After most of them escaped, they would definitely massacre within the residential complex, and we should have lost 90 of the people in the complex. And there should be about 10 peak Tier 2 ferocious beasts. However, only one Tier 3 Alaskan Malamute appeared earlier. And now there are only 5 or 6 ordinary Tier 2 ferocious beasts remaining. Regardless of the circumstances, the situation is dire. Instead of preying on humans, they will now utilize their overwhelming strength to devour the second-tier ferocious beasts, maturing at an alarming rate. It is conceivable that within a mere 2 days, they could ascend to the status of 4th-tier beast kings. The hearts of the awakened individuals grew heavy with this realization. Even Yi Hongwu furrowed his brow in concern. However, there is no need for alarm. My prior preparations have been quite adequate. Just grant me a little time. Father, you too must hasten your pace. Yifeng's tone shifted, instilling confidence in those around him. As he spoke, the group of over a dozen descended to the second underground level. The massive door remained ajar, guarded by 2 individuals. These were among the neighbors Yifeng had initially found favor with after they had awakened upon obtaining first-tier blood spirit crystals. In the past hour, free from the threat of second-tier beasts, they had collectively vanquished numerous first-tier beasts, sharing the spoils of blood spirit crystals amongst themselves. Naturally, those who were the most likely to awaken received preferential treatment. Upon seeing Yifeng, the 2 guards rejoiced and called out loudly to those inside. The iron gate swung wide open, revealing over 200 individuals clustered at the entrance, their eager eyes turning toward Yifeng. Chapter 16. Father's Supreme Armor. Radar Awakening. Over 200 people crowded at the entrance of the Civil Defense Project, their gazes fixed upon Yifeng, filled with excitement and deep reflection. Without Yifeng, very few of them would have survived. Moreover, Yifeng had not only ensured their survival, but had also aided them in awakening as warriors, bestowing upon them a grace akin to that of rebirth in these perilous times. Under the glow of fluorescent sticks and torches, the crowd watched in admiration as Yifeng approached, accompanied by his group of companions. Apart from the 2 individuals who were recently knocked down by Old Master Sure. Xiao Yi must be feeling hungry, right? The meal is ready. The others quickly realized the situation and made way, preparing to indulge in the feast. Although it was already past 1 in the morning, typically, no one would feel hungry at this hour. However, the resurgence of blood and spiritual energy had enhanced their physical bodies and accelerated their metabolism, necessitating the replenishment of nutrients. This was particularly vital for those who had awakened as warriors, requiring substantial amounts of awakened beast meat, as their previous food sources had become insufficient. Even the second-tier king snake meat could be consumed in quantities of 10 pounds by Yifeng. Had it been the pork of yore, even 20 pounds would not suffice. Yet his stomach could not accommodate such excess. "Thank you for your hard work," Yifeng smiled at Old Master Zhang. Upon hearing this, Old Master Zhang, somewhat flattered, rubbed his hands together and waved dismissively. "Oh, please, Without you, this old body of mine would have long since perished. Let alone awaken as a warrior and step through this new door. Yi Hongwu chimed in. Uncle Zhang, you flatter me. From now on, we are all family. Come, come. Everyone, let us feast on the snake meat to strengthen our bodies. Amidst laughter and camaraderie, everyone gathered around. The king snake, measuring over 10 meters in length and thicker than a barrel, was even more robust than the Amazonian anaconda, boasting over 1,000 pounds of meat. In the course of just over an hour, the snake was completely skinned, butchered, and skewered. With over 200 individuals sharing, there was more than enough to go around. The ordinary individuals who had not awakened could manage to consume a pound at most, and even then, they would feel quite full for half a day. Those who had awakened as first-tier warriors could consume 3 pounds. Wang Yin and Lu Dingting, the two women, were only capable of eating 4 to 5 pounds each. Even Yi Hongwu could manage only 7 to 8 pounds. This capacity for consumption was, in essence, a testament to their strength. The more robust the physical body, the more formidable the combat, and consequently, the greater the energy required. After all, Yi Hongwu merely assimilated 3 first-tier and 3 second-tier blood spirit crystals, thereby awakening his combat and advancing through the first and second tiers. In contrast, Yi Feng absorbed 8 first-tier blood spirit crystals, and his intake of second-tier blood spirit crystals exceeded 10. Crucially, his escort vessel remained a work in progress, not yet fully awakened. Strictly speaking, Yi Feng didn't even qualify as a first tier. However, his physical body, bolstered by the absorbed, dissipated blood spirit energy, had already approached the physical fortitude of a second-tier, ferocious beast. Witnessing Yi Feng's voracious appetite, the onlookers couldn't help but marvel. Fortunately, in the wake of the blood spirit energy's resurgence, the size of all flora and fauna had been expanding dramatically, and their fleshly energy was also elevated. Otherwise, it truly wouldn't have sufficed for this glutton. Having finished their repast, everyone's spirits had lifted considerably. Of course, another factor was that the survivors who had managed to live were either solitary individuals or intact families, or entire families had perished in unison. Whether plant-based or animal-based ferocious beasts, even those of the first tier, were more than a match for a group of panicked, ordinary people in the darkness. Little Yi, we're heading out, Old Man Sure announced to Yi Feng, followed by a group of people. You're going out? Yi Feng inquired with some surprise, casting his gaze upon the individuals behind Old Man Sure. Aside from Wang Yin and the previous dozen or so awakened individuals, there were also about 10 ordinary people armed with sharp weapons, ready to depart. Old Man Sure nodded. There should be quite a few first-tier mutated plants emerging again, and a small number of second-tier ones should also be gradually appearing, making it an opportune time for us to venture out and hunt. Wang Yin also voiced, we cannot perpetually depend on you. Everyone should endeavor to procure resources independently. The present juncture appears to be relatively secure. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Feng acquiesced. Very well. However, a minimum of 2 individuals must be exclusively designated as sentinels, vigilantly observing not only the surroundings, but also the skies. Ideally, we should have 5 sentinels. Amidst the throng, a volunteer stepped forward. Although I lack the potential for awakening, I cannot idly consume resources. Incapable of combat, I can certainly serve as a sentinel. My eyesight is also quite keen. I shall join. 3 individuals proactively volunteered. Yi Feng nodded, smiling, incisively lacerate your arms. A collective moment of bewilderment ensued, followed by the realization of one, who jubilantly sliced open his palm. Yi Feng tossed him a tier 2 blood spirit crystal, stating, grasp it within your palm. Awaken your destined battle weapon. The apocalypse necessitates individuals as willing to embrace risk and selflessness as you. The remaining 2 emulated the action, incising their palms with their respective implements. The others gazed on with envy, some brazenly requesting to join. Yi Feng consented, go forth. You shall distribute the blood spirit crystals amongst yourselves subsequently. The 2 were discomfited by this, one gritting his teeth and stepping forward, while the other retreated, unwilling to relive the apocalyptic scenario. Let us rest. We require a modicum of time, Yi Feng declared. With the exception of his father, Yi Hongwu, the rest retreated into the depths of the air raid shelter, affording them privacy. 6 tier 2 blood spirit crystals were affixed to Yi Hongwu's head, chest, and limbs. Yi Feng proceeded to press the blood spirit crystals onto the radar components of the escort vessel. The escort ship has partially awakened, and the transformation is vividly observable on its arm. Yifeng can autonomously decide which functionalities to further awaken. Additionally, he is consuming blood spirit crystals, and he can even sense the alterations occurring within his heart, which is gradually metamorphosing into a crystalline structure. Once this transformation is complete, he will possess another blood spirit crystal. Generally, only a fourth-tier monarch among humans can transform their heart into a blood spirit crystal, thus providing immense energy to formidable warriors. For Yifeng to uphold a fleet of aircraft carriers, his physical prowess must be sufficiently robust. He is even confident that his future physical defense and unarmed combat abilities will not pale in comparison to those of his father, who excels in both offense and defense. As time passed, half an hour later, when the glow of the fluorescent stick had completely faded, two brilliant lights emerged almost simultaneously. A hum resonated through the air as both Yifeng's escort ship radar and Yi Hongwu's full-body armor awakened concurrently. However, even with its awakening, Yifeng's escort ship radar exhibited little change, quickly dissipating back within him. Observing the remaining 18 blood spirit crystals, Yifeng decisively covered them all over the escort ship, preparing for a complete awakening. His anticipation could no longer be contained. Yi Hongwu's battle armor, akin to the formidable Zhangba serpent spear, came to life under the support of the blood spirit energy, enveloping his entire being, even concealing his eyes. Nevertheless, this did not impede his vision. Grade A. It can be said that Yifeng had never witnessed such a level of cold weapon awakening in his former life. The strongest battle king he knew previously, armed with an awakened assault rifle, had merely attained Grade A awakening. The armor emitted a crimson glow, reminiscent of a blood-red sunset, illuminating the vast expanse of the pitch-black basement and capturing the astonished gazes of onlookers from afar. Overjoyed, Yi Hongwu unleashed his 8-foot-long spear, striking towards the armored protection. Clang! Amidst the resounding clash, both sides erupted with a flurry of sparks that scattered in all directions, leaving small indentations on the concrete surface. Yet, the freshly awakened first-tier armor remained utterly unscathed. The second-tier spear could not penetrate its defenses. Ha ha ha, my son, you truly are remarkable. All those years of raising you were not in vain. Feeling the formidable strength of the armor, Yi Hongwu could not contain his excitement. Slapping Yifeng on the shoulder and laughing heartily, he was also filled with a tinge of regret for having doubted his son earlier. How foolish of him. Just as Yifeng was about to speak, he sensed something amiss. Following the awakening of his radar, Yifeng noticed a significant enhancement in his hearing, perhaps due to the excessive absorption of blood spirit crystals, which had also bolstered his physical constitution. In the next moment, a deafening explosion echoed. Boom! The heavy steel-reinforced concrete of the civil defense structure shattered. A terrifying roar of a beast resounded, deafening in its intensity. Chapter 17. The horrific late-stage, third-tier, giant tree. Yi Hongwu's grand move. Whoosh! Yifeng and Yi Hongwu leapt into action, charging towards the ruptured steel and concrete above. With a swift thrust and spin of his spear, Yi Hongwu pierced through the debris, creating an opening, and then, using the weight of his heavy armor, crashed through the thick concrete. The fractured rebar scraped violently against his armor, yet it was akin to ice cream rubbing against the cement floor, quickly wearing down and producing an abundance of sparks. Amidst the thunderous roar, Yi Hongwu surged forth. Following closely behind, Yifeng vaulted an impressive 5 meters, effortlessly descending into the subterranean parking facility. However, the garage, in its current state, bore little resemblance to its original design. The reinforced concrete above had been severely compromised by the tendrils of second-tier flora, further exacerbated by Yifeng's close-in weapon system obliterating the massive roots of second-tier arborescent plants, thereby breaching numerous sections of the concrete beneath. The parking structure was almost entirely decimated. At present, the devastation was absolute. A prodigious white Samoyed, dwarfing even a polar bear in size, possessed formidable strength and an astonishing level of agility, nearing the power of a quasi-third-tier combatant. Private vehicles, weighing 1 or 2 tons, were effortlessly kicked aside by its legs, each thicker and longer than an adult's limbs. Load-bearing pillars were shattered into fragments, exposing their internal rebar, causing the entire residential complex's atrium to teeter precariously. Even the robust reinforced concrete of the parking floor, the ceiling of the civil defense structure, bore the marks of its destructive impact, revealing a massive depression spanning 5 meters in diameter. It could be accurately described as having bones of steel and iron. For a second-tier individual like Wang Yan, Even if it allowed her to attack unhindered, she would be unable to penetrate its defenses, akin to scraping its hide. Yet, this formidable Samoyed was now merely engaged in a desperate struggle for survival. Constricting it were numerous colossal serpents. These serpents were, in fact, an agglomeration of tree roots and willow branches. Their length remained indeterminate, with the thickest sections of the roots approximating the girth of an arm, while the branches were only as thick as a thumb. Nevertheless, these dozens, even hundreds, of intertwined tendrils formed a resilient, thick-skinned python-like construct, capable of continuing its constriction even when severed by the mutated Samoyed's ferocious teeth. The sharp roots, resembling countless nails, pierced into the eyes, ears, nostrils. In the gaping maw of the Samoyed, devouring flesh and blood, the dog's resistance could only be deemed a futile struggle. Now, both Yi Hongwu and Yi Feng shouted in unison, their synchronicity evident as they dashed towards the surface through the shattered courtyard. Upon emerging, Yi Hongwu was taken aback, unable to suppress an exclamation of astonishment. Before them loomed an enormous tree, towering at least 100 meters, its branches flailing menacingly like a malevolent creature. No, it was actually two trees. Yi Feng recognized them, a willow by the artificial lake and a yellowhorn tree, now bizarrely fused together in a grotesque embrace. Before the resurgence of the blood's spiritual energy, these trees stood as the pillars of the park, their trunks thick enough to require 3 adults to encircle. Having grown for over a century, designated as provincial protected ancient trees, they had existed here long before the city transformed from a mere town. Following the awakening of the blood spiritual energy, they quickly completed their metamorphosis, engulfing each other in a strange union. However, Yi Feng was certain that something unusual had transpired. Such a terrifying botanical beast had not existed in his previous life. After the battleship's radar awakened and absorbed a significant amount of blood spiritual crystals, Yi Feng, possessing exceptional vision, soon discerned several white objects at the center of the fusion, fangs thicker than a thumb and longer than a middle finger. They belonged to a creature of at least second-tier peak level. Realization dawned upon Yi Feng, accompanied by a resigned smile. This was likely connected to the cats and dogs he had confined in the community, most probably an awakened second-tier peak cat, attempting to catch fish by the artificial lake, only to be ambushed by the willow and yellowhorn trees simultaneously. After the resurgence of the blood spirit chi, both fauna and flora swiftly enhanced their prowess through consumption. It is evident that the two plants initially devoured a mutated cat, subsequently consuming one another, ultimately merging into a singular entity. At this juncture, it towers to a height of over 100 meters, with a diameter surpassing 10 meters, resembling a magnificent spire. Countless robust willow branches cascade downwards, while a multitude of roots writhe like serpents. It emanates a terrifying aura, far exceeding that of the previous third-tier Alaskan. The elongated branches of the willow and the formidable roots of the yellowhorn tree have flawlessly amalgamated their strengths, transforming into a formidable beast. Li Feng is certain that if left unchecked to hunt the surrounding humans and beasts, it could potentially ascend to the 4th-tier Beast King within a day. At that point, it would truly be invincible. The Plant Beast King is also capable of mobility, coupled with its multidirectional assaults from all angles. The Plant Beast King is even more challenging and fearsome than its animal counterpart. It must be exterminated. As Li Feng leaped into the desolate courtyard, he made an instantaneous decision. Xiao Yi, brother Yi, boss Yi. Upon seeing Li Feng emerge, the terrified 20-odd individuals who had just ventured out for hunting found their beacon of hope and exclaimed in delight. Gather oil. Li Feng shouted at the leading figures. Uncle Shi, Wang Yan, and Xiao Li understood. The civil defense infrastructure is interconnected, allowing entry from any building. Sensing the movement of the crowd, predominantly comprising awakened warriors, the mutated giant tree immediately extended numerous willow branches, akin to spears, raining down upon the masses. The roots on the ground wove through the shattered steel and concrete, akin to loaches swiftly escaping in the mire, relentlessly pursuing their prey. Kill! Yi Feng bellowed, entering a state of utmost vigor, where spirit and essence converged. With a powerful thrust of his right hand, a resounding boom echoed as the colossal battleship erupted forth, now measuring an impressive 70 to 80 meters in length, 15 to 16 meters in height, and over 10 meters in width, its weight surpassing 1,000 tons. Amidst the thunderous noise, the entire central courtyard was utterly crushed, collapsing onto the parking lot below. The adjacent buildings trembled violently under the overwhelming weight and impact, as the roots along 100 meters were entirely severed by the battleship. The spear-like willow branches were also obstructed, impaled within, producing a terrifyingly crisp clangor of steel that sent shivers down one's spine. Boom, boom, boom. The ship's cannons thundered, casting a blood-red glow that illuminated the entire neighborhood. More robust, swifter, and fiercer, the close-range artillery resembled 11 red sickles, ruthlessly cleaving through the dense willow branches, shattering them to pieces. Yihangwu sprinted along the load-bearing columns of the parking lot, advancing toward the giant tree. The roots and willow branches battered against his blood-red armor, pummeling this Class A awaken battle suit into a pockmarked shell. Although he had just recently ascended to the second tier, enduring the might of a mid to late-stage third-tier giant tree was a testament to the formidable nature of this heavy armor. Flash! Yihangwu roared, his voice resonating harmoniously with the cannon fire, as the blood-red 8-meter spear shot forth a crimson beam, a meter wide and 10 meters long, fiercely slicing toward the roots of the colossal serpents, thicker than barrels. The 8-meter spear had reached the pinnacle of the second tier. Crack! A series of cracking sounds echoed simultaneously as robust tree roots were forcefully severed, releasing a luminescent green liquid tinged with crimson. Once the sap of the plant-like beast and its crystalline core transformed into a blood-red hue, it signified the emergence of the Beast King. Yi Feng was not mistaken. This colossal tree was a paragon among its kind even at the third tier, and it would not be long before it ascended to the fourth-tier Beast King. It was highly probable that it would be the first Beast King in the world. Unperturbed by the tremendous strain, Yihangwu dashed forth to withstand the onslaught of the remaining willow branches. Under Yi Feng's cover, he swiftly cleaved through the roots of the giant serpent, extricating the ailing quasi-third-tier Samoyed from within. The breathless Samoyed was forcibly pulled from the blood spirit crystal. Absorb! Yi Feng bellowed at his father, urging Yihangwu to break through with the serpent spear. Nonsense! Yihangwu scolded, flinging the blood spirit crystal onto the escort ship. Chapter 18. The escort ship awakens. Divine awakening. At a pivotal moment in the battle, a quasi-third-tier blood spirit crystal was cast upon the escort ship of Yi Feng. Like an extraordinarily powerful magnet, it was instantly drawn to the vessel. Yi Feng had already absorbed 8 first-tier blood spirit crystals and had exceeded 20 second-tier ones. Despite the escort ship's formidable strength, it was overdue for awakening. What it lacked was an opportunity, a chance for quantitative change to lead to qualitative transformation. This quasi-third-tier blood spirit crystal shattered that constraint. Boom! As the quasi-third-tier blood spirit crystal rapidly melted and was devoured by the escort ship, the already impressive vessel, measuring 80 meters, surged forth in size. Soon, it breached the 100-meter mark and continued to elongate. Its height quickly surpassed 20 meters, racing towards 30 meters. Having long surpassed a width of 10 meters, it now surges towards 20 meters. Its form continues to expand, and the caliber of the close-in defense artillery is concurrently increasing. Previously, the diameter was merely 20 millimeters, roughly equivalent to the thickness of an adult male's thumb. It is now set to augment to 30 millimeters. While the diameter has seemingly increased by only 1/3, it has indeed become thicker, longer, and its volume has nearly doubled. At the same velocity, its power has even escalated beyond a mere doubling. Much like the 7.6mm large-caliber rifle, which can only leave a superficial mark on a human body, the 12.7mm heavy machine gun and heavy sniper rifle are capable of cleaving a person almost in half, as if struck by a colossal axe. This exemplifies the terrifying capabilities of modern weaponry. In the eyes of Yi Feng, a seasoned veteran, the colossal beasts that Hollywood delights in depicting as wreaking havoc upon cities are nothing more than a farce. Creatures like Godzilla, King Kong, Jurassic dinosaurs, and Titan pythons, should they ever materialize, would be mere morsels in the face of a single 120mm tungsten alloy armor-piercing round. If that is insufficient, then let it be 2 rounds. Numerous fighter jets are equipped with 20mm cannons, capable of effortlessly penetrating 200mm of steel, comparable to the girth of a human thigh. Even the 20mm small-caliber anti-aircraft gun can obliterate any incoming missile, provided it makes contact. As the caliber of the close-in defense artillery aboard Yi Feng's frigate expands, the enraged giant tree attempts to ensnare the exhausted Yihangwu, only to be thwarted with great force. Nevertheless, the towering tree, At the peak of the third stage and striving for further ascendance is certainly not something that a mere 20-something millimeter close-in defense cannon could vanquish. The cascading blood-red shells are intercepted by the mutated willow branches of the gigantic tree, failing to inflict any harm upon its core. The willow branches, though perpetually shattered and cascading down like fallen leaves, possess the remarkable ability to regenerate swiftly. Even the severed branches are absorbed by its roots, self-sustaining and devoid of waste. Retreat, Yifeng bellowed, halting his father who was poised to advance. Despite his father's spear having reached the pinnacle of the second tier, capable of contending with ordinary third-tier beasts, this ancient tree could effortlessly vanquish it. The tree, gradually approaching the realm of the fourth-tier beast king, began to shift its form. Thicker, more robust roots surged forth like a battalion of pythons, intent on encircling and annihilating Yifeng. Yet, Yifeng had already leapt onto the guard ship. Akin to a soldier stationed on the Great Wall, fiercely engaging the enemy without yielding an inch. The human fortifications were insufficient to withstand such a high-level third-tier ferocious beast. Should he retreat, doom would befall them all. Fire! Yi Hongwu urged anxiously. Through the shattered ceiling of the human fortifications, he heard the cries from below, accompanied by the heavy footsteps of several awakened individuals racing in haste. Bring it, he shouted, leaping into the debris-laden parking lot, wielding his spear to breach the ceiling. Elder Shi, Wang Yan, and a few other awakened ones, each gripping an 18.9-liter bottle of purified water, hurriedly approached, tossing oil barrels upwards. A pack of useless fools. Yi Hongwu scolded furiously as he witnessed the ordinary people fleeing and the majority of awakened ones following suit. However, he had no time for further reproach. Clutching 2 barrels under his arms and holding 2 in his hands, he surged forward, using a support column as leverage to propel himself back into the courtyard. He hurled a 30-odd-pound oil drum toward the massive trunk outside the community, as effortlessly as an ordinary person would toss an apple, sending it flying over 30 meters. Bang! 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 For muffled sounds echoed, followed by the explosion of over 100 pounds of gasoline. Wang Yan, swift in her actions, had already removed her coat, soaked it in gasoline, and wrapped it around the torch before tossing it to Yi Hongwu. Old Man Shi also rushed out, clutching 2 barrels of oil, but aimed them at the roots on the ground before the leaf maple warship. Behind him followed 4 or 5 others, each carrying a barrel of oil, mimicking his actions to toss it onto the ground, hindering the roots from entangling the warship, thus buying precious time for the ultimate awakening of the leaf maple. Yi Hongwu caught the torch from Wang Yan and threw it aloft. Boom! Flames erupted, soaring over 3 meters high, consuming the roots of the colossal tree. It is an intrinsic fear shared by all plants and living beings alike to be engulfed by fire. On the other side, the roots, which had been absorbing moisture from the artificial lake, coalesced into a large shovel, splashing water as they attempted to extinguish the flames. Gasoline washed over their roots, dousing the flames clinging to them, with the gasoline floating atop the water, flowing toward the lake, only to be dispersed by the rising waves, ultimately extinguishing. Nevertheless, the fiery assault proved effective, granting the group an opportunity to attack its core. Yifeng abandoned defensive maneuvers, unleashing the close-range cannons to relentlessly bombard the roots. Especially when the warship surged to a length of 140 meters, the second close-range cannon on the opposite side also awakened. The dual cannon assault shattered the tree's bark, half a meter thick and harder than steel, sending splinters flying and sap gushing forth. The willow branches lunged with fervor, yet Yi Hongwu stood steadfastly before Yifeng, becoming his shield, unwavering in his defense. Brandishing the 8-foot serpent spear, he forged a blade-like barrier, severing numerous tendrils. For those he could not cut, he braced against them with his armor. His hands shattered at the palms, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. His ribs nearly fractured under the relentless assault of the formidable third-tier beast. Such blows were far from easy to endure. Wang Yan had also ascended the guard ship, offering her assistance, yet with her fragile defenses and meager attacks, she could only play a minor role. Grandfather Shi on the ground wielded his chisel as if in his youth, driving it fiercely into the roots, pounding with his fists until they were bloodied and mangled. Lu Tingting seized the moment, plunging a syringe into the exposed roots, fervently siphoning the energy of the powerful third-tier behemoth tree. The 2 pet owners, wounded by Yifeng's strikes to their thighs, exerted themselves to slash at the roots beneath, but their efforts yielded little more than a minor distraction. observing that the battle had not yet succumbed to despair. A few more individuals, emboldened by the tide of fortune, joined in, hurling gasoline canisters and severing roots with great enthusiasm. However, many others continued their retreat towards the fortified structure on the other side. Boom. At last, through the collective effort to restrain the foe, Yifeng's escort ship achieved its awakening, emitting a distinctive metallic resonance. Measuring 147 meters in length, 35 meters in height, and 18 meters in width. With a displacement exceeding 5,000 tons, the 054B, comparable to some destroyers, had fully awakened. It surpassed the A-grade awakening with ease. And Yifeng had long since established a new hierarchy, A-grade, S-grade, transcending to the divine tier, and ultimately, the demigod level. As for the frigate, he believed it could attain a divine level, surpassing 2 tiers above the A-grade. Upon the immense frigate, 2 closed defense artillery systems, each with 22 barrels, awakened, alongside the radar systems. Most importantly, the ship's bow artillery also came to life. With a caliber of 100 millimeters, roughly the width of a small bowl, or 10 centimeters in diameter. Step back. Yifeng grasped his father's back with one hand while wrapping his other arm around Wang Yan's waist, forcefully pulling them both backward. Buzz. A tremor coursed through his back as another 100-meter giant vessel emerged, having similarly absorbed around 22nd-tier blood spirit crystals as its supply. Although its length also exceeded 100 meters, it still appeared diminutive compared to the complete version, which spans over 200 meters. Vivid and robust, it radiated energy, which wildly dissipated, flowing through Yifeng's body as a conduit into the frigate. To be precise, it surged into the artillery. The dense blood spirit energy consolidated within the cannon, its muzzle growing increasingly luminous, akin to a sun rising from the ocean's surface. Sensing the imminent danger, the colossal tree abruptly retracted its roots and willow branches on one side, enveloping its trunk in a thick layer of armor. Meanwhile, the roots on the opposite side forcefully thrust into the earth, propelling its 100-meter-long, 10-meter-wide trunk toward Yifeng and his frigate with a thunderous crash. It was a matter of either your demise or mine. Boom. The frigate opened fire. Chapter 19, The God of Heavy Artillery Warfare. The utilization of the mini-aircraft carrier fleet. No one anticipated that this massive tree could respond in such an instant. Its intellect had already rivaled that of humanity. The trunk, originally over 10 meters in diameter and now enhanced by the encompassing roots and branches, had become more substantial than a train. From a staggering height of hundreds of meters, the tree plummeted with a thunderous crash, instantly dilating pupils, inducing a sense of suffocation and blanking minds. On the opposite side, the propulsive force of the roots, combined with gravitational potential energy, sent it hurtling down like a meteorite. With a resounding boom that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers, Yifeng finally exhausted all the energy from the supply ship, condensing it into a projectile and launching it forth, locked onto the target by radar. Yifeng could even witness, as if in slow motion, the launch sequence of the cannonball. A projectile, a mere 10 centimeters in diameter and 39 centimeters in length, enveloped in a crimson glow, as if ablaze, burst forth from the cannon's mouth. Propelled by the rifling, it spun violently, generating a miniature vortex. Hurtling through the 20-meter distance at 3 times the speed of sound, 10 times faster than the blink of an eye, and impacting the gargantuan tree. The willow branch armor, as fragile as dried noodles trampled by horses' hooves, was effortlessly pulverized. Then came the intertwined roots, resembling a writhing mass of giant pythons, which were forcibly torn apart and pierced through. The sheer force caused the roots to explode outwards, like stones plunging into soft mud, leaving behind a blossom-shaped cavity. The meter-thick branches and roots proved no match for the projectile, which effortlessly penetrated them. Subsequently, the bark, already ravaged by flames and the onslaught of close-in weapon systems, was also breached. With a thud, akin to a cleaver striking a cutting board, the projectile burrowed deep into the trunk, only to be finally halted by the wood, which possessed a hardness surpassing that of steel, leaving behind a charred cavity. This was Yifeng's ultimate, decisive shot. The cannon, revered as the god of war. From the nascent stages of gunpowder usage in ancient times to the most modern era, continues to be employed and refined incessantly. However, the naval artillery still failed to completely penetrate the formidable beast of the towering tree, even in its third-stage maturity. Furthermore, the juvenile supply ship had expended a considerable amount of energy and was unable to gather enough power for a second shot in such a short time. Bang! 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 In the next moment, Yifeng's close defense artillery fired once more. Small projectiles, each measuring 3 centimeters in diameter and 16.5 centimeters in length, were accurately guided by Yifeng's radar, penetrating the breach and propelling the now motionless projectile further forward. Yet, the close defense artillery soon fell silent, its energy utterly depleted. The 3 individuals descended from the 30-meter-high frigate. Kill! Yi Hongwu bellowed midair, his armor vanishing as he channeled all his blood spirit energy into the 8-foot serpent spear, hurling it with all his might. Clang! The spear pierced the breach. As a practitioner of martial arts for many years, Yi Hongwu's throwing and aiming skills were remarkable, and the sharp tip of the spear pushed the projectile even further. Kill! Old Master Sure, lacking precision, charged out of the vicinity towards the tree trunk, launching a spear-like chisel from close range into the breach. The colossal tree, severely damaged by the 100-millimeter naval cannon, convulsed violently, unable to mount an effective counterattack. Wang Yan, mimicking the action, adjusted her form as she descended from the 30-meter frigate, gliding several meters forward as if leaping from the 10th floor. She landed upon a cluster of broken roots, rushing toward the trunk to throw a dagger at close range. Even Lu Tingting joined the fray, propelling her syringe into the breach. With a sudden, anguished tremor, the beleaguered giant tree exuded a sense of defeat, its vitality waning. The projectile, irrevocably lodged within the tree's core, finally succumbed to Lu Tingting's syringe, as if the final straw had broken the camel's back, completely piercing its heartwood and vanquishing it. The late-stage Tier 3 giant tree, likely the first of the world's nascent beast kings, had met its demise. Its colossal form slowly toppled backward toward the artificial lake, its momentum gathering pace. Boom. On the other side, Yi Hongwu, who had hurled the snake spear, also crashed heavily to the ground. Thanks to the sudden emergence of his armor, he was dazed but unharmed by the fall. Yifeng landed on the ground, executing a forward roll to dissipate the force. Some cracked concrete blocks were even crushed beneath his back, revealing his formidable physique. Needle. Yifeng somersaulted to his feet, disregarding the pain in his back and the churning sensation in his internal organs caused by the immense impact, and rushed toward the artificial lake. However, his speed was significantly diminished. The naval gun was powerful, but its energy consumption was substantial. The supply ship had not fully awakened, and the energy it provided was limited. Nevertheless, the verdant tree sap hastily extracted into the syringe had transformed into crimson blood spirit energy, which was injected into Yifeng's body. He charged out of the residential area, stepping on the tree roots, and immediately saw monstrous fish surging from the lake. Creatures resembling crocodiles, giant serpent-like swamp eels, colossal lobster-like mutated crayfish, and Tier 2 beasts such as frogs and toads, all swarming toward the giant tree. The living giant tree beast had made them cower in fear, but now they were ready to strike decisively, heading for the tree's bullet hole to devour its potent blood spirit crystal. Yifeng followed the roots, scaling the massive tree trunk as if running atop a train. Be careful. Startled, Yi Hongwu hastily followed, his own strength considerably depleted, yet acutely aware that his son's reserves were likely even more so. This assembly of Tier 2 ferocious beasts was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Within the expansive artificial lake, the preceding hours had undoubtedly witnessed a series of sanguinary conflicts, leaving only the most adept survivors. Yifeng had been unduly concerned about confining the cats and dogs in the garage, then failing to hunt, but such anxieties were unwarranted. Competition within any lake, river, or even the opulent aquariums of affluent households was far more intense than the skirmishes among those domestic animals. These creatures were the true vanguard of a selective process, the survivors emerging as veritable champions. Upon beholding the onrushing multitude of Tier 2 ferocious beasts, particularly the airborne contingent of bizarre birds and bats, Yifeng realized the impracticality of deploying the frigate. However, he possessed his entire carrier fleet. With a thunderous impact, he unleashed a punch with his left hand, propelling the 3-meter miniature frigate on his arm forward like a battering ram, delivering a devastating blow to the head of the foremost giant catfish. This nascent divine weapon, though still in its infancy, possessed sufficient mass and fortitude to leave the multi-meter, multi-ton catfish battered and bleeding. Another nuclear submarine bore down upon a colossal, serpentine eel, which coiled around it tenaciously, attempting to crush and break free. 2055 10,000-ton destroyers, presently only 5 meters in length, were deployed by Yi Feng on either flank, serving as a bulwark against the remaining ferocious beasts. Subsequently, the 10-meter-long aircraft carrier model descended with crushing force upon the bullet-riddled tree trunk. With a resounding crack, the tree trunk, now deprived of the nourishing blood-spirit energy, fractured and splintered, revealing a captivating blood-spirit crystal the size of a hen's egg. A resplendent fusion of crimson chalcedony and verdant jade. Swiftly, Yi Feng seized it, pressing it firmly against his right arm. Chapter 20. Unrivaled beneath the apex. Peculiar radar emanations. The artificial lake, a veritable den of ferocious beasts. Yi Feng ventured in alone, and while he would have been formidable in his prime, he was now depleted and desperate. Having only received treatment from Lu Tingting's syringe, his power was diminished. Yi Hongwu, concerned for his son, suppressed his own exhaustion and rushed forward. Wang Yin, Lu Tingting, and Elder Shi followed closely behind. The other two pet owners, one elderly and one young, were equally anxious. Then, they beheld Yi Feng unleashing another diminutive frigate, followed by 2 nuclear submarines, 2 destroyers, and finally, a carrier that, while not enormous, was nonetheless awe-inspiring. Even a 10-meter diameter giant tree was cleaved in two by this small aircraft carrier, a testament to its terrifying power. Is this what he meant by his battle weapon being just a small, dilapidated vessel? Wang Yin murmured in astonishment, as everyone looked on in stunned silence. His modesty is excessive. If these are his small, dilapidated vessels, what is our battle weapon but mere refuse? Not even worthy to tie his shoelaces. The potent blood-spirit crystal of the 3rd-tier late stage embedded itself almost directly into Yi Feng's right arm, and the nourished frigate materialized once more. This time, its size did not increase further. However, its crucial 48 vertical missile launch silos were markedly different from before. Like naval artillery and close-in weapon systems, the final combat readiness state awakens swiftly. Once awakened, Yi Feng is confident that he can eliminate formidable foes, such as the late-stage 3rd-tier giant trees or even the peak 3rd-tier ferocious beasts, with a single missile. I am invincible beneath the royal level. Above the royal level, it is a one-for-one exchange. As a frigate, its primary function is anti-submarine warfare, primarily deploying depth charges, torpedoes, and anti-submarine missiles to target submarines, thus safeguarding the aircraft carrier fleet from underwater assaults. Its battlefield is beneath the surface, and the naval artillery and close-in weapons Yi Feng currently employs are mere trifles of its combat capability. Nevertheless, this is more than sufficient. With just 2 rounds from the 100mm naval guns, he can effortlessly slay the late-stage mutated giant trees. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of concentrated artillery fire echoed like a torrential downpour, as 2 22-barrel 30mm close-in guns revealed their formidable power along the lakeside. Unlike the previous encounter with the late-stage giant trees, these weapons now exuded an impressive might. The cradled aircraft carrier fleet was withdrawn, leaving behind the severely wounded beasts, which were instantly pierced and shredded by the close-in guns, reducing them to mere fragments scattered about, leaving behind pulsating blood-spirit crystals. The surrounding beasts were swiftly eradicated. Yet, Yi Feng remained unsatisfied. He commanded the frigate to glide into the lake, rotating like the hands of a clock at its center, while the guns on either side unleashed a frenzied barrage across the entire body of water. The lake nearly boiled as crimson blossoms erupted, dyeing the waters a pale red. The surrounding vegetation was ruthlessly cleared away, as Yi Feng plowed through, leaving no trace behind. Amidst the resounding crashes of the collapsing civil defense structure, a crowd of over 200 residents emerged from the community, their gazes fixed in awe and admiration upon the frigate unleashing its formidable power in the heart of the lake. 3 minutes elapsed before the warship ceased its barrage. Yet, on this occasion, Yi Feng remained brimming with vitality. The late-stage Tier 3 blood-spirit crystals, in Yi Feng's estimation, possessed an energy richness comparable to that of 100 ordinary Tier 2 crystals. Moreover, their superior quality was undeniable. Although these crystals were primarily intended for the frigate's consumption, Yi Feng's physical form continued to strengthen, with layers of dead skin and impurities sloughing off, signaling a profound bodily refinement and transformation. The other nascent vessels also absorbed residual energy, contributing to their growth. As dawn approached, marking over 5 hours since the resurgence of blood-spirit qi, the time neared 6 in the morning. In the summer months, daylight arrives early, and a crimson sun had begun to grace the horizon. Like the blood moon, It possessed an unnatural, sanguinary hue, casting a reddish glow upon the landscape, as if the world had been transported to the legendary Azura realm. Enough gawking, get to work, Yi Hongwu exclaimed, commencing the collection of the scattered blood spirit crystals. Elder Shur added, let me remind everyone that young Yi has saved our lives on numerous occasions. Do not be ungrateful or forgetful. Refrain from taking what is not rightfully yours. You have all witnessed young Ye's character. He will not let anyone suffer a loss. Do not entertain any devious thoughts. The crowd readily voiced their agreement, vehemently denouncing the two brothers who had previously attempted to hoard blood spirit crystals. Having been injured by Elder Shur and Yi Hongwu, they had vanished during the earlier battle against the giant tree. Their fate uncertain, whether ensnared by the tree roots or having departed to seek their own fortunes. Disregarding the surroundings, Yi Feng, relieved by the sunrise and the temporary safety, settled down for a respite. He reclined upon a thick tree trunk and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Wang Yan, accompanied by two colleagues assisting in the awakening of combat soldiers, remained vigilant within the crowd, safeguarding them and eliminating any lurking threats. Amidst the dawning crimson sun, the once dreaded artificial lake was now a haven of tranquility, albeit a ruined one. Awakening after a mere half hour, Yi Feng felt remarkably refreshed. With the resurgence of blood-infused spiritual energy, insomnia had become a rarity. Individuals merely seized moments to rest when utterly exhausted. Moreover, the nourishment of the physical body enhanced sleep quality, enabling even ordinary individuals without awakened combat abilities to suffice with just 2 to 3 hours of slumber. 4 fourth-tier battle kings, abstaining from sleep for 10 days to half a month, posed no significant challenge. Upon noticing Yi Feng's awakening, the venerable Mr. Shur, who seemed to have been waiting, promptly reported, we've discovered a large cavity, spacious enough for a person to walk through upright. The edges bear the marks of sharp claws. I ventured inside and found that it leads to the nearby highway drainage system, which empties into the river. It must be the work of some kind of mutated aquatic creature from the lake. Yi Feng's eyes gleamed as he exclaimed, Alligator Gar. In his past life, this creature was the city's earliest born beast king. However, it only transitioned from land to the river upon reaching the peak of the 3rd tier, subsequently ascending to the 4th tier as a beast king and dominating the entire city. Yi Feng had previously assumed that the emergence of this fused giant tree had eradicated the formidable beasts of the artificial lake, but it seemed that a true survivor remained. Capable of rending such a substantial aperture and effortlessly manipulating the ponderous sewer covers and concrete conduits, this entity undoubtedly qualifies as a Tier 3 ferocious beast. The opportune moment has arrived to depart from the residential enclave and embark on a hunt for Tier 2 apex predators and even Tier 3 ferocious beasts within the city. Approximately 200 individuals congregated at the tree's base, where Lu Tingting had already consolidated the collected crystalline cores into 3 satchels, which she then presented to Yi Feng. The inventory comprised 82 Tier 1 crystalline cores, 77 Tier 2 crystalline cores, and 13 Tier 2 late-stage apex crystalline cores. Considering the vast expanse of the artificial lake, this quantity is not particularly abundant. However, a Tier 3 alligator gar had absconded. The previously awakened Tier 3 Alaskan Malamute had also plunged into the lake, presumably preying upon Tier 2 apex ferocious beasts. Moreover, the Tier 3 late-stage amalgamated colossal tree had undoubtedly devoured a considerable number of ferocious beasts, with the majority of resources concentrated among these 3 entities. As Yi Feng accepted the 3 satchels and was about to speak, a sudden premonition seized him, prompting him to promptly deploy the corvette. With a resounding crash, the colossal corvette descended into the artificial lake. While the assembled crowd appeared perplexed, Yi Hongwu, armed with his Tier 2 Apex 18-foot serpent spear and a Tier 2 armor of Class A Awakening, was capable of detecting the peculiar fluctuations emanating from the planar and spherical radar atop the corvette's central protuberance. Yi Feng's perception, however, was even more profound, as he could discern intermittent radar signals. In this epic of blood spirit chi resurgence, reminiscent of a bygone era of melee combat, he appeared to be re-establishing contact with the outside world. Chapter 21. Super Comrades in Arms from Across the Globe. Global Transformation. Awakening at the Crimson Sunrise. Yi Feng immediately sensed an anomaly upon grasping the 3 bags of varying grade blood spirit crystals gathered by his companions. This premonition was substantiated by the unusual radar waves emanating from the escort warship. However, these signals were intermittent, faint, and of such poor quality that direct communication proved unfeasible. Critically, the warship's radar served as a detection instrument, distinct from a communications apparatus, thus presenting a significant disparity. Nevertheless, this offered Yi Feng a glimmer of hope. Although his escort warship was virtually invincible against creatures below the level of a beast king, it was still in its nascent stage. Having only fully awakened to the first tier, Yi Feng entertained an audacious notion. Could it be possible that upon advancing to the second or third tier, the warship might unlock communication capabilities? This was, after all, a war machine resurrected by blood-spirit energy, differing substantially from conventional steel warships, rendering the prospect of its radar possessing communication functions not entirely implausible. Concurrently, approximately 700 kilometers away in the Terracotta Army Province, Li Lei, whom Yi Feng had nicknamed Three Eggs, gazed breathlessly at the armored vehicle before him, erupting in jubilant laughter. Yi Feng, you're the brother I never had. Surrounding him lay a heap of grotesque fish carcasses, alongside a cohort of robust firefighters wielding fire axes, sharpened iron pipes, sledgehammers, military crossbows, and tri-edged bayonets. Ha ha ha, brotherly. You're the brother we never had as well. The firefighters echoed, chuckling in agreement. After his discharge from the military, Yi Feng had spent several years as an unsuccessful author, while Li Lei had transitioned into a clerical position within the fire department, where he had found considerable success. Initially, he procured a substantial quantity of doomsday supplies, adhering to Yi Feng's blueprint. Subsequently, under the guise of hosting a familial soiree, he orchestrated the transportation of the firefighters' families to the venue. As the spectral aura's resurgence drew near, in the dead of night, Li Lei, in his capacity as the event's MC, tenaciously detained the weary assembly, who were inclined to disperse, and commenced the narration of chilling tales. The narratives, meticulously crafted by Yi Feng, depicted the world post-spectral aura resurgence, replete with both horror and outlandishness, captivating the audience's attention. Then, as foretold, the spectral aura was indeed revived. Unsurprisingly, kindred spirits often share common traits. Yi Feng, armed with an arsenal of newly acquired fruit knives and daggers, employed them in the crucial initial 3 minutes of the spectral aura's resurgence, inflicting wounds upon the thighs of several pet owners he deemed agreeable. Li Lei, however, adopted a more audacious approach. Utilizing an array of formidable implements such as a triangular bayonet and a fire axe to shed the blood of his comrades. Li Lei's unwavering explications, coupled with the preceding groundwork and the spectral aura's resurgence mirroring his descriptions, left little room for skepticism, and the majority offered minimal resistance. Within a minute, the fire brigade, comprising dozens of individuals, completed the blood oath ritual. Observing the corroding, shrinking, and luminescent awakening weapons, the assembled family members swiftly selected small, sharp instruments such as daggers from the large crates Li Lei had produced, and initiated their own blood oath rituals. A few intrepid souls even resorted to fire axes, sharpened steel bars, iron saws, military bayonets, and Nepalese kukris. Yi Feng had initially confined the neighborhood's cats and dogs in boxes within the underground parking garage, but the situation spiraled out of control, resulting in 2 silver carp, nurtured in a foot basin in the living room, becoming the inaugural boon for him and his father, Yi Hongwu, to awaken their powers. Li Lei, on the other hand, surreptitiously released dozens of goldfish into the fire engine. As the bereaved families were engrossed in the activation of their bloodline abilities, Li Lei had already mounted the bulldozer he had previously borrowed. He extended the massive bucket to its maximum height, and, precisely as the 3-minute mark arrived, he ferociously rammed the fire engine, impaling it with brutal force. Many newly awakened Tier 1 goldfish were injured, either by the initial impact or the subsequent toppling of the fire engine. Disoriented and dazed, they were swiftly eliminated by the firemen who had regained their composure. The dozens of blood spirit crystals enabled everyone to complete their awakening simultaneously, even outpacing Yi Hongwu in terms of speed. Li Lei's miniature infantry fighting vehicle also materialized, measuring just over a meter in length. Subsequently, a tree near the fire station underwent rapid and uncontrolled growth, quickly ascending to Tier 2. The other trees nearby, having been treated with paraquat the previous night, were already in a state of near death and unable to complete their blood spirit chi awakening. The rapidly growing tree was soon encircled and killed, and Li Lei absorbed the Tier 2 blood spirit crystal it yielded. After absorbing 3 Tier 2 blood spirit crystals, The Type 89 tracked armored vehicle was successfully completed, although its 12.7mm heavy machine gun remained dormant. Li Lei was pursuing a different path, prioritizing the complete awakening of his armored vehicle. While Yufeng was focused on the combat capabilities of his frigate, this armored vehicle was only at the Grade A awakening level, far from surpassing the demigod level, let alone comparing to Yifeng's god-level awakened frigate. Ultimately, the armored vehicle served primarily as a transport, with only a single 12.7mm heavy machine gun as its armament. Any firearm, regardless of its type, was considered to be of the same tier, akin to the Battle King's assault rifle from Yifeng's previous life. Of course, even within the same tier, there were differences in combat effectiveness. Leveraging the available resources, and with Yifeng's foreknowledge and assistance, Li Lei swiftly amassed formidable strength. In the hours from dawn to daybreak, he led dozens of firefighters, forming the first team centered around the fire brigade, divided into 4 groups, advancing outward. Not only did they continuously expand the safe zone, but they also consistently acquired blood spirit crystals, sharing them among themselves. By the time daylight broke, they had swept through 2 city blocks, vanquishing numerous ferocious beasts and rescuing many fleeing individuals. The squad leader and some firefighters proposed entering the complex to save more people, but were met with Li Lei's refusal. He recalled Yifeng's words, "In this apocalyptic world, one must prioritize oneself and their family. Past responsibilities could only be addressed to the best of one's ability. This was a calamity for all humanity. Self-sacrifice held no significance. Only by becoming sufficiently strong could one save more lives." Furthermore, their families were within the fire brigade and required their care, compelling them to suppress their instincts. Just as Yifeng awoke, it coincided with the moment Li Lei fully awakened all 99 tanks. The 99 tanks had finally reached demigod level, surpassing the A grade, and now possessed boundless potential. Not only did they boast formidable artillery and parallel machine guns, but they also featured excellent modern communications and detection equipment. It was due to the awakening of the 99 tanks radar that Yifeng's battleship vaguely sensed it. However, with one being a deity and the other a demigod, despite their extraordinary awakening levels, in terms of rank, they were the weakest tier, unable to communicate effectively. Li Lei also heard the crackling sounds of electricity from within the 99 tanks, but he paid it no heed, assuming it was a mere issue related to their recent awakening. With a wave of his hand, he called out loudly, "Brothers, take a 3-minute break, then secure that complex." The 3 comrades who arrived at Yifeng's home had experiences akin to those of Yifeng or Li Lei before and after the resurgence of blood spirit energy. As for the other regions and humanity, they have largely progressed along the same trajectory as in Yifeng's previous life, enduring the dismal consequences of the apocalypse. However, there exists one notable exception. Many individuals genuinely believe that this cataclysmic world is their paradise. This place claims to be the most liberated in the world. Yet incidents of gun violence occur by the tens of thousands annually, with casualties surpassing those of an entire war. Violence is rampant, and it leads the globe in drug abuse. In this apocalypse, a multitude of individuals thrive as if they are in their element. Indeed, numerous people, within mere minutes, awakened to various firearms just as the warlords Yifeng recognized had done, growing ever stronger and swiftly ascending to positions of dominance. Yifeng remained oblivious to the fate of his comrades and was disinclined to concern himself with the global situation. He grasped the 3 bags containing blood spirit crystals and, noticing the eager gazes of those around him, handed a first-tier crystal core to Wang Yan. Addressing the group, those who have been gravely injured by sharp instruments and possess the potential for awakening should seek Officer Wang. He continued, "The first-tier crystal cores serve little purpose. They are best utilized as rewards and to win hearts, thereby enhancing our collective strength." Chapter 22, Distribution of Spoils. Hunting District. After presenting the first-tier blood spirit crystal bag to Wang Yan, Yifeng elaborated, "To awaken as battle warriors through the infusion of fresh blood into weaponry, one must consume second-tier blood spirit crystals. You may take position by the lakeside and await their emergence. Once they have just broken through, seize the opportunity to strike. In this apocalyptic world, I can only endeavor to provide you with better conditions, but I cannot afford to nurture with meticulous care. To rescue them and eliminate the most formidable beasts threatening their existence was already an act of profound benevolence. From here on, it would rely on their individual efforts." They were not fools. They could roughly discern Yi Feng's intentions and neither opposed nor had the right to oppose. They began to seize the opportunity to present themselves before Wang Yan, eager to awaken their battle spirits, their voices rising in a cacophony of debate. Yi Feng paid them no heed. Instead, he retrieved a substantial handful of blood spirit crystals from his second-tier blood spirit crystal pouch. Instantly, the clamor around him diminished, and numerous gazes turned his way. Yi Feng proclaimed, "Wang Yan, Lu Tingting, Old Master Shi, Uncle Zhang, and Xiao Li. It is precisely because of your selfless assistance that we were able to join forces to slay the giant tree. Each of you shall receive 5 crystals." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Many gasped in shock, their expressions a mix of envy and resentment. Innocent men bear the burden of possessing precious things. Lu Tingting quickly interjected, 3 crystals will suffice for me. I did not contribute much. Yi Feng interrupted her, stating, this is not merely a reward. It is also a spoils of war. It is rightfully yours, earned through your own efforts. As for how you choose to distribute it, that is entirely your concern. Yi Feng's generosity was not only aimed at fostering a fair and just environment, but also to prevent chaos as the numbers increased. Furthermore, among them lay potential future powerhouses, and such benevolence could prove invaluable for his own future. In his previous life, he had only a second-tier peak dagger, and after his father's demise, he survived for another 2 years largely due to the benevolent ties forged between father and son. As a former beneficiary of his assistance, who had ascended to the peak of the 3rd tier, protected him for an extended period. Upon hearing Yi Feng's explanation regarding the rewards, the crowd fell into contemplation, realizing that compared to these few individuals, they had merely been consuming the fruits of others' labor. Yi Feng distributed 5 blood spirit crystals to each of them, and ultimately presented 12 more to his father. For those awakened to the Ding level, the enhancement was relatively straightforward. Previously, Lu Tingting and Wang Yan had only absorbed a single 1st-tier blood spirit crystal to awaken as warriors. Upon absorbing an additional 2nd-tier crystal, they ascended to the 2nd tier, and now, by consuming 3 more, they could reach the pinnacle of that tier. However, their future paths seemed nearly exhausted. Similarly, with the resurgence of blood spirit crystals, the initiation of a warrior through blood infusion now necessitated the rare 2nd-tier crystals, which posed an obstacle for many. Moreover, this process required a greater sacrifice of blood and more formidable blades, yet still yielded only the awakening of Ding-level warriors, with the ultimate limit confined to the 2nd tier's zenith. Furthermore, to elevate to the 2nd tier, the quantity of blood spirit crystals required was triple that of individuals like Lu Tingting and Wang Yan, paralleling the consumption needed for a more potent B-level awakening. It could be said that this awakening was rather lackluster. In the previous world's apocalypse, only the powerful and resource-rich magnates would assist their closest kin in such postnatal awakenings. Unless one were to acquire a king-level blood spirit crystal, breaking free from such constraints to ascend to the 3rd tier was virtually impossible. For those of the 2nd tier, a C-level awakening necessitated 6 crystals to reach the pinnacle, while a B-level required 9, and an A-level demanded 12. Yi Hongwu's 8-foot serpent spear was classified as B-level and had already ascended to its peak after absorbing 9 2nd-tier blood spirit crystals. In contrast, Song Chao's heavy armor was an A-level awakening, having just attained the 2nd tier. Between father and son, there exists no pretense. Yi Hongwu took the blood spirit crystals and, settling into a meditative posture, unleashed his battle armor, affixing the crystals to various parts of the armor. The 2nd-tier battle armor, now fully developed, possesses the innate ability to absorb blood spirit crystals for enhancement. Lu Tingting, too, revealed her stainless steel syringe, directly infusing 3 blood spirit crystals into it for absorption. As Yi Feng distributed blood spirit crystals to those who had achieved military merit, Wang Yan, on the opposite side, had already disseminated 1st-tier blood spirit crystals, successfully awakening around 10 ordinary individuals. Most of them were of advanced age, having lived for decades, and each bore the scars of life-threatening experiences, particularly those from rural backgrounds. Some elderly women had been cut by sickles while farming, while elderly men had suffered injuries from hoes. Migrant workers on construction sites had encountered steel bars, brick blades, saws, and scaffolding pipes, awakening a variety of peculiar warriors. Though these warriors were of a low tier, they had gained the right to survive in the apocalyptic world. For ordinary individuals, survival is a formidable challenge. Many pampered wealthy individuals, accustomed to comfort, failed to endure even 3 minutes past midnight. The apocalypse starkly contrasts with peacetime, and the lives of many have undergone a complete reversal. After awakening, they approached Yifeng to express their earnest gratitude before departing towards the lakeside. Those who did not receive blood spirit crystals silently followed suit, uniting with the awakened to guard the remains by the lake. More accurately, they awaited an opportunity, akin to waiting for a hare by the stump. With the resurgence of blood spirit energy, the enhancement of flora and fauna far surpasses that of humanity. Even a single blade of grass or a floating water plant can evolve into a first-tier minor beast. Subsequently, they cannibalize each other, with merely 1% ascending to the second tier. Nevertheless, given their vast numbers, second-tier ferocious beasts continue to emerge incessantly. The lakeside, previously decimated by Yifeng's barrage, soon witnessed the successive appearance of second-tier ferocious beasts, which were jointly besieged and killed by the awakened, thus initiating a cycle of self-sufficiency. The artificial lake in the morning teemed with activity, having become a hunting ground for over a dozen newly awakened individuals. With the absence of other powerful ferocious beasts draining energy, the birth of second-tier ferocious beasts was akin to chives, sprouting from time to time, only to be harvested by the collective efforts of the crowd. Wang Yan, Lu Tingting, Uncle Zhang, and Little Li swiftly absorbed 3 blood spirit crystals each, reaching the apex of the second tier. With 2 blood spirit crystals remaining for each of them, they were immediately met with entreaties and promises from numerous awakened individuals. However, with the advent of the apocalypse, the vast fortunes of yesteryear were rendered mere scraps of paper, and even the finest school district properties and villas were reduced to ruins. Devoid of value, blood spirit crystals were the sole, unadulterated currency. Grandpa Sher's chisel, being a C-grade awakening, required the absorption of 6 blood spirit crystals, a number he had yet to attain. Lu Tingting gifted him 1. Yi Hongwu, needing to absorb 12, would require a greater expenditure of time. As for Yifeng, he fed over a dozen of the finest second-tier peak blood spirit crystals to the supply ship on his back. Although the supply ship's combat prowess was not formidable, possessing only 4 close-in weapon systems for self-defense and air defense, its dimensions of 240 meters in length, 32 meters in width, and a full load displacement of 48,000 tons meant that the energy required for its complete awakening would be no less than that of a Type 054B frigate. Yifeng released it, casting it upon the lake's surface, and tossed a handful of blood spirit crystals onto its hull, watching as it rapidly expanded from 100 meters to 200. However, to fully awaken the complete warship form, quasi-tier 3, or even authentic tier 3, blood spirit crystals are still required. The remaining ordinary tier 2 blood spirit crystals offer diminishing returns. Instead of wasting them, Yifeng deployed scaled-down versions of nuclear submarines, frigates, destroyers, and aircraft carriers, allowing them to continue their advancement. Having experienced the acquisition of the giant tree's blood spirit crystal, Yifeng understood that these infant-level carrier fleets could play a crucial role in critical moments. As time elapsed, a medley of enticing aromas filled the air. A group of unawakened individuals busied themselves with preparing the various ferocious beasts previously hunted by Yifeng, transforming them into roasted meats, stews, and pan-fried delicacies. Paired with the tender portions of similarly awakened Tier 2 plant-based ferocious beasts, the dishes were not only rich in energy, but also delectable. Around 8 in the morning, as the blood sun ascended, everyone had their fill. Yifeng retracted the carrier fleet that had absorbed the blood spirit crystals and declared, "I shall continue the hunt, rescuing survivors along the way. Those at Tier 2 or above may accompany me, leave a few behind." With that, Yifeng dashed towards the east side of the city. Chapter 23. The Anaconda's Carnage at the Aquarium. The vanished Tier 3 ferocious beast. Having chosen the eastern direction, Yifeng swiftly advanced. This was a 2-way, 8-lane main thoroughfare. Only such spacious areas could accommodate the deployment of frigates, especially supply ships. Yi Hongwu, Elder Shi, Lu Tingting, and Xiao Li followed closely behind. Wang Yan hesitated briefly before deciding to join as well. She had a deeper understanding of the apocalypse and realized that self-empowerment was paramount. Moreover, with over 30 awakened individuals remaining, her presence was not as crucial back there. Her dagger-wielding combat troops had also reached the apex of the second tier, capable only of assisting Yifeng, enabling him to swiftly acquire the ability to slay the Beast King. Should Yifeng obtain a sufficient quantity of the Beast King's blood spirit crystals in the future, she too would have a modicum of opportunity to obtain them. aiding her in shattering her bottleneck. Hope must be maintained, particularly in the apocalypse. Subsequent to Wang Yin, several other second-tier powerhouses followed suit. Old Zhang and the remaining second-tier individuals stayed behind, as did all of the newly awakened first-tier individuals. Following several hours of accumulation, none could ascertain the strength of the ferocious beasts that might emerge within the city. Remaining here was comparatively safer. Yifeng possessed virtually no kin save for his father. The two were reliant upon one another, mitigating the trauma inflicted upon him by the apocalypse. Hither, Yifeng beckoned to those trailing behind him as he arrived at the periphery of a commercial plaza. Presently you shall vociferously cry out, luring forth several ferocious beasts within. We shall first eliminate them before venturing within to extinguish those phytomorphic ferocious beasts. Exercise utmost caution, for it is highly probable that a third-tier ferocious beast lurks within. The commercial plaza at dawn experienced sparse pedestrian traffic, and there were scant few pets or plants, rendering it a comparatively secure locale, in theory. However, this plaza, known as Wanda, housed a pet emporium, precisely the one Yifeng sought, harboring numerous pets within. Furthermore, there was an aquarium. Utilizing the radar awakened by the frigate, Yifeng could even perceive the aura of that third-tier alligator gar. It had deliberately detoured hither, ostensibly to hunt other ferocious beasts before entering the distant river. Many cities possess rivers, and the third-tier prefecture-level city in which Yifeng resided was bisected by a river. Yifeng intended to wait for his father and Uncle Shi to ascend to the third tier before embarking on a hunting expedition in the river. Likewise, to fully awaken his supply ship, a blood spirit crystal of at least quasi-third tier was essential. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Uncle Shi, undeterred by age, was the first to charge into the commercial district, wielding a blood-red chisel like a long spear. Swiftly piercing through the second-tier potted plants that emerged from shops adorned with green vines, ferns, and money trees, he deliberately created a tremendous commotion, shouting loudly. However, much to Yifeng's disappointment, there were no third-tier ferocious beasts to be found, only a few peak second-tier creatures. Among them was a white cat larger than a Siberian tiger, engaged in a fierce battle with a long-legged mutated devilfish, while Yihangwu benefited from the fray. Several sea eels swelled to over 10 meters in length, thicker than a barrel, weaving through the expansive square, reminiscent of a calamity of pythons, resulting in considerable carnage. Despite being marine creatures, they thrived on land, evolving into terrestrial beings. Uncle Shi excelled at hunting such elongated beasts, displaying remarkable courage by using himself as bait. As a giant sea eel lunged towards him, mouth agape with protruding fangs, he suddenly propelled the chisel forward, driving it into the eel's maw. The blood-red chisel, akin to an invincible spear or armor-piercing projectile, pierced through the eel's throat and into its abdomen, exiting through its tail after traversing its soft innards. He then leapt onto the head of the eel, swiftly closing its mouth to complete the kill, before charging towards another formidable second-tier beast to continue clearing the commercial district. Yifeng and his companions subsequently entered several residential areas, vanquishing numerous second-tier beasts and rescuing many survivors, yet still encountered no third-tier monsters. Do not mention Yifeng. Even the others are convinced that something is amiss with the ferocious beasts. Around 3 in the morning, they observed the Alaska that had broken through to the third tier. Departing from the residential area, shortly thereafter, they encountered the late-stage fusion giant tree of the third tier. Later, they discovered traces of the third-tier alligator gar burrowing away. Now, it is afternoon, and it has been a full several hours since the resurgence of blood spirit energy. From a temporal perspective, it is certainly sufficient for numerous third-tier ferocious beasts to have come into existence. Moreover, the fact that these third-tier beasts hurriedly left is decidedly abnormal. After rescuing dozens of survivors from another residential area, as they watched the figures of these individuals making their way back, Yifeng furrowed his brow. Lu Tingting remarked, "Animal migration typically occurs for 2 reasons, either to satiate hunger or for reproduction. Of course, it may also be to temporarily evade predators." Upon hearing this, Yifeng chuckled softly, shaking his head, and replied, "Yet, they are no longer mere animals." The departure of third-tier ferocious beasts can be attributed to 2 reasons, one being the avoidance of danger, and the other the pursuit of greater power. Even reproduction pales in comparison to the significance of these 2 motives. Which do you believe it to be? He glanced at the others. As they pondered, Yifeng continued, "The leap from third-tier to fourth-tier beast king is a vast chasm, requiring immense energy for advancement. Moreover, breaking through to the rank of Beast King constitutes a formidable barrier. It necessitates the ferocious beasts to engage in fierce battles and cannibalism, at least merging 10-peak third-tier beasts before they can undergo the transformation into a Beast King. Perhaps our city has been forsaken by the Tier 3 ferocious beasts, as they no longer deign to prey on the common Tier 1 and Tier 2 humans and beasts. This could be deemed a boon. Yifeng surmised that in his previous life, he managed to eke out an existence in the city for 3 years, seldom encountering Tier 3 beasts. However, for him now, this is dire news. He gazed at the sanguine sun in the sky, estimating it to be around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, with several hours remaining until nightfall in the summer. Yet, with the resurgence of blood spirit energy, the seasons have become irrelevant, with day and night equally divided into 12-hour intervals. Dawn breaks punctually at 6 in the morning, and dusk descends with equal precision at 6 in the evening. He was certain that the river teemed with Tier 3 ferocious beasts, with abundant water resources. The flora and fauna near the water awaken most swiftly. Hence, Yifeng had previously placed a succulent in the toilet bowl to absorb water from the pipes. Similarly, this was a grand river, exceeding 200 meters in width during the summer and reaching depths of over 10 meters. Coupled with the national ban on fishing in the wild for over a decade, the river teemed with large fish. With the resurgence of blood spirit energy, fish can swiftly adapt to their environment, rapidly metamorphosing into amphibians or even reptiles, capable of devouring prey in the water and hunting on land. Their awakening is undoubtedly the swiftest. The riverbank is fraught with peril, a forbidden zone for those below Tier 3. Yifeng intended to venture forth solely with his father. Although they were both at the peak of Tier 2, apart from Grandpa Sure, who was a Grade C awakened, the others were all Grade D. His father's 18-foot serpent spear, however, was Grade B, and his Song Dynasty heavy armor even reached Grade A, rendering him impervious to the attacks of ordinary Tier 3 beasts. I shall accompany you. Lu Tingting raised her hand at once, and upon seeing Yifeng about to speak, she hurriedly interjected, I can assist you in critical moments. You need not worry about me. I am capable of taking care of myself and will not hinder you. Yi Hongwu nodded in agreement, smiling as he said, Xiao Feng. Take her with you. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Lu Tingting expressed her gratitude promptly. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from afar as the group prepared to part ways. First came the sharp, resounding crack, followed by the heavy splash of something plunging into the water. The bridge has collapsed, Yifeng declared solemnly. It must be a third-tier ferocious beast. Chapter 24. The 5-meter sparrow. Fire at Father. The expansive river, 200 meters wide, was crowned by a bridge designed for 8 lanes of traffic in both directions, supplemented by auxiliary paths for non-motorized vehicles and pedestrian walkways. This colossal structure measured a staggering 40 meters in width and over 400 meters in length. The stout pillars were akin to African elephants, and the robust steel cables were thicker than a calf. To obliterate such a bridge would undoubtedly require a third-tier ferocious beast. Amidst the thunderous cacophony of the bridge's collapse, Yifeng also discerned the furious roars and shrieks of the beast. Let us go. Without pausing to bid farewell, Yifeng dashed towards the bridge 3 kilometers away, with Yi Hongwu and Lu Tingting hot on his heels. Despite Lu Tingting being at the pinnacle of the second tier, she bore little resemblance to the delicate yoga instructor from the previous day. Her explosive speed surpassed that of the legendary sprinter Usain Bolt, and her endurance remained formidable. The revival of blood spirit energy had resulted in the demise of over 90% of humanity. Yet those who survived appeared to possess enhanced capabilities akin to that of immortals. Be cautious. The voices of Wang Yin and Grandpa Sure soon faded behind them. However, in the next moment, Yifeng forcefully pushed off the ground, leaning his body back at a sharp angle. 2 days prior, I acquired a pair of exquisite mountaineering shoes, valued at 3,000, that met with the rough surface of a crumbling concrete road, resulting in a dramatic friction. It was as if a motorcycle, in the throes of a high-speed dash, had come to an abrupt halt, leaving behind 2 dark streaks on the pavement. In less than a second, he halted instantly, pivoted sharply, and swung his hand. From his right arm, a formidable 140-meter battleship surged forth with a thunderous roar, its spherical radar whirling, while the 2 11-barreled close-in weapon systems adeptly adjusted their aim skyward. Whoosh! The piercing sound of slicing air echoed, reminiscent of a supersonic jet tearing through the atmosphere. In truth, the adversary's velocity indeed surpassed the speed of sound. By the time the sound reached him, it had already manifested behind Yi Hongwu and Lu Tingting. A pair of claws, thicker and sharper than those of an adult male, lunged fiercely at their backs. However, one individual pushed and collided, forcefully propelling the two to safety. In his grasp, a watermelon knife came crashing down upon the sinister claws. Xiaoli, a colleague of Wang Yin and a young officer who had ascended to the second tier, had unexpectedly followed along, intending to assist at the broken bridge. At that moment, he fortuitously saved the lives of Yi Hongwu and Lu Tingting. Yet his watermelon knife met the claws as if striking steel, being flung away, leaving his palm bleeding. The two sharp, resilient claws merely adjusted their angle, seizing Xiao Li's torso, and with a violent flap, they unleashed a sonic boom, instantly lifting him into the skies. Apart from Yi Feng, the others were completely caught off guard. Boom. Just then, Yi Feng, having anticipated the situation, released the battleship to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The close-in weapon systems fired, targeting the supersonic fledgling that had taken flight. Indeed, a fledgling. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, the wandering albatross, with its 3-meter wingspan, reigned as the largest avian creature on Earth, capable of traversing the Pacific while sleeping mid-flight. Yet, the sparrow before them, boasting a 5-meter wingspan and a robust physique nearing 2 meters in length, dwarfed even the grandest golden eagles. Amidst a cacophony of splintering sounds, the sparrow's talons effortlessly shattered the ribs of the peak tier 2 Xiaoli, unleashing a torrent of blood. Witnessing this, Yi Feng's pupils constricted, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury. For him, the horrifying memory of being unable to retaliate against a tier 2 pencil sharpener, ultimately succumbing to the agonizing demise of a gradually torn chest and abdomen, and the devouring of his internal organs, was still fresh, merely 4 days past. Moreover, had it not been for Xiaoli's intervention, his father might have prematurely perished, subjecting him to yet another heart-wrenching farewell. The tables had turned. Yi Feng's frigate, a divine combatant surpassing even the highest grade by 2 tiers, possessed the power to inflict grievous injuries upon this tier 3 sparrow, even at tier 1. The fully awakened frigate. While its combat capabilities might not be directly comparable to a true frigate, Yi Feng was certain that the firing rate of its close-in weapon system would not fall short of the genuine Type 1130 CIWS. Hurtling projectiles at 3 times the speed of sound, an astounding 1,000 meters per second, the Sparrow's maximum burst speed at Tier 3 reached twice the speed of sound. Yet it still paled in comparison to the CIWS. However, its superior agility allowed it to abruptly release Xiaoli, executing a sharp turn and ascending skyward. Xiaoli, Yi Hongwu, consumed by a mixture of rage, concern, and gratitude, sprinted towards Xiaoli's fallen form. The alacrity of Yi Feng's radar had already pinpointed the Sparrow, with the close-in weapon system, CIWS, in hot pursuit. The dual CIWS mounts, each boasting 22 barrels, unleashed a torrential barrage of over 200 projectiles per second, weaving a lethal tapestry in the air, poised to converge upon the Sparrow based on the radar's anticipatory calculations. In a mere blink of 2 seconds, the gargantuan Sparrow found itself overtaken, its dorsal region perforated by a pair of gaping wounds, from which erupted a gruesome geyser of feathers and gore. However, the CIWS rounds, measuring a mere 3 centimeters in diameter, akin to pigeon eggs, merely punctured its corporeal form, failing to rend it asunder. They became lodged within, as if embedded in a steel plate, stubbornly resisting complete penetration. Such was the formidable resilience of a Tier 3 ferocious beast, even one as lowly as a sparrow. With a plaintive screech, the Sparrow deliberately plunged headlong into a towering edifice, its cranium and torso effortlessly cleaving through the stainless steel security railings, before shattering the glass and aluminum alloy and storming into the interior. Indeed, even the load-bearing walls behind succumbed to its headlong assault, crumbling like a tank shell as it sought refuge within the building's depths. The CIWS reigned supreme against adversaries below Tier 3, yet against a Tier 3 ferocious beast, it fell short of delivering a swift kill. The twin CIWS continued their relentless pursuit, tearing apart the Sparrow's tail, hindquarters, and lower limbs, leaving a trail of mangled flesh and blood. However, upon the Sparrow's evasive maneuver into the residential tower, the efficacy of the CIWS diminished considerably. Damnation! Yi Feng exclaimed in vexation. Must I resort to naval artillery to dispatch a mere Sparrow? The adage of employing a cannon to swat a mosquito was rapidly becoming a reality. He commanded the 100mm main naval gun, pivoting it swiftly to bear upon the building. Boom! The main cannon's velocity, a mere 800 meters per second, scarcely exceeding twice the speed of sound, coupled with its considerable size, allowed Yifeng to visually trace its trajectory as it erupted from the muzzle. It relentlessly pulverized the residential building's load-bearing pillars, floor slabs, and supporting walls, ascending diagonally through multiple stories. A cacophony pierced the air as a mutated sparrow, concealed within a master bedroom, emitted a terrified shriek before being eviscerated by the projectile. The resulting explosion resembled that of a, scattering blood, flesh, and bone fragments like macabre shrapnel, embedding themselves deeply within the bedroom's walls and floor. Undaunted, the cannon projectile continued its destructive path, piercing through several more floors and walls before finally dissipating into the rooftop. Its purpose fulfilled, it left behind a perfectly straight passage. The surrounding concrete fractured, the steel reinforcements severed, their edges exhibiting an arc where the intense friction had caused them to glow red. The entire building, already scarred from encounters with flora and savage beasts, now teetered precariously on the brink of collapse. "Father, now!" Yifeng exclaimed, rushing towards Yihongwu. Yihongwu had just received Shaoli, the young officer. The young policeman's chest was broken. Most of his ribs were torn, his abdomen was torn, and his internal organs were exposed. It was extremely tragic. If he hadn't been promoted to the second level, he would have died directly. Now he only had half a breath left, and he could only hold on for a few more seconds. Life was passing quickly. Upon hearing Yifeng's urgent call, Yihongwu swiftly placed Shaoli down and hurried towards his son, surmising that Yifeng possessed a means to save the young officer's life. Yifeng, having reached the building's facade, assumed a sprinter stance, his hands resting upon his knees. Yihongwu, stepping onto Yifeng's hands, launched himself upward, propelled by his son's powerful lift, soaring to a height of over 10 meters. "Defend!" Yifeng bellowed. Yihongwu had already anticipated this, summoning all his strength to activate his heavy armor, drawing in his limbs and torso, curling his body into a compact form. Bang! 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 Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, Yifeng unleashed another barrage. The two close-range cannons erupted with tongues of flame, striking Yihongwu. Amidst the clanging metallic cacophony, bolstered by his formidable defenses, Yihongwu was propelled towards the fallen sparrow. His armor, though bearing damage, left him unscathed. In this extraordinary manner, Yihongwu surged into the building, seizing the blood spirit crystal before bursting forth once more. With a resounding crash, the building collapsed, billowing clouds of dust. Yihongwu emerged from the haze like a war deity. Creaking, Yifeng yanked a nearby utility pole, spinning his body to hurl it fiercely at his father. Yihongwu stepped upon the pole, bending it like a noodle, dissipating a portion of the force. Old Master Shi also reacted swiftly, casting his chisel upward, enabling Yihongwu to once again step upon it, mitigating further impact. Finally, he landed with a forward roll, his heavy armor carving a deep gouge into the roadway, fracturing the concrete. Quickly, without further ado, the father and son demonstrated an uncanny synergy, breathless Yihongwu tossing the blood spirit crystal to Yifeng. Meanwhile, Shaoli had already undergone treatment with Ludingting's syringe, though it merely slowed the inexorable tide of his life slipping away. Yifeng grasped the blood spirit crystal, darting to Shaoli's side and pressing the crystal against the horrific wound on his chest. The solid blood spirit crystal, upon contact with flesh, melted instantaneously like snow in a hot pan, transforming into a torrent of energy that surged into his body, mending his injuries. Chapter 25. Fleet enters the river. Expertise finally aligned. The Tier 3 blood spirit crystal harbors exceptionally profound energy. In a mere 10 seconds, the gushing blood from the severed cardiac artery was staunched. Within half a minute, the wound began to regenerate. After a minute, color returned to his pallid countenance, and he opened his eyes, his lips moving slightly. Wang Yin remarked with emotion, "You owe both father and son a life." Yihongwu promptly interjected, "Shaoli, it is Uncle Yi and Tingting who owe you a life." Lu Tingting also expressed her gratitude. Such is the camaraderie forged in the crucible of battle, rapidly elevating the bonds between them. But just then, Shaoli's body quivered, and the phantom of the dagger in his palm materialized once more, its radiance scintillating. A potent aura emanated forth, astonishing and then delighting everyone present. Tier 3. Grade C. The others exclaimed in succession. Even Yifeng was pleasantly surprised. Not even his 3 years of apocalyptic experience in his past life had acquainted him with such a phenomenon. No destruction, no construction, destruction followed by construction. The ancients spoke truly. Yi Hongwu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light, as if contemplating something. Dad, don't get any wild ideas. Yi Feng cautioned, discerning his father's thoughts with a single glance. He was grade D, and under the dire circumstances of near-fatal injuries. He shattered his martial constraints with a Tier 3 blood spirit crystal, awakening to grade C. It's only logical. But you are different. Even your weakest 18-foot serpent spear awakened at grade B, to transform once more into the pinnacle of excellence. I am certain that a blood crystal from a 4th-tier beast king would be inadequate. At the very least, one of 5th tier or higher is required. Yi Hongwu pondered while stroking his chin, musing aloud. You make a valid point. Little Feng, you must hasten to procure a 5th or 6th tier beast king's blood crystal for your father. Yi Feng replied with a wry smile. This is merely our hypothesis. Shaoli is the only successful case we are aware of, and we cannot ascertain its efficacy definitively. Moreover, the risks associated with resurrection are exceedingly high. We should defer this matter for now. In comparison, utilizing the Beast King's blood crystal directly to break through the limitations of the D-class warriors is far more secure and reliable. As for the C and B classes, theoretically, employing more formidable 5th or 6th tier beasts should suffice. Even if it does not, the rumored 7th tier Beast Emperor would undoubtedly be effective. The others nodded in agreement, deep in contemplation. If the 3rd tier ferocious beasts possess such formidable strength, and if the 3rd tier warriors face such formidable challenges in their breakthroughs, how powerful must the 5th and 6th tier beast kings and their warriors be? With Yi Feng's escortship, it is assured that he will ascend to the ranks of the 5th or 6th tier sovereign, or perhaps even greater. Not to mention, he also commands more powerful destroyers and aircraft carriers. This towering tree under which he finds respite, this future bastion of support, must be embraced with utmost diligence. Yi Feng brushed off the dust from Shao Li's shoulder insignia and spoke. Indeed, Shao Li exclaimed, offering a sincere salute to Yi Feng, reminiscent of Yi Feng's own salute to the middle-aged captain adorned with a blood-stained insignia at dawn. No matter how dark the world may be, one should strive to preserve a glimmer of light, for it may serve as the spark leading towards a luminous future. After his father's demise in his previous life, Yi Feng, aided by a Tier 3 powerhouse, received these words. As Yi Feng departed once more, the elongated shadow he cast in the vermilion twilight evoked a sense of his towering presence among the onlookers. This time, without incident, Yi Feng, accompanied by Yi Hongwu and Lu Tingting, traversed the path, dispatching several presumptuous Tier 2 apex predators in a matter of minutes, until they arrived at the bridge. The cataclysmic conflict had concluded, leaving behind only the dilapidated bridge piers, the severed bridge plunging into the river, and a plethora of indentations, craters, and claw marks etched upon the riverbank, all attesting to the ferocity of the preceding battle. Yi Feng's gaze swept across the surroundings, a mixture of vigilance and inquisitiveness in his eyes. In his previous life, spanning 3 years, he had never ventured to this forbidden riverbank. It was inconceivable that in less than a day, this place had transformed from the once well-managed urban river into a scene reminiscent of the Amazon rainforest in a primeval state. The shrubs and flora that once lined the riverbank had burgeoned into a tropical rainforest, replete with colossal trees soaring to heights of dozens or even hundreds of meters. Having metamorphosed into feral beasts, the distinction between flora and fauna had blurred, with various active offensive capabilities now present. Their sprawling, thick roots and branches resembled swarms of pythons and serpents, extending in all directions, having already engulfed a substantial portion of both sides of the great river. Nevertheless, the river teemed with a multitude of feral beasts, engaging in mutual slaughter and devouring, while also assaulting and tearing apart the encroaching plant-based feral beasts. Herbivorous fish, particularly those mutated from grass carp, specialized in attacking these plant-based feral beasts, ultimately consuming their blood essence crystals. Within the city, Tier 2 apex predators were relatively scarce, with the majority consisting of ordinary Tier 2 feral beasts. The vicinity teems with formidable Rank 2 apex predators, engaged in ceaseless conflict and consumption. Rank 3 beasts emerge intermittently, perpetuating the cycle of predation among themselves. The recent destruction of the bridge was merely an inadvertent consequence of a clash between 2 powerful Rank 3 entities. The Rank 2 apex predators resemble the colossal protagonists of creature features such as King Kong, Jurassic Park, and Anaconda, while the Rank 3 beasts represent their enhanced counterparts. The Rank 4 Beast Kings have undergone a qualitative transformation, akin to Godzilla or King Ghidorah, possessing not only formidable physiques, but also mastery over elemental forces. Driven by the ambition to ascend to the Beast King status, the rank 3 beasts engage in relentless combat. The river's hue has shifted to a pale crimson, not due to the influence of blood spirit energy, but rather the sheer volume of blood shed by the warring beasts. This is a crucible, where a multitude of creatures engage in internecine strife, with only the victor undergoing metamorphosis into a beast king. Witnessing this spectacle, even the previously spirited Yi Hongwu could not help but gulp audibly, a primal fear emanating from the depths of his being. It was the fear ingrained in the human genome over millions of years of evolutionary encounters with formidable beasts, akin to the instinctive dread elicited by ferocious canines or serpents. Xiaofeng, are you confident? Yi Hongwu inquired, his voice tinged with trepidation as he turned to Yi Feng. Lu Tingting, her eyes wide with anticipation, also fixed her gaze on Yi Feng. Yi Feng inhaled deeply, his resolve surging, and proclaimed with a resounding laugh. Father, Tingting, our definitive ascent begins today. Prepare to collect the blood spirit crystals. Charge. His right fist launched a strike towards the broken bridge below, propelling a colossal frigate, 140 meters in length, 18 meters in breadth, and 32 meters in height, along the trajectory of his arm. Amidst the cacophony of splintering trees and resounding cracks, the multi-ton warship, akin to an immense road roller, carved a path of carnage through sheer mass. The riverside, previously a scene of carnage, fell into a momentary hush as the battling flora, fauna, and ferocious beasts were taken aback by the sudden emergence of the gargantuan frigate. Yet, in the ensuing instant, they regained their senses and surged forward, as if an individual had ventured into a primeval forest and encountered a cataclysmic hurricane, or akin to navigating a small vessel amidst a tsunami. A desperate encounter with mortal peril. Rapid-fire cannons unleashed their full might, delivering a frenzied barrage in all directions. A 100mm naval gun was instantly activated, discharging a shell that pierced the cranium of a colossal prawn. With scarcely a pause, Yi Feng discharged a second shell, obliterating a Tier 3 banyan tree. In such a precarious situation, Yi Feng could ill afford to hold back. In contrast to the massive artillery batteries of the World War eras, contemporary warships typically possess a single main gun, yet its firepower remains formidable, achieving a maximum firing rate of 90 rounds per minute, tantamount to 3 shells every 2 seconds. Such ordnance is comparable to an entire army artillery battalion. The naval gun's downward inclination was limited, precluding attacks on underwater entities. However, the river teemed with formidable aquatic beasts in vast numbers. Consequently, Yi Feng was compelled to unleash another devastating maneuver. Mimicking a boxer's stance, he hunched his chest and arched his back, causing the 200-meter colossal supply ship behind him to burst forth from above, crashing down into the river's center. A surge of blood spirit energy poured forth from the supply ship, swiftly coursing through Yi Feng's body and flooding into the escort vessel. In the vertical launch silos at the stern, a flash of light erupted as a torpedo, as thick as a barrel and 2 meters long, launched skywards. It then executed a nimble turn and plunged into the water, creating a cascade of bubbles before it struck a colossal creature with a thunderous impact. The explosion sent water and blood splattering into the air. Chapter 26. Damage to the 50,000-ton supply ship. The terrifying Black Serpent. A deafening roar resounded as a torpedo weighing several hundred kilograms detonated. This formidable modern weapon showcased its might once more in an era dominated by cold weaponry, rejuvenated by blood spirit energy. Even the vast river, teeming with third-tier ferocious beasts, fell silent. The first-tier ferocious beasts were driven solely by instinct, while the second tier exhibited slightly more intelligence, and the third tier possessed considerable cognitive abilities. The fourth-tier beast kings were often more astute than most humans. The detonation of the torpedo instilled fear among the pack of ferocious beasts. The vertical launch, ultra-long-range torpedoes represented the pinnacle of the 054B's combat capabilities, boasting greater offensive power than anti-air missiles. Previously, a late-stage third-tier beast king would have been obliterated by a single strike, reduced to mere fragments. A 10,000-ton modern warship would also suffer severe damage from such an assault. The supply ship, having only absorbed second-tier blood spirit crystals and not fully awakened, could only sustain a limited number of these strikes after energizing the torpedo, depleting its resources significantly. Fortunately, Yi Hongwu and his son shared a remarkable synergy. He was not merely a passive spectator. After the initial shock of Yi Feng's actions wore off, he quickly regained his composure and, following the path of the escort ship's advance, swiftly began to collect blood spirit crystals. Numerous mid to high-tier second-tier blood spirit crystals were gathered with great efficiency. At present, the blood spirit crystal of this level holds no value for Yi Feng's escort ship, supply vessel, or even for Yi Hongwu and Lu Tingting. Only Yi Feng's remaining unawakened vessels are eager to accept the blood spirit crystal. The third-tier blood spirit crystal from the banyan tree was seized by Yi Hongwu, who, this time, chose not to present it to Yi Feng. Instead, he affixed it directly to his 8-foot serpent spear, enabling the spear, which had long since reached its peak state, to swiftly break through a minor bottleneck and ascend to the third tier. A B-rank awakened warrior can potentially become a 5th-tier sovereign. Thus, transcending to the third tier is merely a matter of consuming a third-tier blood spirit crystal, which is both rapid and seamless. Equipped with a third-tier 8-foot serpent spear, Yi Hongwu, a peak second-tier A-rank awakened warrior clad in heavy armor, possessed the capability to confront third-tier ferocious beasts head-on. He charged into the river, his heavy armor and spear exuding formidable power, akin to a war god. As he contended with a horde of peak second-tier ferocious beasts for the third-tier lobster blood spirit crystal. Meanwhile, not far away, Yi Feng exhibited overwhelming prowess. The close defense artillery was tasked with eliminating the horde of ferocious beasts below the third tier, while the ship's cannons reached their maximum firing rate, relentlessly launching shell after shell to obliterate third-tier beasts. Whoosh! An anti-air missile soared into the sky, striking down a mutated kingfisher. The third-tier mutated kingfisher, with a wingspan of 2 meters and a body length of merely 1 meter, possessed a beak half a meter long, akin to an indomitable armor-piercing projectile. Yi Feng observed that remnants of other third-tier beast brain matter adorned its head and elongated beak. The missile's assault on it was undoubtedly a justified use of resources. The kingfisher survives by ambushing fish, exhibiting reflexes and explosive speed that far surpass the clumsy sparrow. Now, following its mutation, it has become extraordinarily powerful, deftly evading supersonic anti-air missiles as it darts toward the dense thicket by the riverbank. The anti-air missiles, highly sensitive, are transformed into pursuing projectiles under Yi Feng's command, relentlessly chasing their target with unyielding determination. Yi Hongwu, relying on his formidable defense, withstands the ferocious onslaught of beasts, wielding his third-tier 8-foot serpent spear with lethal precision, ultimately slaying numerous monsters in the shallows of the river. He captures the first blood spirit crystal from the fallen giant shrimp. With a vigorous throw, he coordinates with Yi Feng's close-in artillery, eliminating the various mutated beasts, roots of banyan trees, branches of willows, and leaves of lotus that attempt to seize the crystal, allowing it to land safely on the enormous supply ship. With a resounding crack, akin to an egg striking a wall, the long-starved supply ship greedily clings to the third-tier blood spirit crystal, consuming it with fervor. The 200-meter-long vessel continues to grow in length, width, height, and thickness. The 4 close-in artillery pieces rapidly complete their final awakening, acquiring self-defense capabilities. Witnessing this scene, Yi Hongwu and his son Yi Feng finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Tingting, who had merely been an onlooker, also feels her anxious heart settle. Her syringe's attack power proves inadequate against the weakest beasts, all of which are at least in the mid-stages of the second tier. Aware of her limitations, she understands that her best assistance is to refrain from causing trouble. Nonetheless, she takes a moment to deploy her syringe, extracting some sap from severely wounded second-tier plants and the blood of animal beasts, transforming them into pure blood spirit energy. With the skill, she has already aided Yi Feng on 2 critical occasions. She had repeatedly demonstrated her capabilities, which allowed her to continue following Yi Feng. A violent tremor shook the supply ship, eliciting smiles from Yi Hongwu and Lu Tingting. Yi Feng had informed them that the fully awakened form of the supply ship would be 240 meters in length, which it now matched perfectly. However, Yi Feng's expression underwent a drastic change. Yi Hongwu, who had been eagerly anticipating the transformation of the supply ship, was also struck with astonishment as he, too, sensed that something was amiss. In the ensuing moment, the immense supply ship was forcefully lifted from its stern, and an object of dark greenish-black hue erupted from the water's surface. It swiftly pierced through the upper structure of the vessel, its razor-sharp claws scraping across the hull as it rapidly scaled and then plunged back into the water, coiling itself around the ship. The sounds of agonizing metal contortion and rupture reverberated through the air as the tens of thousands of tons of the supply ship were twisted and distorted by the constricting force. A gigantic serpent. No, a dragon. This was a creature of terrifying proportions. With a diameter reaching an astounding 7 to 8 meters, thicker than a train car, and a length that defied comprehension. Only a fraction of its scales and claws had emerged from the water. The supply ship, weighing close to 50,000 tons, groaned under the immense pressure, teetering on the brink of collapse. Despite its designation as a supply vessel and its lack of combat prowess, it was still a warship. Even Yi Hongwu was utterly stunned by the sight. Withdraw. Yi Feng, fortunately, had sensed the impending danger and forcefully retracted the supply ship. Tear. Ah! Lu Tingting exclaimed, covering her mouth as she beheld Yi Feng's bloodied and mangled back. She swiftly released a syringe to tend to his injuries. Open fire. Yi Feng, disregarding the backlash from the damage to the supply ship, roared the command. Bang, bang, bang. The frigate's vertical launch silos ejected their covers in rapid succession, releasing a crimson aura. Immediately following this were depth charges and anti-submarine torpedoes, launched towards the colossal, obsidian-scaled dragon. The serpentine beast, still coiled around the massive supply ship, was caught off guard as the trio of potent explosives hurtled towards it. It was both formidable and cunning, targeting the vulnerable supply vessel first. Having sensed that the frigate's most potent attacks were reliant on the supply ship for energy, by disabling the fragile vessel, the powerful frigate would be rendered a mere hunk of metal. However, it had not anticipated that Yi Feng's frigate had advanced to the mid-stage of Tier 1, capable of unleashing several powerful attacks even with its own accumulated energy. Boom! The main cannon roared to life. The shells, capable of easily eliminating ordinary Tier 3 ferocious beasts and even grievously wounding a late-stage Tier 3 fused giant tree, merely shattered the black dragon's scales. They then ricocheted off its sleek, hardened body, carving a bloody furrow but failing to penetrate its flesh. The close-in weapon system's rounds merely sparked upon impact, leaving insignificant marks. Fortunately, the depth charges and anti-submarine torpedoes arrived. Chapter 27. Ferocious Beast Awakening Levels, the second resurgence of blood spirit energy. The Black Dragon was undoubtedly a pinnacle-level entity of the third tier. With the resurgence of blood spirit energy less than a day old, it seemed implausible that even the vast ocean could have spawned a Beast King. The birth of a Beast King requires not only mutual devouring and energy accumulation, but also a qualitative change in energy and a transformation in the level of life. Otherwise, it would only result in the creature exploding from within, overwhelmed by the sheer energy of the blood spirit. Analogous to human sustenance, where excessive consumption does not necessarily equate to augmented stature, but rather potential corpulence, the inherent endowments of formidable beasts, or rather, the pre-awakening echelon of flora and fauna, are implicated. Boom, boom, boom. A depth charge, accompanied by a pair of anti-submarine torpedoes, detonated with resounding force, precipitating towering plumes of water that disgorged turbid silt, copious arboreal detritus, and a plethora of ebony scales, along with fragmented flesh and osseous splinters. However, the cadaver of the black was conspicuously absent, nor did Yi Feng perceive its residual aura. Depart. Yi Feng commanded without hesitation, pivoting to retreat. At this juncture, the bestial denizens of the entire riverbank were palpably cowed. Even the tertiary beasts rendered mute with trepidation. Yi Feng redirected the main battery of the corvette, opportunistically unleashing several volleys, thereby terminating 3 tertiary beasts in close proximity. Concurrently, the corvette manifested upon his left arm, akin to a 3-dimensional holographic projection, assimilating the blood spirit crystals, progressively diminishing their dimensions. Rivulets of refined blood spirit energy permeated the corvette, expediting its solidification and progression toward complete awakening. Awakening via tertiary blood spirit crystals proceeded with remarkable alacrity. Likewise, the awakening of the battle-class nuclear submarine upon Yi Feng's left leg advanced expeditiously, yet his attention remained undivided as he hastened across the fractured bridge, escorting Lu Tingting toward the city's interior. Yi Hongwu, taciturn, maintained vigilance as he trailed behind. His serpentine pike was wielded not to cleave beasts, but to selectively gather the previously disregarded secondary blood spirit crystals. Every morsel, however diminutive, possessed value, particularly to others. Expeditiously departing the fractured bridge, They arrived at a capacious intersection as twilight encroached. Seeing that no ferocious beasts approached and the sounds of their fierce battles continued to echo by the riverbank, the three let out a sigh of relief. That creature was at least a B-class awakener. Yifeng removed his tattered t-shirt, revealing his sturdy back. Feeling a pang of sorrow for the damaged supply ship, Yi Hongwu and Lu Tingting shared in this sorrow, though their concern was primarily for Yifeng's bloodied and battered back. The warrior and the host were intricately linked by bloodlines, their fortunes intertwined, their losses shared. Thus, awakeners could enhance their physical prowess through the progression of their warriors. Yifeng's body had grown tremendously strong, bolstered by the absorption of numerous blood spirit crystals, rivaling Yi Hongwu's third-tier A-class heavy armor in strength. Yet, in the aftermath of the supply ship's damage, his back appeared as if savagely scraped by steel bristles, bloodied and raw, with wounds deep enough to expose bone. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed the bleeding to staunch swiftly. Yifeng placed the third-tier blood spirit crystal against his back, facilitating a rapid recovery of his injuries. Yi Hongwu and Lu Tingting positioned themselves on either side, forming a triangular formation as they scanned their surroundings and the sky, vigilant against any ferocious beast attacks. Noticing Yifeng's condition improve and the absence of nearby beasts, Yi Hongwu breathed a sigh of relief and inquired, "Xiaofeng, does the awakening of ferocious beasts also have levels?" "Indeed," Yifeng replied. Sensing the swift restoration of the supply ship, he felt reassured. His body was akin to a repair facility, and the versatile blood spirit crystals served as the materials for restoration. He continued, "Just as the white bream we purchased in advance, the succulent plants, and the common flowers and grasses are all of the lowest tier among flora and fauna, akin to our human D-class warrior awakeners, which are the most numerous. In order to distinguish between human warriors, a classification system using Western letters is employed, denoting D grade for lesser beings. Large trees typically fall under the C grade category." Lu Tingting interjected, "Is it akin to that terrifying giant tree we encountered before?" Yifeng nodded, then shook his head. That colossal tree was formed from the fusion of 2-century-old willow and yellow horn trees. Prior to their amalgamation, each was already at least C grade. Following their fusion, they reached the pinnacle of C grade, and it is highly probable that they attained B grade. In the realm of botanical beasts, it is likely second only to the massive redwoods in California, whose diameters reach 7 to 8 meters, or even 10 meters, prior to the resurgence of blood spiritual energy. These giants are capable of achieving A-grade awakening. This is precisely why it was so audacious, entering our community prematurely. Had it remained dormant for a little longer, its strength would have rivaled that of the black serpent we just faced. Lu Tingting displayed a mixture of fear and curiosity as she remarked, "So, it implies that the larger and more powerful flora and fauna are, the stronger their awakening?" She continued, "Creatures like lions, tigers, elephants, rhinos, and especially the great white shark, orcas, sperm whales, and even the largest blue whales must all be capable of achieving A-grade awakening, correct?" Yifeng shrugged, responding with resignation, "Logically, that should be the case. But I cannot say for certain. In my previous life during the apocalypse, I heard tales from a visiting monarch who spoke of the outside world. And I have heard the roars of beast kings, monstrous like Godzilla, from afar. Yet, I am merely a lowly D-grade awakened warrior, struggling to survive in the city. There are many people in the city, but within the 3 minutes of the blood's spiritual energy resurgence, most perished, becoming nourishment for the beasts that evolved into the second tier. This group of second-tier fiends swiftly devoured their weaker kin, hastily ascending to the pinnacle of the second tier, only to engage in brutal combat amongst themselves to evolve into the third tier. Upon reaching the third tier, they scorned the cities, departing to the rivers and wilderness in search of stronger adversaries to slaughter and consume. Within the ruins of the city, a new generation of first and second-tier fiends emerged, clashing with some lesser awakened humans, for the mightiest among them looked down upon the desolate urban landscape. It was precisely for this reason that a handful of surviving humans managed to endure within the remnants of the city. Among them was Yifeng from his previous life. Yi Hongwu inquired, "What is the original form of that black dragon?" Little did he expect that after the resurgence of the blood spirit energy, he would indeed witness the legendary dragon. Yifeng shook his head and replied, "It has already reached the peak of the third tier, having mutated excessively, making it difficult to discern its original form. Besides serpents, it could very well be a black fish, a crocodile, or even a loach or eel." given the abundance of opportunities in the Great River. Impossible, Yi Feng exclaimed loudly, his voice tinged with conviction and a hint of tremor. Both Yi Hongwu and Lu Tingting instinctively turned their gazes towards him. Taking a deep breath, Yi Feng shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "The awakened insects are the most terrifying. Mosquitoes, bees, locusts, flies, and cockroaches will be the future's great horrors. A single mosquito could rival the size of a sparrow, with a proboscis thicker than a pinky finger." Lu Tingting felt a chill run down her spine, and even the robust Yi Hongwu swallowed hard. However, that would only occur after the second resurgence of the blood spirit energy, and we still have 33 days remaining. 33 days until the second resurgence of the blood spirit energy. Insects that have absorbed a sufficient amount of blood spiritual energy have finally completed their awakening. While within the ranks of ferocious beasts, a multitude of beast kings has emerged. The surviving humans are destined to face another wave of extinction. However, the strong shall grow even stronger as new rulers arise to contend with the beast kings. Chapter 28, The Flower Needle Battle Soldier. The extraordinary beings accompanying beasts. Only by ascending to the fourth tier ruler can one, akin to the ferocious beasts, directly devour and refine the blood spiritual energy found within the crimson sun and moon. Much like the renowned cultivators of legend, who dine on the wind and drink the dew, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, reaching a state of fasting where they can survive without food or drink. Currently, those at the second and third tiers not only require sustenance, but are also voracious eaters. Yi Feng, being the weakest, has only just reached the mid-stage of the first tier with his escort ship. The supply ship has even failed to complete its final awakening due to damage. Yet, he remains an insatiable glutton, feeling as though he could consume dozens of pounds of meat in a single meal. The community can provide food and a safe place to rest. Most importantly, in this apocalyptic world, everyone's mindset has shifted, leading to the emergence of psychological disorders. The presence of others can alleviate feelings of loneliness and panic. Even though that apartment is no longer habitable, on the roads, numerous vehicles lie damaged and overturned, presenting a quintessential image of the apocalypse. Many are still driving in the early hours, and during the 3-minute power outage, several individuals swiftly attempted to flee by car, though their efforts were evidently in vain. Some drivers did not escape. A 2-tiered plant has taken root in their corpses, with most being roadside trees or flowers in the median strip. They draw in nutrients from the bodies, completely absorbing them, before rupturing the vehicles and firmly embedding themselves into the roadway, seeking more soil moisture. Witnessing an articulated lorry, Yi Feng effortlessly upended it. He then plucked off a tire and dismantled the axle, extracting a stack of load-bearing steel plates, selecting the lengthiest amongst them. These plates possessed remarkable fortitude and resilience, sufficient to forge an exceptional cleaver, even in their pre-owned state. Yi Feng procured a couple of these meter-long plates, using them to secure a fragment of crustacean carapace, roughly the size of a small wash basin. This shard originated from a Tier 3 armored shrimp, pulverized by the main cannon of the flagship, specifically a section of its most robust, oversized pincer shell, which had become deeply embedded within the pier's foundation. At this juncture, Yi Feng intended to fashion a hatchet. A standard fire axe proved adequate for felling Tier 1 ferocious beasts, but Tier 2 creatures boasted bodies comparable to common steel, rendering such tools ineffective. "Father, might I trouble you for a couple of lengths of wire?" Yi Feng gestured towards the second longest steel plate. Indeed, Yi Hongwu assented, grasping the steel plate with his left hand to steady it upright. With his right hand, he wielded his 18-foot serpent spear, deftly slicing off a finger-thick strand of wire, akin to a seasoned homemaker dicing a radish. Yi Feng seized the wire, winding it around the 2 steel plates, firmly clamping the shrimp shell in place. Subsequently, he received a second and a third length of wire, tossed over by Yi Hongwu. A day prior, such a spectacle would have seemed utterly surreal, yet circumstances had shifted. Lu Tingting, accustomed to the formidable strength of the father-son duo, stood guard, vigilantly monitoring their surroundings. "Let the hunt commence," Yi Feng declared. He brandished his newly crafted hatchet, casually cleaving through a truck wheel hub with the ease of a cook slicing a potato. He nodded in contentment. He had nearly recovered from his injuries, and the supply ship on his back was also restored to a semblance of vitality. The once exhausted frigate regained its energy, while the radar discreetly enhanced his auditory and visual acuity. The triangular alert formation could be lifted, even third-tier avian creatures, provided they did not exceed 3 times the speed of sound and remain beyond 100 meters, could not evade Yi Feng's scrutiny. Yi Hongwu nodded silently, wielding his 8-foot-long snake spear to cleave through the foliage along their path. Lu Tingting followed closely, occasionally injecting a finishing blow with her syringe and collecting the blood spirit crystals that fell. Yi Feng glanced at his left arm. The frigate had nearly awakened as well. It had absorbed only a few second-tier blood spirit crystals, yet acquiring a complete third-tier crystal was fundamentally sufficient. The battle-hardened nuclear submarine on his left leg still required further refinement. After all, it was propelled by nuclear energy, boasting formidable offensive capabilities and a displacement nearing 10,000 tons. The recent combat at the broken bridge over the river had once again revealed the ferocity of the beast horde. A solitary frigate lacked sufficient firepower. Before the supply ship fully emerged, it remained too fragile. A carrier fleet, reliant on mutual cooperation, represented true strength. In military engagements, effective and close coordination could yield a combat effect far exceeding the sum of its parts. However, as he gazed at the dilapidated vehicles on the highway and observed his father traversing on foot while engaged in battle, Yi Feng, wielding the sharp, resilient shell of a lobster, couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. How wonderful it would be to possess a tank. He had contemplated this before, even shedding blood over a tank model. Yet, he was certain that the instant a tank model came into existence, it would be the first to awaken following the resurgence of blood spirit energy. Furthermore, the tank and the fleet of aircraft carriers are entirely unrelated. It will relentlessly vie for blood spirit crystals, precluding any possibility of awakening a frigate, let alone more formidable destroyers, supply ships, nuclear submarines, or aircraft carriers. One cannot have both the fish and the bear's paw. The trio advanced rapidly, and within a dozen minutes, they spotted an artificial lake along the main thoroughfare. Something's amiss. Having witnessed Li's ambush by a sparrow, Yi Feng was unwilling to allow Lu Tingting to suffer a similar fate. Lu Tingting's 100-meter sprint approached 9 seconds. Her slender, supple legs possessing remarkable strength and explosive power, yet still not swift enough. Yi Feng hastened her forward. Yi Hongwu, like a humanoid war chariot, manifested heavy armor, gripping a 10-foot-long serpent spear, poised for battle. The threat isn't substantial. Let's assess the situation first, Yi Feng cautioned, rounding the street corner and entering an alleyway. Yi Feng was astounded to discover a colossal, blood-red sundew, its more resembling a gigantic toothed clam, clamping down on the head of a frantically struggling Tier 2 mutant cat. Concurrently, it endured the mutant cat's claws, which raked wildly across its body. This was merely a typical savage beast skirmish, yet beside it stood a disheveled, emaciated woman, relentlessly providing auxiliary attacks against the mutant cat. The two were cooperating closely. Yi Hongwu and the panting Lu Tingting were equally dumbfounded. They had personally witnessed cherished pets, once meticulously cared for and treated as sons and grandsons, turning around and biting to death their owners without the slightest remorse after the blood spirit cheese resurgence. Yi Feng was acutely aware that Lu Tingting, who had shown immense kindness to stray poodles in his previous life, had not escaped canine fangs either. Unexpectedly, a mere plant could collaborate with humans? To the astonishment of Yi Feng and his companions, the seemingly deranged woman discharged a series of crimson needles from her hands, each possessing the power of a second-order weapon. These projectiles pierced the mutated cat's legs and abdomen, leaving behind minuscule spots of blood. However, as if sensing the trio's approach, the mutated Venus flytrap abruptly ejected the increasingly feeble mutated cat and devoured the woman standing beside it in one swift gulp. "Be cautious," Yi Hongwu exclaimed, rushing forward with his 18-foot serpent spear to cleave the flytrap and rescue the woman. Yet, a barrage of blood-red needles erupted from the flytrap's partially sealed maw, targeting Yi Hongwu. These were effortlessly deflected by his heavy armor. Yi Hongwu halted, gazing in bewilderment at the woman nestled within the flytrap's jaws, who continued to launch blood needles at him. "They are indeed together," Yi Feng remarked, his tone laced with admiration. With a resounding crack, the mutated cat's skull fractured, resulting in its immediate demise. Its lifeless body slumped beside the carnivorous plant. "We harbor no ill intentions. Would you be amenable to emerging and conversing with us?" Chapter 29, an enhanced version of blood binding. Organizational structure. Yi Feng was genuinely intrigued to discover how she had achieved a harmonious coexistence, even a bond of life and death, with such a ferocious beast. Furthermore, he marveled at how she had managed to awaken needles, an object of utter insignificance, into a formidable weapon. The awakening of a weapon necessitates certain prerequisites, the foremost being offensive capability. His father's awakened Song Dynasty infantry armor represented the zenith of cold weapon defense. The second requirement is a substantial amount of vitality. In a bid to ensure the successful awakening of the premier metallic model, Yifeng sacrificed a third of his own blood. With his formidable physical constitution and meticulous preparation, he nearly paid with his life. Undoubtedly, the embroidery needle and the syringe lacked the necessary conditions for awakening. The stainless steel syringe that Lu Tingting employed for administering injections to pigs was already deemed the most rudimentary option. Otherwise, barring a few exceptionally impoverished regions, nearly everyone globally has undergone vaccinations, intravenous infusions, or blood tests, which would render them capable of awakening as needle-wielding warriors. Yet, the woman before them had succeeded. Do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions, Yifeng continued to reassure. If we did, you would already be dead, Yi Hongwu interjected sharply. Grasping the 8-foot serpent spear in his hand, he inadvertently sliced through a nearby stout lamp post as effortlessly as one would cut through tofu. The adage holds true. A show of strength remains the most effective negotiation tactic. If one is overly conciliatory, others may perceive them as weak. In fact, some individuals thrive on adversity. The more ruthless one is with them, the more at ease they become, much like certain denizens of a sun-bathed nation. Come forth. We can collaborate harmoniously, Lu Tingting spoke softly. These two have saved countless lives, including mine, and we possess a survivor base of several hundred individuals. Perhaps Lu Tingting's words bore fruit, or perhaps her naturally charming and exquisite visage exuded an innate warmth. The woman ensconced within the flytrap-like cocoon tapped gently on its interior. The flytrap unfurled its gaping maw, and the woman slid down from within, her body glistening with a viscous substance, leaning against the stem and leaves of the flytrap. Still vigilant as she scrutinized Yifeng and the others, Lu Tingting shed her shirt, revealing a snug athletic tank top that accentuated her graceful figure. She approached and handed her shirt to the woman. Noticing the woman's indifference, she began to wipe the slime off her body. Nearby, the Venus flytrap trembled, its large jaws opening and closing like a shell, poised to devour Lu Tingting at any moment. The woman bent down to pick up the lifeless cat from the ground and tossed it to the flytrap, thus silencing its gaping maw. Yi Hongwu also relaxed his grip on the 8-foot serpent spear, while Yifeng suppressed the urge to unleash the warship that was ready to crush it. Suddenly recalling something, he fished out a compressed biscuit from his pocket and tossed it to the woman. She picked it up and devoured it ravenously. 10 minutes later, both the flytrap and the woman, now satiated, finally lowered their guard against Yifeng and his companions. The woman swept aside her disheveled long hair, revealing a pale, emaciated face. She pointed to the multitude of needle marks on her fingertips, mimicking the action of repeatedly pricking herself, then gestured towards the flytrap. Yifeng's heart raced, and a sudden clarity washed over him. He could hardly contain his admiration. Indeed, the world is vast and filled with wonders. This woman had repeatedly pierced her own fingers, offering her blood to nourish the flytrap. Though it is merely a plant, the flytrap can attract insects with its shell-like openings, then snap shut to ensnare them, secreting corrosive fluids to dissolve and absorb their essence. Naturally, it welcomed the blood from the woman's fingertips. No wonder it radiated a crimson hue. Even with the resurgence of blood's spiritual energy, a plant would not be so vividly red. This one must have fed on the blood of many. Before her awakening, she possessed the ability to launch proactive attacks and endured prolonged periods of bloodletting. Could this be regarded as a unique form of blood oath? This ferocious beast might indeed be considered a half-hearted warrior of hers. This also elucidates why she could awaken the embroidered needle warrior, as her needle had absorbed a considerable amount of her blood prior to its awakening. The accumulation of quantity led to a qualitative change, ultimately resulting in a successful awakening. Yifeng and his father exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment in the other's eyes. Lu Tingting was equally taken aback, then tentatively took the woman by the hand, urging her to follow. The woman seemed to possess some cognitive limitations, otherwise, she would not have repeatedly pricked her fingertips to nourish a plant. She appeared to be mute, unable to speak. Nevertheless, she could grasp the formidable power of Yifeng and Yi Hongwu, as well as the goodwill expressed by Lu Tingting. When Yifeng produced several second-tier blood spirit crystals and tossed them to her and the Venus flytrap, she made up her mind resolutely. There was no denying it. Yifeng had offered too much. The 4 individuals and 1 beast began their approach towards the settlement. The second-tier Venus flytrap stood 3 meters tall, with stems comparable in thickness to a human arm. Its gaping maw measured 1.5 meters in length and 1 meter in width, taking on an elongated, oval shape. Perhaps endowed with an innate ability to consume, its roots were neither numerous nor particularly thick, yet they were remarkably agile. Its intelligence was not lacking either, a multitude of roots intertwined, mimicking the steps of its master, moving in perfect synchrony. When the woman stepped with her left foot, the flytrap followed suit, imitating her movements like a wobbly, 3-meter-tall toddler learning to walk. After a brief span of 10 minutes, they approached the community. Amidst the crowd, the onlookers could not clearly hear his subsequent words, but they erupted into cheers. "Oh, good. Prepare the water for washing up. Is the meat ready?" Uncle Sher emerged, observing the imposing Yi Hongwu, feeling a sense of admiration and joy as he recognized that Yi had taken that crucial step. "Uncle Sher, do not fret. You too shall have your opportunity. Once Xiaofeng has rested, he will likely sweep through the broken bridge in the next couple of days," Yi Hongwu declared loudly, drawing the attention of the crowd. After a day of acclimatization to the survival rules of this apocalyptic world, everyone understood that mere benevolence would not suffice. It was the display of absolute strength that would garner greater support. However, it must be noted that this support would not significantly aid Yi Hongwu and Yi Feng directly. Wang Yin stepped forward, producing a small notebook, and swiftly reported to Yi Feng, "Currently, our settlement consists of 389 individuals." She glanced at the deranged woman with the Venus flytrap and corrected herself. "Among them, 203 are from your original community, while the remainder hails from other neighborhoods, including myself and Officer Li here." She gestured towards herself and Officer Li. Yi Feng nodded and inquired, "How many awakened ones do we have?" This was the crux of the matter. To speak brutally, ordinary individuals in this world would inevitably meet their demise. Even the strongest could not protect them. In fact, being near the powerful might pose an even greater danger. Relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. In this world, only by becoming strong can one secure a glimmer of hope. We have 98 awakened individuals, with 43 at the first tier and 55 at the second tier. It was to be expected that the number of second-tier individuals would surpass that of the first tier. Most were awakened D-grade warriors, advancing rapidly. A single second-tier blood spirit crystal was all that was required for their progression. Even to ascend to the apex of the second tier, merely 3 would suffice. We maintain vigil over the expansive artificial lake and the residential complex's atrium throughout the day, awaiting the opportune moment to ambush and eliminate the first-tier ferocious beasts as they evolve into the second tier. This method of patient waiting yields commendable hunting results. As Yi Feng was about to inquire further, Wang Yin preempted his question, volunteering. "There are 2 Class C awakeners and 1 individual of peculiar distinction." "Peculiar?" Yi Feng's curiosity was piqued. "In what manner peculiar?" Chapter 30. A chainsaw awakens? A nuclear submarine emerges. Wang Tao, approach. Wang Yin summoned a stout youth of about 17 or 18, who walked with a noticeable limp, his right foot somewhat impaired. "Show Brother Yi your battle weapon." The youth bowed deferentially to Yi Feng. Greetings, Brother Yi." Despite Yi Feng's approachable and affable nature, his rapid ascent in power since the resurgence of blood spirit energy, coupled with his profound benevolence towards the community, had instilled in them a sense of awe and reverence in addition to their respect. "Do not be constrained. I merely wish to observe your battle weapon." Yi Feng responded with a nod and a smile, accepting a generous portion of roasted meat from Xiao Li and commencing to feast heartily. In the aftermath of the blood spirit energy's resurgence, partaking in roasted meat was the epitome of happiness. The essence of all organic matter had undergone a fundamental transformation under the influence of the blood spirit energy, resulting in a significant elevation of the ignition point. Igniting gunpowder or gasoline now required temperatures of 2,000 degrees. Consequently, matches were rendered useless, the heat generated by friction being insufficient. Flint-based lighters were also ineffective, and common electric spark lighters had become obsolete due to power outages. Thus, the acquisition of a flame source in this post-apocalyptic world was an exceptionally rare and invaluable feat. Steel, unlike organic matter, retains its original state. With a melting point exceeding 1,500 degrees Celsius, it succumbs to liquefaction at temperatures surpassing 2,000 degrees. Therefore, the notion of preparing grilled or stir-fried food in a post-apocalyptic world is, indeed, a fanciful dream. However, it is not entirely impossible. The hide of a fourth-tier beast king can withstand temperatures of 3,000 degrees, rendering it suitable for crafting cooking vessels. Yet, humanity's rulers are not so indulgent, for they require the beast king's hide to forge armor, leading to a scarcity of supply. As Yifeng took a bite of roasted meat, he was suddenly taken aback. An ethereal chainsaw manifested upon Wang Tao's foot and calf. A month prior, while assisting his carpenter father, he had inadvertently injured himself with a chainsaw, causing considerable blood loss. I previously bestowed upon him a first-tier blood spirit crystal, but he was unable to awaken, seemingly due to insufficient energy, Yi Yan elucidated. Second-tier crystal cores are in high demand, gathered collectively after vanquishing recently advanced second-tier ferocious beasts and then distributed accordingly. Naturally, Wang Tao, who had yet to awaken, was not in line to receive one. Yifeng hastily retrieved a blood spirit crystal and pressed it into Wang Tao's hand, urging, "Hurry, awaken it, let me see." Overjoyed, Wang Tao quickly crouched down, removed his shoes, and rolled up his pant leg, placing a second-tier blood spirit crystal against his calf. A crowd gathered around, filled with curiosity and envy. The crystal rapidly dissipated, yet the chainsaw remained unawakened, though its phantom had become more substantial. Yifeng raised an eyebrow, while Yi Hongwu stood astonished. His own 8-foot snake spear had achieved a B-tier awakening after absorbing 3 first-tier blood spirit crystals. A single second-tier blood spirit crystal undoubtedly surpasses the potency of 2 first-tier crystals, having assimilated 1 tier 1 and 1 tier 2 blood spirit crystal each. Yet still remaining unawakened, only serves to underscore the formidable nature of this chainsaw. Continue, exulted Yifeng. His concern lay not in the extent of consumption, but rather in the potential for the battle weapon to swiftly reach its limit. Currently, his father alone possessed the potential to ascend to the rank of king. Stone, who awakened at grade C, and Little Li, reborn from adversity, also harbored a modicum of opportunity. The rest were wanting such a force, bereft of his and his father's presence, even if all were elevated to their utmost potential, could be effortlessly annihilated by a slightly more formidable Tier 3 ferocious beast. Tier 2 peak awakeners of grade D were truly inconsequential. The second, the third blood spirit crystals were successively absorbed, and finally, the chainsaw awakened. A blood-red chainsaw, or rather, the saw blade without the subsequent electric saw strip, the saw surface. However, under Wang Tao's manipulation, the saw blade could rapidly rotate, as if his body were the power source, endowing the saw blade with formidable lethality. The battle weapon aura it emitted instilled a sense of suffocating pressure in all except Yifeng and Yi Hongwu. Such was the suppression of a high-level battle weapon, and a special characteristic of becoming a Grade A battle weapon. Grade A awakening. Naturally, distinctions existed even within Grade A. Yi Hongwu's Song infantry heavy armor required a full 6 Tier 2 blood spirit crystals to complete its awakening, while Wang Tao required 3. And Yifeng surmised that the armored transport vehicles of his comrades such as Li Lei and Zhang Peng were also Grade A, but would require at least 10 Tier 2 blood spirit crystals to awaken. Demigod-level battle weapons such as tanks, anti-aircraft guns, rockets, howitzers, and helicopters would naturally encounter greater difficulty in awakening, requiring at least 20 or more Tier 2 blood spirit crystals. Ha ha ha, excellent. Yifeng could not contain his joy, clapping Wang Tao on the shoulder with a smile. Work hard, and the future is boundless. However, do not forget your original intentions. Do not let immense power distort your inner self. After offering his encouragement, Yifeng further advised, at this age of 17 or 18, with minds only partially matured, one may easily lose oneself when confronted with sudden formidable strength, much like a newly wealthy individual. I will remember that, Wang Tao replied earnestly, his gratitude towards Yifeng evident. Subsequently, the 2 level C awakened beings mentioned by Wang Yin were brought forth. The resurgence of blood spirit energy granted her a fresh start, and the awakening of her fruit knife astonishingly reached level C, illustrating the advantages of abundant vitality. The other individual was a middle-aged butcher who had inadvertently injured himself while slaughtering pigs. During the struggle of a hefty pig, he had inadvertently stabbed his own thigh, resulting in considerable injury. The butcher's awakening of the slaughtering knife proved formidable as well. While assisting others in their awakenings, Yifeng indulged in a feast. A few minutes later, he felt a subtle swelling in his left calf and promptly stood up, leaping over 10 meters to land by the artificial lake. At that moment, the artificial lake had transformed into a quagmire. Within it, Various fierce creatures such as mudfish, loaches, aquatic plants, lotus roots, shells, and crayfish continuously broke through to level 2. And many had been annihilated throughout the day, nearly turning the entire lake upside down. Unfazed by the murky water, Yifeng kicked his left leg, and a thick, dark object shot out from his calf, growing larger as it soared, crashing into the lake with a resounding splash, sending countless muddy waters and silt into the air. Yet, no one seemed to mind. They all gazed at Yifeng with wide eyes, filled with astonishment. Well done. Yi Hongwu could not help but applaud his son enthusiastically. This is a colossal nuclear submarine. After the Bridgewater battle, Yifeng acutely realized that his offensive capabilities remained woefully insufficient. Consequently, he chose to forego further enhancements to the supply ship behind him and instead continued to awaken the frigate of his left arm and the nuclear submarine of his left leg. Nuclear submarines are of two types: tactical nuclear submarines, employed in conventional combat, capable of launching large torpedoes and cruise missiles, and strategic nuclear submarines, which serve as the nation's unwavering bastion, capable of launching strategic missiles and carrying nuclear arms. These submarines represent the ultimate countermeasure during a nuclear crisis and are at the heart of nuclear deterrence. In a certain sense, the strategic nuclear submarine on Yifeng's right leg may hold greater significance than an aircraft carrier. In the near term, he had no plans to awaken it, nor did he even know if he could awaken a submarine-launched strategic nuclear missile. For now, the awakening of a tactical nuclear submarine would suffice to exponentially enhance his combat prowess. The massive torpedoes it launches are 0.5 meter in diameter, several meters in length, and weigh 1 to 2 tons. They are incomparable to the torpedoes or depth charges launched by a frigate. Even the formidable Black Serpent from before would be no match for a single strike. Applause erupted, though the source remained unknown, soon followed by a thunderous ovation as nearly 400 individuals clapped in unison. The blood moon had risen high, yet in this apocalyptic world, Yifeng's might resembled the vanished sunlight, once again instilling hope and light within them. Suddenly, the distant rumble of cannon fire startled everyone. Yifeng raised an eyebrow, utterly astonished. Cannon fire. Could it be that comrades had arrived? Chapter 31. The Mighty Centenarian. The Awakened 3.8 Rifle. Cannon fire. No, it was likely the sound of awakened soldiers' gunfire. Yet, be it firearm or cannon, in this twilight of the age of cold weaponry, they evoked a sense of both familiarity and estrangement. Predominantly, however, elation surged. Could my comrade have arrived? This notion sprang to Yifeng's mind instantaneously. Yet, in the ensuing moment, he swiftly dismissed it. Even the closest of my comrades, Shannan Sandan, resides 700 or 800 kilometers away. Prior to the resurgence of the sanguine spiritual energy, traversing the unobstructed expressway would necessitate several hours. As of now, his arrival is implausible. The Type 89 armored vehicle and the Type 99 tank are indeed formidable, yet not sufficiently so. At the very least, within a mere day, Li Lei could not have traversed the protracted distance, particularly the Qinling Mountains, to reach the hinterlands of Bashu. Within the Qinling Mountains lurks peril, perhaps surpassing that of this great river. Even Yifeng himself, with the aid of frigates and supply ships, could not assert dominance over the river. Nor could Li Lei withstand the hordes of savage beasts within the Qinling Mountains, even in the absence of a beast king. The sheer quantity of Tier 3 apex savage beasts is indubitably substantial. Maintain vigilant guard. I shall venture forth and return forthwith. Having uttered these words, Yifeng hastened towards the distance. This time, he intended to proceed alone. However, Yi Hongwu closely trailed behind, sprinting alongside him. Father, you, spare the superfluous verbiage. Yi Hongwu interjected, resolutely. Like father, like son in battle. I shall go, regardless. Very well, Yifeng acquiesced, a sense of warmth permeating his heart. Ultimately, his father remained concerned for him. Moreover, with his father's prowess, he would not impede him. Ms. Lu Tingting also aspires to accompany Brother Yi, alongside several peak Tier 2 awakeners. Stay put, everyone. Safeguard our home. Yifeng's voice echoed from afar. He leaped into the air, soaring over 10 meters high, reminiscent of a ninja from anime, bounding over a dozen meters with each jump, surpassing the agility and velocity of a cheetah. Each footfall shattered concrete, tiles, and tree trunks. Even Yi Hongwu struggled to keep pace with him. The rest, despite their desire to follow, were left far behind. Yifeng posited that even the mightiest battle soldiers were merely Tier 1 upon awakening. Did that categorize him as Tier 1 as well? Grandpa sure, gazing at Yifeng's rapidly receding figure, muttered to himself. The surrounding crowd fell silent, realizing the ambiguity of the question. If he's only Tier 1, what pathetic beings are we, the peak Tier 2? Bang, bang, bang. Soon, Yifeng had sprinted several kilometers, arriving at a river bend 2 or 3 kilometers from the broken bridge. The locale was picturesque, adorned with villas and a sanatorium for retired military officers. In recent years, however, an elderly man had joined their ranks, one of the few remaining centenarian veterans in the nation. A man who had shed blood and sweat defending the country from foreign invasion. Utilizing the artificial hills, ditches, stone piers, and house pillars, he relentlessly eliminated the mutant goldfish, vines, and flora surging towards him with his rifle. The awakened Arasaka rifle in his hands was more formidable than a Barrett heavy rifle, its power rivaling that of a close-in weapon system, dispatching enemies with a single shot. However, a peak Tier 2 giant turtle absorbed the brunt of the damage, leading the horde of mutated beasts ever closer to him. A true veteran of the battlefield. In times of peace, it is rare to witness the emergence of such individuals. From a considerable distance, Yifeng, aided by radar-enhanced vision, could see with remarkable clarity even in the darkness, marveling inwardly. Boom. He deployed the escort ship, and the close-in weapon system pivoted, locking onto the target, and fired. Bang, bang, bang. In truth, the close-in weapon's rate of fire was so rapid, hundreds of rounds per second, that the sound had morphed into something akin to a chain swiftly scraping across a threshold. It was a unique sound, suspended between the explosive detonations of shells and the rapid fire of a machine gun. In the blink of an eye, 11 tongues of flame shot forth, crafting nearly contiguous trails of fire in the night as they swept past ferocious beasts, like the bursting of balloons. These second-tier monsters were swiftly obliterated, transforming into showers of blood and flesh, leaving behind shards of blood spirit crystals. At the pinnacle of the first tier? Observing the significantly enhanced power of the close-in weapon system, Yifeng felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears. This great devourer had finally begun to break through to the second tier. What an arduous journey it had been. Suppressing his thoughts, Yifeng retracted the escort ship and continued to sprint the final 2 kilometers, charging into the dilapidated sanatorium. The veteran of the War of Resistance looked at him with surprise. Yifeng stood at attention and performed a formal salute. Hello, old class leader. This is Yifeng, deputy squad leader of the XX Brigade's Armored Infantry Artillery Company, Western Theater Command, reporting for duty. Among retired soldiers, all refer to others as class leader, with the older ones being addressed as old class leader. Enlisting at the tender age of 13, he had spent 2 decades on the battlefield, enduring countless skirmishes and numerous reorganizations, articulating his precise military designation with the same acuity as Yifeng proved a challenge. Li Yulong lowered his hand, prompting Yifeng to clasp it in his own, his gaze sweeping over the tattered and soiled garments of the veteran. Were you wounded, comrade? I'm unharmed. These beasts couldn't kill me. Li Yulong chuckled, a shadow of melancholy quickly dimming his countenance. Alas, our nation and homeland. And us. Yifeng interjected. Furthermore, the resurgence of the blood spirit has rejuvenated you, allowing you to contribute once more. Li Yulong paused, then erupted into hearty laughter. Indeed, he could sense the rejuvenating effects coursing through him, a reversal of time itself. Perhaps, before long, he would truly regain his youth. First, seize the moment and absorb this blood spirit crystal. Yifeng produced several blood spirit crystals, pressing them into Li Yulong's grasp. Without question, Li Yulong's Type 38 rifle was once captured from the Japanese army, later imbued with his own blood, and today awakened as a battle weapon. Any firearm awakening, especially a rifle, signified at least a Grade A awakening, promising limitless potential. Currently, the rifle was merely at the first tier. Yet it was already capable of decimating ordinary second-tier ferocious beasts. With continued advancement, its future combat prowess would be formidable, though no one provided him with an explanation. The day's events allowed Li Yulong to deduce much. Without hesitation, he took the blood spirit crystal and affixed it to his rifle. Soon, the ravenous weapon absorbed a total of 8 second-tier blood spirit crystals, elevating it to the second tier, a feat even more remarkable than Song Bujan's advancement with merely 6. The Mosinagant may not be the mightiest, yet it has awakened into a top-tier A-class battle soldier. Yifeng surmised that Li Yulong must have bathed it in abundant blood in days gone by. A venerable soldier indeed. Chapter 32. The awakening journey of the veteran's battle soldier. The new long march. The higher the awakening level, the greater the quantity of blood spirit crystals required for enhancement, rendering them increasingly formidable. Old man, give your firearm another try, Yi Feng urged, pointing at the giant tortoise he had deliberately spared after breaking its leg. This was a peak second-tier ferocious beast, having lived for decades before awakening, larger than a basin. Now, in its awakened state, it was comparable to a double bed, possessing formidable defenses and attacks. Its tail had also elongated, resembling a serpent, leading Yi Feng to ponder whether it might transform into the legendary Xuanwu. Fortunately, speed remained its Achilles heel. Otherwise, it would indeed be invincible. Boom. Li Yulong shot with practiced poise, the rifle emitting a thunderous roar akin to a cannon's discharge. The immense recoil nearly sent him sprawling backward, but Yi Feng, anticipating the force, steadied him with a firm grip. Has it turned into a cannon? Li Yulong exclaimed in delight. The previously tank-like shell of the giant tortoise was perforated completely. Both its dorsal and abdominal shells were breached, leaving a deep crater in the ground. What is a cannon? This could barely be considered an autocannon. There are even larger and more powerful artillery yet to come. Yi Feng smiled, sharing visions of a broader future with the old man. Of course, this expansion might not solely pertain to caliber. It could also involve enhancements in speed and durability. Have you heard of the electromagnetic cannon? Li Yulong raised his grizzled brows with a chuckle, replying, Of course. I am well informed, as I diligently follow military reports daily. That vessel you mentioned must be the newly commissioned 054B frigate, correct? I never imagined you would possess it. The hope of rebuilding our homeland has significantly increased. Yi Feng scanned the surroundings, confirming that only this sole survivor remained. He then spoke, Old man, I presume you are feeling famished. We should depart from here. The proximity to the riverside poses too great a risk at night. Tomorrow, we shall return and settle the score thoroughly. Although he had anticipated this, Li Yulong felt a pang of regret. Suddenly, a peculiar sound of wind swept through the air. The three men turned simultaneously. Li Yulong executed a perfect iron plank maneuver, landing on the ground, his hands gripping the sniper rifle, firing a shot that not only evaded the attack, but also delivered a flawless counterstrike. Yi Hongwu's armor manifested, and with his 8-foot-long serpent spear, he unleashed a bloody blade that soared several meters, cleaving through a massive blood-sucking bat that had been struck. With a resounding crash, the semi-finished frigate materialized from Yi Feng's left arm, its 50-meter frame settling on the ground, serving as a shield for the trio. The remains of the bat collided with the frigate, blood splattering across the scene. A third-tier bat was hardly worthy of a full-fledged frigate's production. Moreover, the semi-finished frigate emerged swiftly, making it an ideal emergency shield. Yi Feng reached out, intending to assist Li Yulong to his feet. To everyone's astonishment, the elderly gentleman suddenly sprang to his feet, leaving Yi Feng utterly speechless. Yi Hongwu was equally amazed, exclaiming, Old sir, if you were to break through to the third tier, your physical prowess might surpass even mine. At nearly 100 years of age, Li Yulong's hair remained snow-white, and his long eyebrows were flecked with gray. However, the wrinkles and age spots on his face had significantly diminished, nourished by the essence of blood and awakened warrior spirit, making him appear to be in his 50s or 60s. Furthermore, his physical condition surpassed that of many younger individuals. Li Yulong chuckled heartily and remarked, The future belongs to you young people. You are the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning. As for this old frame of mine, it can still endure for a few more days, though it is hard to say. As he spoke, he approached the side of the escort ship, tapping it to produce a dull metallic sound, and sighed, With this magnificent vessel, the future is indeed promising. Do you have 2 of them? Whatever happened to that previous behemoth? Yi Feng smiled, gesturing to the markings on his arms, and replied, My arms serve as the mother port for 2 escort ships. Meanwhile, Yi Hongwu unearthed a third-tier blood spirit crystal and, after a moment's hesitation, handed it to Yi Feng. You should awaken the second escort ship completely. This way, you can lead us to hunt the third-tier ferocious beasts by the river tomorrow. Yi Feng turned to Li Yulong and said, Old sir, if your rifle were to break through to the third tier, it would undoubtedly rival a small artillery piece. Li Yulong shook his head with a smile, saying, A small artillery piece? In comparison to your ship's cannon, it would be but a trifle. You, young man, should not be modest. You ought to charge ahead while we follow behind to pick up the spoils. Ha ha ha. Having absorbed 2 third-tier blood spirit crystals, in addition to numerous second-tier crystals previously, It should be on the verge of awakening. The trio continued their journey, albeit at a leisurely pace, even deliberately enticing third-tier ferocious beasts to approach. However, while second-tier beasts appeared in abundance, third-tier ones were exceedingly rare. Observing that the path was not perilous, Yi Feng inquired, "Old man, you must be able to surmise that the awakening of our combat soldiers is related to blood and weaponry. Are you aware of any veterans in this vicinity, like yourself, who have seen battle and sustained injuries, particularly those whose blood has stained weaponry, especially firearms?" After a moment's contemplation, Yi Feng added, "Excluding those wounded by firearms. We should seek someone akin to your experience." The old man, who was about to speak, immediately felt disheartened. In the theater of war, the majority of injuries were inflicted by firearms. If such instances were disregarded, very few would remain. After reflecting, Li Yulong began to recount. "When I faced the enemy in close combat, I must admit that they were superior in blade work and enjoyed better provisions. Their strength and technique were formidable. Yet, our saber skills were also commendable. I bore the brunt of a bayonet thrust with my left arm, which subsequently penetrated my abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, I managed to sever that little devil's neck with a swift stroke." As Li Yulong spoke, he gestured to his left arm and abdomen. Yi Feng noted that, despite having reached the late second tier, the scars on Li Yulong's abdomen had not completely faded, indicating the severity of his past injury. At that moment, I could scarcely stand, thrusting my saber into the ground. With my right hand, I hastily removed the bayonet, using the barrel of my rifle to apply pressure against my arm and abdomen while leaning forward, which barely stemmed the bleeding, yet I soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, I discovered that 2 days had elapsed. The medics and comrades who carried me recounted how my congealed blood had fused my abdomen, arm, and rifle together, staining the ground beneath. However, fate was kind, and I was able to rise from my sickbed within a fortnight and rejoin the fray in 2 months. Alas, my injured intestines never fully recovered, leaving me with a lifelong aversion to rich, fatty foods. Hearing Li Yulong's words, Yi Feng and Yi Hongwu felt a surge of profound respect for him. The privileges they now enjoyed were undeniably earned through the sacrifices of these veterans, without whose valor the subsequent decades of renewed existence would not have been possible. If awakening firearms required such a harrowing ordeal, few would possess the ability. Most perished, and those who survived eventually succumbed to old age. The old man sighed, a tinge of melancholy in his voice. "My children passed away a few years ago, all in their 70s and 80s. Yet, I, their father, remain alive and well, only to witness this infernal apocalypse." Yi Feng offered solace. "Rest assured, sir. Besides myself, I have preemptively aided several comrades, enabling them to awaken armored vehicles, tanks, rockets, grenade launchers, missiles, helicopters, and more through blood. When we embark on a new long march and achieve a triumphant reunion, we shall once again become a spark, illuminating the darkness of this." Hearing Yi Feng's words, Li Yulong was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Excellent! Wonderful!" He rediscovered a renewed sense of purpose, his spirit revitalized, and his eyes gleamed with newfound hope. Cooing softly, the sound emanating from his stomach resonated inopportunely. He hadn't eaten for an entire day and night. "Ha ha, old fellow. Let us attend to the revolution only after we have satisfied our hunger." Yi Hongwu laughed heartily as he advanced to clear the path. The author of this book, a certain June, possesses a profound fondness for the subject matter. To be precise, the veteran author is particularly enamored with aircraft carriers, having penned multiple novels centered around them. Merely 10 days since its release, the work has amassed an impressive 80,000 words, reflecting a pace of updates that is twice that of other new titles. The author has exerted considerable effort. This book may unfold into an extensive narrative, while the author does not expect universal subscriptions. He hopes that readers will consider contributing a modest sum, perhaps the price of an ice cream or a bottle of water. New users from Douyin can initially recharge a minimal amount to become recognized subscribers, thus allowing the website to track their reading data. Should they find the content enjoyable once it is officially launched, they can then opt to recharge further. The author's requests are modest, yet they depend on this endeavor to support their livelihood. Thus, they implore, do not abandon the book, nor neglect its upkeep. Thank you. Chapter 33, Second-Class Escort Ship. Connecting with tank comrades, the three swiftly approached the community. Along the way, Yi Hongwu wielded his 8-foot serpent spear, vanquishing various second-class monstrous beasts. Yet, The anticipated third-class beasts failed to materialize. The blood moon hung high in the sky, its hue rich and vivid, reminiscent of a full moon night, radiating intense brightness. Yifeng perceived the blood moon's apparent enlargement. Uncertain whether his vision had sharpened or if the moon had genuinely grown larger, or perhaps drawn nearer, he glanced at the escort ship on his left arm, frowning slightly. It had yet to fully awaken. This was indeed peculiar. The previous right-arm frigate had merely absorbed a quasi-third-tier Samoyed blood spirit crystal and had thus awakened in terms of its physical form, enhancing the potency of its main gun. This implies that a single third-tier blood spirit crystal possesses the capability to awaken a vessel at its peak. Given that the nearly 10,000-ton battle nuclear submarine had also undergone awakening, it stands to reason that the frigate would not find the process more challenging. At that moment, as Yifeng pondered, he felt an unusual sensation of tingling and relief in his right arm. "Wait," he exclaimed, turning to the center of the empty road and releasing the frigate from his arm. With a resounding boom, the frigate reappeared, unchanged. It remained at a length of 144 meters, with its width and height also unaltered. The caliber of the close-in weapon system, the ship's guns, and the dimensions of the missile launch silos had all remained consistent. However, what filled Yifeng with delight was the substantial increase in the frigate's aura. Nearby, Yihangwu, wielding the third-tier Zhongba spear, emitted a whimper, as if bowing before a stronger presence. Second tier. In his excitement, Yifeng had an epiphany. No wonder he had sensed a significant enhancement in the close-in weapon system's power when rescuing the veteran Li Yulong. It seemed to have reached the pinnacle of the first tier. Clearly, it had been stealthily acquiring the third-tier blood spirit crystal absorbed by another frigate. Indeed, warriors of the same tier and type exhibit intense competition, with those awakening first seizing energy from their successors. Yifeng mused that the two 10,000-ton Type 055 destroyers on his thighs would need to awaken simultaneously, lest a disparity in strength arise, leading to a situation of dominance and oppression in awakening. However, considering an alternative perspective, a single Tier 2 warship might possess greater potency and strategic significance than two Tier 1 warships. Should the frigate ascend to Tier 2 status this afternoon, Yifeng is confident in his ability to inflict grievous harm upon, or even eliminate, the black, ensuring its capture. Although discernible alterations are absent, I can perceive its enhanced strength. Perhaps its capabilities now surpass those of a genuine frigate. Li Yulong once more patted the immense frigate's hull, expressing his astonishment. This time, instead of a dull thud, the frigate emitted a peculiar, piercing sound. Strictly speaking, it did not stimulate the eardrums, but rather something within the brain, inducing a unique, sharp pain, as if penetrating deep within the cerebrum, inside the glabella. Yifeng gazed upward, observing the towering radar atop the frigate's midsection, emitting peculiar undulations of electricity. Under the crimson moonlight, these were even faintly visible to the naked eye. Yifeng's spirits surged, nearly erupting in joyous laughter. For the radar possessed the capability to receive communication signals. In this apocalyptic era, akin to the Dark Ages, this was like a candle in the darkness, or fire for primitive man, an innovation of epical significance. Yes, Yifeng exclaimed loudly. Yihangwu and Li Yulong stared at him in bewilderment. Yifeng, realizing his outburst, swiftly elucidated, "I can receive messages. It is highly probable that they originate from my comrades." Having spoken, under the gazes of the two men, filled with elation, he rapidly composed his thoughts, manipulating the spherical radar to transmute his cerebral messages into radar waves, transmitting them outward. This was analogous to a cellular phone converting sound into electromagnetic waves, transmitting them to another distant phone, thus enabling communication. Yes, with considerable effort, Yifeng managed to utter the initial syllable. After a brief pause, as he sought methods and techniques for conversion and contemplated improvements, he proceeded to relay the message. "Is this Sandan?" Shannan. This was a county-level city bordering the remaining ranges of the Qinling Mountains, renowned for its picturesque scenery yet equally notorious for its impoverished state. Several kilometers outside the city, atop a mountain, the clamor of battle, shouts of aggression, roars of fury, and the din of combat reverberated through the air. Ranks of scantily clad firefighters, their muscles taut and bulging, wielded blood-red fire axes the size of doors with the ferocity of war gods, alongside 10-meter-long steel bars and pipes, 3-meter-long military sabers, tri-edged bayonets, and entrenching tools. They stood guard at the mountain checkpoints, locked in mortal combat with the colossal beasts that charged toward them. These were not the common cats and dogs of Yifeng's neighborhood or the city, but rather mutated wolves, black bears, and clouded leopards. There were also agile golden monkeys and the Qinling takin, a regional species of antelope, measuring 20 meters in length and weighing over 100 tons. Even the once beloved giant pandas had shed their endearing clumsiness, transforming into black and white behemoths capable of rending steel. In the skies above, the crested ibis, also a first-class protected species, had undergone a similar transformation. Its pink plumage was now stained crimson, and its curved beak had become a lance of iron, devouring humans as casually as plucking loach from the mud, one bite at a time. Li Lei demonstrated commendable leadership, spending an entire night and day fostering unity and collaboration among the 30-plus firefighters, elevating them all to the pinnacle of the Second Order. At this juncture, the firefighters exhibited unbridled combat prowess and seamless coordination, resulting in an explosive surge of combat effectiveness. While the People's Liberation Army, also a component of the National Defense Forces, increasingly relied on technological advancements to enhance its combat capabilities, placing greater emphasis on academic qualifications and intellectual acumen while gradually reducing the demands on physical fitness. The fire brigade could not afford to do the same. Generally, firefighters possessed superior physical fitness compared to the majority of the People's Liberation Army. However, the Qinling Mountains, a range stretching over 1,000 kilometers, reacted to Yifeng's entry into the river like a pebble dropped into a pond, stirring up a multitude of ferocious beasts. The firefighters struggled to resist, but fortunately, Li Lei's track Type 89 infantry fighting vehicle shielded everyone with its chassis and heavy machine guns. The originally potent 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun had evolved to a 30mm caliber, resembling a small autocannon, and strafed the skies, targeting crested ibises and other birds. A massive entity perched atop the mountain peak particularly deterred many of the savage creatures. A Type 99A tank, weighing over 50 tons before its awakening. It was already a behemoth of steel. Now, having reached the pinnacle of the second tier, it had swelled to over 10 meters in length and weighed over 100 tons. The original 125mm smoothbore gun had expanded to 200mm, multiplying its destructive force several times over. Just moments ago, it had obliterated a frenzied Tier 3 black bear with a single shot. The terrifying power and thunderous roar of the giant cannon instilled caution in the Tier 3 beasts, prompting them to send Tier 2 beasts to probe the defenses. However, Li Lei lacked a resupply vessel. Such formidable power naturally demanded a substantial expenditure of blood spirit energy. Li Lei had become a one-shot wonder, capable of only one shot before requiring at least 10 minutes to recharge. A demigod-level war machine requires at least a Tier 4 king to possess sufficient blood spirit energy to truly unleash its potential. As the moonlight deepened and ascended, the Tier 3 beasts, having gradually ascertained the tank's capabilities, began to tentatively launch assaults. Then, Yifeng's voice became clearer. Is that Sandan? Chapter 34, A Rendezvous in the Qinling Mountains. The voice of Yifeng resonated through the radio of the Type 99A tank, reverberating outward like a small horn, reaching the ears of several nearby individuals. Li Lei was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted with joy, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! Is it really you, Vice Squad Leader?" Upon hearing Li Lei's voice and confirming that they could communicate directly, Yifeng was equally elated, no doubt about it. Who else could have the nickname 3 eggs on this entire planet? Enough chit-chat. How have you been? It seems the tank has awakened? The armored vehicle must have awakened even earlier. Have you reached the 3rd tier? I've managed to bring most of our families along, and the majority have completed their awakening, thanks to your persistent encouragement. No need for thanks. It is merely the trust you placed in me that warrants this, Yifeng replied, glancing at Li Yulong beside him before continuing. Focus on developing your strength and approach us as closely as possible. Likewise, I shall make my way upstream to meet you for a grand reunion. However, do not act recklessly. The Qinling Mountains may soon witness the emergence of 4th-tier beast kings, so be vigilant. He added, if the situation becomes dire, remain where you are, or even head north to distance yourself from the Qinling. I will come to find you. Li Lei, touched yet defiant, responded, rest assured, I'm not one to be underestimated. Once my tank breaks through to the 3rd tier, my combat power will undoubtedly surge once more. Yifeng interrupted him, sternly warning, do not let pride cloud your judgment. You have no idea how formidable the peak-tier third-grade beasts truly are. In the twilight hours, I deployed 2 torpedoes and a depth charge from the warship, yet was still unable to eliminate a peak third-tier black serpent. Within the Qinling Mountains, such formidable beasts undoubtedly exist, standing as potential candidates for future beast kings. Discretion is paramount. Hearing Yifeng's words, Li Lei was equally astonished, realizing that ignorance breeds fearlessness. He quickly replied, "In that case, I must make my departure swiftly. We have already ascended a mountain to contact you. Further discussion will follow." Just as Yifeng held an esteemed reputation among the community, the firefighters also regarded Li Lei with reverence, promptly squeezing into the armored vehicle and tanks without hesitation. The strongest among them climbed atop the armored vehicle to fend off the beast's assaults. Indeed, witnessing Li Lei's intent to flee, the lurking third-tier beasts surged forth rapidly from behind the mountains, the woods, and the ravines, charging towards the armored vehicles and firefighters. Once clever and charming, the golden-haired monkeys had transformed into fierce titans. The calamity of the giant python was upon them once more, as a colossal serpent emerged from the ravine, barreling forth like a freight train, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed ominously. A massive black bear, reminiscent of Godzilla, stood upright, emitting a terrifying roar akin to an alien monster battling Ultraman. A silver giant wolf sprinted across the mountaintop, drawing closer with each passing moment, howling at the moon. The blood-red ibises approached like heavy bombers, yet maneuvered with the agility of helicopters, their sharp gazes sweeping the surroundings. A gigantic, first-class protected ancient dove tree, with its limbs outstretched, slowly inched its roots towards a mountain, even more formidable than the fused giant tree previously vanquished by Yifeng. Yifeng's judgment was not mistaken. The number of third-tier ferocious beasts within the Qinling Mountains is not inferior to that of the Duanxiao River, perhaps even surpassing it in both quantity and strength. However, due to their formidable nature, their primary vigilance is directed towards one another, as well as the remaining ferocious beasts. In contrast, the relatively weaker Li Lei and the multitude of firefighters have become mere supporting characters. Numerous third-tier ferocious beasts were drawn to their presence, yet upon arrival, they found themselves at an impasse, each wary of the others, refraining from making a move lest they provide an opportunity for their competitors. The intellect of third-tier ferocious beasts is notably high, and as their strength escalates, so too does their cognitive ability. The IQ of a peak third-tier beast can rival that of humans. The wisdom of a fourth-tier beast king surpasses that of most humans. Li Lei's battle vehicle and tank can be operated by himself or by others. He concentrated most of his attention on the main cannon of the 99A, poised to unleash a powerful strike at a moment's notice. A fraction of his focus was dedicated to smoke grenades and reactive armor. As for the driving of the tank and armored vehicle, along with the operation of the machine guns mounted on them, he entrusted these tasks to others. The 2 battle vehicles sped through the rugged terrain as if racing on a highway, reaching an astonishing speed of 100 miles per hour, careening towards the urban area. The oblivious second-tier ferocious beasts along the way were either mowed down by machine gun fire or sent flying upon collision, while any survivors were swiftly dispatched by the firefighters aboard the vehicles. The group finally managed to escape without incident, drenched in cold sweat. "My dear brother, you have saved my life once again." After breaking free from the Qinling Mountains and witnessing that the ferocious beasts did not pursue them, Li Lei finally wiped the sweat from his brow. He nodded, "Let us advance," having been forestalled by him earlier. The 2 individuals then affixed the Tier 3 ferocious beast blood spirit crystals, previously obtained from the tank's main gun kill, onto the tank and armored vehicle. Rumbling, the tank and armored vehicle commenced to vibrate intensely, akin to transformers, with steel plates, tracks, gun barrels, and other components undergoing alterations, initiating their advancement toward Tier 3. The armored vehicle, being a Class A awakening, and the 99A tank, a demigod-level awakening, experienced rapid and dramatic breakthroughs upon receiving the Tier 3 blood spirit crystals. Earlier, to avert the vehicle's breakthrough to Tier 3, which might have provoked the Tier 3 ferocious beast horde into attacking, Li Lei had prevented them from attaching the blood spirit crystals to the vehicles. Nevertheless, preparations had been made for a last-ditch, all-or-nothing gamble. Now, it appeared that another correct wager had been made. The armored vehicle, officially designated the Type 89 tracked armored personnel carrier, primarily served to transport supplies and soldiers on the front lines, necessitating substantial capacity. Now, upon breaking through to Tier 3, its size expanded once more, resembling an armored bus capable of accommodating 20 to 30 individuals. The heavy machine gun mounted atop now boasted a caliber of 30 millimeters, matching that of Yi Feng's close-in weapon system, albeit with a single barrel. As for the tank, rather than increasing in size, it began to shrink. Quantitative change induced qualitative transformation, as it underwent an enhancement in quality. He was confident that, with the tank's formidable attack and defense, it could withstand the onslaught of the beast horde, even if he couldn't defeat them. However, he was not alone. While he could endure, others could not. It would be prudent to wait until dawn, then collectively launch tentative attacks, striving to assist more individuals in breaking through to Tier 3. Due to Li Lei's previous ferocity, wielding fire axes, engineer shovels, military knives, and combat daggers with reckless abandon, he nearly incapacitated his comrades in the firefighting brigade, causing arterial blood to spurt forth in awakening. However, the benefits were undeniably apparent. The majority of them had achieved a Class C awakening, with some even reaching Class B. One wonders how long it will be until they reunite again. Yi Feng, having stowed away the patrol vessel, gazed northward, his heart a blend of concern and anticipation. Without waiting for Yi Hongwu and Li Yulong to inquire, Yi Feng relayed the message he had received through the vessel's radar, much to the delight of the two men. After a day and night of heightened tension, the majority of the group finally relaxed, surrendering themselves to deep slumber. After an hour of rest, Yi Feng arose, invigorated, to take his watch. He then brandished an axe crafted from third-tier shrimp shells, making a circuit around the artificial lake, harvesting numerous freshly ascended second-tier beasts. During this time, he frequently glanced up at the blood moon, comparing it to the previous night and noting its considerable enlargement, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Nevertheless, at 6 o'clock, the crimson sun rose, reminiscent of the day before, casting an eerie red glow upon the earth. A new day had arrived. Chapter 35, Combat Team Members. Fleet sweeps the great river. The blood moon descends. The blood sun rises again. Upon witnessing it once more, the last flicker of hope within some individuals faded completely. The once warm, seven-colored united sunlight would never grace them again. Yet, amidst the sorrow and despair, there existed a glimmer of hope for a new life. Currently, nearly 400 individuals had gathered, with 200 having awakened as combat soldiers. Naturally, the majority of these were soldiers of Class D, awakened using second-tier blood spirit crystals just yesterday and the night before. The awakening of blood spirit energy before its revival is akin to an innate enlightenment through the act of bloodletting to recognize one's weapon. Conversely, the subsequent awakening is restricted to cold weapons, regardless of the volume of bloodshed or the potency of the immersed weapon. Only the most rudimentary Class D battle soldiers can be awakened, with their future potential capped at the peak of the second tier. One may either strive for survival like Xiao Li, who defies death to shatter his limitations with a third-tier blood spirit crystal, or utilize a more formidable fourth-tier beast king blood spirit crystal to transcend these barriers. However, such crystals are rare treasures even for fourth-tier sovereigns, capable of aiding peak third-tier individuals in ascending to the fourth tier and becoming new rulers. Thus, this remains a theoretical consideration, as no one would squander a precious beast king blood spirit crystal to assist a second-tier awakener in breaking through to the third tier. The colossal tree, measuring 10 meters in diameter and nearly 100 meters in length, has been transformed into a bastion and new air raid shelter by the collective effort of the community. Its resilience surpasses that of reinforced concrete fortifications, rendering it a formidable barrier that even third-tier ferocious beasts would struggle to breach. The canopy that collapsed into the lake has been repurposed into a dining table, serving as a gathering place for Yi Feng and his son, Xiao Li, Wang Yan, Old Master Shi, Li Yulong, Wang Tao, and several other Class C awakeners. The remaining individuals are considered the lowest echelon. In this era of blood spirit energy revival, amidst the apocalypse and the collapse of order, a new hierarchy based on strength has been tacitly accepted by all. Even if Yi Feng does not exploit his power, others will willingly uphold this rule. As long as one is a Class D awakener, even those possessing peak second-tier battle soldiers lack the standing to disdain ordinary individuals. Yi Feng, Wang Yan, and others exhibited remarkable generosity, distributing the second-tier blood spirit crystals to everyone. Ordinary individuals would inevitably ascend to the pinnacle of the second tier, gaining the capability for self-preservation. Combat team, follow me. Yifeng proclaimed loudly, leading a group of spirited individuals towards the broken bridge by the river after they had eaten and drunk their fill. After more than a day's worth of adjustment and organization, Wang Yan had successfully assembled nearly 400 people into several teams: a regular team, a first-tier awaken team, a second-tier awaken team, and a second-tier pinnacle team. The most eye-catching and eagerly anticipated was undoubtedly the combat team. Aside from the newly emerged third-tier Shaoli, the remaining members were all distinguished individuals at the pinnacle of the second tier. Among them were Class A awakened warrior Wang Tao, the centenarian soldier Li Yulong, Class C awakened Sherde, the wrist-cutting woman, Old Wang who had previously driven a police car with a group of elderly into the underground level, and the healer Lu Tingting. There was also the madwoman carrying the carnivorous plant, the flytrap. This madwoman, named Chun Xiao Xiao, was not genuinely insane. Rather, she exhibited a degree of eccentricity and profound social withdrawal, seldom engaging with others. Although she was merely an awakened needle, she had pricked herself countless times, not only successfully awakening as a warrior but also achieving Class C status, with the potential to evolve into a Needle King in the future. She resembled a post-apocalyptic version of the invincible Eastern figure. Her Crimson Needle's attacks were formidable and elusive. Similarly, the blood-red flytrap, having absorbed her blood multiple times, could effortlessly advance to the third tier and even challenge the Beast King, serving as a formidable ally among the ferocious beasts. Little Wang, you must also exercise caution, Yi Hongwu advised Wang Yin before departing with the combat team, staying at the rear to provide support. The greater the number of individuals, the stronger they become. Yet they also become increasingly susceptible to peril. A group of awakened beings at the pinnacle of the second tier, their warriors embody the essence of fierce beasts, infused with the potent blood spirit crystals that emanate a rich aura, capturing the attention of ferocious beasts, particularly those of the third tier. Uncle Yi, we await your triumphant return. Wang Yin led the others, gazing at the departing battalion with a blend of reluctance and hope. Once they had left, Wang Yin transformed into a resolute instructor, urging the awakened to hunt the fierce beasts, while simultaneously reducing their numbers to enhance their individual combat prowess, courage, and skill. No ordinary person was spared, as she subjected them to grueling exercises under heavy burdens. With the revival of the blood spirit aura, their physical capabilities were heightened, molding them into a cadre of elite soldiers. Furthermore, Yifeng had already demonstrated that the stronger the physical condition, the more blood they could shed, resulting in even more formidable awakened warriors and swifter recovery. In the pursuit of survival, ordinary individuals were not averse to catching up with their previously awakened counterparts. On the contrary, they cooperated with Wang Yan, engaging in vigorous activities by the artificial lake. The massive trunks of third-tier trees were fashioned into spears and long weapons, boasting an attack power that rivaled the second-tier pinnacle D-class warriors, being harder and sharper than steel. Others continued to excavate air raid shelters along the lakeside, utilizing the bones of second-tier pinnacle beasts and branches from third-tier trees as fortifications, surpassing previous defensive constructions in resilience. Upon returning to the broken bridge, Yifeng was astonished to find the riverbank considerably quieter today, with a notable absence of second-tier pinnacle beasts. Yi Hongwu spoke in a low voice, having deduced something. Yifeng nodded, stating that the initial windfall from the resurgence of blood spirit qi had been largely consumed. Consequently, the rate at which new ferocious beasts emerged would decelerate considerably, leading to more frequent internecine conflicts. The more formidable Tier 3 peak ferocious beasts were likely heading downstream, where the river was wider and deeper, teeming with a greater abundance of ferocious beasts, thereby serving as their arena for ascending to Tier 4 Beast King status. Lu Tingting voiced her apprehension, questioning whether Tier 4 Beast Kings had already surfaced in the vast ocean. The collective gaze of the group turned towards her, a mixture of trepidation and anticipation evident in their eyes. No, Yifeng affirmed resolutely. The birth of a Tier 4 Beast King was exceedingly arduous, not merely a matter of quantitative accumulation. Moreover, akin to his fleet, the stronger the foundation, the slower the advancement. For colossal marine creatures, such as large cetaceans and sharks, attaining Tier 4 might prove even more challenging than for other ferocious beasts. After a brief pause, Yifeng added, of course, even at Tier 3, their combat prowess might rival that of ordinary Tier 4 ferocious beasts. Enough talk, let's get to work. With that, he unleashed the escort vessel, which had already advanced to Tier 2, causing it to crash into the river with a resounding splash. This time, he prioritized activating the radar, employing it to its fullest extent to survey the nearby river and its banks for any formidable ferocious beasts. The ship's cannons fired intermittently, obliterating Tier 3 ferocious beasts one by one. The close-in weapon system also resumed its staccato fire, strafing Tier 2 ferocious beasts. The Tier 2 escort vessel, even when utilizing only its main cannons, possessed a destructive force comparable to yesterday's depth charges, anti-air missiles, and torpedoes. Following the departure of the formidable Tier 3 ferocious beast, the Black, the entire river became personal hunting ground, devoid of any worthy adversaries. After thoroughly clearing the river surrounding the broken bridge, deployed the supply ship. Father, Grandpa aboard. Despite the supply ship being equipped with 4 close-in weapon systems, additional protection was still required, necessitating the assistance of 2 formidable individuals. Furthermore, retrieving the Tier 3 blood spirit crystals that had fallen into the river would be too perilous for the others. An idea struck, and he decided to utilize the ferocious beasts. He instructed the eccentric to bring her Venus flytrap aboard the supply ship, tasking it with retrieving the Tier 3 blood spirit crystals. Work diligently, and you shall be rewarded with blood spirit crystals. The Tier 2 peak Venus flytrap, possibly due to consuming a significant amount of human blood, possessed a high level of intelligence, could motivate it with promises, turning it into a diligent worker. Along the riverbanks, strategically employed naval guns to eliminate Tier 3 plants and reptilian ferocious beasts, while utilizing close-in weapon systems to cleanse the area. In encounters with Tier 3 mid-stage or groups of Tier 3 ferocious beasts, missiles were deployed for bombardment, and the others followed closely behind, swiftly delivering the finishing blows and collecting blood spirit crystals, resembling gleeful children scavenging for seafood after the tide recedes. The 2 warships sailed downstream, away from the broken bridge, their combat prowess finally manifesting itself. The extensive preparations and diligent efforts invested over the past days were now bearing fruit. The river was expansive, the soil fertile, and the blood spirit energy abundant, with a Tier 3 ferocious beast emerging approximately every few hundred meters. In a world before the apocalypse, every third-tier ferocious beast would serve as the protagonist of a disaster film, featuring a variety of colossal fish-headed monsters, mutated giant pythons, enormous turtles, and gigantic shrimp. Even aquatic plants like watergrass and lilies could transform into terrifying creatures. The trees, vines, and weeds along the riverbank would writhe menacingly. This was a demonized tropical rainforest, teeming with ferocious beasts, a veritable hell on earth, with the rushing river flowing crimson. Although few would be directly devoured by these creatures, most humans, after being consumed multiple times among themselves, found that the majority of third-tier beasts still lingered in and around the river. Yifeng even spotted the third-tier Alaskan dog he had first seen atop a building. At this moment, it had grown to a staggering height of 20 meters and a length of 40 to 50 meters, becoming a true giant. Whether it was wary of Yifeng or had reached the pinnacle of its third tier, it was now charging downstream, occasionally darting to the riverbank to seize a third-tier beast and drag it ashore, swiftly tearing it apart and consuming it. That is my prey. Yifeng seethed with fury, launching his left leg, which sent a submarine weighing thousands of tons crashing into the river. Immediately, the top hatch opened, and a submarine-launched cruise missile soared into the sky, hurtling toward the Alaskan beast with thunderous force. Due to the influence of blood spirit energy, the submarine's power was also derived from this energy. Thus, it did not strictly qualify as a nuclear submarine. Nonetheless, its formidable weaponry, including giant torpedoes and cruise missiles, was akin to that of a true attack submarine. Yifeng procured the Type 095 tactical nuclear submarine, also known as an attack nuclear submarine, a newly commissioned model from recent years. Equipped with 6 colossal 533mm torpedo launch tubes. Furthermore, it boasts 12 launch tubes for cruise missiles with a range of 500 kilometers, capable of engaging underwater submarines, surface warships, and even striking deep land targets. Although the cruise missiles deployed from the submarine possess formidable power and an unyielding target tracking capability, their velocity is relatively modest at 0.9 times the speed of sound, translating to 300 meters per second. While this speed is impressive, the third-tier apex beasts, particularly the canine predators known for their explosive strength and endurance, exhibit remarkable agility and swiftness in maneuvering. Ultimately, one such beast plunged into an underground tunnel, executing a forceful ascent that caused the tunnel to collapse. A deluge of reinforced concrete and steel rained down, prematurely detonating the pursuing cruise missiles. Indeed, the third-tier apex beasts prove exceedingly difficult to vanquish. The cruise missiles launched from the submarine, being merely of the first tier, lack the requisite speed to effectively eliminate such formidable foes. Conversely, while the missiles from the second-tier frigates possess sufficient swiftness, they fall short in maneuverability, rendering it challenging to accurately lock onto their targets. Yifeng contemplated the limits of his combat prowess, recognizing that he was not yet invincible beneath the reign of the Beast Kings. However, he remained a formidable deterrent to all creatures beneath those kings. The blood spirit crystals, alas, were still insufficient in quantity. Yifeng and his fleet drifted downstream along the river for a full 50 kilometers, hunting dozens of third-tier beasts. Some were swept away by the river, others launched far afield and lost, while some were consumed by other aquatic creatures, albeit not refined. Nevertheless, 30 or so were sufficient. As for the second-tier blood spirit crystals, there are indeed several hundred. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yifeng and the exhausted members of his team lay on the battleship, breathing heavily. One by one, the third-tier blood spirit crystals adhered to their bodies and the soldiers. Boom. After sustaining damage the previous day, Yifeng's supply ship finally awakened completely with the acquisition of a new blood spirit crystal. Boom. Although the left-arm battleship had its blood spirit energy continually siphoned by the right-arm battleship, it still achieved total awakening after absorbing 3 third-tier blood spirit crystals. As for the additional third-tier blood spirit crystals, Yifeng utilized them to awaken the submarine on his left leg, consuming a total of 10 before it finally advanced to the second tier. The second-tier submarine exceeded the capabilities of the original nuclear submarine, achieving a cruising speed of 1.5 times the speed of sound. Even the colossal torpedo underwent an upgrade, acquiring a supercavitation effect skill that, while operating at high speeds underwater, would be enveloped by a ring of air currents, significantly reducing the immense resistance of water and tripling its speed to 200 kilometers per hour. For a torpedo, this velocity is quite impressive. However, for the aquatic ferocious beasts, it remains relatively slow, allowing it to only target the sluggish, plant-like monsters. Unfortunately, such plant-type ferocious beasts are scarce, especially those capable of advancing to the third tier. The most formidable torpedo in my arsenal now feels somewhat impractical, Yifeng lamented. Nevertheless, with a harmonious combination of cruise missiles, torpedoes, and deep-sea bombs, should he encounter a peak third-tier ferocious beast again, it would undoubtedly result in severe injury, if not death. Yifeng remained quite satisfied with the current transformation. However, over 30 third-tier blood spirit crystals still proved insufficient for distribution. The battle armor of my father, the venerable old man's Model 38 rifle, and Wang Tao's chainsaw, all represent Class A awakenings, currently stand at the pinnacle of the second tier. To ascend to the third tier, one requires merely a single crystal. However, to reach the zenith of the third tier, each individual must possess at least 20 crystals. Old Man Sure and 2 other Class C awakeners have also ascended to the third tier, needing only 3 crystals to attain its peak. The madwoman Chen Xiaoqiao, alongside her Venus flytrap, has each secured a third-tier blood spirit crystal, enabling their breakthrough to the third tier. Yet, Lu Tingting has been left far behind, still lingering at the pinnacle of the second tier. During the last encounter when Xiao Li sustained a fatal injury, it was Lu Tingting who first stepped forward to heal him, later assisting with a third-tier blood spirit crystal for a rapid recovery. Even if Lu Tingting wished to follow suit, she lacks the support of others, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Thus, Yifeng drifted 50 kilometers away from the urban area, seeking out a pig farm on the outskirts, intending to procure another stainless steel syringe. Yifeng alone has amassed 23 blood spirit crystals, utilizing 10 for the nuclear submarine's ascent to the second tier, 3 for the awakening of the left-arm destroyer, 1 for the supply ship's awakening, leaving him with 9 crystals remaining. The right-arm destroyer, being the strongest, consistently reaps the benefits from the other vessels, particularly from its younger sibling, the left-arm destroyer, which has now reached the mid-second tier. However, to transcend to the third tier, it too requires at least 20 crystals of the same grade. The left-arm destroyer, having siphoned the resources extensively, might find 9 crystals insufficient for its elevation to the second tier. To avoid such overwhelming oppression in awakening the 10,000-ton Type 055 destroyer on my thigh, I must awaken simultaneously, Yet the scarcity of blood spirit crystals becomes even more pronounced. After meticulous consideration, Yifeng resolved to elevate his dorsal supply ship to the second tier. With the right arm frigate and submarine already at the second tier, and the left arm frigate successfully awakened, the formidable power exacted a heavy toll on his blood spirit energy. The first-tier supply ship was proving inadequate. Consuming 6 of the 9 third-tier blood spirit crystals, he advanced the supply ship to the second tier. He reserved the remaining 3 for unforeseen circumstances. As the sanguine sun dipped westward once more, and after a brief respite following their respective awakenings, Yifeng hesitated momentarily before stating, "The residential complex remains perilous at night. They require safeguarding, and the outskirts pose a similar threat to you." Naturally, Yi Hongwu would not part from his son, stepping out of the formation to stand beside Yifeng. Lu Tingting, after a moment of deliberation, also followed suit, surmising that Yifeng was risking himself to aid her. Whether it was the awakening of war soldiers or breaking through constraints, expediency was paramount to maximize the probability of success. Yifeng, after some contemplation, acquiesced to her staying. As the sanguine sun fully descended, the blood moon ascended. "Observe," Yifeng remarked, "does the blood moon not appear larger than yesterday?" Having been attentive to the blood moon, Yifeng had finally ascertained that it was indeed growing. This starkly contrasted with the blood spirit energy resurgence he had experienced in his previous life. It seemed so. Yi Hongwu, after careful observation, nodded somberly. The human perception of the moon and the sun as being of equal size has become deeply ingrained in our collective consciousness. Following yesterday's apprehension, Yifeng is now convinced that the moon is indeed growing larger, a sentiment shared by Yi Hongwu and Lu Tingting. The question then arises, is the moon descending, or is it simply expanding? Yi Hongwu, his countenance reflecting his unease, gazed at the moon. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng posited that tides are a consequence of the moon's gravitational pull. Should the moon be descending, its proximity to Earth would amplify this pull, resulting in more violent tides. However, if the moon is merely expanding, akin to a balloon, without a change in mass, its gravitational force would remain constant. Yet, if the moon were to increase in both size and mass by absorbing some substance, its gravitational pull would also intensify, making it difficult to ascertain the true cause. Lu Tingting expressed her apprehension, stating that she had a premonition that the moon might be falling. She wondered if a catastrophic scenario, akin to those depicted in disaster films, might unfold, with the moon crashing into Earth. Yifeng responded with a wry smile, explaining that even an asteroid with a diameter of 10 kilometers could trigger another mass extinction event on Earth. Should the moon fall, the Earth would shatter, only to reform under its own gravity into a new, larger celestial body. Lu Tingting, looking up at the moon with a somber expression, resignedly stated that they could only submit to fate. Yifeng, though sharing her sentiments, refused to allow despair to take hold. He rallied, declaring that their survival in this apocalyptic world was an act of defiance. He asserted that they must not only resist, but also strive to live better and become stronger. "As long as my artillery and missiles are sufficiently powerful, even if it were to come crashing down from the moon, I would obliterate it into dust." Upon hearing Yifeng's resolute and commanding words, Lu Tingting felt a surge of reassurance, her sparkling eyes gazing at him as she smiled and remarked, "Indeed, this echoes the plot of a Hollywood disaster film. In the face of calamity, great heroes emerge to save humanity and the planet." Ahead, Yi Hongwu wielded a formidable 8-foot serpent spear with one hand, effortlessly cleaving the head of a second-tier giant boar, larger than a mammoth. A voice, half serious and half joking, drifted back, "Alas, it is a pity that every great hero has a heroine by their side, while my son remains a steadfast bachelor, a solitary warrior of the battleship." He sighed, pondering whether he would ever have the chance to hold a grandchild in his arms. Yifeng felt a moment of awkwardness. Lu Tingting, after a brief pause, glanced at him and felt her cheeks flush. However, beneath the blood-red moonlight, all objects reflected a dark crimson glow, rendering her shyness less conspicuous. Yet, Yifeng noticed it, and it stirred something within him. As a young man full of vigor, he found Lu Tingting's figure, appearance, and demeanor quite appealing. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no flutter in his heart. However, having retired from the military for several years, with his literary endeavors failing to take flight, he considered himself a man of little achievement, unworthy of pursuing romance. Should he rely on his father's resources to court her, or should he seek to gain from her family? Thus, He had sworn to himself that until he produced something of quality, he would refrain from seeking love. However, until the end of the world, he remained unremarkable, still a failure. In his previous life, Lu Tingting was tragically devoured by a teddy bear within 3 minutes of the resurgence of blood spirit energy. Now, having been granted a second chance, what was once lost must be seized. With this thought, Yifeng clasped Lu Tingting's hand, and as she trembled in surprise, he spoke. The apocalypse is fraught with peril. I cannot offer you many promises, but I will endeavor with all my strength to protect and assist you. Tingting, will you be my girlfriend? The crimson moonlight reflected in Lu Tingting's eyes, glistening with tears as her delicate fingers tightened around Yifeng's hand, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. MHM, MHM, MHM. Ha ha ha, little piglet, come forth. Came the booming laughter of Yi Hongwu as he charged into the midst of the rampaging giant pig herd. Numerous creatures of the same kind had gathered, their strengths nearly equal, making it challenging for any formidable beast to emerge. Within the pig farm, no third-tier beasts had yet been born. The strongest among them were at the pinnacle of the second tier, along with those in the mid to late stages of the second tier. Naturally, many of the pigs had been consumed by their own kind. This once thriving farm, which boasted thousands of swine, now held only a few hundred. Yet, each one dwarfed even a mammoth, standing 7 to 8 meters tall, measuring 20 meters in length, and weighing several tons, a veritable meat tank. Buildings were easily toppled by their sheer mass, and their snouts could effortlessly crush concrete, devouring humans and other beasts that sought refuge underground. However, as doltish fierce beasts, their sustenance primarily consists of botanical-based counterparts, and they predominantly congregate along the riverbanks, within parks, in the atriums of various residential complexes, and along the verdant medians of highways. The advent of Yi Hongwu promptly garnered their attention. Father, procure the hypodermic syringe. Tingting, maintain vigilance. Yifeng unleashed the first-tier corvette from his left arm, its close-in weapon system unleashing a barrage upon the second-tier, mutated giant boars. Amidst the effusion of gore and anguished cries, the giant boars were rendered mere targets, swiftly felled by Yifeng. Subsequent to the eradication of the giant boar horde, Yifeng detected several human voices. Alas, upon his arrival, he managed to rescue but 2 individuals, the remainder having emerged from their concealment only to be slain and devoured by the giant boars and other mutated flora and fauna. It is noteworthy that the urban landscape teems with murine fierce beasts, the first-tier specimens of which rival the size of canines and possess the capacity to sever steel bars. Fortunately, a considerable number of felines, having undergone mutation, exhibit a predilection for preying upon and devouring mutated rodents, thereby regulating their numbers. Nonetheless, even a mere 1 or 2 second-tier mutated rats suffice to annihilate the entirety of a residential complex's survivors. Shelters offer scant protection against them. The resurgence of sanguine spiritual energy has persisted for nearly 2 days, and ordinary survivors who have not undergone awakening are exceedingly rare. Father, what are you doing? Subsequently, he employed a second-tier vine to enshroud the truck's front, preparing to tow it away. Yi Hongwu patted the robust giant boar, remarking with a chuckle, "Our numbers are steadily increasing, yet the fierce beasts surrounding the residential complex have been hunted to near extinction, resulting in a scarcity of sustenance. Moreover, I find myself disinclined towards the flesh of felines, canines, serpents, piscine creatures, and crustaceans. I find the fragrance of pork ribs and pig ears far more appealing." Yifeng was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, but he quickly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Your reasoning is impeccable. Pork constitutes the primary source of meat for our nation, with the average individual consuming dozens to hundreds of pounds annually, truly a staggering consumption on a national scale." As he spoke, Yifeng handed each of them 4 blood spirit crystals, sufficient to elevate them to the pinnacle of the second tier, thereby granting them a modicum of self-defense and the ability to assist further. Having absorbed an excessive quantity of second-tier blood spirit crystals, Yifeng's body was nearly saturated, rendering further absorption highly inefficient. For the next half hour, Yi Hongwu wielded his 8-foot snake spear like a butcher, deftly dismembering the massive pig and then hoisting the pieces onto a truck. The 2 newly awakened individuals each took charge of a truck, dragging them to the riverbank to dispose of the carcasses below. Yifeng released his supply ship once more, transforming it into a cargo vessel laden with slabs of pork larger than a woolly mammoth. The 4 close-range cannons fired incessantly, decimating the various ferocious beasts drawn by the scent of blood. Lu Tingting was tasked with vigilance, utilizing a syringe to extract the blood of second-tier feral beasts from the river, converting it into energy to recharge the supply ship. After a flurry of activity lasting over half an hour, the group had transported hundreds of pigs, amounting to thousands of tons of pork, before finally pausing. Enough gazing. Let us return to work. Chapter 38. The Birth of the Beast King. The Apocalypse of North America. As they regarded the massive quantities of pork, everyone was filled with uncontainable delight. With the resurgence of blood spirit chi, each person had become an insatiable eater. Even a 3-year-old child could consume 1 to 2 pounds of meat in a single sitting. This was ferocious beast meat. Had it been ordinary beast meat from before, the quantity would have easily doubled or more. However, the taste of flesh from corporeal animals was far from delightful. Within the confines of the artificial lake, the fish and shrimp, bereft of the means for culinary elaboration, were relegated to the monotony of grilled fare, a culinary tedium soon to pall. The porcine bounty, by contrast, offered a welcome gustatory reprieve. Among the hundreds of survivors were culinary artisans of diverse backgrounds, from masters of rustic communal cookery to adept chefs seasoned in the art of refined small dish preparations. This night belonged to these culinary maestros, supported by a host of assisting hands. Some of the pork was meticulously sliced, salted, and hung to cure as bacon. Other portions were minced and stuffed into sausages, while yet other cuts were transformed into smoked meats. The remaining trimmings and bones were consigned to the flames, providing a late-night repast. This nocturnal feast served not only as sustenance, but also as a balm, alleviating the pent-up emotions of the preceding days. The survivors found themselves increasingly acclimated to the exigencies of this post-apocalyptic existence, glimpsing nascent glimmers of hope. As dawn approached, their labors drew to a close, and save for those on sentinel duty, all sought solace in slumber. Yet, the vicissitudes of fortune remained starkly divergent across the globe. 800 kilometers distant, in a county-level city nestled in southern Shaanxi, Li Lei faced a dire predicament, an incursion of bestial hordes from the Qinling Mountains. It was now the 3rd day since the resurgence of the sanguine spiritual energy, with the crimson moon drawing ever closer to Earth. The depleted spiritual energy, having been consumed over the preceding 2 days, had once again surged in potency, accelerating the growth of the savage beasts and emboldening them to acts of aggression. Since establishing contact with Yifeng the previous night, Li Lei had harbored an intensified yearning for power, bolstered by the advancements of the armored transport vehicles and tanks, all of which had attained the 3rd tier. His confidence had swelled. Throughout the day, his combat prowess had been nothing short of ferocious. The 3rd tier 200mm tank cannons unleashed devastation comparable to Yifeng's 2nd tier warship's 100mm naval guns, each shot obliterating a 3rd tier savage beast. Together with his firefighter comrades, who had also achieved the 3rd tier, he had annihilated over a dozen 3rd tier savage beasts on the outskirts of the Qinling Mountains. As night descended and the crimson moon ascended, the formidable tier 3 beasts that had been in opposition the previous day were drawn in considerable numbers, seeking retribution and aiming to eliminate the significant threat. The more formidable Li Lei became, the more unified they grew, ceasing their antagonism to first deal with Li Lei. In this battle, Li Lei maneuvered the tank to charge and slaughter, while his comrades also drove his immense armored vehicle across the terrain. Over 30 firefighters, along with some robust family members, joined the fray. The entire county became a battlefield, gradually turning into ruins amidst the cannon fire and bestial roars. Giant beasts fell one after another, their blood flowing like streams. However, comrades and family members also perished, and many were wounded. The other 3 comrades who had previously visited Yifeng's home, Zhang Peng, Zhang Xiangwen, and Li Wei, were also in their respective hometowns, employing awakened tanks combined with infantry fighting vehicles, anti-aircraft guns, rockets, armed helicopters, and retaliating against the encircling hordes of ferocious beasts. As for the fortunate individuals across the nation and the globe who could awaken war souls, they could only struggle to survive amidst the crisis posed by the ferocious beasts. The sky brightened once more, but countless people worldwide had not lived to witness the sunrise. The blood moon was more beneficial to animal-type ferocious beasts, while the blood sun primarily aided the enhancement of plant-type ferocious beasts. Just as Yifeng was consuming grilled ribs and drinking fish soup cooked in a shell pot for breakfast, plant-based ferocious beasts and primordial forests around the globe commenced a new phase of enhancement. North America had numerous awakened individuals. The federal state which had deceived countless people around the world in the name of freedom, genuinely embodied freedom in certain regions. They had a considerable number of individuals engaged in brawls, fights with real knives and guns, resulting in over 100,000 gun-related deaths annually. In this resurgence of sanguinary spiritual energy, their number of awakened combatants, both proportionally and numerically, was unparalleled globally. A multitude awakened with firearm-type combatant abilities, swiftly establishing their own factions, commanding a vast following, and reigning supreme. To further enhance themselves and expand their influence, these awakened individuals grew increasingly audacious, venturing deeper into the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts. However, today marked their downfall. The very same third-tier colossal trees they had been suppressing and jointly besieging just yesterday experienced a sudden surge in combat prowess. Within the Sequoia National Park, colossal trees, some with diameters spanning several meters, even 10, and weighing thousands of tons, having devoured the animalistic and other botanical beasts, commenced internecine battles of predation. Under the crimson solar illumination, with an even denser surge of sanguinary spiritual energy, the renowned General Sherman tree finally reached its culminating stage, embarking on its ascension to the fourth-tier Beast King realm. Originally towering over 80 meters, with an awe-inspiring 11-meter diameter and weighing 800 tons, its stature now amplified tenfold. Reaching a height of 700 to 800 meters, a diameter nearing 100 meters, and a mass of 1,000,000 tons, a veritable arboreal mountain. Yet, at this juncture, it underwent a cataclysmic metamorphosis, a transformation of its very life essence. Its needle-like, acicular leaves, under the sanguine sunlight, ignited, withered, and diminished. The accumulated, boundless sanguinary spiritual energy ceaselessly engendered new foliage within it. Ultimately, its crimson, steel-like leaves reverted to their original form, once again becoming verdant green. An anomaly in this world of resurgent sanguinary spiritual energy. Its colossal form began to condense, energy crystallizing and undergoing a qualitative transformation. However, in North America, there exists a tree that has undergone an even swifter metamorphosis than the Sherman tree. This is a forest, yet it harbors an exceptionally unique tree. Thousands of golden-leafed, snow-white trunked poplar trees occupy an expanse of land stretching over hundreds of thousands of square meters, equivalent to thousands of acres. Following the resurgence of blood essence, it has crazily expanded its territory. Originally, the trunks appeared relatively normal, yet they have swelled to several meters in diameter. Above ground, a cluster of giant trees stands, but their roots intertwine beneath the surface, sustaining life in an unceasing cycle. Scientific research has revealed that these roots have existed for an astonishing 80,000 years. Thus, it has been aptly named the trembling giant. At this moment, under the crimson sunlight, clusters of golden-red leaves rapidly withered and fell. Following this, branches succumbed, and finally, the trunks themselves. In mere minutes, the vast forest withered, all energy drained completely. This internal extraction rendered them devoid of the formidable strength characteristic of Tier 3 plants. They crumbled at a mere touch, resembling decayed wood aged for years. Yet, deep beneath the earth, the roots continued to swell and contract, akin to a dragon stirring or an underground nuclear explosion, provoking a minor tremor in the area. Soil and rocks fractured, dust billowed, resembling a volcanic eruption, creating a tremendous commotion. The arriving awakened individuals were struck with terror, paralyzed by an energy field that instilled primal fear within their very souls. As the dust settled, an utterly ordinary golden-leaf poplar tree stood tall amidst the ruins. However, its roots, being neither abundant nor thick, were entirely exposed above ground, supporting a trunk and canopy that reached a height of 10 meters. The tree's golden foliage emitted a radiant, dazzling light, as if forged from pure gold and illuminated by the sun's bygone rays. In this sanguine world, it presented a stark contrast to its surroundings. A bestial monarch. Indeed, it was likely the world's first botanical sovereign to emerge. Suddenly, its roots swiftly contracted, leveraging the friction and recoil against the earth. Like a jellyfish gliding through water, it surged skyward, soaring towards a distant point 100 meters away. After several such maneuvers, it abandoned its territory, overtook two fleeing human awakeners, and plunged its roots into their bodies, draining them in an instant. The quaking colossus had forsaken its domain and commenced a rapid, proactive slaughter, truly causing all of North America to tremble. Deep within the Amazon rainforest of South America, A colossal banyan tree extended serpentine roots that ensnared genuine anacondas. Their prey, the largest capybaras, fellow banyans, and a variety of other flora and fauna, voraciously extracting energy as it approached its final evolution. Chapter 39. The Agrarian Instinct of the Chinese, and the Second Awakening of Warriors. As for the lotus roots, let us prevent them from advancing to the second tier. We shall harvest them at the first tier for stew, as we are not lacking in blood spirit crystals. If they mature to the second tier, they become too fibrous, resembling woody splinters when chewed. While North America faced the havoc wrought by the world's first bestial monarch, Yi Feng, having finished his fish soup, pointed towards the water lilies in the artificial lake with a lingering appetite, embarking on a path of refined living. For the past 3 days, the diet has consisted predominantly of meat. Wild greens are either too mature or unsuitable for grilling, prompting Yi Feng to consider the necessity of incorporating some plant-based sustenance to achieve equilibrium. Perhaps we could cultivate a vegetable garden in this cleared area by the lake, yielding several harvests daily. Grandpa sure approached, beaming, and remarked, "Yesterday, in the supermarket's produce section, I discovered numerous mutated vegetables replete with seeds." He elaborated that many summer vegetables, such as various gourds, beans, eggplants, and peppers, inherently possess seeds. Subsequent to the resurgence of blood spirit energy, these seeds germinated rapidly, utilizing the parent plant as nourishment, and flourished within the supermarket. During Yi Feng's recent excursions, the awakened individuals remaining behind were not idle. Several Tier 2 pinnacle awakeners initiated patrols within the urban area, hunting Tier 2 ferocious beasts, rescuing survivors, and procuring provisions, daily necessities, and instruments conducive to secondary awakening. Grandpa sure also appropriated the vegetable beasts from the supermarket for cultivation. Cultivation is an ingrained memory etched into the collective consciousness of the populace for millennia. Even those residing in villas aspire to cultivate a small garden. Apartment dwellers often maintain small pots on their balconies, cultivating scallions and garlic. Upon hearing the proposition to cultivate crops and partake in enhanced versions of vegetables reminiscent of bygone days, Yi Feng's eyes illuminated with enthusiasm. Excellent. We should indeed cultivate some vegetables, and perhaps even maize and rice. The mention of rice evoked memories of a departed agricultural luminary, prompting Yi Feng to lament. Were we to cultivate rice now, it could potentially reach several meters in height, providing shade beneath its canopy. The grains could be the size of peanuts, with a single ear capable of filling a bowl. Alas! Amidst Yi Feng's reflections, Lu Tingting approached, turning to him and smiling. "Brother Feng, I am prepared." Beside her stood a middle-aged woman in her 40s, who expressed her gratitude to Yi Feng, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Yi." Lu Tingting smiled and explained, "This is Sister Zhang, the head nurse at the maternal and child hospital. Her skills are exceptional. Uncle Yi has helped her awaken a syringe, just as he did for me, but her proficiency undoubtedly surpasses mine." Nurse Zhang quickly responded with humility, "When it comes to intravenous injections and administering shots, I am certainly more adept than you. However, in the realm of awakened warriors, your skills are undoubtedly superior." Yi Feng chuckled, "In that case, I shall entrust this task to you. If we succeed once more, I will assist you in breaking through to the third tier." Nurse Zhang was deeply moved, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she spoke. "Mr. Yi, let us prioritize my enhancement first. If successful, then you may assist Sister Tingting." Lu Tingting interjected hastily. "Sister Zhang, did we not agree on this?" Nurse Zhang grasped Lu Tingting's hand, her tears flowing uncontrollably as she interrupted, choking back her words. "I am the last of my family. My husband, 2 children, and parents are all gone. If it weren't for you, I would not wish to continue living. Since you call me sister, I shall accept you as my younger sister. If I must perish, let it be so. Your future is still bright, and besides, have you not recently found Mr. Yi as your boyfriend? He is a good man. Cherish him well." No one can claim absolute selflessness, and upon hearing Sister Zhang's words, Yi Feng found himself in agreement that she should be prioritized for enhancement. Those nearby, including Xiao Li and Yi Honggu, nodded in assent. "Zhangjia, if the endeavor proves unsuccessful, what aspirations remain in your heart?" Yi Feng inquired with earnest concern. Zhangjia, dabbing away her tears, clasped Yi Feng's hand, intertwining it with that of Lu Tingting. With a gentle smile, she expressed, "My deepest desire is to witness your enduring happiness, and to see your progeny thrive in the tranquil society we once knew. Should fate grant me continued existence, I would be honored to assist in the delivery of your child." Lu Tingting, her heart stirred by a mixture of gratitude, trepidation, and bashful affection, listened intently. The young lady possesses a commendable spirit of revolutionary optimism. Fearlessness is the greatest shield against death. This old man speaks from the experience of numerous injuries. Have no fear. Li Yulong approached, commending the fortitude of the 40-year-old woman and offering guidance. Li, too, began to impart his wisdom. Preserve the breath within your core, clench your teeth. Maintain unwavering conviction, and retain a fervent desire to live. Surrender the rest to your body's innate instincts and their aid. Have faith in yourself, and in all of us. Zhang Jie inhaled deeply, her resolve firm. Let us proceed. It was not Yifeng who initiated the action, for even his most delicate application of the close-in weapon system would obliterate the target. Nor was it Yi Hongwu, whose 18-foot spear was forged solely for battlefield carnage. The one who stepped forward was Old Song, the butcher, a man in his 40s who had plied his trade for over 2 decades. An unfortunate accident had awakened in him a C-grade butcher's blade. A formidable member of the team, he had participated in the previous day's riverbank hunt. Upon their return, Yifeng had bestowed upon him a 3rd-tier blood spirit crystal, enabling him to ascend to the 3rd tier. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Old Song approached Sister Zhang, the glint of a butcher's knife shimmering in his grasp. His gaze was frigid as he plunged the blade into her chest, piercing her heart. The tip emerging from her back. Blood gushed forth, prompting many to avert their eyes. Yet an insatiable curiosity compelled them to witness the outcome. Sister Zhang, Lu Tingting cried out, rushing to her side, fervently shouting into her ear while infusing the special blood spiritual energy from the syringe. Yifeng took matters into his own hands, selecting the most potent 3rd-tier blood spirit crystal, placing it over Sister Zhang's wound, and hastily melting it down. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, the blood spirit crystal, harder than diamonds, was engulfed by her blood, akin to snowflakes cascading into a boiling pot of oil, dissolving almost instantaneously and entering her body. Her convulsing form began to stabilize, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the crowd. In the ensuing minutes, her grievous injuries mended swiftly, her once dulled gaze rekindling with vitality. Aside from an overwhelming fatigue, she bore no other ailments. A hum resonated as a 2nd-tier pinnacle stainless steel syringe materialized on her right arm, radiating brilliance as it underwent a qualitative transformation, successfully ascending to the 3rd tier. With her awakening level reaching grade C, triumph radiated through the crowd, their spirits lifted. Yifeng then produced 6 precious 3rd-tier blood spirit crystals, presenting them to Sister Zhang amidst the envious glances of the onlookers. However, she promptly declined. Wang Yin nodded in agreement, stating, as a collective, we must uphold a clear sense of reward and punishment. Otherwise, we cannot hope to endure. The remaining members of the group unanimously concurred. If Sister Zhang were to ascend to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, her healing abilities would undoubtedly strengthen considerably. In the future, should she have the opportunity for a second awakening, her assistance would greatly enhance the prospects, perhaps alleviating the ensuing hardships. 10 minutes later, after absorbing 6 3rd-tier blood spirit crystals, Sister Zhang achieved the zenith of the 3rd tier. However, she is, after all, a grade D awakened being who has shattered her limitations through such a perilous method, reaching once more the bounds of her potential at the 3rd tier. In contrast, individuals like Old Man Shi and Butcher Wang, who are inherently grade C awakened, possess the opportunity to strive for the 4th tier of supremacy, albeit with minimal odds, yet not entirely unattainable. Contemplating this, Yifeng felt a twinge of hesitation regarding whether to grant Tingting a second awakening. This extraordinary method could undoubtedly be employed but once. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until he hunts down a 4th-tier beast king, or even stronger 5th or 6th tiers, to assist her in a second awakening, which might very well propel her to a grade B awakening and subsequently to the status of a 4th-tier sovereign. Chapter 40. Lu Tingting's grade B second awakening. Rising against the current. Tingting, I have only 3 3rd-tier blood spirit crystals left. Once I procure a few more, I can help you directly awaken to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier and subsequently facilitate your second awakening, Yifeng offered, concocting an excuse to utilize what was likely the singular opportunity for a second awakening. In the future, after obtaining the blood spirit crystals from the Beast King, he would assist Lu Tingting in awakening a more formidable warrior. Yet, Lu Tingting was not naive. She shook her head and said, I do not need to reach the 3rd tier's pinnacle immediately. In the future, I do not need to become excessively powerful. I only wish to assist you all as swiftly as possible. Aren't you leaving soon? My current abilities won't aid you in the least and may only serve to distract you. Upon hearing Lu Tingting's words, everyone was taken aback. You are leaving, Yifeng? Yifeng nodded and replied, I have gathered nearly all the Tier 3 resources in the vicinity, and they pose little threat to you or significant assistance to me. Furthermore, I have comrades, along with their new allies and friends, who require my support. Suddenly, Yifeng contemplated relinquishing the strategic nuclear submarine that would awaken his right leg and the 55,000-ton destroyers on both legs, choosing instead to concentrate all future resources on the 100,000-ton aircraft carrier situated on his torso. For it is only by awakening the aircraft carrier that the onboard fighters can attain their full potential. At that point, he would truly be able to traverse the skies and seas, achieving tri-service combat capabilities. Should he wish to reach the other side of the Qinling Mountains, several hundred kilometers away, he would merely need to pilot a carrier-based aircraft, arriving in a mere half hour. With 2 frigates and a submarine safeguarding the carrier, it would be more than sufficient. The awakening of the destroyers could be postponed for later. Yifeng resolved that the next Tier 3 blood spirit crystals he acquired would primarily be used to awaken the aircraft carrier, while the other 3 large vessels would have to remain in a state of temporary suspension. On the other side, after hearing Yifeng's explanation, the others silently nodded in agreement. Although they were reluctant to see such a top-tier powerhouse depart, his departure was inevitable. Moreover, there were already multiple Tier 3 powerhouses among the survivors, ensuring their self-defense capabilities and even the potential to acquire more resources after Yifeng's departure. As long as they were not besieged by a horde of Tier 3 fierce beasts or confronted by a beast king, they would remain unafraid. Yifeng continued, his intention is to wait until the awakening of the aircraft carrier and its carrier-based aircraft, thereby acquiring the strength to contend with the beast king. He plans to navigate downstream, delving deep into the ocean to hunt the beast king of the sea. Of course, it is also possible that he may venture into the mountains, by which time the beast king of the land should have emerged as well. Unbeknownst to him, North America has already witnessed the birth of the world's first beast king. General Sherman, the giant sequoia, and the giant banyan tree of South America are also on the verge of their final transformation. In the depths of the oceans elsewhere around the globe, numerous formidable beasts that surpass the pinnacle of the 3rd tier have already ascended to the status of quasi-kings. Meanwhile, Yi Hongwu approached and patted Yifeng on the shoulder, saying, Xiao Feng, let Tingting awaken. Once she reaches the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, that will suffice. With the 2 of us to protect her, is that not enough? Lu Tingting was overjoyed and quickly replied, Thank you, Uncle Yi. Li Yulong nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, when soldiers come, we will meet them. When water comes, we will block it. Matters of the future can be addressed in due time. There are no absolutes in the affairs of the world. Can you truly ascertain that warriors can only undergo a 2nd awakening and not a 3rd or even a 4th? When you eventually acquire a 7th or 8th tier beast king crystal core, will that still be impossible? Yifeng, feeling resigned, said, All right then, I will assist her in awakening. However, beasts above the 7th tier are known as beast emperors, rumored to possess the ability to transform into human form, indistinguishable from the mythical and legendary spirits of folklore. Subsequently, the butcher, Old Zhang, employed his old trick once more, plunging a slaughtering knife into Lu Tingting's heart. Nurse Zhang, at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, swiftly rushed to provide aid. The blood and spiritual energy within the syringe were drawn from Yifeng's own blood, having assimilated merely 8 Tier 1 blood spirit crystals, yet absorbing dozens of Tier 2 and Tier 3 crystals. Yifeng possessed, save for the Beast King, the most concentrated blood spirit chi within his being, thereby yielding the mightiest transformed unique blood spirit chi. Channeling the dense energy of his blood spirit chi into Lu Tingting, Yifeng promptly applied a potent blood spirit crystal to her wound, expediting her recuperation. Lu Tingting's injuries healed swiftly, and the awakening of her hypodermic needle weapon surpassed that of Zhang. A grade B awakening, Yifeng exclaimed, ecstatic at the sight of the radiant aura. Lu Tingting, originally manifesting a grade D awakening, had directly bypassed grade C, ascending to grade B. It is worth noting that Yi Hongwu's 18-foot spear was also merely grade B. A thought struck him, and he turned to Yi Hongwu. Father, how much blood did you extract from her during her awakening? Yi Hongwu scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. The situation was critical, and she was skeptical. So I might have been a bit heavy-handed. drawing at least 100 or 200 milliliters of blood. That explains it. This was pivotal, and the bloodletting was substantial. Her initial awakening, though grade D, must have been at the cusp of grade C. Furthermore, Zhang, a tier 3 apex, had transmuted exceptionally potent blood spirit chi from my blood. Culminating with the quasi-tier 3 apex blood spirit crystal, Tingting's weapon's secondary awakening to grade B is understandable. However, among grade B weapons, her needle is undoubtedly the weakest, while Father's 18-foot spear is the strongest. As Lu Tingting went to refresh herself, change attire, and rest, Yifeng assisted Wang Yin in ascending to tier 3. Previously, Wang Yin enjoyed a considerable reputation. However, her prowess at the peak of the second tier still rendered it challenging to command respect. Once she departed, complications were likely to arise. Thank you. After her second awakening, Wang Yin earnestly addressed Yifeng. She recalled the early hours 3 days prior, when she had caught up with the severely anemic Yifeng. Ultimately, she chose to trust him. In a crucial span of 3 minutes, she had wounded her palm, leading to the awakening of a dagger. With the resurgence of blood spirit energy, while most individuals employed sharp blades to inflict wounds, she, as a Ding-level warrior awakened through the second-tier blood spirit crystal, began at a higher starting point. Although she had not reached the B grade, she had attained the pinnacle of C grade, with a glimmer of hope for ascending to the 4th tier in the future. In contrast, Zhang Jie faced near impossibility, being utterly stymied at the peak of the 3rd tier. Others aspiring to follow Zhang Jie's path would undoubtedly meet the same fate. Yifeng had previously remarked that beneath the king, all are but ants, dozens of 3rd-tier peak beasts could not contend with a beast king. Similarly, a human 4th-tier king could effortlessly vanquish dozens of 3rd-tier peak beasts, representing an absolute domination. On the broken bridge, Yifeng released the escort ship, bidding farewell to the hundreds of people seeing him off. On the ship, in addition to himself, were his father Yi Hongwu and his girlfriend Lu Tingting. Besides these two, the eccentric woman Chen Xiaoqiao had also followed along, accompanied by her transformed 3rd-tier Venus flytrap beast. Her inherent reclusiveness, combined with the presence of a 3rd-tier beast, rendered her an oddity among the crowd. Not only did people regard the Venus flytrap with wariness, but many also harbored intentions to covertly hunt it down. In order to eliminate potential threats and enhance their own standing, remaining among the throng, she was bound to encounter difficulties sooner or later. Moreover, her Venus flytrap is adept at retrieving the corpses of tier 3 ferocious beasts from the river and excavating blood spirit crystals, making it invaluable to bring along this person and beast. Li Yulong did not accompany them. Ultimately, he was advanced in years and wished to avoid the rigors of travel. Furthermore, his presence was required here, as he was the only one with firearms expertise, coupled with his status as a veteran of the Resistance War and his extensive experience. He served as an anchor in these turbulent times, capable of uniting hundreds of individuals instead. Otherwise, Wang Yin and Xiao Li alone would find it challenging to maintain order. In the apocalypse, while ferocious beasts are dangerous, human nature is even more perilous. Wang Tao, also a grade A chainsaw awakener, remained behind as well. He, along with the tier 3 Wang Yin and Xiao Li, each formed a combat team to begin clearing the entire city and scavenging along the riverbanks. Thanks to his efforts, even if tier 3 ferocious beasts appeared, their numbers would be limited. Li Yulong stayed to safeguard the blood spirit crystals obtained from the pig farm the previous night, as well as the newly awakened tier 1 novices. With a resounding splash, tier 2 corvette navigated upstream with great speed, heading towards the upper reaches of the river. After approximately 400 kilometers, they would disembark and enter the Qinling Mountain Spur, then proceed on foot along the highway for another 400 kilometers to reach Shannon City. Chapter 41. Within 10 days, the blood moon will fall. The resurgence of blood spirit chi early in the morning of the 4th day of the blood spirit chi's resurgence piloted the corvette upstream, preparing to rendezvous with his closest comrade, Li Lei. Although he departed, he left behind a survivor group of over 400 people, almost all of whom had awakened, primarily through the use of tier 2 blood spirit crystals. Several individuals had even advanced to tier 3, such as Wang Yin, Xiao Li, Old Man Shi, Butcher Chun, and Officer Wang, who drove the police car. In contrast, the veteran of the War of Resistance, Li Yulong and Wang Tao, both in the late 2nd tier and possessing A-grade awakenings, find themselves in need of a considerable amount of 3rd-tier blood spirit crystals to ascend to the 3rd tier. They have formed several battle teams, preparing to sweep through the entire urban area today, hunting fierce beasts, and rescuing survivors. Before joining forces to take down the third-tier beasts along the river and even those submerged within it. At this juncture, they no longer regard the hunting grounds by the artificial lake as worthy. Those locales have become their own vegetable gardens, orchards, and grain bases. The resurgence of blood spirit chi indeed brings abundant benefits, such as high-yield crops that can be harvested in just half a day. Corn stalks grow as thick as a barrel and reach 2 meters in length, with kernels comparable in size to eggs. Only those who have awakened to the second tier can manage the corn harvest. Amidst the splashes of water, a 100-meter-long patrol ship navigates upstream, creating towering waves that rise over 10 meters on either side of its bow. For safety, Yifeng employs a second-tier patrol ship, armed solely with 2 closed defense cannons, which concentrate their firepower sufficiently to severely wound the third-tier aquatic beasts that lack defensive capabilities. Even for third-tier crustaceans, a single cannon shot suffices. Truly, it is a force that obliterates gods and Buddhas alike. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoqiao's Venus flytrap busily thrives, its roots entwined around the ship's bow railings, its neck and body extending into the river. It then opens its colossal jaws, larger than a tabletop, to snap up the injured third-tier beast, dragging it aboard the patrol ship to continue its harvest of the next one. A diligent worker, it toils tirelessly, and Yifeng rewards its efforts with 1/10 of the spoils, 1 blood spirit crystal for every 10 harvested. He also perceived that the growth rate of plant-type fierce beasts today seemed significantly faster than in previous days. A subtle sense of impending danger compelled Yifeng to accelerate his self-improvement. Concurrently, he contemplated nurturing the remarkably perceptive Venus flytrap, curious as to how long it would take to ascend to the status of a beast king. Chen Xiaoqiao's flying needles had also broken through to the third tier, proving to be an excellent tool for covert attacks. However, their effectiveness was limited to animal-type fierce beasts, primarily targeting the eyes. Yet, many animal-type fierce beasts, especially those that had reached the third tier, possessed more than just 2 eyes. Against plant-type fierce beasts, a few needles piercing their bodies were essentially harmless. Yi Hongwu primarily dashed along both banks, collecting the blood spirit crystals of plant-type fierce beasts that Yifeng had obliterated near the riverbank. As evening approached, the escort vessel navigated upstream for 40 kilometers, its pace unhurried, amassing over 30 third-tier blood spirit crystals along the way. As for the peak second-tier blood spirit crystals, 200 to 300 were casually gathered. Yi Hongwu, Lu Tingting, and the Venus flytrap all looked down upon these feeble second-tier blood spirit crystals, as absorbing them would yield minimal benefits. Yet, Yifeng accepted them all without discrimination, integrating them into the aircraft carrier within his chest and abdomen. He was preparing to awaken the aircraft carrier. The 2055, Class 10,000 ton destroyers on his thighs, and the strategic nuclear submarine on his right calf, he planned to awaken in the future. He needed the aircraft carrier's carrier-based aircraft, which would not only grant him aerial combat capabilities, but also enable high mobility, allowing him to effortlessly traverse hundreds of kilometers. After leaving the urban area, especially in the river, various birds began to proliferate, and Yifeng also needed an aerial combat weapon to take the initiative. At 6 in the evening, the weary group enjoyed a candlelight dinner at the ship's bow. Indeed, the candlelight was rather intense, a veritable blaze reaching 3 meters in height, fueled by charcoal and the rendered fat of a Tier 3 ferocious beast, resulting in a robust conflagration. With the resurgence of blood spirit energy, kindling a fire has become a difficult endeavor, akin to primitive man's struggle to master the art of fire drilling, thus necessitating the preservation of a flame. Lu Tingting dedicated her day not only to absorbing Tier 3 blood spirit crystals to enhance her abilities, but also to tending to the flame, ensuring a constant supply for the 3 engaged in combat. The crimson moon once again graced the sky. Unquestionably, it had increased in size compared to the previous day. Yifeng extended his arm, forming a circle with his index finger and thumb, peering at the blood moon through his right eye, before declaring in a grave tone, "It has enlarged once more. I estimate that it is approaching Earth at a rate of 10,000 kilometers per day." Yi Hongwu exclaimed in astonishment. "Does that imply that in approximately 30 days, it will collide with Earth?" Yifeng demurred. "Not so." "Ah," Yi Hongwu sighed in relief. "That is a comfort. We still have time." Lu Tingting deftly sliced chunks of roasted giant pig with the sharp edge of a lobster carapace, offering them to Yi Hongwu, while elucidating, "Uncle Yi, owing to the effects of gravity, once the moon deviates from its original trajectory, its velocity towards Earth will accelerate exponentially. Yesterday, among the survivors in the neighboring residential complex, I encountered a scholar who calculated that, at most, in 10 days, and at the very least, in 7, the blood moon will plummet. Yi Hongwu was rendered speechless. A mere 10 days. 65 million years prior, the impact of an asteroid, a mere 10 kilometers in diameter, precipitated the extinction of the dinosaurs, leaving only 5% of Earth's species extant. With the resurgence of blood spirit energy, all flora and fauna, save for humanity, have reaped immense benefits, dominating the planet. However, the Earth's entire biosphere will confront an authentic cataclysm within a fortnight. The lunar diameter, measuring 3,500 kilometers, dwarfs the asteroid by a factor of 350, resulting in a millionfold disparity in volume. Yifeng, situated adjacently, maintained a somber silence. Alas, the developmental trajectory following his rebirth has diverged from his previous existence. The crimson moon is now poised to descend. The notion of lunar descent is a venerable trope in science fiction literature and cinema, wherein humanity typically resorts to nuclear demolition. However, this is merely a contrivance to placate the average spectator. A cursory examination of the data reveals its implausibility. The most potent hydrogen bomb detonated by humanity, the Tsar Bomba, is equivalent to 50 million tons of trinitrotoluene, TNT. Even if we consider the originally intended yield of 100 million tons, obliterating the moon would necessitate a staggering 600 billion such devices. The cumulative nuclear yield of the entire human race falls short of even 1/10,000th of what would be required to obliterate the moon. Humankind, having yet to thoroughly subdue its own planet, possesses only hydrogen bombs as its most formidable weapon, which, in the grand scheme of the cosmos, is akin to a mere firecracker, producing a brief sound and dispersing a modicum of dust. Furthermore, the lunar vacuum precludes the formation of a shockwave, and it remains impervious to nuclear radiation, thereby significantly diminishing the threat posed by hydrogen bombs. Given the inadequacy of nuclear weaponry, his various blood spirit energy missiles would require augmentation to surpass even the Beast King, or perhaps even greater levels, to possess a modicum of efficacy in withstanding the lunar impact. However, the requisite quantity of blood spirit crystals would be exorbitant. What course of action should be pursued? Yifeng has been contemplating this conundrum for the past 2 days. Brother Yi, cease your ruminations. We have already weathered one apocalypse. Should we then fear a second? Lu Tingting approached, proffering a generous portion of roasted meat to Yifeng, and, tenderly grasping his arm, offered her solace with a gentle smile. Moreover, is it truly the case that one possesses no capacity for resistance? Let us proceed. Chapter 42, The Birth of the Beast King. The great battle against the Black Serpent Dragon King. The blood moon is about to descend. If we cannot withstand it, then we must evade. What do we mean by hard evasion and soft evasion? Upon hearing Yifeng describe the two methods of evasion, a sense of perplexity enveloped the group, prompting Yi Hongwu to inquire. Yifeng chuckled and elucidated. Hard evasion entails digging deep into the earth and stockpiling provisions, preparing as if anticipating a super-nuclear war. Upon reaching the Qinling mountain range, we will target the main peak, Mount Taibai, deploying naval artillery, missiles, and torpedoes to bombard the base of the mountain at an angle. He then gestured towards the Venus flytrap, proclaiming that its wide maw would serve as an excavator, extracting the rubble within. Following this, he would summon his father to descend and employ a snake spear to sever the stones. With a few days of labor, I am confident we could excavate a refuge capable of withstanding the cataclysmic earthquake and shockwave triggered by the moon's descent. Pausing briefly, Yifeng felt a flicker of uncertainty and shook his head, admitting, well, a super-earthquake may indeed deform the entire crust, potentially leading to entombment. Furthermore, the moon, with a diameter exceeding 3,000 kilometers, would engulf half of China upon its fall. Should it land upon us, even a 10,000-meter excavation would be futile. Yi Hongwu nodded in understanding, stating, hence the concept of soft evasion? Yifeng shrugged in affirmation, explaining, yes. Soft evasion involves fleeing at full speed from the impending impact site of the blood moon prior to its descent, while simultaneously seeking a refuge. After its fall, we could evade the super-earthquake, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, and flying debris. However, we would be unable to escape the relentless shockwaves that could encircle the Earth countless times. Therefore, Yifeng articulated, gesturing towards his chest, we necessitate a supersonic carrier-based aircraft. Prior to that, however, the aircraft carrier must be awakened. It serves not only as an indispensable platform for the awakening and takeoff of carrier-based aircraft, but also as our ultimate refuge from the omnipresent shockwaves. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Lu Tingting exclaimed, "Oh dear, and you entrusted me with several Tier 3 blood spirit crystals today?" She furrowed her delicate brows and lamented, "You are simply too altruistic. Without you, we would not be able to survive at all." With that, she produced 3 blood spirit crystals and pressed them against Yifeng's chest without further ado. Having absorbed hundreds of Tier 2 blood spirit crystals and over 20 Tier 3 blood spirit crystals, the aircraft carrier within Yifeng's chest and abdomen had awakened to a considerable extent. It resembled a 3-dimensional, lifelike miniature aircraft carrier. Despite being only half a meter in length, it was remarkably vivid and exuded an aura of dominance and majesty. This was the Type 004, number 19, a 100,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier equipped with electromagnetic catapults, a paradigm of China's outstripping development in aircraft carrier technology. Many of its technologies had already surpassed even the most advanced Ford-class aircraft carriers of the United States. The carrier was equipped with the latest J-15B Flying Shark carrier-based aircraft, as well as the J-31 Golden Rock stealth carrier-based aircraft, which had entered service just 3 years prior. Additionally, it featured fixed-wing early warning aircraft, electronic warfare aircraft, anti-submarine patrol aircraft, and helicopters for auxiliary support. Due to the aircraft carrier's superior strength, when blood spirit crystals were specifically provided for its absorption, the other ships could not even partake in the residual energy, rendering them incapable of plundering its blood spirit chi. Consequently, the awakening of the aircraft carrier proceeded more swiftly than Yifeng had anticipated. "Excellent," he exclaimed. "I surmise that with another 10 or 8 crystals, this aircraft carrier will fully materialize." Yi Hongwu laughed heartily, filled with immense satisfaction and anticipation. Lu Tingting joined in, exclaiming, "If we could acquire 3 to 5 dozen third-tier blood spirit crystals, we would be able to continue awakening our carrier aircraft." Having spent considerable time with Yifeng, they had developed a sense of confidence and bravado, as if the formidable third-tier beasts could be effortlessly vanquished with a mere snap of their fingers. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoqiao silently observed their boastful banter from the sidelines, while the Venus flytrap beside her lay in wait along the side of the escort ship, occasionally snatching up second-tier beasts that crossed its path. Even the smallest morsel possesses value, as long as the beasts do not transcend their major realms. Consuming lower-tier creatures can serve as energy, facilitating the flytrap's advancement from the early to mid-stages of the third tier. However, human warriors are bound by stricter requirements. Needing to absorb crystals of the same tier, a third-tier warrior cannot derive energy from second-tier blood spirit crystals. With time pressing, after satisfying their hunger and resting for half an hour, the escort ship set off under the cover of night, continuing its journey upstream. Plant beasts prefer the daylight, soaking in the blood-red sun to engage in a unique form of photosynthesis that accelerates their evolution. In contrast, most animal beasts thrive in the night, drawing energy from the blood moon. Fortunately, the 3 who had ascended to the third tier possessed excellent vision. Under the radiant glow of the massive blood moon, they could barely make out objects within 100 meters and could discern shapes somewhat beyond that. It was not just the third-tier beasts that were formidable. Even second-tier and first-tier creatures were of considerable size. The 2 white carps that had marked the initial fortune of Yi Hongwu and Yifeng, upon their ascension to the first tier, had already reached lengths of 3 meters, resembling fearsome crocodiles. The massive third-tier beasts had become increasingly difficult to conceal within the river. In rivers that plunged to depths of several meters, or at most, a few dozen meters, their traces remain unmistakable, making them easily traceable. The warship weaves through what resembles a grand version of the Amazon River, teeming with lush, monstrous vegetation and the echoes of ferocious roars and clashes. It feels as if this is no longer Earth, but a planet inhabited by titanic beasts. Yet, Yifeng's pace gradually slows, for the feral creatures have grown increasingly formidable. Before departing the city, the warship had descended the broken bridge, traversing 50 kilometers downstream in a day, halting at a pig farm in the distant outskirts, where a third-tier beast was spotted every few hundred meters. Now, however, the frequency of third-tier beasts has diminished. One may only encounter a solitary creature every 1,000 meters. Yet many of them are mid to late tier, including several peak third-tier beasts akin to the previous black serpent dragon. As night descends, colossal creatures emerge from the river and its banks, either engaging in brutal combat or charging towards Yifeng's warship. The cannon fire quickens, and the close-range artillery, once aimed at the waters and riverbanks, now targets the sky. Most avian species, akin to humans at night, are effectively blind. However, after undergoing the transformation brought by the blood spirit energy, their eyes have evolved to resemble those of owls, thriving in nocturnal pursuits. Additionally, various bats pose a significant threat. Upon reaching the periphery of the Qinling Mountains, in the upstream of the river, within a secluded, narrow gorge, Yifeng sensed an unsettling change. The blood moon rose once more. It was the dawn of the 8th day since the resurgence of the blood spirit energy. While Yifeng and his companions had been navigating upstream for 4 days. "Do you notice how this cliff bears a more crimson hue than elsewhere?" Yihangwu inquired, pointing at a cliffside with a furrowed brow. Under the crimson luminescence of the moon, coupled with the scarlet metamorphosis of creatures due to the resurgence of blood essence, the world was almost entirely painted in shades of red. Yet, even so, this precipice possessed a unique redness, as if drenched in copious amounts of fresh blood, vividly crimson. Bathed in the eerie moonlight, combined with the profound gloom of the ravine, it evoked a sense of unsettling foreboding. Instinctively, Yifeng sensed something amiss, the stronger one's power, the keener their sense of impending danger. Activating the radar function of his advanced Tier 2 corvette and focusing his gaze, he finally discerned the objects upon the distant cliff. Blood. It was indeed blood, cascading down from the hundreds of meters high precipice, blanketing an area of over 1,000 meters, the result of an untold quantity of fresh blood. In fact, the blood was still in a state of viscous liquidity, with some of it still dripping. Even the river below was tinged with a semi-crimson hue. "Get down." A sensation of scalp-tingling horror seized Yifeng as he spun around and roared, spreading his arms wide to knock Lu Tingting and his father to the ground. Rumble. A colossal serpent, no, a dragon of immense proportions, with a diameter of tens of meters, rising hundreds of meters above the water, and extending its length into the valley and river, burst forth from the water, its maw agape, lunging to engulf them. The gale-force winds were the result of the negative pressure created by its open mouth, akin to a terrifying abyss. The 5,000-ton Type 054B frigate, measuring 140 meters in length, 18 meters in width, and 20 meters in height, was but a large fish before its gaping jaws. "Kill." Yifeng bellowed, his clothes instantly shredded. The frigate on his left arm, the supply ship on his back, and the nuclear submarine on his left leg all erupted forth with earth-shattering force. Chapter 43, Nuclear Submarine Battles the Dragon King. The might of a giant torpedo. Black King. Days ago, a formidable black dragon beast emerged at the broken bridge, stealthily ambushing the supply ship that had been entangled with tens of thousands of tons of cargo, inflicting significant damage. Instead of flowing downstream into the sea, it ascended against the current to the outskirts of the Qinling Mountains and successfully underwent a transformation, becoming the Beast King. The distinction between the Beast King and a peak third-tier ferocious beast is profound. The energy of blood and spirit undergoes a transformation from quantitative to qualitative change. In simpler terms, in addition to possessing an extraordinarily powerful physique, they also wield energy akin to the mythical abilities of deities, reminiscent of Godzilla spewing atomic breath. However, observing the fresh bloodstains on the cliff and the river stained crimson, Yifeng surmised that this black dragon king had likely just achieved its breakthrough and perhaps had yet to awaken its innate powers. A swift resolution was imperative. Moreover, Yifeng had little time to ponder, as the black dragon king charged forth, its cavernous maw capable of swallowing half of a warship in one gulp. In the presence of such a creature, a tank would merely be akin to a small dumpling, and humanity appeared truly insignificant as ants. Boom, boom, boom. The peak second-tier warship, where the three stood, immediately unleashed its cannons, aiming at the beast's tunnel-like gaping mouth. 2 close defense guns, precisely locked onto the Black Dragon King's eyes by radar, fired in unison. Nonetheless, such attacks were merely a means to slightly delay the inevitable. They could hardly inflict harm on a 4th-tier Beast King. Indeed, while the caliber of the closed defense guns remained at 30 millimeters, their power had escalated with the warship's elevation to peak 2nd tier, capable of severely wounding an ordinary 3rd-tier ferocious beast. Yet, the projectiles merely sparked against the transparent, gelatinous inner eyelid of the Dragon King. Its scaled eyelids remained unclosed. The inner waterproof nictitating membrane sufficing to withstand the Tier 2 pinnacle close-in weapon systems capable of piercing half a meter of steel plating. Similarly, 100mm naval guns that could easily demolish a building merely sparked upon impact with its seemingly soft maw before sliding down its throat to be swallowed. The armaments of Yi Feng's escort vessels were awakened and enhanced by blood-spirit energy, making their fundamental power, in a sense, also blood-spirit energy. However, save for the Beast King, none dared to consume such a potent and specialized agglomeration of blood-spirit energy. Following the naval guns and close-in weapon systems came a rapid-fire series of explosions as the 48 missile silos were launched under Yi Feng's control. Anti-air missiles, anti-ship missiles, and even anti-submarine torpedoes soared into the sky, then turned to strike the Black Serpent King's head. Only the vertically launched anti-submarine torpedoes stubbornly plunged into the water, targeting the Black Serpent King's submerged body. As the right-arm escort vessel fought back with all its might, buying a bit of time, Yi Feng shattered his clothes and unleashed the fleet with every ounce of his strength. His seemingly insignificant frame suddenly radiated a power that even the Black Serpent King regarded warily. The left-arm escort vessel, only just entering Tier 2, had most of its energy devoured by the right-arm escort vessel, its elder sibling who had awakened first. Yet, even a Tier 3 pinnacle ferocious beast crystal core was insufficient to allow this demigod-level escort vessel to break through to Tier 3. The higher the awaken level of the war unit, the more demanding its resource requirements. The replenishment vessel behind Yi Feng, having also advanced to the second tier, was a veritable super healer. Boasting a displacement of over 60,000 tons, it possessed a wealth of blood-spirit energy, which Yi Feng's fleet could expend freely. However, Yi Feng's most potent weapon was the nuclear submarine on his left leg, although it shared the second-tier peak status with the frigate on his right arm. Its combat power was more than twice as formidable. Its massive 533mm torpedoes and precise cruise missiles that struck their targets with unerring accuracy made it a dark reaper lurking beneath the water's surface. As the nuclear submarine emerged from Yi Feng's left leg, it expanded dramatically in midair, transforming into a behemoth 150 meters in length, 12 meters in diameter at the bow, 20 meters at its widest point, and with a displacement of 20,000 tons. As soon as the frigate and nuclear submarine appeared and enlarged, Yi Feng, unable to wait, forcefully urged them into action, ordering them to open fire with all their might. The attack method of the frigate on his left arm mirrored that of its counterpart on the right, albeit with slightly less power. The nuclear submarine, meanwhile, deployed the four 533mm torpedo tubes at the front of its bow, resembling four supertanks firing simultaneously, launching four enormous torpedoes. A single one of these massive torpedoes could cripple or even sink a 10,000-ton warship. With a resounding splash, the four torpedoes plunged into the water, rushing towards the Black Flood Dragon King's underwater form. The potent aura of the four torpedoes finally instilled apprehension in the Black Flood Dragon King. At that precise moment, the various missiles and torpedoes launched earlier by the frigate on his right arm struck its head and body, shattering its table-sized dragon scales. The Black Flood King withstood the onslaught of attacks, sinking its teeth into the swiftly maneuvering right-arm frigate's flank. The sound of crunching echoed as this peak second-tier demigod-class awakened frigate, once measured against ancient weaponry, was invulnerable save for nuclear arms. Yet, at that moment, the right side of the ship's bow, caught off guard, was shattered by the Black Flood King's bite. A massive section, 7 to 8 meters wide and over 30 meters long, comparable to a 0-22 missile boat, along with the bow's cannon, was effortlessly severed. Resembling a piece of cake bitten into by the Black Flood King. Veins bulged on Yi Feng's forehead, his face flushed. Sweat almost forcibly expelled from his pores as he regained control of his form. Yi Hongwu let out a roar, the 8-foot-long serpent spear in his hand radiating a brilliant crimson glow. Merging his essence and spirit, he channeled all his energy into the spear. The spear transformed into an 8-zhong serpent spear, the blood-red light extending over 20 meters, thrusting fiercely towards the approaching eyes of the Black Flood King. With a clang, akin to metal clashing, the spear pierced the Black Flood King's right eyelid. The protective dragon scales closed like a heavy gate, and with a surge of energy, they snapped the spear in two. Yi Hongwu spat out blood, his right arm viciously rebounding, drenched in crimson, akin to holding a detonated landmine. Yet, he remained silent, rushing toward the flung Lu Tingting and Chen Xiaoqiao. Grasping both women, he stomped heavily on the frigate, leaping over 20 meters toward the riverbank. Aware of his impotence against the Beast King, he resolved that it was better to extricate the two women than to hinder their escape. The Black Flood King was enraged, intent on exterminating the insignificant creature that had dared to injure its right eye. However, colossal torpedoes launched from a nuclear submarine had already approached, accurately targeting its sensitive underbelly. The heart of a serpent is located 7 inches from its head, a fatal weakness. While the dragon's heart is protected by scales known as the reverse scales, which, when disturbed, provoke its fury. Under the immense sonar detection apparatus of the submarine, it was able to pinpoint the vulnerable spots on the Black Flood King's body, leading to a simultaneous barrage of 4 torpedoes. Not even a 4th-tier Dragon King would dare withstand the precise assault of 4 torpedoes, each launched from a nuclear submarine weighing 20,000 tons at the pinnacle of 2nd-tier power. The creature twisted its body, pressing a claw against its reverse scales, attempting to grasp the incoming torpedoes. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 torpedoes erupted within its grasp, sending towering columns of water skyward, each wave more formidable than the last. Amidst the spray, blood and dragon scales flew as the Black Flood King was thrown back, unable to suppress a roar of agony and rage. With a thunderous crash, it toppled into the river, its claws surfacing from the water, revealing dragon bones glistening with a silvery metallic sheen, stripped of scales and flesh. Simultaneously, the heart region beneath its neck, along its torso, and the lower part of its claws were drenched in blood, while the surrounding scales lay cracked. The torpedoes, launched from a 2nd-tier Pinnacle nuclear submarine, unveiled their terrifying might. Chapter 44, 100,000 tons. The aircraft carrier awakens. The Black Flood King had not anticipated that within just a few days, this peculiar human weapon would evolve to such formidable levels. Yi Feng, too, was astonished by the Beast King's immense power, for these were 4 massive torpedoes with a diameter of 533 millimeters. Even the conventional torpedoes of the former Navy would render a 100,000-ton aircraft carrier incapacitated or even sunk after enduring for such terrifying explosions. However, what I possess is the pinnacle of 2nd-tier Blood Spirit torpedoes, whose power has exponentially increased. Yi Feng is confident that he could severely damage a 100,000-ton nuclear aircraft carrier with a single torpedo, and with 2, he could send it to the depths, one of the numerous watertight compartments designed with advanced technology. They would be utterly incapable of withstanding such force. Yet, these 4 heavy torpedoes merely stripped away the dragon scales and flesh from one of the Black Flood Dragon King's claws, shattering another claw and some scales on its body, with the colossal shockwave merely toppling it over. Given the Beast King's immense strength and regenerative capabilities, this could only be deemed a minor injury. As Yi Feng marveled at this revelation, he swiftly launched a second wave of assault. The father-son duo, united in purpose, coordinated seamlessly. As Yi Hongwu unleashed his full power to strike the Black Flood Dragon King's right eye, Yi Feng let out a fierce roar, compelling the nearly collapsing frigate to continue launching various missiles. This was a Pinnacle 2nd-tier frigate, and if it were to falter, the remaining 1st-tier left-arm frigate would inflict even less damage upon the Black Flood Dragon King. Thus, Yi Feng aimed to extract every last ounce of power from this right-arm frigate, unleashing an all-out assault. 48 vertical missile silos, a feat seldom witnessed in the former Navy, simultaneously facing attacks from land, sea, and air, while launching all at once. This was precisely what Yi Feng needed. Although he had lived through the apocalypse for 3 years in his past life, he had never engaged in battle with the Beast King. Now, upon this preliminary encounter, he was acutely aware of the terror that lay before him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Missiles soared once more into the sky, utterly depleting the energy of the frigate, rendering its hull almost ethereal. Yi Feng's right arm throbbed with unbearable pain. Blood oozed from every pore. His muscles felt sore and torn, and his bones threatened to shatter. The backlash from the injured and drained frigate overwhelming him. With unwavering determination, he unleashed the remaining anti-ship, air defense, and anti-submarine missiles, along with torpedoes, propelling them with all his might, pursuing the advantage. The Black Serpent King, having just raised its head from the water, was immediately besieged by a barrage of missiles and torpedoes. Although not as formidable as the previous 4 heavy torpedoes, the assault still left it dazed, scales flying, and blood gushing presenting a scene of utter devastation. The myriad of pains in his right arm had vanished, as Yifeng could no longer perceive its existence. Suddenly, a syringe flew towards him, piercing his right arm and swiftly injecting pure energy. Lu Tingting had also ascended to the pinnacle of the third tier, her healing abilities far surpassing those of the past, allowing Yifeng's right arm, particularly the severely damaged frigate, to begin its recovery. Boom. At that very moment, the diverse missiles launched with full force from the two frigates struck the Black Serpent Dragon. The essence of military strategy lies in speed, and as a retired soldier, Yifeng understood this well. In the shortest possible time, he concentrated the maximum amount of ammunition to achieve the most effective strike. For true lethality, one must rely on the 20,000-ton nuclear submarine. Ignoring the immense consumption, Yifeng urged the nuclear submarine to unleash its power once again. The supply vessel behind him radiated a dazzling red light, as if it had been ablaze for ages, with the river water in contact with it boiling and evaporating, creating a billowing cloud of steam. The replenishment ship shuddered intensely, expelling an immense amount of blood spirit energy to supply the two frigates and the nuclear submarine's missiles and torpedoes. The nuclear submarine, in particular, had just launched 4 colossal torpedoes, with curved steel plates on its dorsal side springing open to reveal a series of mushroom-shaped warheads. Gurgle. The peculiar sound of the submarine-launched missiles as they ejected, along with the resulting spray and bubbles, instantly erupted, causing the river's surface, nearly 100 meters long and dozens of meters wide, to seem as if it were boiling. One by one, the mushroom-shaped warheads rapidly burst out of the water, each a highly accurate cruise missile. Unquestionably, Yifeng was still aiming for the Black Horned Dragon's heart. With the two frigates now stowed, Yifeng could fully commit to using the nuclear submarine, manipulating the launch of 18 cruise missiles, precisely targeting the Black Dragon's heart. Amidst its roaring, the Black Dragon King abandoned its impulse to ferociously bite Yifeng, dragging its thick, elongated body and tail. In the narrow mountain valley upstream, it was as if a dam had collapsed, with a deluge crashing down, the result of the Black Dragon King's rear section of its body being dragged along. The enormous body of the Black Dragon King contracted, coiling into a gigantic sphere like a serpent. Its head rose higher and higher above the river, forming a dragon-coiled mountain nearly 100 meters high. Boom, boom, boom. The cruise missile's accuracy came at the expense of speed. Although the cruise missiles launched by the Tier 2 Peak nuclear submarine approached twice the speed of sound, they were still too sluggish. One by one, the cruise missiles bombarded the Black Dragon King's coiled body. Although the explosions shattered its scales, sending them flying in all directions like terrifying shrapnel, deeply embedding themselves into the cliffs on either side, they still did not inflict significant harm upon it. Damn it! Yifeng could not help but curse inwardly. The Beast King is truly formidable. He had not considered that his escort ship and nuclear submarine, merely at the pinnacle of the second tier, were already capable of inflicting damage upon a fourth-tier Beast King, a remarkable feat indeed. Even the third-tier pinnacle Yi Hongwu, fully utilizing the B-grade awakened Zhongba Snake Spear, could only pierce the Beast King's translucent inner eyelid, failing to truly injure the eyeball. If individuals like Old Stone or Little Li, both C-grade warriors, were to unite, even dozens or hundreds of third-tier pinnacles would not be able to harm a fourth-tier Beast King. Yifeng was simply lacking in the rank of his soldiers. If only his nuclear submarine could ascend to the third tier, his combat prowess would significantly increase, perhaps even allowing him to confront the Beast King head-on. However, the third-tier blood spirit crystals were nearly useless to him. Gritting his teeth, Yifeng expended the last reserves of energy from the supply ship to conjure 4 heavy torpedoes, launching them towards the Blackhorn Dragon once more. Buzz. Indeed, there was not a drop left. Boom, 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 boom. Another 4 resounding explosions echoed, scattering more blood and dragon scales, flying hundreds of meters away. Some of the blood splattered onto Yifeng. Exhausted, Yifeng suddenly felt his body tremble, akin to a parched desert encountering the spring rain, instantly absorbing with fervor. The blood of the fourth-tier Dragon King surpassed the third-tier pinnacle blood spirit crystals. Yifeng's heart surged with joy as his weary body rapidly regained strength. He had initially intended to seize this moment to escape. Yet, in the next instant, these extraordinary blood spirit energies were once again completely depleted. Buzz. Amidst an unprecedented, thunderous buzz, a colossal aircraft carrier erupted from beneath Yifeng's already torn t-shirt. its solid pectoral muscles and eight-pack abs illuminated by a dazzling interplay of crimson and silver light. The vessel crashed into the nearby stream, accompanied by a resounding boom. In the wake of 4 torpedoes detonating, the Black Dragon King, already submerged in the river, was mercilessly pinned to the bottom by a super aircraft carrier measuring 333 meters in length, over 70 meters in width, and more than 60 meters in height, weighing an astounding 100,000 tons. The entire river valley was filled to the brim by this formidable ship. The aircraft carrier warriors had finally awakened. Chapter 45, The Dragon King's Secret Art. The Bloodlight of Death. Seizing the opportunity while the Black Dragon King was relentlessly bombarded by Yifeng's cruise missiles, Yi Hongwu and the 2 women had managed to swim ashore, yet they were far from being out of danger. Yi Hongwu, having snapped his serpent spear, reformed it and hurled it 20 meters high, embedding it into the sheer cliff face. Then, like discarding a sandbag, he forcefully tossed Lu Tingting upwards. Lu Tingting, at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, possessed physical abilities that far surpassed those of an ordinary person. She transformed into a top-tier gymnast, skillfully leveraging the rocks, adjusting her trajectory, and stepping onto the spear's shaft. Her long legs tensed as she launched herself into the air, soaring 4 to 5 meters high, metamorphosing into a rock-climbing expert, rapidly ascending towards the summit of the cliff. On the supply ship, a close-in weapon system pivoted and unleashed a barrage towards the cliff beside her, creating fist-sized, profound bullet holes. Both Lu Tingting and Chen Xiaoqiao, who was tossed up immediately after, swiftly scaled the cliff along the newly formed holes. The Venus flytrap, faster than either of them, quickly reached the top of the cliff. Nevertheless, it remained remarkably loyal, with its colossal maw cascading down to swiftly hoist the 2 women upwards. Safety first, Yi Hongwu declared before promptly scaling the summit himself. The 3 of them, in unison, directed their fragmented spear-like projectiles, syringes, and embroidery needles towards the Black Dragon King in the valley below, striving to disrupt its focus and create an opportunity for Yifeng's escape. However, in the next instant, a tremendous surge of energy emanated from Yifeng, as a gargantuan vessel thunderously emerged, leveraging its immense size and weight to firmly pin down the equally colossal Black Dragon King. This time, even Yifeng was taken aback. A 100,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier had awakened under such circumstances. Although it had yet to deploy its formidable aerial weaponry, its sheer magnitude was enough to attest to its power. The severely battered Black Dragon King, its scales torn and bloodied, roared ferociously and writhed in agony, causing the 100,000-ton carrier to sway violently. Nevertheless, it too was gravely injured. Temporarily unable to escape the carrier's dominance, it lashed its tail violently against the carrier, leaving deep indentations in its wake, while its claws incessantly clawed at the vessel, inflicting massive gashes. However, the portion of the ship in contact with the water was armored to the utmost degree. Though the dragon's claws were fearsome and capable of easily crushing and shattering 2nd-tier pinnacle frigates, they could not rend the massive aircraft carrier, merely leaving a variety of scars upon its surface. The carrier withstood the furious onslaught of the beast. The 054B frigate had transcended 2 levels beyond the A-class combatants, truly embodying a divine prowess. Upon it, there rest 7 to 8,000 tons of destroyers and the 10,000-ton destroyers. If the 054B represents the rudimentary divine level, then the destroyers belong to the intermediate level, and the 10,000-ton destroyers epitomize the pinnacle of the divine tier. Meanwhile, the 100,000-ton aircraft carrier undoubtedly belongs to the super divine category. Thus, at this moment, the fledgling aircraft carrier, barely at the 1st tier, can momentarily withstand the assault of a 4th-tier beast king. The trio atop the cliff, alongside Yifeng, could only remain in anxious anticipation. Having launched over 100 missiles of various types and 8 colossal torpedoes, Yifeng, along with the supply ship, had completely depleted his vital blood spirit energy. Damn it, it's all or nothing. Standing on the nuclear submarine, Yifeng plunged into the water with a splash, his entire being submerged in the river. Indeed, the fresh blood of the Black Flood Dragon King merging into the river was voraciously absorbed by his ravenous body and the warriors within him, extracting and refining them from the river water. On the cliff, Yi Hongwu, clad in heavy armor, shattered large boulders with his fists, shoulders, and combat boots, hurling them down from a height of over 100 meters, crashing them down upon the Black Flood Dragon King. Nearby, the Venus flytrap lent its assistance. As for Lu Tingting and Chen Xiaoqiao, Yi Hongwu had already instructed them to retreat. The father and son shared a profound understanding, recognizing that defeating the Black Flood Dragon at this time was unattainable, and that ultimately, escape would be necessary. However, they could still strive to draw out its blood, to reap the benefits and aid Yi Feng in regaining his strength and that of his warriors. Yet, the majority of the vital blood spirit energy had been siphoned away by the colossal aircraft carrier, leaving it battered and scarred from the Black Dragon's relentless grasp. Though it could continuously regenerate, after struggling momentarily, the Black Flood Dragon King suddenly fell silent. It lay concealed within the murky, crimson-tinged waters, and the atmosphere turned eerily ominous. A profound sense of crisis enveloped Yi Feng, sending a shiver down his spine. In the inky depths of the river, a blood-red glow intensified from feeble to brilliant, resembling a colossal lantern submerged beneath the surface, or perhaps a submarine volcano on the verge of eruption. "Hurry!" Yi Feng bellowed. Without the need for his command, Yi Hongwu immediately turned and fled. The Venus flytrap, with its densely intertwined roots, split and contorted into two legs, mimicking human form as it sprinted away. With a decisive crack, Yi Feng activated the missile launch tube of the nuclear submarine and leapt into it, utilizing the minuscule amount of blood spiritual energy he had absorbed. He propelled the missile launcher, transforming himself into a cruise missile, which thunderously shot forth. Like a submerged missile, he swiftly broke through the river's surface and ascended into the sky at supersonic speed. Throughout the annals of submarine history, there have been instances where submariners used torpedo launchers to escape. Humanity is capable of enduring such tremendous thrust. Yi Feng's pinnacle second-tier nuclear submarine launched cruise missiles approaching twice the speed of sound, even with the substantial blood spiritual energy he had assimilated, rendering his physique remarkably robust. He now felt as though his body might shatter under the immense pressure, with all his blood rushing to his lower extremities, leaving his brain severely deprived of blood and oxygen, engulfed in a void. With a whoosh, he pierced through the air, his hair forcibly torn away, and the last remnants of his high-quality undergarments were shredded, soaring bare into the sky, dwindling into a mere speck as it fell toward the opposite side of the cliff. In the next instant, a red beam surged forth from beneath the water, narrowly grazing the tail of the aircraft carrier as it angled toward Yi Feng. The towering cliff, soaring to a height of 100 meters, was effortlessly pierced at an upward angle, reminiscent of chopsticks piercing through tofu, or Godzilla unleashing a torrent of atomic energy deep into the earth. Yet, at the cost of his bald head and his naked vulnerability, Yi Feng ultimately evaded the most formidable strike of the Black Flood Dragon King. Yi Feng's prediction, however, had been flawed. Although the Black Flood Dragon King had only recently ascended to the 4th tier of Beast Kings, its extraordinary innate talent had already granted it the fabled bloodline of dragons. Awakening its innate abilities prematurely, a surge of crimson light erupted, akin to a red laser or a blood-red metallic jet, utterly indomitable and destructive. Had it unleashed this ultimate technique from the outset, it would not have found itself in such a dire predicament. It had not anticipated that Yi Feng would initiate a thunderous storm of attacks, launching a relentless barrage that inflicted significant damage. In truth, from the moment they first clashed to Yi Feng's escape, barely half a minute had elapsed. In just over 20 seconds, Yi Feng employed the cannon of his second-tier peak battleship to strike at the creature's mouth, launched close-range artillery at its eyes, and subsequently summoned a second, slightly weaker battleship to unleash missiles in tandem with the first. Following that, a nuclear submarine deployed 4 colossal torpedoes and 18 cruise missiles. The submarine then unleashed another 4 massive torpedoes, ultimately subduing the fully defensive Black Flood Dragon King. Throughout the ordeal, aside from a single bite that shattered the right side of Yi Feng's battleship, the Black Flood Dragon King achieved nothing of note. It roared defiantly, emitting a garbled semblance of human speech. Chapter 46. The Breakthrough of the War King. The Landscape of the World. On the 5th day of the revival of the blood spirit Qi, in North America, thousands of golden-leaved, snow-white-trunked populous alba trembled like giants, leading the charge to break through to the Beast King, stirring up a tempest of blood and carnage. Simultaneously, Yi Feng departed the city, moving upstream. On the 6th day, General Xue Man's giant sequoia, the colossal banyan trees of South America, and a millennia-old orchid beyond the Sahara Desert all achieved the rank of Beast King. Undoubtedly, the plant-based ferocious beasts advanced ahead of others at this critical juncture of ascension. The largest and longest-lived, those with the richest surrounding resources, were the first to break through. Remarkably, the millennia-old orchid, despite its longevity, lacked the other necessary conditions for such a breakthrough, yet it succeeded, defying logic and suggesting an extraordinary encounter. On the seventh day, which was yesterday, the pinnacle of the third-tier animal ferocious beasts began their breakthroughs. They emerged with accumulated strength, swiftly catching up. As more than 10 beast kings broke through globally within a single day, nearly matching the number of plant beast kings. The beast kings, comparable to small nuclear bombs, held a significant advantage as the first to ascend. Their initial action as beast kings was to thwart the ascension of other ferocious beasts, utilizing their overwhelming power to ruthlessly consume the mid to late-stage third-tier beasts in their vicinity. This strategy not only diminished potential threats to their own status, but also rapidly enhanced their cultivation, propelling them towards the fifth tier. Just as first-tier ferocious beasts swiftly ascend to the second tier, the initial group of beast kings also progressed rapidly towards the fifth tier, with each step leading the way. Upon awakening, the remaining pinnacle third-tier ferocious beasts, particularly the prospective kings, were immediately targeted and faced catastrophic repercussions. Equally unfortunate were the nearby human powerhouses. In the United States, a land characterized by daily gunfights and the notion of freedom, there exists a considerable number of awakened individuals classified as Grade A or elite firearms warriors, who possess formidable strength. Within a mere span of 2 to 3 days, they establish their own dominions, exerting their influence with impunity. Among them, the lowly yet aggressive individuals, often referred to derogatorily, stand out prominently. However, from the 6th day onward, they begin to suffer under the relentless assaults of the plant beast kings, followed by the animal beast kings. The once mighty human warriors of North America experience a catastrophic decline in their ranks. Conversely, the remaining ordinary individuals in the first and second tier awakened beings remain inconsequential to the beast kings, who exhibit little interest in them. This indifference is also the reason why Yi Feng, in his previous life, managed to survive for 3 years. The powerful have no regard for the weak, as they pose no threat and bear no significant gain. On the 8th day of the resurgence of Blood Chi, the Black Flood Dragon King attained a breakthrough. That very evening, it launched a surprise attack on Yi Feng, only to be met with a fierce counterattack, leaving it battered and bruised. Despite Yi Feng unleashing his full firepower, bolstered by the unexpected awakening of a massive aircraft carrier, he still could not vanquish the Black Flood Dragon King. Yi Feng could be regarded as standing at the pinnacle of strength within the awakened realm of humanity. There are many individuals at the peak of third-tier strength globally, including gifted warriors of Grade A and B awakeners, and even the emergence of quasi-kings. At this moment, he finds himself engaged in a fierce battle against a group of third-tier peak ferocious beasts. Although the rifle in his hand retains only a single barrel, its firing rate has surged tenfold, reaching an astounding 6,000 rounds per minute. The caliber has tripled to 18 millimeters, equivalent to the thickness of an adult male's middle finger. While both the rate of fire and caliber may not surpass Yi Feng's closed defense cannon, it excels in specificity, delivering greater power that rivals the main cannon of Yi Feng's second-tier peak escort ship. However, the power of any missile wielded by Yi Feng surpasses him. Under his protection, many individuals have survived, gradually unraveling the rules of awakening and beginning to break through. At this juncture, a group of formidable allies has come to his aid, hunting ferocious beasts and concentrating resources, enabling him to be the first to challenge the fourth-tier monarch. The potential for growth of firearms is virtually limitless, and everyone eagerly anticipates how powerful he will ultimately become. Yi Feng's journey through time has only influenced those around him and his 4 comrades, leaving the developmental trajectories of others untouched. Thus, the individual known as Xiao Qianshi, an awakener of the 95 rifle, is still revered in advance as the War King. It seems as if it is fate that, while Yi Feng daringly absorbs the blood of the Black Flood Dragon King and awakens as a 100,000-ton aircraft carrier, Xiao Qianshi also bathes in blood, vanquishing the swarm of beasts, and breaks through to become a monarch amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He is the world's first monarch. To those around him, he shines like a beacon. However, the illumination provided by this beacon is still too limited in the apocalypse. Gun-wielding warriors ultimately find themselves at a disadvantage. Unless individuals like Li Lei, Zhang Peng, Li Wei, and Zheng Feixiang, these 4 veterans, receive Yi Feng's special favor, and awaken as heavy weapon warriors. Others can at most awaken firearms by sheer chance without Yifeng's assistance and absolute trust. Unfortunately, humanity cannot awaken through blood alone. Even a true heavy weapon would not suffice with mere bloodshed. The models for firearms require the highest standards, and it is impossible to induce substantial blood loss while completely soaking them. Therefore, there are virtually no cases of individuals unexpectedly awakening as heavy weapon warriors worldwide. Yifeng and his 4 comrades can almost certainly be deemed the sole individuals worldwide to have awakened heavy firearms. Aside from Li Lei, who established radar contact with Yifeng and firmly rooted himself in a county town in the northern Qinling Mountains, the other 3 also experienced similar awakenings, each manifesting formidable firearm warriors and forming several powerful teams to engage in fierce battles against ferocious beasts. In terms of cold weapons, Yi Hongwu's pinnacle grade B Zhongba spear and grade A Songbu heavy armor are undeniably of the highest caliber. It is noteworthy that, while handguns fall under the category of firearms, they can only awaken as grade B warriors. The number of individuals who have awakened as handgun warriors is substantial, even in a relatively stable domestic environment, where numerous people, primarily narcotics officers, have awakened. These brave souls have shed blood and sweat for the protection of the populace, many of whom have made the ultimate sacrifice, while others have survived despite sustaining injuries. The Zhongba spear represents a pinnacle grade B awakening, a classification that is, in fact, the most efficient for breaking through to the monarch level. The rationale is straightforward. Ordinary grade B warriors, with slightly lesser talents, naturally find their progression to the monarch threshold sluggish. Conversely, upon reaching grade A, the innate talent becomes exceedingly potent, necessitating greater and more powerful blood spirit crystals, which consequently results in a protracted breakthrough process. Yifeng exemplifies this perfectly. On this blood-soaked night, aside from Shao Qianshur's ascension to monarch status, thereby rightfully earning the title of Battle King, there was also a formidable individual who transcended to monarch status using cold weaponry. This individual was a young surgeon who, during a surgical procedure, inadvertently inflicted a severe injury upon himself with a sharp scalpel, resulting in significant blood loss and staining the scalpel red. Following the revival of blood spirit qi, the sharp scalpel awakened. Though small, it is exceptionally sharp and indomitable, wielded with remarkable finesse. Ultimately, this evening, after vanquishing a horde of peak-tier 3rd-grade ferocious beasts and absorbing their blood essence crystals, he ascended to the rank of a 4th-grade sovereign. 8 days can be regarded as the pinnacle of human advancement to sovereign status, contingent upon the strength of the warrior, fortune, and prowess. Thus far, whether selfish or noble, each formidable human has established their own faction, either clinging to their modest domains or bravely engaging in combat, aspiring to transcend to greater heights. Yifeng had long surmised that, had it not been for the class A Songbu heavy armor, which absorbed a significant amount of blood essence, his father would have merely required 5 days for the Zhongba serpent spear to attain the rank of a royal weapon. This implies that Yi Hongwu would ascend to become a sovereign, even with the burden of the Songbu heavy armor. The spear would only need 8 or 9 days to achieve its breakthrough. However, the spear has shattered, severed by the gaze of the Black Flood Dragon King. The Beast King is indeed formidable. Several miles beyond the precipice, Yi Hongwu cursed vehemently, striding swiftly towards the Qinling Mountains. Clad in heavy armor, he did not don it for the purpose of defense, but rather to conceal his presence. When confronted by ferocious beasts blocking his path, he merely unleashed a single punch. On solid ground, empowered by his class A awakened 3rd-grade peak heavy armor, he could engage in melee combat with equally ranked 3rd-grade peak beasts, even emerging victorious. He is truly a human tank. Beside him, a plant beast towering over 10 meters, with its long legs formed from 3-meter-long intertwining roots, sprinted alongside him. Within its shell-like maw lay 3 individuals. Yifeng lay in slumber, flanked by 2 women who nestled closely against him, silently placing blood spirit crystals upon his battered form, aiding in the restoration of both his body and his worship. Chapter 47. Traversing the Mountain Range. Convergence in the Qinling Mountains. Yifeng bore grave injuries, a combination of internal and external wounds. His right arm, having sustained severe damage from a 2nd-tier peak escort ship, suffered a tremendous backlash, a fate far worse than mere fractures. This backlash necessitated the recovery of the escort vessel before his arm could heal. Given the extent of damage to the ship, Even a substantial quantity of third-tier peak blood spirit crystals would be required for its restoration. In addition to his right arm, Yifeng's back was also grievously lacerated, a consequence of the backlash from the supply ship. Alas, having just entered the second tier, it could not withstand the onslaught of 2 escort vessels, particularly the ferocious assault of a 20,000-ton nuclear submarine launching massive torpedoes. It had been drained of energy, necessitating a significant influx for recovery. Fortunately, the nuclear submarine, a pinnacle of technological achievement, proved to be resilient. The external injuries were inflicted by the pressure and tearing caused by cruise missiles launched at supersonic speeds. Yi Hongwu's lamentations were not unfounded. The fourth-tier Beast King was indeed formidable. Akin to a leopard charging into a throng of mice, a mere 100 would be insufficient to mount any resistance. Yi Feng relied solely on the second-tier peak escort ship, with the nuclear submarine as his primary offensive weapon. To evade the wrath of the enraged Black Flood Dragon King, Yi Hongwu was compelled to venture deeper into the Qinling Mountains. Simultaneously, this path had long been charted by Yi Feng, intending to traverse the Qinling Mountains and reach the northern city of Shangxi, where he would rendezvous with his comrade Li Lei. The ocean, the true gathering place of beast kings, was also the hunting ground Yi Feng aspired to conquer. Simultaneously, after the blood moon descended, Yi Feng felt that seeking refuge within the nuclear submarine, suspended in the profound depths of the ocean, was the safest option. The pliability of the seawater could mitigate most of the impact, potentially ensuring survival. The Qinling Mountains, while rugged, were predominantly infested with perilous flora and fauna, significantly hampering the pace of both man and beast. However, there was a silver lining. No ferocious beasts above the third tier could be found, likely having been intimidated away by the Black Flood Dragon King. Yi Hongwu and the Venus flytrap sprinted for over 10 minutes, distancing themselves several kilometers from the riverbank. Upon sensing no immediate threats behind them, they allowed themselves a moment of relief. It appeared that the Black Flood King, presumably a creature of the water, preferred to remain submerged and reluctant to venture forth. Nonetheless, for the sake of precaution, Yi Hongwu pressed onward, delving deeper into the Qinling Mountains. After another 10 minutes, third-tier beasts began to manifest, and their numbers steadily increased. Xiaofeng, you were invaluable before. Now it's time to rely on your father. Although the spear had shattered, Yi Hongwu remained undeterred, confident in his prowess. His greatest strength lay in his heavy armor. Having practiced martial arts for many years, his hand-to-hand combat skills were formidable. However, without Yi Feng, hunting third-tier beasts proved to be a formidable challenge. While confronting animal beasts was manageable through brute force, engaging plant-based beasts in close combat was decidedly disadvantageous. Fortunately, Lu Tingting, Chun Xiaoqiao, and the Venus flytrap, all at the peak of the third tier, were no novices either. Together, the trio and their beast formed a powerful alliance. Ordinary third-tier beasts, or even a couple of peak-level ones, posed little threat to them. They executed their strategy with alacrity, systematically collecting numerous blood spirit crystals. The ferocious beasts of the wild, mutated from their natural forms, starkly contrast with the monotonous domestic pets such as cats and dogs found in urban settings, as well as the aquatic creatures lurking in rivers. After advancing for another 20 to 30 kilometers, the hour had grown late, marking the 9th day since the resurgence of the blood spirit. Yi Hongwu carved out a concealed cave at the base of a mountain, where everyone took refuge to rest. However, this action inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest. Surrounding them was a horde of third-tier bats. It is uncommon for a single species to manifest such a congregation of powerful beings, as they typically evolve in a balanced manner, much like the pig farm Yi Feng had previously hunted near. The presence of a group of third-tier bats could only indicate one reason. A quasi-king was undergoing transformation. Under the leadership of this quasi-king, the bats ceased their internal strife and began preying on nearby beasts, thereby strengthening their collective might. The battle commenced. The bats swooped down like fighter jets, relentlessly assaulting the trio and their beast companion. Fortunately, Yi Hongwu had previously secured the cave entrance, allowing them to engage in a prolonged defense against the onslaught. Over 200 kilometers away, just outside the city of Shangxi South, as dawn broke at 6 in the morning, Li Lei habitually drove his tank to the mountaintop, where he established contact with Yi Feng. This unique form of communication, reminiscent of the burdensome long-distance calls of yesteryear, was taxing on their blood spirit energy and thus could not be employed frequently. Having previously established this connection with Yi Feng, which instilled hope in their hearts, He named this mountain, the closest to the city, Hope Mountain. At its base lay an air raid shelter, serving as both a retreat for their hunting expeditions into the Qinling Mountains and a forward operating base. Ye go, where to today? At the mountain's peak, Li Lei activated the tank's communication system to contact Yi Feng. Strictly speaking, he failed to connect with Yi Feng's vessel radar. After a brief moment of confusion, Li Lei swiftly realized the gravity of the situation. Something was amiss. He immediately dashed down the mountain, racing towards the Qinling mountain range. Rat-a-tat-tat. The 7.62mm machine gun mounted on his vehicle discharged intermittently, serving as an urgent signal agreed upon with his fellow firefighters. Whoosh! Figures sprinted towards him, faster than leopards, navigating the rugged mountain path to catch up with Li Lei and descend onto his tank. Boom! The armored transport vehicle was released by Li Lei. Left at the foot of the mountain, he had conducted experiments. The A-class awakened armored transport vehicle could be controlled from a distance of up to 50 kilometers, with a maintenance range of 100 kilometers. Beyond that distance, the blood-spirit connection would sever, causing the armored vehicle to vanish. The rationale behind leaving the armored transport vehicle was simple: to provide shelter for the remaining individuals. The pinnacle of the third-tier armored transport vehicle, originally equipped with a 12.7mm heavy machine gun, had been upgraded to a 20mm cannon, boasting a firing rate of 1,000 rounds per minute. However, its muzzle velocity reached a terrifying 3,000 meters per second, an astonishing 9 times the speed of sound. Its penetration capability was formidable, and its lethality was fearsome. He also offered the remaining individuals a chance to choose, to see if they were willing to follow him into peril without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. The tank charged ahead, careening along a straight path, cutting through the Qinling mountain range, and when faced with towering mountains, it blasted tunnels through them. Under his command, the Tier 3 Peak 140mm tank shells were akin to enhanced tunnel-boring machines, their power concentrated on penetration. Ordinary rocks could be pierced for hundreds of meters with a single shot, making it even more formidable than the most powerful Moab behemoth bunker busters of the past. With just a few shots, he could bore through an entire mountain. Even Tier 3 Peak ferocious beasts fled in disarray, and even quasi-beast kings were reluctant to confront this tough customer. This heavy tank was like a sports car on the Autobahn, reaching an astonishing speed of 150 kilometers per hour, a severe speeding violation even on a 3-lane highway. After penetrating over 100 kilometers deep into the Qinling Mountains, Li Lei could still sense the presence of the armored personnel carriers, and a smile crept across his face. These new comrades were indeed reliable, and they had kept up. An hour later, at 7 in the morning, Yi Hongwu and his companions, who had endured hours of bat swarm assaults, finally heard the thunderous roar of artillery fire. This was immediately followed by the rumbling charge of a tank. Ha ha, that Kidley came after all. Yi Hongwu roared with laughter, and his blood-soaked, exhausted body was reinvigorated with renewed vigor. Boom, boom, boom. The tank opened fire from afar, and although its range and power were still inferior to Yi Feng's 100mm naval gun, the Tier 3 Peak bat beasts could not withstand it. They plummeted from the sky, relinquishing their blood-spirit crystals. Chapter 48. Tanks and Aircraft Carriers. Ferocious beasts as gophers. Boom, boom, boom. The 99A3 tank opened fire, the latest model to enter service in 2028, equipped with a 140mm cannon. Following Yi Feng's assistance in awakening Li Lei as a war soldier, the tank, through persistent breakthroughs and advancements, underwent continuous enlargement followed by successive compressions. It measured approximately 7 to 8 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and slightly over 2 meters in height. Formerly weighing 50 to 60 tons, it was once considered a steel behemoth on land. However, in the wake of the blood-spirit energy's resurgence, even a third-tier cat dwarfed it, and even rodents surpassed it in size, rendering it physically unimpressive. Nevertheless, the demigod-level tank war soldier could obliterate a peak third-tier ferocious beast with a single shot. The thick, elongated cannon, manipulated by the tank's internal systems, could swiftly and accurately adjust, exhibiting agility comparable to a self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. The 360-degree rotatable turret, coupled with the vertically adjustable cannon, enabled comprehensive coverage. Vampire bats, akin to sparrows caught in machine gun fire, were pulverized and plummeted rapidly. Sendan, Yi Feng exclaimed with elation near the Venus flytrap. He had regained consciousness. However, He had temporarily lost his combat prowess, his fleet severely damaged and overdrawn, requiring copious amounts of blood spirit crystals. "Platoon leader, are you unharmed?" Li Lei inquired. Emerging from the tank's hatch, his voice filled with excitement. Despite a mere 12-day separation, both felt as though an age had passed. "He is unharmed, merely greatly depleted and in need of substantial blood spirit crystals." Yi Hongwu, disregarding his fatigue, donned his tattered armor and brandished his broken serpent spear, explaining while dissecting the bat-like ferocious beasts, extracting blood spirit crystals, and tossing them to Yi Feng. Meanwhile, Lu Tingting deployed syringes, extracting blood from severely wounded, yet not deceased bats, converting it into blood spirit energy and injecting it into Yi Feng's right arm. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Feng replied, "Injected into my chest." The battleship within his right arm was gravely injured and required a substantial amount of blood spirit crystals for recovery. Injecting the crystals into the battleship in his left arm would only result in it being seized by the elder brother of his right arm. The supply ship, similarly, was in dire need, having been severely overdrawn previously and requiring a copious amount of blood spirit crystals to be replenished. The nuclear submarine in his left leg was also a voracious consumer. Given these circumstances, it would be more prudent to first energize the aircraft carrier, which had a lesser consumption rate, enabling it to cooperate with Li Lei's tank in battle. Without any hesitation, Lu Tingting directly injected the blood spirit crystals into Yi Feng's chest. Chun Xiaoqiao, along with the Venus flytrap, swiftly gathered the blood spirit crystals. The Venus flytrap, indiscriminate in its appetite, rapidly devoured the corpses that had lost their blood spirit crystals. "Sendan, ascend the mountain." Yi Feng pointed towards the mountainside. Within the mountainous terrain, the power of the tanks was severely hindered. Even on flat ground, the effective range of a tank typically extended only to 2 kilometers. However, the actual range of tank shells could approach 10 kilometers, contingent upon the presence of a suitable firing platform. Despite being relentlessly exterminated, the vampire bats exhibited formidable strength and overwhelming numbers. Moreover, other ferocious beasts were approaching. They could sense the uniqueness of these human warriors, and it was likely that by devouring them, they could take that pivotal step towards becoming the Beast King. Amidst the thunderous roar of artillery and the furious howls of the beasts, Li Lei could not hear Yi Feng's words, but he understood Yi Feng's gestures. Without hesitation, he maneuvered the tank towards the mountain peak. Ordinary tanks possess a climbing capability of 30 degrees. Yet Li Lei's peak-tier tank could surge up steep inclines of 60 to 70 degrees. The only limitation was the consumption of blood spirit energy. Along the way, there were obstructive cliffs and massive boulders. With but a single cannon blast, they were effortlessly cleared, truly a scenario where gods were vanquished by gods and Buddhas by Buddhas. Yi Hongwu felt a stirring desire within him. In terms of combat prowess, his son Yi Feng's warship vastly outclassed tanks, not to mention the nuclear submarines and even more formidable destroyers. However, in terms of sheer might and intimidation, tanks held an undeniable superiority. As Li Lei maneuvered the tank up the slope, its offensive capability waned, and the threat of ferocious beasts loomed once more. Suddenly, a series of muffled sounds erupted. The tank released a barrage of smoke grenades, cloaking Yi Hongwu and the others from view, rendering the beastly onslaught ineffective. As they prepared to charge again, an unfamiliar sound pierced the air. It was the approaching armored transport vehicle, and the dual-purpose heavy machine guns unleashed a hail of fire. With its Class A awakening, the caliber was merely 20 millimeters, though the rate of fire was rapid, unless it could maintain a sustained barrage on a singular pinnacle-level 3-tiered bat. It remained a challenge to eliminate them swiftly. Yet, the gigantic wings of the vampire bats were riddled with wounds, their speed significantly hampered, and their assault diminished. The armored vehicle's doors swung open, and a dozen burly men surged forth, launching Mitsubishi darts, military knives, daggers, steel rods, and even fire axes, bringing down the blood-sucking bats one by one. The encroaching 3-tiered plant and terrestrial beasts from the mountains were also thwarted by their resistance. However fierce their attacks, they paled in comparison to Yi Feng's warship. This was deep within the Qinling Mountains. The more vehement their resistance became, the more enraged the beasts grew, and an ever-increasing tide of ferocious creatures surged forth, encircling them. Above, mutated swarms of bats, various monstrous birds, giant eagles, and colossal hawks loomed ominously, resembling a terrifying fleet of warplanes. On the ground, agile and ferocious terrestrial beasts prowled, their claws bared and ferocity unmatched. A hedgehog, more immense than an elephant, posed a grave menace to everyone. Its back bristled with spines, each one akin to a lance, capable of piercing through the air at near-sonic speeds with formidable penetrating power. Yi Hongwu willingly acted as a bulwark, affording an opportunity for a peak third-order firefighter, who wielded a fire axe to cleave the gargantuan hedgehog asunder with a single blow. There were also various botanical beasts, their tendrils resembling a horde of pythons, boring through the earth to ambush the group from beneath, and capable of lashing out with their branches. Finally, through everyone's strenuous efforts, the aircraft carrier on Yi Feng's chest absorbed sufficient energy to restore its vitality. Yi Feng, having selected a vacant direction teeming with the most ferocious beasts, bellowed, "Emerge." A silver radiance flashed from his chest, and the colossal aircraft carrier, over 300 meters in length, once again burst forth with a thunderous roar. Puff, puff, puff. Each third-order beast, each towering tree, was like a beetle crushed underfoot, causing a slight jolt before being instantly obliterated. Ascend. Even before Yi Feng could shout, everyone was already dashing along the path of crushed giant trees and ferocious beasts, rapidly boarding the aircraft carrier. Li Lei retracted the armored vehicle, and then, in the next instant, redeployed it, causing it to materialize on the deck of the aircraft carrier, unleashing a frenzied barrage upon those below. The aircraft carrier, towering over 60 meters in height, was a veritable steel fortress, even without a single carrier-based aircraft. Li Lei drove the tank down, then retracted it, climbed onto the aircraft carrier, and redeployed it on the carrier deck. And now, Yi Feng's state-of-the-art aircraft carrier, paired with the most advanced tank, commenced an extraordinary battle deep within the mountains. With the aircraft carrier as their stronghold, they were now invincible. Much like the ancient warriors who steadfastly defended cities as impregnable as fortresses, there exists a significant geographical advantage. The armored vehicles are primarily designated for aerial defense, targeting threats in the sky, while several adept firefighters, skilled in deploying combatants, collaborate with them to withstand the onslaught. The tanks serve as the principal source of firepower, racing across the deck, unleashing their artillery wherever danger looms. Even the ferocious beasts of the third tier cannot endure their bombardment. The relentless strikes from above resemble a game of whack-a-mole. After absorbing 2 third-tier blood spirit crystals, Yi Hongwu restored much of his armor, leaping from the aircraft carrier to protect the area beneath, severing the various roots and vines that attacked from the depths. He engaged in a fierce melee with a colossal pangolin, displaying remarkable ferocity. A piercing shriek echoed from afar, atop a distant peak. The enormous bloodsucker bat Quasi-King could no longer contain itself, abandoning the 4th-tier beast king it had struggled to overcome, and joined the fray. Chapter 49. The Bomber Bloodsucker Bat Quasi-King. All-out assault. The Quasi-King of bloodsucker bats has arrived. Yi Feng and his companions had already felt the true essence of a king's might. Though the Quasi-King is not a genuine monarch, its power still far exceeds that of the 3rd-tier pinnacle beasts, emanating a terrifying strength. This massive Quasi-King bat resembles a bomber, with an exaggerated wingspan exceeding 30 meters. Its body comparable to a heavy-duty truck with 8 wheels. Yet, it moves with astonishing speed, accelerating to supersonic velocities in the blink of an eye, creating a horrific sonic boom. The flapping of its wings conjures a tempest, sweeping through the trees and beasts alike, reducing them to mere twigs in its wake. Li Lei swiftly maneuvered the tank's cannon, locking on and aiming. The sophistication of a tank transcends mere firepower. The efficacy of its vehicular systems and reactive armor are paramount. Given that the destructive force and range of most 120mm tank shells pale in comparison to those of antiquated 152mm howitzers, despite the tank's tenfold cost. In a fleeting moment, the tank's optoelectronic targeting system, employing both optical and radar mechanisms, precisely locked onto the Quasi-Monarch giant bat. Even from a considerable distance, the Quasi-Monarch giant bat emitted a piercing shriek, a manifestation of ultrasonic waves, or rather, the advanced iteration of such waves attained upon the Quasi-Monarch beast's ascension. Akin to the Black Dragon King, it represented an innate, divinely bestowed ability awakened upon achieving kingship. The ultrasonic assault, an area of effect attack, primarily targeted Li Lei and his tank soldiers, yet its reverberations inflicted severe repercussions upon all present. Excruciating headaches, ruptured eardrums, and agonizing cries permeated the air. despite the fact that every soldier present, save for Yi Feng, was at the apex of the third tier and possessed battle spirits of at least grade C. They succumbed to the residual force of the attack, clutching their ears and collapsing in agony, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Sheltered within the confines of his tank, Li Lei endured the assault with diminished impact, owing to the semi-divine nature and resilient construction of his vehicle, although the accuracy of the shell was compromised. Preventing a direct hit to the giant bat's head, it nonetheless struck its colossal wing, causing the creature to stagger violently. Yi Hongwu, shielded by the defenses of his grade A heavy armor helmet, withstood the onslaught and seized the opportunity to hurl his fractured 18-foot serpent spear towards the gaping maw of the quasi-monarch giant bat. The archfiend bat contracted its abdomen, its talons seizing the serpent spear, plummeting with the velocity of a dive bomber, intending to impale Li Lei's tank, its intellect rivaling that of humans. It sought to turn the tank's own weapon against it. Bang! The tank discharged another round, yet the archfiend bat retracted its wings, forming a sphere, veering to the side, evading the projectile while simultaneously crashing into Li Lei's tank. Rumbling. The impact dwarfed even the collision of two heavy tanks at full speed, both parties emitting sparks and a deafening clangor of steel. Upon Yi Feng's aircraft carrier deck, the collision wrought a massive indentation and fissures. No one anticipated the archfiend bat employing such a rudimentary kamikaze maneuver, yet its efficacy was astonishing. The archfiend bat gripped the cannon barrel, precluding its opportunity to retaliate, unfurling its wings and violently flapping, endeavoring to crush the assembly on the colossal aircraft carrier deck to send the armored vehicles careening. Bang! 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 The heavy machine guns on the armored vehicles opened fire, but to little avail. Moreover, the remaining Tier 3 ferocious beasts seized the opportunity to assault, necessitating suppression by firepower. Yi Hongwu yearned to once more charge forth, engaging the archfiend bat in close-quarters combat, his forte. However, his right arm was virtually incapacitated. Having endured the bat swarm for the better part of the night, his energy depleted. To charge now would be to court demise. "Allow me," Yi Feng exclaimed, outpacing Yi Hongwu, advancing upon the archfiend bat. Reaching a distance of 30 meters, a mere few meters beyond the reach of its wings, he unleashed a fierce kick with his right leg. Whoosh! The distinctive sound of a battle weapon resonated, yet each of Yi Feng's battle weapons was substantial. This time, he unleashed the strategic nuclear submarine from his right calf. This is a true national treasure, a formidable weapon for second-strike nuclear retaliation, and the ultimate deterrent against adversaries. The concept of nuclear parity equating to peace is no mere jest. In the absence of such a deterrent, the likelihood of direct military conflict among great powers would soar dramatically. Tactical nuclear submarines, or attack submarines, typically carry massive torpedoes, cruise missiles, and unmanned underwater vehicles. In contrast, strategic nuclear submarines are equipped solely with one type of missile, submarine-launched intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs. These missiles ascend into the heavens, traversing thousands of miles into outer space, executing a parabolic trajectory, and, free from atmospheric resistance, soar at speeds up to 20 times the speed of sound for approximately 10,000 kilometers, striking the territory of enemy nations with a devastating aerial assault. The rockets of intercontinental ballistic missiles bear a striking resemblance to those used for launching spacecraft, being exceedingly long and robust. Consequently, strategic nuclear submarines are colossal, often weighing in at tens of thousands of tons, with the largest approaching a staggering 50,000 tons, comparable to a medium-sized aircraft carrier. With just one, it possesses the capability to ensure mutual destruction on a global scale. Of course, Yi Feng's strategic nuclear submarine is not of such immense proportions. When fully awakened, it measures only 160 meters in length, with a diameter of 20 meters and a displacement nearing 20,000 tons. However, at this moment, Yi Feng has only partially awakened it, rendering it approximately 50 meters long and 6 to 7 meters in diameter. Nevertheless, to others, it remains a colossal entity. And with its own weight of around 3,000 tons, it strikes down upon the body of the blood-sucking Bat King like a mighty club. Immediately following, two warships simultaneously emerge from Yi Feng's powerful legs, each measuring around 40 to 50 meters, pinning down the wings of the blood-sucking Bat King. The juvenile phase of a 0.55-000 ton destroyer. This illustrates the advantages of having numerous and formidable warriors. The previously awakened warriors can confront the Beast King head-on, while those yet to awaken can still launch ambushes against the Quasi-King. Fire. The blood-sucking Bat King struggles frantically as Yifeng roars. Li Lei grits his teeth, allowing the tank to flip over and aiming the cannon directly at the aircraft carrier's deck. Boom. Even a standard tank shell, upon firing, creates a massive fireball with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters, exuding an astonishing spectacle. The three-tier pinnacle tank, firing its cannon, is even more formidable. Capable of launching over 30 tons of heavy carrier aircraft, the 5-centimeter-thick, ultra-resilient aircraft carrier deck is instantaneously gouged, forming a gaping dent as wide as a basin that stretches for dozens of meters under extreme heat and pressure. A bloody mark appears on Yifeng's abdomen, resembling a wound from a sharp blade, precisely where the deck was struck. The upper portion of the shell pierces through the abdomen of the blood-sucking Bat King, burrowing deep within. Again, Yifeng bellows. The tank has flipped, its treads facing the sky, and the cannon pointing downward. No one has ever fired a shell in such a manner, yet he has taken the risk to unleash one. The immense recoil causes the tank to spin violently several times before it capsizes, leaving the cannon and turret severely damaged and unable to fire again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of blood needles shoots forth, piercing the eyes of the blood-sucking Bat Quasi-King, as Chen Xiaoqiao seizes the opportunity. Meanwhile, Lu Tingting's steel needle finds its way through the cannon's wound, penetrating the abdomen of the blood-sucking Bat King to siphon its vital blood essence. Charge! Yifeng rushes forward. The gravely wounded blood-sucking Bat King, encumbered by 2 destroyers and a strategic nuclear submarine, despite not being in its mature phase, finds itself under immense pressure, struggling to move. Chapter 50, Father King, sweeping through the Qinling. Within the majestic Qinling Mountains, a bizarre and bloody battle rages on. A colossal aircraft carrier, measuring 330 meters in length and weighing 100,000 tons, is ensconced in a canyon beneath a towering peak. Surrounding it are numerous gigantic beasts and ferocious flora, which collectively fill the valley to its brim. In the skies above, massive bats, birds, and predatory eagles descend to strike. An armored transport vehicle unleashes its full firepower, with heavy machine guns firing relentlessly. Firefighters, their ears bleeding, grit their teeth as they wield firefighting axes, military knives, and other sharp implements to slay the beasts that surge onto the deck. A gigantic bat, with a wingspan exceeding 30 meters, rests upon the carrier's deck, its back laden with a dark submarine measuring 40 to 50 meters long, while 2 destroyers are pinned beneath its wings. Its abdomen has been torn open, blood gushing forth like a torrent, flowing into a furrow carved into the deck, which rapidly absorbs the crimson liquid, restoring the ravine. The wound on Yifeng's chest also heals, as does his stamina. The blood of the Quasi-Beast King proves to be more potent than that of a peak-level 3rd-tier blood spirit crystal. Lu Tingting's 3rd-tier pinnacle syringe quickly fills with blood, which is swiftly transformed into blood spirit energy and injected into Yifeng's body, achieving a true integration of offense and healing. At this moment, Yifeng rides upon the back of the Bat King, clutching a jagged shard of sharp black dragon scale, repeatedly stabbing it into the creature's body, while his left leg deliberately plunges into the wound on the Bat King's abdomen. Upon contact with the Quasi-King's blood, Yifeng's attack submarine within his left leg becomes frenzied, and his entire army of warriors intensifies their absorption of the blood within the colossal Bat King. Yifeng is indeed the most formidable vampire. The armored personnel carrier advanced, immobilizing this tail, while the heavy machine guns continued to strafe the ferocious beasts surging onto the deck, akin to sentinels repelling enemy soldiers scaling the ramparts. Li Lei, his head lacerated and bleeding, retrieved the overturned tank and, with a pronounced limp, reached redeploying the tank to crush its head and neck with a resounding thud. Her cultivated Venus flytraps, their maws agape, seized 2 3rd-tier pinnacle bat-like beasts, engaging in a frenzied and convulsive struggle on the distant deck, each attempting to devour the other amidst vehement resistance. Yi Hongwu, displaying unparalleled valor, seized the moment when the Quasi-King giant bat was about to unleash another ultrasonic wave, and, clad in his battered heavy armor, charged directly into its gaping maw. With his head lowered, he braced the giant bat's upper jaw with his shoulders and helmet, his legs firmly planted against its chin and tongue, exerting all his force to distend its mouth to the point of rupture. Simultaneously, the fractured serpent spear, on the verge of dissolution, was forcibly summoned once more, piercing the giant bat's throat. Blood surged into the spear, rapidly rejuvenating its spectral form. As a whale falls, an ecosystem thrives. The quasi-king giant bat's blood became a bountiful resource for everyone's restoration and enhancement. As time elapsed, the quasi-king giant bat's struggles gradually waned, and the carcasses of the fallen ferocious beasts accumulated along both sides of the aircraft carrier, reaching a height of 30 meters. Even the deck bore numerous pockmarks and damaged sections, littered with the remains of the slain beasts. Similarly, the injured firefighters were numerous, with some suffering severe wounds. However, owing to their formidable strength, seamless coordination, unwavering unity, and the support of armored vehicles and heavy machine guns, no fatalities were incurred. With the fall of the great bat monarch, the remaining dozen or so bat beasts finally succumbed to terror, turning to flee. The other ferocious creatures gradually departed or were vanquished. The once tumultuous battlefield fell into silence, leaving only the heavy, labored breaths of a few men, akin to the lowing of cattle. Suddenly, a crisp yet peculiar metallic tremor resonated, accompanied by a dull sound. Following this, a formidable, sharp, and domineering aura began to permeate the air. While Yifeng remained composed, the others, even Li Lei, felt an unsettling chill creep down their spines. Particularly, their warriors trembled slightly, emitting a low hum, as if in reverence to something unseen. With a crack, the massive jaw of the great bat monarch was cleaved open, revealing a blood-soaked giant who emerged, wielding a serpent spear that shimmered with a faint golden hue, gazing at it with unrestrained excitement. At that moment, the 8-foot serpent spear not only regained its former glory but also surged in power, achieving a breakthrough to the 4th tier. Moreover, its classification elevated from the peak of the B grade to the A grade. A double celebration, a dual breakthrough. Yi Hongwu had ascended to king level. Unable to contain his elation, Yi Hongwu burst into laughter, but suddenly a thought struck him. With a swift motion of his hand, the serpent spear, from several meters away, effortlessly cleaved through the hardened body of the monarch, as resilient as a tungsten alloy armor-piercing projectile, slicing it in half. Had he not hastily restrained his power, he could have split the aircraft carrier deck beneath it once more. As the massive great bat monarch lay severed, Yi Hongwu promptly searched for the monarch-level blood spirit crystal. Essentially its heart. No need to look. It's likely gone, Yifeng remarked with a smile. What? Yi Hongwu's face filled with disappointment and embarrassment. How could it be missing? Your need for such potent blood spirit crystals is indeed substantial, Yifeng remarked with a smile. For a quasi-king to enable your battle weapon to be reforged and elevated to a 4th-tier king is already an extraordinary feat. Moreover, my own recovery is nearly complete. We have profited immensely this time. As he spoke, Yifeng gestured with his left hand, and a 140-meter-long 2nd-tier escort ship materialized. Having merely depleted its energy reserves without sustaining damage or overexertion, its restoration was naturally swift. The colossal carrier's wounds were also mending rapidly. In addition to drawing upon Yifeng's absorbed quasi-king blood energy, it proactively devoured the slain 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. Even without dissecting the corpses, any blood spirit crystals within the carcasses on its deck, piled along its sides, or even within a 3-meter radius, would be forcibly consumed. If the escort ship were of divine caliber, then the 100,000-ton carrier would be of a transcendent level, surpassing grade A by 3 tiers. Its formidable ability to devour was, therefore, only to be expected. Li Lei, esteemed comrades, my apologies, but the blood spirit crystals here have all been devoured by this insatiable glutton. We will compensate you later, Yifeng said, gesturing towards the desiccated beast carcasses and then towards the recovering behemoth, shaking his head with a wry smile. Li Lei and the others, upon understanding, were deeply impressed, and then replied, "There's no need for such words. We will be relying on you in the future. Indeed, brother Yifeng, we will have to depend on you greatly from now on. Without your carrier, we would have been finished long ago." Among brothers, such words are unnecessary and out of place. Filled with vigor, Yi Hongwu strode to the aircraft carrier's deck and leaped off from a height of over 30 meters, descending towards a colossal tree dozens of meters away. His laughter echoed into the distance. "Xiao Feng, rest well, and watch your old man. Nay, your king." Boom. Even without his serpent spear, the sheer force of his impact toppled the towering 3rd-tier behemoth tree, a veritable human tank in action. This tree, a Davidia involucrata, an ancient species dating back to the dinosaur era and a first-class protected plant, was now felled by Yi Hongwu. He extracted its blood spirit crystal with his bare hands and flung it back towards Yi Feng and the others. Let's take a breather, and once we've recovered, we'll relocate and engage in another battle, Yi Feng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits soared. The previous battle had indeed been arduous. But now that Yi Hongwu had ascended to the king tier and Yi Feng's corvette had been restored, their combat prowess was nearly on par with that of a king. Any subsequent encounters with hordes of ferocious beasts would be effortlessly swept aside. Even if they were to encounter a true beast king, they would be more than capable of contending with it, perhaps even vanquishing it. Chapter 51. Preparations for a Voyage to the Sea. City of Hope. In any time and place, the strong invariably grow stronger. The strong acquire more resources, gaining an initial advantage that compounds with each step. Even in failure, they have the opportunity to rise again. With Yi Hongwu's 18-foot serpent spear having broken through to the 4th-tier king rank, his ascension to the king tier, and Yi Feng's restoration of combat power, the situation had instantly reversed. However, it was clear that they could no longer remain here. Towering trees lay prostrate, some with diameters of 10 meters considered slender, and some 3rd-tier peak behemoth trees were as thick as buildings, reaching heights of hundreds of meters. Severed vines resembled colossal dragons, and even their offshoots were like giant pythons. The colossal beasts of death, akin to deceased titans like King Kong and Godzilla, resemble an amplified version of the catastrophe wrought by monstrous serpents, reminiscent of Jurassic Park. The once expansive valley is now completely filled with their carcasses. Fortunately, the blood essence within the nearest beast's remains has been devoured by the gluttonous aircraft carrier, rendering their bodies significantly frail, crushed, and obliterated by the remaining ferocious creatures. Those beasts that are farther away have had their blood essence crystals extracted by the others. They merely absorb 1 or 2 to mend their injuries and restore their strength, relinquishing the surplus to Yi Feng. As all are at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, absorbing crystals of the same rank will not enable them to ascend to the 4th-tier beast king. Only Yi Feng, deemed weak, is open to any and all offerings. His aircraft carrier has yet to awaken its most crucial onboard aircraft, which is the very essence of its purpose. The full designation of the aircraft carrier is aircraft carrier, serving as a floating airfield that provides takeoff and landing platforms for airplanes. Without its aircraft, it is merely a colossal slab, albeit one that Yi Feng has utilized to achieve considerable success, yet its true combat potential remains unrealized. The aircraft carrier necessitates a substantial quantity of blood essence crystals, as do the 2 destroyers. The awakening of combat soldiers at excessively high levels presents a grave dilemma, as it demands an abundant supply of resources, both in quantity and quality. Even with Yi Feng's absorption of a significant amount of 3rd-tier peak blood essence crystals, his right-arm frigate remains stuck at the 2nd-tier peak, unable to break through to the 3rd tier, let alone ascend to the 4th tier of kings. Such is the predicament. My frigate requires 4th-tier king blood essence crystals, or at the very least, quasi-king level crystals, to achieve a breakthrough to the 4th tier. As for the 10,000-ton destroyer, it is likely that a pinnacle-grade blood spirit crystal of the 4th tier will be required in the future. As for the aircraft carrier, I dare not even entertain such thoughts. I would be immensely satisfied if it could merely awaken to the 1st tier and possess carrier-based aircraft. In the Qinling Mountains, Yi Feng and Li Lei, along with their companions, had already departed from the previous valley. While roasting beast meat, Yi Feng elucidated the situation. The others, having absorbed the blood spirit crystals, regained their strength and commenced roasting the flesh of formidable beasts. Some plant-based beasts were cleaved open to extract their edible portions. Once fruit-bearing trees, these were their primary targets, yielding large and delectable fruits. Chestnuts were among the most significant, as the Qinling Mountains are abundant with chestnut trees. After transforming into fierce beasts, the spiny chestnuts became larger than durians, with their sharp and hard shells possessing formidable lethality. These not only serve as the seeds for propagating their lineage, but also as their weapon of ranged attack. Particularly, the wild walnut trees can launch hard walnuts, and a pinnacle 3rd-tier wild walnut tree resembles a light tank, capable of firing walnuts with the power to penetrate stone up to 2 or 3 meters thick. The wild apricot and peach trees, however, are considerably gentler. Li Lei took a bite of a peach the size of a basin, which was even more extravagant than the celestial peaches depicted in films. After listening to Yi Feng's explanation, he nodded and remarked, "Thus, you find yourself in a rather precarious situation, For a peak second-tier escort vessel cannot inflict significant harm on a fourth-tier beast king. Yet, to advance to the third tier, you will require at least a royal-grade blood spirit crystal. Is it then your intention to awaken carrier-based aircraft and a destroyer, preparing to achieve victory through sheer numbers? Possessing the capability to exhaust the fourth-tier beast king? Yifeng shattered a walnut, harder than a lead ball, with a single strike of his palm, extracting the kernel and crunching it between his teeth, proclaiming, "Yes, that is approximately the sentiment." He surveyed the Qinling mountain range and continued, however, "My fleet consists of aircraft carriers, which are ill-suited for combat in mountainous terrains. Particularly, my most formidable weapons, the torpedoes from submarines and cruise missiles, are utterly ineffectual on land. The beast kings that roam the earth are presumably fewer than those that inhabit the vast oceans." He paused, casting a glance at Li Lei and then around at the others gathered nearby. "I understand that many of you have families to care for and require a stable environment. Hence, I do not recommend that you accompany me. Moreover, you must have noticed the blood moon steadily descending. It may fall within the next 5 or 6 days. You have 2 choices. Either dig deep and stockpile provisions for a gamble, or cherish the remaining moments of togetherness." Yifeng's words plunged the group into a profound silence, their spirits weighed down. Li Lei approached, patting Yifeng on the shoulder with a smile. "Vice Captain, without you, we would have perished long ago, our family shattered. The strength we now possess to resist the ferocious beasts and protect our loved ones is solely due to your assistance, and we are immensely grateful. As for what lies ahead, I shall not leave it to fate. I will resist with all my might. Even in failure, I shall have no regrets." His heartfelt declaration resonated with everyone, and they nodded in agreement. "However, I intend to accompany you," Li Lei added, shifting the tone with a cheerful demeanor. Yifeng responded in surprise. "What about your family? Will they come along as well?" Li Lei gazed at Yifeng and remarked once more, "Have you forgotten that Zhongping is right next door in Zhongyuan province? Your previous call saved countless lives. His awakening involves infantry fighting vehicles and tanks. Although the personnel capacity of his infantry fighting vehicles is less than that of my armored vehicles, their combat prowess is significantly superior. However, our combat vehicles lack the communication capabilities of your warship's radar. I only managed to contact him yesterday. That fellow, true to his hometown of Zhuge, is cunning and resourceful. Can you guess what he did before the resurgence of blood spirit energy?" At this point, Li Lei chuckled as he looked at Yifeng. Yifeng, however, turned his gaze elsewhere, feigning indifference, leaving Li Lei's boast hanging in the air. "All right, you win," Li Lei conceded with a sigh, continuing. "That lad managed to preserve an entire city." "What do you mean?" Yifeng inquired, unable to suppress his astonishment. "Quite literally, he kept that city almost intact." Even though Li Lei was aware of the outcome, he was still astounded as he recounted the tale. In the days leading up to the resurgence of blood spirit energy, he purchased an enormous quantity of ham sausages, laced them with rat poison, and disguised himself as a delivery man, spreading them across the lawns of various neighborhoods. That very day, he poisoned numerous pets. Wow! Yifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Then that night, he somehow acquired a water truck and mixed in a high concentration of paraquat, spraying it on roadside trees, flower beds, and even within the residential areas adjacent to the road. After hearing Li Lei's continued explanation, Yifeng asked, "He wasn't discovered? With such a commotion, how did he manage to remain elusive?" Li Lei chuckled. "He awakened in the detention center." "I see. Although there are indeed many who have escaped awakening, that lad drove the first awakened armored vehicle, charging through the city, vanquishing ferocious beasts and boosting morale. Approximately 1/3 of the city's population perished, yet the majority survived, and the city remains largely intact. Now, that city has been renamed the City of Hope. Therefore, I plan to relocate my family and the survivors from our city to theirs." Chapter 52, The Third Order Escort Ship. Constructing Underground Shelters. In this apocalyptic era, every formidable individual could pen an epic. Zhang Peng took the risk of facing a lengthy imprisonment, placing his faith in Yifeng, engaging in a monumental gamble, and ultimately emerging victorious. Upon hearing Li Lei's account, Yifeng felt immense admiration and gratitude for Zhang Peng's trust. "There's no time to waste. Let me escort you there," Yifeng declared as he rose. Once they departed from the Qinling Mountains, the journey to Zhang Peng's location would be smooth, primarily through the fields of nearly ripened wheat, with no formidable beasts to contend with. "Your combat prowess is best utilized within the Qinling Mountains," Yifeng pondered. Finding this reasoning sound, He summoned the escort ship, directing the closed defense cannons skyward for a shot. Like a war god, he leaped dozens, even hundreds of meters, sprinting atop towering trees. However, rather than gliding silently like a shadow, he resembled a humanoid tank, crushing trees and beasts beneath him, while effortlessly collecting the blood spirit crystals. Boom! He crashed down before the crowd, creating a large pit with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. Emerging from the pit, he pulled out a substantial handful of blood spirit crystals, the least of which were at the pinnacle of the third tier, along with 2 crystals from quasi-beast kings. With a shake of his head, he reflected, with the aid of a king-level battle soldier, I can sense the presence of a quasi-beast king. Alas, I have yet to encounter a true beast king. Yifeng chuckled. Should you come across an actual beast king, there might be some peril involved. Prior to Yi Hongwu's departure, Yifeng had deployed his left-arm guardian ship and utilized radar to ascertain that there were no beast kings in the vicinity, which allowed him to feel secure about letting his father leave alone. The 2 quasi-king blood spirit crystals were absorbed by Yifeng. Even the weakest of Li Lei's armored transport vehicles was at the A-class awakening level, and the quasi-king blood spirit crystals could not elevate it to the 4th-tier king level. The others also declined Yifeng's goodwill, insisting he first enhance his strength to its utmost before proceeding. The armored vehicle rumbled forward, carrying a dozen individuals, with Yifeng seated at the front. Every few kilometers, he deployed the guardian ship to scan the surrounding area with radar. If a quasi-beast king was detected, he would indicate the direction, prompting his father to take on the arduous task of hunting, allowing Yifeng to fulfill his desire of being a dependent on his parents. Along the route, 3rd-tier pinnacle ferocious beasts were swiftly exterminated by heavy machine guns or tanks, and the close defense artillery of the guardian ship, leading to a rapid collection of blood spirit crystals. They had now entered the era of beast kings, with new beast kings emerging globally each day, causing fierce battles among numerous 3rd-tier pinnacle beasts vying for the slightest opportunity for transformation. Thus, the greater the commotion they caused, the more formidable and numerous the approaching ferocious beasts became. Upon hearing the gunfire signal emitted by the armored vehicle, the sentinels breathed a sigh of relief. Yifeng and his companions were met with a warm welcome and indulged in a lavish luncheon. Upon learning of Yifeng's role in the aircraft carrier fleet, they were met with countless envious and awestruck gazes. Not everyone was inclined to venture to the neighboring province, just as not all lamented the resurgence of blood spirit energy. While they had lost much, they had also gained significantly. Zhang Peng safeguarded the city, allowing the majority of ordinary people to survive, even maintaining a semblance of their former tranquil lives. Nevertheless, many believed that this was ultimately not a sustainable solution. The emergence of the Beast King posed a persistent threat, leaving ordinary individuals with little hope for the future. Particularly, the previous Tea Party orchestrated by Li Lei had lured many relatives of firefighters, with most families now awakened and gathered here. The formidable prowess of the monarch Yi Hongwu instilled in them a renewed sense of purpose. Ultimately, the crowd divided into 2 factions, one seeking a peaceful existence, primarily comprising the elderly, women, and children, who aimed to migrate to the neighboring province to seek refuge with Zhang Peng. The remaining individuals chose to stay behind. I shall deepen your air raid shelter. It may prove useful in the future, Yifeng remarked, gazing at the air raid shelter nestled at the mountain's edge. This shelter rested at the base of a towering mountain, the very one Li Lei often climbed to establish contact with him, standing majestically at several hundred meters high. Then we thank you. Everyone, please make way. Thank you, Brother Yi. The crowd expressed their gratitude hastily, retreating to clear a path for Yifeng. With a hum, Yifeng summoned the escort ships, 2 of them. Their size remained unchanged. Yet even the right-arm frigate not only fully recovered, but also exhibited a tremendous surge in momentum, ascending to the 3rd tier. Throughout the journey, Yifeng devoted the substantial 3rd-tier blood spirit crystals he acquired to both frigates, enhancing the left-arm frigate while rejuvenating the right-arm frigate. As they approached their destination, the left-arm frigate finally ascended to the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, while the right-arm frigate regained its vitality, achieving parity at last. Yifeng simultaneously fed them 2 quasi-king blood spirit crystals, enabling them to shatter their constraints and break through to the 3rd tier. Their combat prowess surged dramatically. The 4 close-in defense cannons of the 2 frigates unleashed their fury. Although they had only just entered the 3rd tier and were equipped with 30mm caliber close-in defense cannons, their power was not inferior to that of Li Lei's demigod-level 140mm main cannon found on pinnacle third-tier tanks. In the blink of an eye, a deep cavity, slanted downwards for dozens of meters, emerged, with soil and stone turning to dust and being forcefully ejected outward due to the tremendous impact of the shells, eliminating any concerns regarding debris clearance. The close-in defense cannons continued their relentless bombardment, carving out a cavity several hundred meters deep. At this point, however, the efficacy of the close-in defense cannons began to wane, as numerous fragments accumulated below, unable to be expelled by sheer force. This marked a new capability of the frigates following their ascension to the third tier, allowing them to retract nearly all protrusions on the deck beneath it, thus shielding against assaults from ferocious beasts. The armor protection of the deck and hull was significantly enhanced, providing temporary resistance against the onslaught of beast kings. For instance, the previously menacing Black Flood Dragon King would find it impossible to once again rend the right bow, measuring several meters wide and over 10 meters long, with at least half of the damage substantially mitigated. Regarding the naval gun's rate of fire, it has also increased dramatically to 10 times the speed of sound, akin to that of an electromagnetic railgun. The warheads are now harder, comparable to the teeth and bones of a beast king. This implies they can directly wound a beast king. Boom. A shell is launched, plunging diagonally hundreds of meters into the earth, creating a massive cavity deep underground. The counterforce propels the previously accumulated sand and rock back out. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the cavern has been deepened by half, reaching nearly 2 kilometers below the surface. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, the main guns of the 2 escort ships alternate firing. Their rate of fire also enhanced to 2 rounds per second. The combined output of the 2 main guns is 4 rounds per second, akin to rapid-fire pistols, creating a continuous barrage in the ears of the crowd. The 2 escort ships' main guns continually widen and deepen the cavern to 5 kilometers underground. Following this, Yifeng initiates the deployment of depth charges and anti-submarine torpedoes to further expand the subterranean cavern, detonating a vast underground space comparable to a football field. The sand and rock are no longer manageable for removal, nor is their removal necessary. One by one, the remaining awakened individuals, bearing thick beast bones and tree trunks, surge into the underground bomb shelter, reinforcing it with the remains of Tier 3 mid to late stage ferocious beasts, which are harder than tungsten alloy, and clearing away the sand and rock. Due to the absence of electricity, vehicles cannot be started. However, the buckets of bulldozers and excavators are detached, and the Tier 3 powerhouses, gripping them, transform into human-shaped excavators, commencing large-scale operations. Once a portion of the underground area is cleared, Yifeng descends to a depth of 5 kilometers, then redeploys the escort ships, adjusts their angle, and continues the bombardment downward. Chapter 53. The Overlord of the Qinling Mountains. The Black Bear Beast King. Yifeng toiled for 2 hours, excavating a profound chasm that plunged over 10,000 meters deep. It is said that in days of yore, the Soviets had delved into a similar abyss, only to be deterred by the whispers of demons echoing from the depths below. Yifeng, however, dismissed such tales as mere superstition, believing that all phantoms and specters stemmed from inadequate firepower. Under the relentless bombardment of his Tier 3 battleship, nothing emerged from the depths save for dust and groundwater. By 2 in the afternoon, amidst the heartfelt farewells and pleas of his comrades, Yifeng departed, concealing his achievements and name. Those left behind were all formidable. The weakest among them stood at the pinnacle of Tier 2. The remaining tasks of reinforcing and renovating the air raid shelter were entrusted to their capable hands. With only 3 days remaining until the Blood Moon's descent, Yifeng felt the urgency of time. The Blood Moon had grown several-fold in size since his last observation. An adult could easily cover it with a clenched fist when extending an arm towards the night sky. Yifeng's team welcomed a new member, Xiaoshu, who had chosen to accompany him from Li Lei's group. A resolute individual, Xiaoshu had severed his own left arm's artery with a fire axe within 3 minutes of the resurgence of blood spirit energy, using the gushing arterial blood to awaken the axe. It had barely achieved a Tier B awakening, making him the second strongest in Li Lei's team after Yifeng. Li Lei had taken his family, along with others willing to depart, to the neighboring province to meet Zhang Peng, with arrangements made for mutual exchanges. As for those daring enough to venture into the perilous unknown alongside Yifeng, only Li Lei and Xiaoshu remained. Taibai Mountain, the highest peak of the Qinling Range. At an elevation exceeding 3,700 meters, the mountain peak remains perpetually capped with snow, defying even the sweltering summer heat. As the sanguinary sun nears its descent, the effulgent rays of twilight, imbued with an even more crimson hue, cast a ruddy reflection upon the accumulated snow. However, on this particular day, the snow is not merely tinged with red by the reflected light, but rather, it is truly suffused with a crimson essence, with a substantial portion rendered ebony. A colossal bear, towering at an approximate height of 100 meters, resembling a veritable mountain of flesh, reclines upon the summit, its labored respirations emitting torrents of heat, thereby liquefying the snow. Its hide bears the marks of numerous injuries, from which blood gushes forth, sluicing and dissolving the snow. In close proximity to the bear lie the cadavers of several gargantuan beasts. Among them is a colossal panda, its black and white coat unaltered by the resurgence of sanguine spiritual energy, a prodigious antelope, a golden eagle of immense proportions, and a venomous serpent, each digit measuring the length of a human finger, and the serpent itself extending to half a meter. These creatures, all of them quasi-kings, had convened at this location to engage in mortal combat, each striving to take that ultimate stride, similar to the allegorical Mount Hua sword tournament of martial arts masters. This assemblage of ferocious beasts had ascended to the loftiest peak of the Qinling Mountains, engaging in a desperate struggle for survival. However, such a sovereign is deemed the most inferior of monarchs, destined to be confined to the fourth tier, or at most, the fifth. To attain greater power, one must inevitably incur greater costs, undertake greater risks, and persist in devouring other quasi-kings, thereby ascending to the status of a more formidable beast king. The preceding quasi-king, the giant bat, had also been impelled by this very motive, thus venturing to assault formidable individuals such as Li Lei and Yi Feng. Although Li Lai is a third-tier apex, his tank soldier aura is of demigod grade, his combat prowess already equivalent to that of a quasi-king. As for Yi Feng, he is even more extraordinary. Despite possessing only a frigate and a nuclear submarine of the second-tier apex, he is perceived by the ferocious beasts as an authentic quasi-king, even comparable to a beast king. The sable behemoth bolstered its frame, ravenously consuming the sanguine spirit crystals that had materialized from the hearts of incipient kings, subsequently devouring their corporeal forms, transmuting them into torrents of sanguine spiritual energy and fleshly vigor. Its already prodigious physique underwent further exponential augmentation. With a resounding bellow that rent the firmament, it emitted a stentorian roar, its wounds undergoing rapid cicatrization, its ebony pelt resembling an array of steely needles. The ascension to the apex of beastly sovereignty constitutes a monumental metamorphosis, a juncture of pivotal choices. Certain sovereign beasts embark upon a path of qualitative transformation, resulting in the diminution of their physical stature, while compressing their sanguine spiritual energy. Although this may marginally attenuate their corporeal defenses and raw strength, it concomitantly augments their velocity and agility. Crucially, this trajectory holds the potential for more profound future advancement. Consequently, they eschew the excessive consumption of flesh, instead emulating the martial practitioners of humanity, assimilating solely the sanguine spirit crystals, thus pursuing the path of energetic purification. Indubitably, the sable behemoth adhered to the traditional course, perpetuating the amplification of its intrinsic physical advantages, thereby metamorphosing into a colossal ursine entity of unparalleled magnitude. Having attained the zenith of beastly sovereignty, it could be aptly characterized as a nuclear entity, impervious to conventional nuclear ordnance. Concomitantly, its offensive capabilities and destructive potential mirrored those of a nuclear warhead. The genesis of the sovereign beast engendered the emanation of a potent and singular aura, instilling trepidation within the surrounding bestial denizens, a confluence of both fear and despair. The remaining incipient kings, in particular, were gripped by a sense of profound despondency. They were compelled to engage in immediate carnage, with the victors swiftly transcending to rival the sovereign beast's dominion over the Qinling range. Alternatively, they could expeditiously abscond, lest they be summarily dispatched by the sovereign beast, thereby precluding any potential future threat. The ranks of the Tier 3 apex predators had markedly diminished. Despite a mere brief sojourn, the ambient circumstances had undergone a substantial alteration. The internecine conflicts among the bestial entities had intensified precipitously. In truth, with the resurgence of blood-spirit energy, both flora and fauna, akin to humanity, have faced near obliteration, with over 90% swiftly eliminated and devoured. Those that remain stand atop the carcasses of formidable beasts, emerging as the strong. The verdant expanse of the Qinling Mountains is, in reality, a recent manifestation of vegetation that has rapidly matured to the second and third tiers, reaching the pinnacle of the third tier, on the cusp of becoming a king. However, the reproduction of animal beasts, much like humans, is exceedingly slow, with the numbers of the original awakened dwindling. Undoubtedly, those that have survived are the elite. The greatest beneficiaries of the blood spirit energy resurgence are, in fact, the plant beasts. Yet, after 33 days of the blood spirit energy's revival, a secondary resurgence will occur, with insects emerging as the primary beneficiaries. They will turn the tide with their vast numbers, terrifying reproductive capabilities, and destructive force, swiftly eliminating the majority of plant beasts. In contrast, the surviving animal beasts are all formidable beings, naturally reluctant to provoke their foes. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Yi Hongwu remained unfazed, instead chuckling. This can actually be seen as a positive development. Resources are more concentrated, of higher quality, and more conducive for everyone to break through. Perhaps a beast king has already emerged in the Qinling. Ultimately, the aircraft carrier proved to be overwhelmingly powerful. Even absorbing the blood spirit crystals of the third-tier pinnacle could not facilitate its complete revival. The deployment of aircraft remains elusive. Undoubtedly, the emergence of aircraft necessitates, at the very least, the blood spirit crystals of a quasi-beast king. Left with no alternative, Yifeng could only distribute the remaining blood spirit crystals equally among the destroyers. Currently, the two destroyers have grown to a length comparable to that of frigates, merely 30 meters shy of the full 180 meters. When they awaken fully, Yifeng firmly believes that even if they ascend to the second tier, their combat prowess will rival that of a third-tier battleship, capable of contending with the Beast King. It is a reasonable assertion. We shall engage in hunting here while awaiting Li Lei. If we venture too deeply, he may find himself in peril. The concentration of resources has rendered the Qinling Mountains even more perilous. Many third-tier ferocious beasts have either been devoured or fled this treacherous realm. However, those bold enough to remain are undoubtedly confident in their abilities. Yifeng deployed the battleship, firing a few rounds from its close-range cannons, which soon attracted a peak third-tier ferocious beast and even a quasi-king pangolin. Chapter 54, The Era of Kings. A multitude of breakthroughs. The blood moon rises once more, significantly larger than the previous night. Yifeng clenched his fist, closing his left eye and aiming with his right, only to realize that his fist could no longer obscure the edges of the blood moon. Yet, rather than worrying about the blood moon's descent, Yifeng was filled with delight. Chen Xiaoqiao has broken through. Her C-grade blood needle has ascended to the fourth-tier king level. Most importantly, she has not even absorbed a quasi-king blood spirit crystal. She merely pierced the eye of a quasi-king pangolin with her needle during combat assistance and unexpectedly reaped a reward. Coupled with the earlier encounter with the giant bat quasi-king, her blood needle has only absorbed the blood of 2 quasi-kings to achieve this breakthrough. However, from another perspective, her blood needle appears to have merely entered the initial stage of C-grade awakening, even falling short of Uncle Shi's chisel, thus requiring minimal resources. It is highly probable that her future is already predetermined. The blood needle may only evolve into a junior 4th-tier warrior, marking her as the weakest of kings. Yet, even the weakest king is still a king, and with her own strength, she can effortlessly slay a quasi-king. The blood-red embroidery needle, adorned with intricate golden patterns, possesses the remarkable ability to effortlessly penetrate 3 meters of steel. In days gone by, it could pierce through 3 heavy tanks lined up side by side. Concrete stands no chance, as it can breach depths exceeding 10 meters, embedding itself even deeper into ordinary stone. Upon her ascension to greatness, Chen Xiaoqiao, who had long been regarded as mute, unexpectedly approached Yifeng, bowed deeply, and expressed her gratitude. Yifeng and his companions were taken aback. She could indeed speak. After enduring days of shared peril, this marked her first utterance. One could only wonder how deep her silence had run. We are comrades and allies. No thanks are necessary. Yifeng replied with a gentle smile. My awakened warriors require an abundance of blood spirit crystals, and I rely on your contributions. With Chen Xiaoqiao's breakthrough and newfound voice, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Despite the surrounding flora and ferocious beasts moving about like demons, their speed unnerving, and the predatory eyes of creatures glimmering like night pearls, ghostly flames, and rubies in the darkness, the group remained undeterred, enjoying their barbecue. The scales of the armored pangolin king were deftly peeled away by Yi Hongwu using a king-level warrior spear. after which Chun Xiao meticulously created small holes and strung them together with tendons that had been finely boiled, fashioning 3 pieces of armor, one each for Lu Tingting, Chun Xiao, and Xiao Shu. Having previously pressed onward without rest, especially the father-son duo of Yi Feng and Yi Hongwu, they now sought refuge in the unawakened 055,000 ton destroyer. While the two entered to recuperate, Xiao Shu and Chun Xiao stood guard, vigilantly dispatching any beasts that dared to approach. The two individuals executed their attacks with contrasting styles. Xiao Shu wielded a massive third-tier peak axe, deftly drawing the ferocious beast's attention, while Chun Xiao skillfully manipulated blood needles to pierce the creature's eyes and skull, achieving an instantaneous kill. Their synergy was remarkable. It is noteworthy that, following the resurgence of blood spirit energy, organic matter underwent a qualitative transformation, particularly in the case of more powerful beasts, which seem to have evaded the ravages of bacteria. Even a piece of fresh meat, when left unpreserved and unroasted for several days, retained its freshness, exhibiting a natural preservation ability that made bacterial survival and reproduction exceedingly difficult. The mutated apples borne by the apple beast shrank to the size of an egg, yet their seeds were larger than the yolk, even when sliced. The apples did not oxidize or develop a rusty hue. Together, they vanquished a third-tier beast, and the obtained blood spirit crystal was cast upon the sleeping Li Feng and others aboard the great vessel 055, where it would autonomously consume and absorb. As the blood moon hung in the sky, dawn heralded the beginning of a new day, the 10th day since the resurgence of blood spirit energy. On this day, after sweeping away the surrounding beasts, the group delved deeper into the Qinling Mountains, hunting numerous ferocious creatures. Even the quasi-kings were not spared, with 5 of them slain. Following her second awakening, she had entered the E rank, with prospects of advancing to Tier 5 in the future, albeit requiring the conquest of a true Beast King's remains. Even the Venus flytrap consumed several quasi-king corpses, and with the remnants of black dragon scales extracted from the escort ships, supply vessels, and submarines by Li Feng, it too ascended to the quasi-king realm. Among the 4 individuals and 1 beast, only Li Feng remained stagnant, as his 2 most formidable escort ships lingered at the initial stage of Tier 3. However, the supply ship also absorbed a substantial quantity of third-tier pinnacle blood spirit crystals through the same method, elevating itself to the second-tier pinnacle, and subsequently assimilated quasi-king blood spirit crystals, advancing to the early stage of the 3rd tier. The remaining 2 quasi-king blood spirit crystals were entirely consumed by the attack-type nuclear submarine, enabling its breakthrough to the 3rd tier. This illustrates that, despite both being divine-level entities, the classification of attack-type nuclear submarines surpasses that of frigates and supply ships, equating to the mid-stage of divine level. A 10,000-ton destroyer would be regarded as late divine level, while a strategic nuclear submarine reaches the pinnacle of divine level. In contrast, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is categorized as super divine level. Yi Feng's small team has now entered the era of kings. Similarly, the emergence of beast kings globally continues to multiply. The number of quasi-kings is incalculable. Human kings have also begun to appear in succession, though most are akin to Chen Xiaoqiao's C-class combat king, destined to plateau at the 4th tier. The number of B-class awakened combatants follows, while A-class awakenings are even rarer. For instance, Yi Hongwu, with his A-class Songbu heavy armor, requires a genuine beast king blood spirit crystal to ascend to the 4th tier king. Xiao Qianshi, awakened with a 95 automatic rifle, remains revered as a combat king, yet possesses formidable combat prowess capable of slaying beast kings, whether human kings or beast kings, upon breaking through to the 4th tier. They exude a unique aura that instills fear in other ferocious beasts, establishing their own domains. Naturally, human kings command respect and admiration from surrounding survivors, spontaneously forming vast organizations, becoming local sovereigns and lords. As the blood-red sun begins to set, Yi Feng and his companions have spent an entire day and night in the Qinling Mountains, reaping significant rewards. Aside from a few individuals who have ascended to kingship, Yi Feng's previously awakened 4 vessels have all advanced to the 3rd tier. Furthermore, his 2 Type 055 destroyers have fully awakened, with their close-in weapon systems emerging. Only the hundreds of terrifying large missile launch silos remain. The Type 055A, a 10,000-ton destroyer, is a genuine weapon of mass destruction. With 112 missile launch silos, its offensive capabilities rival those of a large aircraft carrier equipped with dozens of fighter jets. Thus, awakening these numerous silos requires a substantial amount of blood spirit crystals and may even necessitate quasi-king level resources. Yifeng has already confirmed that the carrier-based aircraft demand quasi-king blood spirit crystals for awakening. This insatiable beast elicits both adoration and frustration from him. However, Yi Hongwu is quite pleased, as the greater the difficulty in awakening his son's battle soldiers, the greater their potential. With a king like him around, gathering quasi-king and even king-level blood spirit crystals is not a challenge. Utilize your frigate's radar to scan for any quasi-kings, he urged eagerly after dinner. He can handle one quasi-king, but if accompanied by a group of peak third-tier ferocious beasts or 2 beast kings, he would be outmatched. Before Yifeng could finish his words, he suddenly gasped, prompting Yi Hongwu to spring up swiftly and rush out. Subsequently, Xiao Shu, Lu Tingting, Chen Xiaoqiao, and the Venus flytrap sensed a terrifying aura rapidly approaching from afar, tightening their bodies in response. Boom, boom, boom. A peculiar sound, reminiscent of an earthquake coupled with thunder, echoed from the distance. Bang, bang, bang. The familiar sound of cannon fire rang out, tinged with urgency and panic. Chapter 55. The Arrival of the Black Bear King. Nuclear-grade cruise missiles. A beast king approaches. Its aura was formidable, its size immense, and it was in pursuit of Li Lei. Everyone, be cautious. With all 4 frigates having broken through the Third Order, Yifeng's physical body was now comparable to a Fourth-Order king, even rivaling the formidable physique of a near-king-level beast. As he stomped down, the shoes Lu Tingting made for him from near-king-level leather creaked, leaving a crater in the ground larger than a wash basin, as if trampled by an African elephant. Each stride covered over 30 meters, his pace reaching 3 steps per second, translating to a speed of 100 meters per second, or a terrifying 360 kilometers per hour. The hair that had been forcibly pulled out by the cruise missile the day before yesterday had now grown back, each strand half an inch long, like steel needles. His shorts, also made from near-king-level leather, whipped through the air as he sprinted, producing sharp, cracking sounds like a whip. Because his combat units, such as frigates and nuclear submarines, were so powerful, Yifeng rarely engaged in close combat like his father, Yi Hongwu, and rarely displayed his formidable physical strength. But in truth, having absorbed a large number of blood spirit crystals, his physical body was absolutely no less powerful than his father's, who wielded a first-class serpent spear 4th Order combat unit. As he sprinted at full speed, even Yi Hongwu found it difficult to keep up. Xiao Shu, Lu Tingting, Chen Xiaoqiao, and the Venus flytrap followed behind, guarding each other against surprise attacks, lest they become a burden instead of a help. Bursting through a tunnel, Yifeng suddenly realized something, leaping up and sprinting towards the mountain. Dad, you go first. Yi Hongwu remained silent, maintaining his breathing rhythm, and continued to sprint. His velocity surged to over 300 kilometers per hour. His once pulsating heart had metamorphosed into a crystalline structure, akin to a nuclear reactor, swiftly extracting and circulating the sanguine spirit energy throughout his body, thus fueling his corporeal form. Similarly, his blood had undergone a transformation from liquid to gas, reminiscent of the internal energy in martial arts or the primordial chi in Taoism, enabling the rapid and efficient mobilization of substantial energy for explosive bursts. Thundering like a volley from a Barrett heavy sniper rifle, Yi Hongwu's footfalls reverberated as he vanished into the night. Concurrently, Yifeng, a veritable human razor, ascended from the verdant foothills to the mountain's apex, shattering and trampling everything in his path. With each punch and chop, any flora or fauna that dared obstruct him was summarily felled. Reaching the summit with alacrity, Yifeng employed both hands and feet to obliterate and displace boulders. He drove his feet into the earth and stone, carving out a vast, arcuate trench with remarkable speed. With a resonant hum, the nuclear submarine within his left leg was unleashed, crashing into the prepared hollow. Unlike the hull, the submarine's base was equipped with arcuate supports from the shipyard. Placing it directly on the jagged rocks risked damaging the underwater behemoth. However, Yifeng, with his formidable physique, transformed into a human excavator, rapidly creating a berth that snugly accommodated the submarine's lower portion. Yifeng, eyes closed in deep concentration, activated the submarine's advanced radar and sonar systems, probing the distant expanse. Simultaneously, the 18 cruise missile launch bays, 9 on each side of the submarine's dorsal surface, were deployed with a mechanical click. Expending his own sanguine spirit energy, Yifeng swiftly surveyed the distant panorama, a revelation that sent a jolt through his very being. It was a super-colossal bear, towering over 200 meters in height. With a girth approaching 100 meters, the 200 meters merely represented the elevation of its back when its limbs were grounded. If it stood upright, its height would surpass 500 meters. It was undeniably a veritable mountain of black flesh, racing across the peaks with astonishing speed. Its massive claws, measuring over 10 meters in length, rendered the hardened rocks beneath it to mere dust in an instant. With a sudden leap, it soared hundreds of meters away, landing upon the next summit, while the previous peak crumbled and cracked under its weight. Li Lei, piloting a tank, accelerated to a staggering 200 kilometers per hour along the rugged mountain path. The valley echoed with the cacophony of his tank's tracks grinding against the remnants of third-tier beasts, sparks flying in abundance. His heavy 99A2 tank, weighing several dozen tons, appeared as a mere matchbox in the presence of this black behemoth. He maneuvered the cannon skillfully, unleashing a barrage upon the Bear King. But the strikes only inflicted minor wounds or were deflected by its colossal claws. A half-god warrior at the pinnacle of third-tier strength could hardly harm the Beast King. The miraculous confrontation that Yifeng had previously achieved against the Black Dragon King was an impossible feat for Li Lei to replicate. As Li Lei approached his limit, with his father still several kilometers away, Yifeng gritted his teeth and decisively released a supply ship down the mountainside. The enormous vessel materialized out of thin air, plummeting thunderously towards the valley below. Despite the height of 400 to 500 meters, the supply ship measured over 200 meters in length and exceeded 30 meters in width and height, destined to shatter upon impact in mere seconds. Launch! Yifeng bellowed, exerting every ounce of strength to rapidly siphon the blood spirit energy from within the supply ship, surging it into the nuclear submarine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the supply ship could land, 3 cruise missiles had fully charged, soaring skyward with a deafening roar, then veering off at 3 times the speed of sound towards the Black Bear King. A resounding boom echoed as the cruise missiles, launched from beneath the waves, targeted the colossal supply vessel and the nuclear submarine, presenting a significant challenge for Yifeng amidst the perilous Qinling Mountains. Nevertheless, the 3 cruise missiles were finally unleashed. The terrifying Black Bear King, initially poised to crush tanks with its formidable claws, suddenly bristled with its steel-like black fur. Boom! One cruise missile, having maneuvered past the mountaintop, was struck by a massive boulder, triggering an early detonation. The remaining 2 missiles, under Yifeng's meticulous control of the nuclear submarine, adjusted their trajectories, adopting a pincer formation as they hurtled towards the Black Bear King in the valley. To ensure effectiveness, at least 1 missile was expected to strike true, but only 1 could achieve a direct hit, unless the Black Bear King remained immobile. Indeed, a fierce glint flashed in the gigantic eyes of the Black Bear King as it swiftly made a decision, charging towards the left missile. With a nimble twist, it swung its colossal right paw down with tremendous force. This agile behemoth was not only clever but also cunning. It intended to endure the impact of the first missile's explosion, hoping to trigger the detonation of the right missile through the shockwave, thereby only having to withstand a single explosion. Boom! The 9-meter-long, 80-centimeter-wide cruise missile, with a warhead weighing 500 kilograms, erupted violently within the grasp of the Black Bear King's enormous claw, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. Even the original cruise missile could inflict severe damage upon colossal vessels weighing tens of thousands of tons. Yet now, the nuclear submarine has ascended to the 3rd tier, its power far surpassing that of its predecessor. Within the immense valley, a tremendous spark erupted, filling the entire expanse and enveloping the formidable Black Bear King. A mushroom cloud ascended, reminiscent of a nuclear detonation. This particular cruise missile had made contact with its intended target, unleashing its full might. The missile previously detonated by the boulder had not revealed its true potential. It was merely a ruse by Yifeng, deliberately misleading the Black Bear King. No matter how cunning you may be, you are still subject to my whims. A triumphant smile graced Yifeng's lips. Chapter 56. The Tragic Black Bear King. Father soars with the cannon. 3 cruise missiles soared over several kilometers. 1 detonated as Yifeng cunningly led the Black Bear King astray. Another was utilized as a mere expendable to drive the Black Bear King into a trap, exploding at the valley's edge. Thanks to Yifeng's mental prowess and the precise control of the nuclear submarine's radar, the power of these 2 missiles was not overwhelming, resulting in minimal consumption of blood spirit energy. The majority of the blood spirit energy was infused into the missile targeted by the Black Bear King at the critical moment. The valley, spanning thousands of meters, was engulfed in flames. At this moment, there was no distinction between the first, second, and third-tier plant spirit beasts. All perished in the horrific explosion and flames. Their charred remnants, ashes mingling with sand and moisture, coalesced into a colossal black mushroom cloud. Soaring hundreds of meters into the sky, the terrifying shockwave radiated outward, forcibly expanding the valley to twice its size, stripping away layers of rock and soil over 100 meters thick. Atop the mountain, a tremendous impact had resulted in the summit being sheared away by half. In disbelief, Li lay, racing through the valley in his tank, gasped and huddled within, accelerating furiously. In an astonishing turn of events, the tank, weighing several dozen tons, was thrust into the air like a forsaken matchbox, swept up by the terrifying shockwave, soaring several meters before crashing into a distant mountain. Fire! Li lay gritted his teeth, bracing against the horrifying wave of force as he unleashed a barrage upon the mountain. Boom! This time, he employed an explosive shell, its armor-piercing capability somewhat diminished. Yet it offered a broader area of devastation. A massive crater, nearly 100 meters in diameter and several dozen meters deep, was carved out, turning the once solid rock into countless tiny grains of earth and stone. Thud! The tank plunged into the crater, becoming ensnared in its depths. As Li lay caught his breath and maneuvered the tank backward, he gazed upon the valley several hundred meters away, rendered speechless. The formidable creature, originally towering at 500 meters with a girth exceeding 100 meters and claws akin to train carriages, now stood diminished and emaciated. Beneath its feet lay a vast pit, over 100 meters deep and several hundred meters wide, where it slumped in defeat. Its body was engulfed in flames. Its fur entirely incinerated, and much of its flesh had been torn away. The flames danced upon its robust muscles and sinews. Particularly devastating was the gaping wound in its softest underbelly, ruptured to reveal charred innards. While much of its blood had evaporated, it continued to pool, cascading from the immense wound in its abdomen, forming a crimson waterfall. However, as the Beast King, during the most critical moment of the crew's missile explosion, it too sensed a looming crisis. Its left paw pressed against its chest, covering the heart, which had been grievously injured, yet miraculously, it safeguarded its life force. Thud! 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 The colossal heart, larger than that of an African elephant, began to throb violently. Although it was crystalline in nature, it pulsated akin to a genuine heart, surging forth with potent blood essence, mending the wounds of the Black Bear King. A layer of crimson radiance enveloped its abdomen, resembling a delicate membrane, containing its viscera and blood within. The severed, charred, and torn muscles seemed to possess a vitality of their own, rapidly pairing and regenerating anew. The internal organs were also undergoing restoration. Though Yifeng had survived for 3 years in this apocalyptic world, he had previously been but a novice, merely scraping by day, often going hungry, his belly unfilled. He had never even slain a third-tier ferocious beast, let alone engaged the Beast King in combat. He only knew that the Beast King was formidable, often referred to as a nuclear-level creature, yet he never anticipated its reputation to be so well-deserved. The cruise missile that had just detonated, he estimated, carried an explosive yield equivalent to 10,000 tons of TNT, nearing the power of the Hiroshima atomic bomb. Yet it had failed to vanquish the Black Bear Beast King. He contemplated deploying another supply ship, employing the same tactic to allow it to recharge swiftly during its descent. However, due to the previous expenditure, this recharge would undoubtedly be slower, and the likelihood of failure was significant. Moreover, although the Black Bear King was grievously wounded, it did not constitute a fatal injury. It remained entirely capable of evasion. The cruise missile, even achieving speeds thrice that of sound, was still too sluggish for the Beast King. In the face of vigilance, it is exceedingly challenging to launch a subsequent strike with just 2 or 3 missiles. Much like the assault on an aircraft carrier, a saturation attack is essential to overwhelm the defensive missiles, thereby enabling a successful strike. Whoosh! Yifeng made an instantaneous decision to retract the nuclear submarine. He leapt from a height of several hundred meters down the mountainside, skillfully utilizing the force of massive trees, boulders, and cliffs to decelerate his descent, while simultaneously propelling himself toward the Black Bear King. He was determined to slay the king. While the Beast King was undeniably formidable, it also represented a treasure trove. A wounded Beast King was an opportunity not to be squandered. Meanwhile, Li lay gazed at the injured Black Bear King, utterly astounded. He had previously bombarded the king with numerous shells, yet even the most penetrative armor-piercing rounds merely inflicted a 1 or 2 meter deep wound, barely qualifying as a light injury. Furthermore, as the injury healed, the armor-piercing projectiles were rapidly expelled. Yi Feng's missiles, possessing such formidable power, likely surpassed his own tank's capabilities tenfold. Amidst his astonishment, a towering and formidable figure emerged from the distant shockwaves, soaring at an almost airborne speed across the mountain peaks and cliffs, leaving behind a trail of crumbling rocks. Uncle Yi! Uncle Yi! I've missed you so much! Li Lei exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. He had not anticipated that in just 2 days. Not only had Yi Feng grown to such extraordinary strength, but even Uncle Yi had surpassed that threshold, becoming a Tier 4 monarch. Lend a hand. With a resounding roar, Yi Hongwu surged past Li Lei, his left hand seizing the barrel of Li Lei's tank. In a display of Herculean strength, he wrenched the 50-ton behemoth from the mire and hurled it dozens of meters away onto the road, the very path Li Lei had forged when he aided Yi Feng days prior. The tank crashed to the earth with a deafening thud, leaving Li Lei dazed and filled with awe and envy. Is this the might of a sovereign? He mused. A force capable of shouldering, nay, flinging tanks. Slay! Yi Hongwu bellowed, traversing the remaining hundreds of meters in a matter of strides. His crimson serpent spear arced through the air, materializing into a colossal 40-meter blade that descended upon the Black Bear King. Roar! The Black Bear King roared in response, venting its shock and fury. With its remaining paw, the other reduced to bone from its attempt to shield its chest, it forcibly shattered the crimson spear, reopening its barely healed wounds. The bear's massive frame shuddered violently, exacerbating its injuries. Its right paw, having been at the epicenter of the cruise missile's blast, was severed at the wrist, leaving it to resentfully and desperately parry with its remaining appendage. Boom! Seizing the opportunity, Li Lei adjusted his cannon and fired upon the Black Bear King's abdominal wound. The bear twisted its body, using its back to absorb the impact. The armor-piercing shell, which previously could only penetrate a meter or 2, now bored 3 or 4 meters into its flesh. It was not that Li Lei had grown stronger, but that the Black Bear King's injuries had severely compromised its defenses. Roar! It emitted another cry of defiance and bitter resentment, scrambling out of the crater and fleeing towards the valley's exit. In their brief encounter, it had recognized the immense power of the human sovereign before it. Crucially, the human who had ambushed and wounded it with strange weaponry was rapidly approaching, leaving it no choice but to escape. Yi Hongwu was certainly relentless in his pursuit, yet his speed paled in comparison to that of the Black Bear King. Its immense size did not diminish its agility. Rather, it bestowed upon its robust legs a remarkable swiftness. Fire! Now! Yi Feng bellowed from a distance. Upon hearing his command, Li Lei, without hesitation, unleashed a cannon shot. Yi Hongwu and his son had collaborated numerous times, their minds in perfect sync. Upon hearing the command and noticing the direction of Li Lei's cannon, he swiftly leaped into action. The armor upon his back was fortified to its utmost limit. Boom! Yi Hongwu endured Li Lei's cannonball with his heavily armored back, then propelled himself towards the Black Bear King at several times the speed of sound. Chapter 57. The anti-air missile achieves great success. The Black Bear King is slain. Yi Hongwu felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood, sensing that his ribs had fractured. While Song Bu's heavy armor offered formidable protection, being of Class A awakening, Li Lei's Type 99A2 tank surpassed that, embodying a semi-divine awakening. However, the battle armor sustained severe damage, resulting in broken ribs and internal injuries that were unavoidable. This wretched son is a source of trouble, Yi Hongwu thought, cursing his son, only to realize he was, in fact, cursing himself. He steadied his mind, took a deep breath, and temporarily suppressed his injuries as he lunged towards the back of the Black Bear King. The massive Black Bear King, despite its size, could not escape its inherent vulnerabilities, one of which was its exposed back. As Yi Hongwu descended upon it, he conjured a 40-meter blood spear blade once more, striking towards the Black Bear King's back. Severely injured and having lost too much blood, should it withstand this royal strike, it would undoubtedly inflict further harm upon itself. Left with no choice, it had to turn, using its bony left claw to brace against the impending blow. Crack! The blood spear shattered once more, yet this time, colossal fissures appeared on each of its claws, each as immense as a train car. It seemed that enduring one more strike would cause its claws to crumble entirely. Yi Hongwu, a fourth-tier sovereign. Wielding the serpent spear that had metamorphosed to grade A, possessed the capability to effortlessly cleave a 100-meter hill. However, Yi Hongwu had arrived as a siege weapon. Already bearing injuries, and successive grand maneuvers had further depleted his reserves. The disintegration of the 40-meter blood blade unleashed a shockwave, diminishing his momentum and causing him to descend towards the earth. The Black Bear King raised its gargantuan paw, descending with a thunderous stomp. Akin to a human crushing an ant, Yi Hongwu swiftly galvanized his battered armor, directing the blood spear upwards with every ounce of strength. Nevertheless, the Black Bear King fainted, its paw landing adjacent to Yi Hongwu, scattering a deluge of earth and stone, and it rapidly fled deeper into the mountains. Uncle Yi, once more. Li Lei, piloting a tank, careened through the valley, vociferously shouting from afar. Once more, your arse. Do you intend to obliterate me? Neither of you whelps is worth a damn. Yi Hongwu, panting laboriously, sat upon the ground, grumbling acrimoniously. Heh, Li Lei chuckled, firing 2 rounds towards the Black Bear King's retreating back, alleviating the awkwardness. He, too, was greatly depleted, having been pursued by the Black Bear King for scores of kilometers, narrowly escaping death on several occasions. The armor behind the tank's rear having been torn asunder. Prior to this, he had endured the concussive force of a cruise missile detonation and had been hurled dozens of meters by Yi Hongwu, gripping the cannon barrel. Fortunately, this was a third-tier, peak demigod-level Awaken 99A2 tank. Any other armored vehicle or infantry fighting vehicle would have long since disintegrated. Father, take a break. Allow me to take over. Yifeng sprinted from a distance, charging up to the scorched summit of the valley, laid bare by the shockwave. He raised his hand to deploy 2 frigates. Although these frigates were of divine caliber, they had only just attained the initial stage, rendering their power inferior to that of mid-stage divine nuclear submarines. Nevertheless, they would suffice for dealing with the injured Black Bear King. Boom. From Yi Feng's outstretched arms, 2 140-meter-long frigates materialized, side by side atop the mountain peak. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid-fire naval cannons were the first to unleash their fury, initiating a barrage. The 100-millimeter cannons, albeit only at the nascent third tier, exhibited a ferocity surpassing that of the 150-millimeter, peak third-tier main gun of the 99A2 tank. Under the radar lock of the frigates, shells raced toward the Black Bear King at 5 to 6 times the speed of sound, targeting its hind leg's knee joint. Amidst the chaos, they penetrated, shredding its tendons. With a piercing howl, the Black Bear King faltered, its hind legs giving way, causing its body to stagger and collide against the mountainside, resulting in a cascade of earth and stone, inadvertently crushing nearby flora and fauna. Roar! The Black Bear King was truly terrified. Its adversary's soldiers exuded the aura of the third tier, yet their assault was alarmingly potent. Escape was futile. It twisted its body, using the mountain as a shield to fend off Yi Feng's naval cannons. However, the cannons fell silent. Their purpose was merely to prevent the Black Bear King from fleeing. For to vanquish the Beast King, missiles were imperative. As the naval cannons ceased fire, a series of vertical missile launch hatches clicked open in rapid succession. At this juncture, a series of missiles ascended skyward. While not possessing the potency of the nuclear submarine's cruise missiles, their offensive capability still warranted caution from the Beast King. Whoosh! A jolt reverberated through Yifeng as a colossal supply ship descended into the scorched valley, commencing the uninterrupted replenishment of energy to the 2 frigates perched atop the mountain. The Type 054B frigate, commissioned in 2024, boasted a displacement exceeding 5,000 tons and was equipped with 48 missile launch cells, rivaling the firepower of a diminished destroyer. The combined 96 launch cells of the 2 frigates rivaled the arsenal of an American Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Black Bear King, having sought refuge behind the mountain, experienced an instantaneous bristling of its fur as a chilling premonition of mortality assailed it. Despite its instinctive urge to flee, the Beast King's intuition and sagacity compelled it to override its primal instincts, and with gritted teeth, it charged ferociously toward Yifeng. Flight would only result in passive vulnerability and a swift demise. A desperate gambit to cripple the adversary's war machines or eliminate the opponent offered a sliver of hope. With a thunderous roar, the Black Bear King surged toward Yifeng, its blood staining the mountain peaks and flora, as well as the monstrous beasts. These flora monsters, akin to protagonists in a novel, evaded the peril of accidental demise, reaping substantial benefits. The Beast King's blood bestowed upon them a significant boon, paving the way for their ascent to quasi-royal status. In the upper reaches of the atmosphere, a barrage of anti-ship missiles streaked across the nocturnal canvas, their radiant rocket emissions illuminating the night as they hurtled toward the Black Bear King's cranium at 4 to 5 times the speed of sound. The vertical launch system of the 054 frigate is merely of medium size, inferior to the larger vertical launch systems of the 052D destroyer and the 055,000-ton destroyer. The anti-ship missiles it launches lack the potency of those deployed by destroyers and submarines. Nonetheless, it possesses an advantage in the speed of its anti-ship missiles, which surpasses that of cruise missiles. Additionally, the anti-submarine torpedo, Fish 8, is a formidable weapon. The primary function of the frigate is anti-submarine warfare, while the destroyer's main role is air defense, both aimed at safeguarding the aircraft carrier. Only the 1,000-ton destroyer, equipped with over 100 launch silos, can command the battlefield. Armed with an extensive array of large anti-ship, air defense, anti-submarine, and even ballistic missiles. Although the displacement of the 054B has significantly increased, thereby incorporating anti-ship missiles absent in the 054A, their numbers remain limited. 2 frigates together launch a total of 8 anti-ship missiles towards the Black Bear King. The Black Bear King, with its 3 injured legs, charges at Yifeng at full speed, its front left paw reduced to mere bones. While it defiantly withstands the onslaught of 8 anti-ship missiles with its right arm, devoid of claws. In the ensuing explosive chaos, much of its right arm is obliterated, leaving its shoulder and face a gruesome sight, drenched in blood. It emits a roar, unlike any heard before, as a blood-red orb of light erupts from its mouth. Yifeng's heart races, yet he remains composed. On the frigate, the number of medium-range air defense missiles, Hongqi 16, is considerable. Air defense missiles are designed to intercept incoming threats, and speed is paramount. The original version of the Hongqi 16 reaches a maximum velocity of 4 times the speed of sound. On Yifeng's third-tier frigate, this speed is further doubled to a staggering 8 times the speed of sound. The sound they emitted as they pierced through the air was markedly different from conventional supersonic booms, as though the very fabric of space were being torn asunder. A succession of Red Flag 16 missiles, summoned forth from the maw of the Black Bear King, surged forth before their full detonation could manifest, erupting with a thunderous explosion. The red radiance within the bear's jaws was ignited prematurely, giving rise to a crimson mushroom cloud. A shattered head, resembling a small mountain, soared into the air, hurtling into the distance. The colossal form of the Black Bear King, towering hundreds of meters high, collapsed to the ground in a thunderous crash, embodying the essence of defiance and wrath. Chapter 58. Absorbing the blood spirit crystal of the Beast King. The stealth carrier aircraft awakens. Even Yifeng himself was astonished by the sheer magnitude of the power wielded by a handful of medium-range air defense missiles. Yet, the crux of their potency lay in their staggering speed of 8 times the speed of sound, seizing the moment with precision. Much like the match that ignites a bomb, the true strength did not reside in the match itself, but rather in the opportune timing of its strike. Each Beast King possesses a lethal technique, which Yifeng referred to as their ultimate move, akin to the innate divine abilities of mythical beasts in fantastical novels, capable of unleashing their most formidable assault. Air defense missiles excel at preemptively detonating the formidable missiles of incoming foes, a testament to their expertise. Just as the Black Bear King's ultimate move was on the verge of being unleashed from its throat, it was intercepted and detonated by the air defense missile, resulting in a colossal blood-red mushroom cloud. The corpse of the Beast King toppled backward, reminiscent of a landslide, accompanied by a resounding roar, as torrents of blood gushed forth from its severed neck, forming a small stream. 3 egg. Quickly, Yifeng shouted, though his voice did not travel swiftly. As he called out, he deftly maneuvered the close-in defense cannon of the escort ship, unleashing a volley towards the feet of Li Lei. Realizing what had transpired, Li Lei, upon hearing Yifeng's fervent call, leaped to his feet and ecstatically dashed towards the fallen Black Bear King's carcass in the distance. Yi Hongwu also hastened his pace, his Song infantry armor having sustained considerable damage, necessitating the restorative properties of blood spirit energy. Furthermore, his serpent spear, having been snapped by the Black Dragon King, had endured multiple battles, exacerbating its injuries, ultimately leading to its transformation into a Class A weapon and his advancement to the Fourth Order King, a double blessing. This time, with the opportunity to imbibe the genuine blood of a beast king to his heart's content. There was a chance that his Song infantry armor might also ascend to the Fourth Order. Possessing 2 king-level weapons would undoubtedly elevate his overall combat prowess significantly. With a thunderous roar, as the 2 men reached the Black Bear King's neck, basking in the gushing, scalding blood, the immense bear head, which had been blasted high into the air, crashed down not far from the mountain peak where Yifeng stood, before tumbling downwards. Yifeng retrieved a corvette and the supply ship from the valley, retaining 1 corvette for contingency purposes, and swiftly descended the mountain, pursuing the massive, mangled bear head. The bear head came to rest on the mountainside, lodged in a colossal depression. As Yifeng approached, he was once again struck by the sheer magnitude of the Black Bear King. The lower jaw of its bear head had been shattered. Yet the remaining head still measured 50 to 60 meters in diameter, its eyeballs comparable in size to train cars. Its upper jaw was lined with teeth, particularly 2 tusks, each 3 meters in diameter and 7 to 8 meters in length. Yifeng reached out, tapping on them, eliciting a crisp, metallic clang reminiscent of striking a metal pillar. Excellent, excellent, Yifeng exclaimed inwardly, finally acquiring a suitable melee weapon. Likewise, the defensive armor of his comrades could also be upgraded. The hide of the Beast King, particularly that of the formidable Black Bear King, boasts protective capabilities that rival the pinnacle of third-tier heavy armor. Its teeth and bones surpass the finest alloys of bygone technological advancements. It can be asserted that, apart from the catastrophic capabilities of hydrogen bombs, humanity's most advanced technologies pale in comparison to the Beast King. Xiaofeng, its heart has yet to crystallize into a blood spirit gem, echoed the voice of Yihongwu, filled with shock, disappointment, and urgency from a distance. He traced the carotid artery of the Black Bear King, akin to burrowing through a tunnel, and ventured into the grand chamber of its heart. To his dismay, the heart remained fleshy, albeit remarkably resilient, and bore no resemblance to a blood spirit gem. The encounter with such a beast king was exceedingly rare and perilous. Without the blood spirit gem, the loss would be significant. Do not fret, it resides in the head. Yifeng replied with a smile. For lesser beasts, the blood spirit gem is typically found within their hearts or energy cores. However, upon ascending to the status of a beast king, a new blood spirit gem forms within their cranium, rendering the heart to revert to its original fleshy state. Thus, the blood spirit gem within the brain, in conjunction with the heart, provides energy to the beast king, further contributing to its formidable nature through dual-core propulsion. A cataclysmic explosion erupted at the neck of the Black Bear King, obliterating nearly all the flesh of its head and causing extensive fissures in its upper jaw. The surge of energy penetrated, evaporating the brain matter within its skull, leaving behind a blood spirit gem, no larger than a fist, pulsating with a crimson glow, reminiscent of a red lantern. Yifeng delved into the cavernous eye socket of the Black Bear King, extending his hand through a fissure to retrieve the blood spirit crystal nestled within. He settled directly within the eye socket, pressing the precious Beast King's blood spirit crystal against his chest, commencing the absorption process. This time, he was resolute in awakening the aircraft carrier. The energy emanating from the Beast King's blood spirit crystal surged forth like an unrelenting river, flooding into Yifeng's body and causing it to tremble. Yet, there was no pain, only an overwhelming sensation of comfort and fulfillment. With a resonant hum, a 100,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier materialized instantaneously within the valley, filling it to the brim. Subsequently, its interior illuminated and radiated warmth, resembling a miniature sun undergoing nuclear fusion. An essential transformation was occurring within the vessel. The hum intensified as 8 30mm close-in weapon systems, arranged in pairs on 4 protruding platforms on either side of the carrier's deck, sprang to life. Soon after, the platforms awakened the C-Red Flag 10A short-range surface-to-air missiles, designed to intercept incoming projectiles within a range of approximately 5 kilometers. Finally, the C-Red Flag 20 medium to short-range surface-to-air missiles were activated. The C-Red Flag 16, mounted on the 054A frigate, serves as a medium-range missile with a range of 1.5 to 40 kilometers, boasting substantial versatility despite its considerable size of 700 kilograms. In contrast, the newly commissioned C-Red Flag 20 on the 19th nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, with a range of 10 kilometers, is notably smaller and features a rapid firing rate, representing an enhanced version of the C-Red Flag 10A and a concentrated iteration of the C-Red Flag 16. As for offensive capabilities, A plethora of carrier-based aircraft was poised for action. The air was charged with anticipation. At this moment, the aircraft carrier began its ultimate awakening, emitting a thunderous roar from within, reminiscent of dozens of fighter jets taking flight. Each powerful engine, boasting a thrust of several tons, unleashed a terrifying, howling cacophony. Yi Hongwu stood atop the corpse of the Black Bear King, gazing intently at Yi Feng, his expression a blend of tension and anticipation. Once his son took this crucial step, he would truly soar to the heavens and plunge into the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, Li Lei squatted on the body of the Black Bear King, swiftly slicing off pieces of its flesh, charred by missile fire, with a sharp shard of claw. Indulging in the feast while beckoning, "Uncle Yi, come and eat. It's a great boost. Don't worry, Brother Yi. This is genuine Beast King Blood Spirit Crystal. It understands far more than we do and will surely awaken successfully." On another path, Xiao Shu, Qin Xiaoqiao, Lu Dingding, and the Venus flytrap hurriedly made their way over. Upon witnessing the massive corpse of the Black Bear King and the fierce transformation occurring on the colossal aircraft carrier, they felt a mix of shock and joy. "Captain Xiao. Sister-in-law, hurry." Li Lei called out again, his grin wide and uncontainable. Suddenly, a distinct sound emanated from Yi Feng's aircraft carrier, akin to an elevator in motion. With a click, a section of the deck opened, and a brilliant, gleaming carrier-based aircraft gradually ascended from beneath the deck, finally resting on the surface. Exuding an aura of formidable power, the J-35A stealth fifth-generation carrier-based fighter had awakened. Chapter 59. Why doesn't he, the protagonist, use a super battleship? Firstly, there is no need to compare the attack ranges and maneuverability of both sides. The super naval gun would undoubtedly suffer defeat. Let us simply compare the might of both forces. The American air-launched Harpoon anti-ship missile, with a gross weight exceeding 500 kilograms and a warhead of 230 kilograms containing 90 kilograms of explosives, cruises at subsonic speeds. In contrast, the domestically produced YJ-83 weighs over 800 kilograms, boasts a warhead exceeding 260 kilograms with an explosive charge surpassing 100 kilograms, and dives at Mach 1. 5. A single missile capable of crippling a 5,000-ton capital ship. We now exist in an era where the offense decidedly outstrips the defense. Even the most formidable tank armor, incorporating super-hardened alloys, ceramic composites, and reactive plating, is rendered negligible not only by dedicated anti-tank missiles, but also by the tank's own main guns. Warships have largely conceded to this reality. Aircraft carrier flight decks typically possess a mere 5 centimeters of thickness, with the hull plating even thinner. Defense primarily relies on active measures, employing an array of anti-air missiles and close-in weapon systems to intercept incoming missiles. The Yamato's 460mm guns were equipped with 3 types of projectiles: the Type 91 armor-piercing shell, weighing 460 kilograms, containing 85 kilograms of explosive, with a muzzle velocity of 785 meters per second and a maximum range of 50 meters, at a 45-degree elevation, and the Type 3 anti-aircraft shell and high-explosive shell, both weighing 360 kilograms with a muzzle velocity of 805 meters per second. The former, designed for anti-aircraft engagement, had a maximum altitude of 900 meters, while the latter contained 5 kilograms of explosive. Even these are thoroughly outmatched by modern anti-ship missiles. I appreciate the collective fascination with and fondness for colossal gun-equipped battleships. As a spoiler, the protagonist's shipborne guns will evolve in the future. Electromagnetic and stellar annihilating cannons will emerge. However, caliber is no longer the arbiter of power, velocity is. Chapter 60. Carrier-based aircraft sweep the Qinling Mountains, upgrading to 6th-generation fighters. December 2023. The Lake Jian aircraft carrier undergoes sea trials. Commissioned on Naval Day, April 23, 2024. The long-awaited J-35 stealth 5th-generation fighter emerged, eliciting national jubilation. The speed of infrastructure construction is no longer confined to mere infrastructure. With the support of comprehensive technology and economy, aircraft carriers can also be mass-produced at a record-breaking pace. By the end of 2025, the number 19-100-000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier Guangzhou was launched. A year and a half later, it was commissioned, and Yi Feng was among the first batch of serving crew members. Hence the aircraft carrier model souvenir presented by the military. The stealth carrier-based aircraft J-35 35A, built by the aircraft carrier, is also an upgraded and improved version, far more powerful than the original. At this time, Yifeng's carrier-based aircraft, with its folded wingspan opened, reached 15 meters, and its length was 22 meters, even larger than its predecessor, the J-15 Flying Shark. From now on, you will be called Dapeng. Yifeng murmured with a smile. Dapeng, taken from the golden-winged Garuda, signifies speed and powerful combat capabilities. Although Dapeng is larger than the previous Flying Shark, it uses stronger and lighter new materials, with a self-weight of only 15 tons and a takeoff weight of up to 35 tons. In other words, it can carry 8 tons of fuel and 12 tons of various aerial bombs, making it a veritable bomb truck, even comparable to a medium-sized bomber. Yifeng's carrier-based aircraft does not burn fuel, but only consumes his blood-spirit energy. As long as the blood-spirit energy is sufficient, any of his artillery fire can be said to have unlimited ammunition. That is to say, his carrier-based aircraft can carry more ammunition. Similarly, his carrier-based aircraft can also be controlled by the radar on the aircraft carrier's island as a drone, or it can be controlled by humans. With a small load, it can take off on a deck of more than 300 meters long on its own, with considerable weight and the necessity for rapid takeoff. Electromagnetic catapults can indeed be employed. The ability for self-launch and self-recovery on a flat deck is a feat unattainable by conventional carrier-based aircraft. Yifeng, brimming with anticipation, maneuvered the carrier-based aircraft to reverse towards the stern of the aircraft carrier. The aircraft astonishingly engaged reverse thrust, a maneuver that genuine fighter jets are not equipped to perform. As Yifeng expended his blood-spirit energy, the tail of the aircraft emitted a brilliant red glow, extending several meters, before it surged forward at full throttle. It traversed the 300-meter-long deck, and with just over 30 meters remaining, it reached a velocity of 300 kilometers per hour. The front wheels lifted, followed by the rear, successfully taking off at an upward angle, having cleared the deck by several hundred meters and exiting the small valley. The aircraft accelerated to over 1,000 kilometers per hour, producing a sonic boom and achieving supersonic speed. In mere seconds, it vanished into the dark horizon. Yifeng focused intently, immersing himself in the experience atop the carrier island, feeling and controlling the aircraft. The front section of the aircraft was equipped with formidable onboard radar. The 4 essential elements of a 5th-generation fighter jet are supersonic cruising, super maneuverability, stealth, and information warfare capabilities. Powerful onboard radar and supercomputers are indispensable. Yifeng felt as though he was divided into 3 entities. His physical self was one part, the carrier island another, and the aircraft the third. It was akin to a person speaking while simultaneously coordinating with their hands to type out the words. Though seemingly independent, they were ultimately engaged in a singular task. Yifeng activated the aircraft's afterburners, propelling its speed to 2.5 times that of sound. However, the acceleration plateaued. For 5th-generation fighters, excessive velocity and altitude are unnecessary. A balanced progression is paramount. During the Cold War, both superpowers developed 2nd-generation high-altitude, high-speed interceptors, many of whose specifications surpassed those of modern 5th-generation aircraft. Yet their overall combat capabilities were unremarkable. Having ascertained the aircraft's terminal velocity, Yifeng activated the onboard radar, scrutinizing the Qinling Mountains from an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters. From such a vantage point, the vista was expansive, especially with the aid of the 5th-generation fighter's formidable radar. Much of the Qinling range was brought into Yifeng's purview, akin to monitoring a drone surveillance feed. Only 3 quasi-kings. Yifeng expressed some disappointment. The Qinling Mountains, stretching 1,600 kilometers in length and varying from several dozen to 200 kilometers in width, encompass an area of nearly 60,000 square kilometers. This is a crucial mountain range and a generator of the north-south climate divide. Yet, such a vast mountain range being home to only 3 quasi-kings seemed illogical. After a moment's reflection, Yifeng surmised, most of them must have perished. Either they had engaged in internecine battles, vying to evolve into a new beast king, or they had been consumed by the Black Bear King. Whoosh! Yifeng maneuvered the fighter jet, rapidly flying dozens of kilometers north at twice the speed of sound, before launching a long-range air-to-ground missile. Boom! Amidst the resounding detonation, a quasi-king guarding a dove tree was annihilated, its quasi-king blood spirit crystal sent flying. The carrier-based aircraft swooped in, catching the blood spirit crystal with its wings, allowing it to adhere to the airframe like taffy rapidly devouring it. Yifeng was also left with a sense of resignation. The blood spirit crystal of a fourth-tier beast king was exceedingly potent. However, after transforming the internal structure of the aircraft carrier and awakening 3 types of close-in weapon systems, including electromagnetic catapults, interceptors, elevators, and island radars, the remaining energy was astonishingly sufficient to awaken only a single J-35A fighter jet. At present, the carrier-based aircraft are consuming quasi-king blood spirit crystals, enabling them to ascend in rank once more, striving towards the second tier, that is, to break through into the 6th generation. Yet, one quasi-king blood spirit crystal proved insufficient. Yifeng urged the carrier-based aircraft to accelerate at full throttle, successfully hunting down 2 additional quasi-kings, thereby completing the final upgrade. It is not the quantity of soldiers that matters, but their quality. Once a generation gap among aircraft emerges, it results in overwhelming dominance. Over a decade ago, the American F-22 could indeed take on 10 opponents, effortlessly outclassing the J-10, as 8 air-to-air missiles proved utterly inadequate. The current level of the aircraft carrier is already satisfactory, and Yifeng's future plan is to increase both the number and strength of the carrier-based aircraft. For now, he aims to elevate this J-35 to the next level. Notably, just a few days before the resurgence of blood spirit energy, both the military and the United States announced on the same day the successful maiden flight of their 6th-generation aircraft. Although 5th-generation fighters are formidable when confronting the Beast King, they lack the offensive power and speed compared to anti-ship missiles launched from warships. Of course, they are adequate for reconnaissance and early warning roles. After absorbing a quasi-king crystal core, the carrier-based aircraft astonishingly began to modify and optimize its own form mid-flight, resembling a transformer. It became broader yet lighter, reducing its radar cross-section to a minimum. The edges of the aircraft adopted a more streamlined design, while still exuding a robust beauty, and the vector nozzles at the tail remarkably achieved a 270-degree rotation. In other words, it can direct its tail downwards, expelling powerful energy towards its abdomen, thus achieving a unique capability for vertical takeoff, landing, and hovering. It can also project energy diagonally upward towards its back for rapid descent. The jet streams it emits are exceptionally vigorous, allowing the aircraft to reach a cruising speed of twice the speed of sound, and under afterburner conditions, it can attain an astounding 3.5 times the speed of sound. At this velocity, the friction between the aircraft and the air generates temperatures exceeding 300 degrees, comparable to boiling oil. Furthermore, the temperature at the nose of Yifeng's aircraft reaches an astonishing 400 degrees. At 2.5 times the speed of sound, a thermal barrier is formed. The aluminum alloy aircraft of yesteryears could not withstand such extreme temperatures. The thermal barrier became a significant impediment for many aircraft seeking to increase their speed. The legendary Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft, utilizing its costly and cumbersome titanium alloy, managed to surpass the thermal barrier, achieving an impressive speed of 3 times the speed of sound. However, Yifeng's Great Peng has directly reinforced its structure and enhanced its aerodynamic system to reduce drag, effortlessly achieving a supersonic flight speed of 3.5 times the sound barrier. Moreover, its enormous belly has undergone modular transformation, enabling it to accommodate 36 medium-range missiles with ranges of several dozen kilometers, or 24 long-range missiles with ranges exceeding 100 kilometers. The modules can even be altered to store and launch 8 cruise missiles with ranges exceeding 1,000 kilometers. It can even serve as a strategic bomber, surpassing the former H-6, which served the nation for decades, capable of deploying 2 massive 10-ton underground bombs, deep-sea bombs, and super-heavy torpedoes. Perfect. Chapter 61. Transporting the 10,000-ton Black Bear King. Returning to the river. 4th update. Boom. The sound of slicing through the air echoed as a slightly reddened fighter jet swiftly approached from afar, propelled by high-speed friction and the essence of blood spirit. After circling twice, it adeptly reduced its speed and entered the valley, landing with a slight jolt upon the deck of the aircraft carrier. The arrestor hook descended, ensnaring the arrestor wire, bringing the aircraft to a rapid halt. It still bore several long-range air-to-air missiles, which Yifeng chose not to abandon, as they were composed of a significant amount of condensed blood spirit crystals. Discarding them would be an egregious waste. Landing a carrier-based aircraft is perilous and demands exceptional skill. It is akin to maneuvering a small car, 1.70 meters wide, at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour through a tunnel barely 1 meter 80 wide. Furthermore, landing while armed presents a multitude of dangers. Thus, in reality, carrier-based aircraft and bombers typically jettison missiles, bombs, and even auxiliary fuel tanks to lighten their load before landing. A 100,000-ton aircraft carrier necessitates 5,000 crew members to manage the various aspects of the carrier and its aircraft. Yet, Yifeng's carrier had but one occupant, himself. A low hum resonated as Yifeng instinctively placed a hand upon his chest, feeling an extraordinary weight and sense of fulfillment. The aircraft carrier had truly awakened. However, the carrier was merely at the first tier. Its comprehensive combat power was akin to that of an authentic aircraft carrier. It housed but a solitary aircraft, which, after consuming 3 semi-king blood spirit crystals, ascended to the second tier, an advanced 6th-generation fighter jet that had yet to be officially commissioned, slated for test flights in 2028. One was more than sufficient. As Yifeng stowed away the aircraft carrier, a rumbling in his stomach signaled his hunger, prompting an involuntary smile. Come, brother Yi. Here, you can have bear paws, bear hearts, or spare ribs. There's plenty for all. The gluttonous Li Lei finally seized the opportunity, resembling a boisterous street vendor, brandishing a modified claw knife while vociferously hawking his wares. This time, it was indeed an ample supply. Each voracious eater was acutely aware that a long voyage loomed ahead, and the prospect of replenishing their stock of terrestrial beast meat would likely become a daunting challenge. Moreover, this was genuine Beast King meat. Even the ordinary variety could rival the essence of a pinnacle third-tier blood spirit crystal, an indulgence that could not be overlooked. Aside from Yifeng and Li Lei, the 4 newly ascended fourth-tier monarchs were capable of swiftly refining copious amounts of Beast King meat, extracting the purest blood spirit energy and storing it within their bodies, particularly concentrated in their hearts. The hearts of fourth-tier human monarchs, akin to those of first, second, and third-tier ferocious beasts, would undergo crystallization, transforming into blood spirit crystals that facilitated the mobilization and storage of blood spirit energy for use throughout their bodies. This nocturnal buffet lasted a staggering 4 hours, continuing until dawn broke. As the blood sun rose once more, the towering Black Bear King, a veritable treasure trove, stood proudly at hundreds of meters high. Its most valuable blood spirit crystals enabled Yifeng's aircraft carrier to complete all weapon systems, most notably awakening its carrier-based aircraft. Yihongwu, Li Lei, and others absorbed the copious blood that gushed forth, replenishing their own reserves of blood spirit energy, allowing their wounds to heal completely. The Song heavy armor and armored vehicles ascended to an advanced tier, nearing kingly status. Lu Tingting, Chun Xiaoqiao, and Xiao Shu arrived last, managing to gather considerable spoils. Though they had not yet broken through, they had successfully rejuvenated their powers, enabling them to unleash their abilities multiple times. The Venus flytrap took root in the soil, nourished by the blood of the Bear King, voraciously consuming every drop within. As Yifeng piloted the carrier aircraft, sweeping across the Qinling Mountains, the others diligently attended to the remains of the Black Bear King. The charred flesh was severed and discarded for the Venus flytrap, which accepted all offerings without discrimination. The edible cooked meat was heaped to one side, amounting to several tons, while a substantial pile of raw meat formed a small mountain. The breakthrough of the warriors was not only attributable to the models, but also linked to the host's intentions. Following Li Lei's armored vehicle's transport and its advancement to the quasi-king level, its size had escalated to an astonishing degree. It measured 6 meters in width, 5 meters in height, and 20 meters in length, sporting 9 pairs of load-bearing wheels, essentially resembling an armored train carriage. The flesh of the Beast King, even without any processing, could be preserved for extended periods, impervious to bacteria and microorganisms. Hundreds of pounds of meat strips were meticulously stacked inside the armored vehicle, resembling logs, packed tightly and orderly. Even the mangled claws and bones of the Black Bear King were secured atop the armored vehicle. In this post-apocalyptic era, awakened by blood and spirit, the once mighty steel had relinquished its ties to civilization. The value of power had shifted, and humanity had reverted to a primal existence, where the bones and teeth of fierce beasts became the finest and sharpest materials for weapons and tools. Li Lei's tank was filled to capacity with the meat, sinew, bones, teeth, and claws of the black bear, leaving no room for the driver's seat. His tank and armored transport had become unmanned, guided solely by his mental prowess. He had no choice but to traverse on foot, shouldering a bone several meters long, while the others diligently toiled, transporting the legacy of the Black Bear King. The Venus flytrap stands as the most formidable laborer, its stature soaring over 20 meters, with a stem as thick as a barrel. Its immense jaws, equipped with razor-sharp teeth, are capable of engulfing an entire bus in a single gulp. Within its cavernous mouth lies a bone, nearly 100 meters long and 10 meters in diameter, reminiscent of a Chihuahua gnawing on a human femur, akin to an ant transporting a fly, exhausting it to the point of tremors throughout its body. Meanwhile, Yifeng bears the weight of a bear skull, as large as a small hill, navigating the rugged path forged by tank bombardments. The colossal Black Bear King, weighing over 10 tons, has left behind thousands of tons of carcasses, of which only a fraction has been transported away by the group. The remnants and refuse have become coveted treasures for other beasts, serving as nourishment for their continued metamorphosis. The saying, "A whale's fall nourishes myriad life," rings true. After a grueling day and night traversing the Qinling Mountains, the group finally discovered a stream. Yifeng deployed two 055 destroyers. Though they measured over 100 meters in length, they remained in their juvenile state, barely fitting the stream. The beast meat they had brought was placed upon the vessels, allowing them to exhale in relief as they drifted downstream. The armored transport vehicle, under Li Lei's command, was driven directly to the riverbed, utilizing its massive size and weight to flatten and deepen the riverbed, providing propulsion for the destroyers. When confronted with sizable boulders, the tanks fired once more, swiftly constructing a canal. Yi Hongwu wielded the Wangzhe Zhanbing's 8-meter-long spear as a paddle, while the Venus flytrap incessantly opened and closed its massive mouth, functioning as an unyielding rudder, propelling the warships forward. After a brief period, the stream delved into a secluded valley. Gazing upon the densely scattered cavities and fissures in the valley, particularly a slanted, profound cavity measuring several dozen meters in diameter and extending over 100 meters into the sheer cliff, the onlookers were filled with profound reflections. This was precisely the site of the fierce battle between Yifeng and the Black Flood Dragon King 3 days prior. In the span of these 3 days, Yifeng and his companions had significantly enhanced their prowess. Yi Hongwu, Ludingting, and Xin Xiao had all ascended to the 4th-tier monarch level. The newly joined Xiao Shu had also achieved a breakthrough, becoming a quasi-monarch of the Venus flytrap. Li Lei's armored vehicle had attained the quasi-monarch status as well, with tanks capable of effortlessly annihilating quasi-monarchs, managing to narrowly escape the clutches of beast kings. As for Yifeng, his 2 escort ships, supply ship, and attack nuclear submarine had all ascended to the 3rd tier. The aircraft carrier had fully awakened, and its onboard aircraft had remarkably reached the 2nd-tier 6th-generation status, greatly augmenting its combat capabilities. How formidable had the Black Flood Dragon King become now? Was there a possibility of it challenging the 5th tier? Would it remain in the river, pursue into the Qinling Mountains, or flow downstream into the sea, becoming a true Dragon King of the ocean? Contemplating the gaping hole left by the Black Flood Dragon King, Yifeng couldn't help but reflect. However, he decided to set aside such thoughts. With a flick of his right arm, the escort ship materialized. Chapter 62. The Awakening of the 055, a 10,000-ton destroyer. Returning to the familiar neighborhood. The 2 juvenile versions of the 055 destroyer had transported all the meat and materials of the Black Bear King from the armored transport vehicle and tank to the escort ship. Once the battle soldiers were loaded with physical materials, they could no longer be absorbed within the body. Yifeng had no intention of incorporating this escort ship into his right arm in the near future. The battle soldiers outside would continuously consume blood spirit energy. Yet, in the present day, Yifeng, having absorbed the core of a 4th-tier beast king, finds that although his combat soldier rank remains modest, his heart has begun to crystallize. Akin to that of a monarch, his reserves of blood spirit energy are abundant, no longer necessitating frugality. The supply ship, primarily a commercial vessel, has been away for several days, leaving Yifeng uncertain of the formidable beasts that may have emerged in these waters. A 3rd-tier supply ship proves vulnerable when confronted by peak 3rd-tier beasts or swarms of ferocious creatures. Hence, deploying the escort vessel for reconnaissance is prudent. Full speed ahead, Yifeng commands, urging everyone to gather 3rd-tier beast cores as much as possible, at a speed of 60 knots, equivalent to 112 kilometers per hour. Yifeng primarily aims to afford his comrades ample opportunity to harvest blood spirit crystals. The close-in defense cannons on either side of the hull have not ceased fire since the escort vessel set sail. Even the mid-third tier close-in defense cannons, with their 30mm caliber, wield power comparable to the late second-tier naval guns, with just a few shells sufficient to slay peak third-tier beasts. The advantages of a high combat soldier rank become increasingly apparent with each elevation in level. The main cannon occasionally fires, obliterating quasi-kings attempting to flee from several kilometers away, or those located 10 or even dozens of kilometers from the riverbank, should they be detected by the escort vessel's radar. However, to procure blood spirit crystals, the reliance falls upon the onboard aircraft, the Dapeng. It is rather disappointing. Though the Dapeng has just entered the second tier, its lineage hails from an aircraft carrier. For it to advance further, it must absorb genuine Beast King blood spirit crystals, a challenging endeavor indeed. With a sigh, Yifeng deposits the Quasi-King blood spirit crystals into the hangar beneath the aircraft carrier's lift. To his astonishment, the second aircraft has come into existence. Originally, the birth of carrier-based aircraft required only the essence of the Quasi-King blood spirit crystal. Previously, the energy from the Black Bear's King blood spirit crystal was significantly depleted by the aircraft carrier's 3 close-in defense systems, electromagnetic catapults, and arrestor wires. Subsequently, Yifeng hunted 3 more Quasi-King ferocious beasts, elevating the second carrier-based aircraft to a second-tier 6th-generation model, thus forming a dual aircraft formation. In actual combat, fighter jets seldom operate solo. They typically engage in pairs, collaborating to amplify their combat effectiveness beyond mere addition. Although Yifeng yearned for additional second-tier carrier-based aircraft, he also had 2 ravenous 10,000-ton Type 055 destroyers awaiting enhancement. Should they venture into the deep sea, they would likely encounter an unprecedented number of ferocious beasts, and their strength would be unparalleled. Mere escort vessels would be insufficient. The 10,000-ton destroyers are the true instruments of dominance upon the vast oceans. They serve as both protectors of the aircraft carrier and deadly weapons against beast kings. The collective efforts of the crew resulted in the acquisition of numerous third-tier blood spirit crystals, which were all bestowed upon Yifeng's juvenile Type 055 destroyers. Through their combined endeavors, a substantial quantity of blood spirit crystals was absorbed by the 2 Type 055 destroyers, ultimately leading to their successful awakening. This marked the emergence of the second batch of improved Type 055 destroyers, also known as 055A, which saw an increase in size to 188 meters in length and 25 meters in width, with a full load displacement reaching 15,000 tons. This larger frame permitted an expansion in missile launch silos, increasing from 112 to 136. It is noteworthy that the Type 055 destroyer achieved a feat that even the United States 10,000-ton destroyers could not accomplish: the launch of ballistic missiles. As a formidable universal missile silo, 9 meters deep, it can be armed with ballistic missiles at critical moments, wielding a deterrent power comparable to that of a strategic nuclear submarine. With this capability, our motherland has achieved a remarkable leap, claiming the title of world leader in destroyer technology. The Awaken destroyer, known as the 055A model, is a newly commissioned vessel, having served for merely 2 to 3 years. At this moment, it has finally come into its own. The nearly 200-meter-long silvery destroyer, flanked by 2 ships on either side, renders even a river several hundred meters wide feeling congested. Although the 2 055A destroyers are merely of the first tier, their exceptional aura of divine warriors induces a profound stillness in the ferocious beasts within several thousand meters. Chen Xiaoqiao's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Her breakthrough to a 4th-tier monarch with a Class C blood needle had unexpectedly instilled fear within her. The 100,000-ton aircraft carrier is of super god caliber, yet its power is restrained, primarily relying on its onboard aircraft for combat. In contrast, the 10,000-ton destroyer exudes a bold and unrestrained dominance, exerting greater pressure on the remaining warriors. Yifeng discarded the remaining 3rd-tier blood spirit crystals onto the 1st-tier destroyer, only to be met with disdain. Only the pinnacle of the 3rd tier could allow them to advance, yet observing their sluggish progress, Yifeng estimated they would at most reach the peak of the 1st tier, with a breakthrough to the 2nd tier requiring royal blood spirit crystals. Each one of them possesses an insatiable appetite. Yifeng felt a blend of joy and helplessness. It seems he must venture into the vast ocean and enter the realm of beast kings to expedite the advancement and breakthroughs of the aircraft carrier fleet. The emergence of beast kings cannot be delayed. If 5th or 6th tier beast kings appear swiftly, it would spell trouble. Having endured a stifling and harrowing existence for 3 years in my previous life, I am loath to relive it. With this in mind, Yifeng withdrew his 2 destroyers and also stowed away the quasi-royal blood spirit crystal he had just acquired, intending to enhance them together when he had 2. Lest a situation arise where the destroyer bullies the frigate. As for the strategic nuclear submarine on his right calf, Yifeng had no immediate use for it. Nor did he have enough blood spirit crystals to sustain it, so he could only consider it in the future. Yi, your fleet is getting stronger and bigger. With just a few of us, I feel a bit lonely, Li Lei said as he stepped forward after seeing Yifeng retract the destroyers. I wonder how Sister Wang Yan and Grandpa Shi are doing, Lu Tingting added, her eyes filled with anticipation and longing. After all, it was the city where they had lived for many years, and even if it was now a ruin, the thought of leaving it behind completely tugged at her heartstrings. Not to mention Yifeng's. Xiao Shu, concerned about Wang Tao and Li Yulong, who had the highest awakening levels, inquired curiously, Yi, given that both are grade A awakenings, the Type 38 rifle and the chainsaw, who do you think will be stronger in the future, the old or the young? Yifeng paused, then pondered, logically, the potential of modern weaponry should be greater for combatant awakenings. However, it also depends on the host's physical condition. After all, Grandpa Li is a centenarian, and the Type 38 rifle isn't exactly a powerful modern weapon. Even modern pistols, when awakened, can only reach the peak of grade B, as many narcotics officers have experienced. Wang Tao's chainsaw awakening is also quite unique, so it's hard to say who has the greater potential in the future. Yi Hongwu wondered about the extent of their advancement, questioning if they had reached the quasi-king realm and expressing concern over any potential dangers encountered in recent days, especially with the emergence of a beast king within the city. Before Yifeng could complete his thought, his countenance abruptly shifted. A rapid succession of missile silos on the corvette were unveiled. Witnessing this, the others present were visibly alarmed. Recognizing this as the level of engagement Yifeng reserved for beast kings, the elevator ascended swiftly, revealing a carrier-based aircraft, onto which Yifeng promptly boarded. This time, he would assume the role of pilot. Chapter 63, Return of the Alaskan Malamute King. The formidable Type 38 rifle. None could ascertain what Yifeng had detected via radar that compelled him to personally pilot the carrier-based aircraft. However, through repeated cooperation, a tacit understanding had developed among them. Xiao Li, maintain your position and ensure the protection of Xiao Feng's aircraft carrier. Yi Hongwu swiftly commanded. Li Lei's tank possessed formidable power, necessitating caution even from ordinary beast kings, as not all were as resilient as the Black Bear King. Xiao Shu's fire axe was exceptionally potent in close combat, complemented by Chun Xiaoqiao's blood needles, yielding synergistic effects, along with the presence of the treacherous Venus flytrap among the ferocious beasts. Their remaining presence would provide a degree of resistance, even against beast kings akin to the Black Bear King. Tingting, accompany me. Ludingting, serving as the medical support, could prove vital in the event of severe injuries, potentially saving lives at critical junctures. Understood. No one contested Yi Hongwu's arrangements. Yi Hongwu sprinted for over 10 meters on the corvette before launching himself into the water, creating a substantial splash. However, what was truly astonishing was that his legs seemed to be equipped with engines, enabling him to sprint at an extraordinary pace of 7 or 8 steps per second, covering a distance of over 30 meters per second. This incredible velocity caused his feet to detonate against the water's surface like a series of hand grenades, producing resounding, crisp popping sounds. The potent surface tension of the water, interacting with the rapid descent of his feet, generated a reactive force that buoyed his body. Prior to the resurgence of blood spirit energy, a tropical creature known as the basilisk lizard possessed the ability to traverse water surfaces by employing an exceedingly rapid stride of 8 steps per second. Scientists have also posited that if a human could attain a velocity of 30 meters per second, the tension generated by their feet would be sufficient to support a body mass of 70 kilograms. Usain Bolt's peak velocity during his 100-meter sprint reached just over 11 meters per second, ostensibly 1/3 of the required speed. However, in reality, transitioning from 11 meters per second to 30 meters per second necessitates a 15-fold surge in leg strength and muscular fortitude. Yi Hongwu, a 4th-tier sovereign awakened to the Song infantry armor, had already achieved this feat. Yifeng, too, had long since accomplished it. At this moment, Yi Hongwu was dashing across the river's surface at a speed exceeding 130 kilometers per hour, reaching the riverbank in mere seconds. He crushed the riparian flora and fauna beneath his feet as he surged ashore. Subsequently, emulating Captain America, he ascended a building with extraordinary agility, sprinting across its rooftop. Throughout this entire sequence, Lu Tingting managed to keep pace. In contrast to Yi Hongwu's headlong rush, Lu Tingting's physique had become considerably more lithe following her ascension to the fourth-tier sovereign. Prior to departing the frigate, she extracted a syringe, administered an injection to both feet, and then discarded the syringe. She gracefully leapt from the side of the warship, soaring effortlessly over 100 meters before landing on a syringe, then utilizing its force to spring onto the back of a colossal beast resembling a giant water lily. Before the creature could react, she swiftly departed. Sweet City, renowned for producing a masterful contemporary painter, is also the birthplace of the esteemed Confucian mentor Chang Hong from the pre-Qin era. At this moment, within the dilapidated Chang Hong Memorial Square, a dark gun barrel protruded ominously from behind the towering statue of Chang Hong, and suddenly, a shot rang out. The barrel, measuring 6.5 millimeters in diameter, belonged to a small-caliber rifle holding 5 rounds, requiring manual extraction of the spent cartridges after each discharge. It was now the year 2029, and this relic of a weapon had been rendered obsolete decades ago, deemed mere refuse in the realm of modern warfare. Especially in the aftermath of the resurgence of blood spiritual energy. Any initial stage second-tier beast could easily withstand those 5 bullets. However, the bullet that was fired this time was crimson. Its hardness was unknown, yet it could be described as indestructible, capable of shattering all barriers. As for its velocity, even an expert firearms tester, adept at discerning the sound of a small-caliber bullet traveling at 3 times the speed of sound, would struggle to gauge the speed of this projectile. Its sonic crack had transformed from sharp to a piercing wail. Only Yi Feng, through radar detection, could ascertain its velocity, an astounding 12 times the speed of sound, or 12 Mach. That equates to a staggering 4.080 meters per second. The average human blink takes 0.1 seconds. Thus, just slightly exceeding that blink, the blood-red bullet effortlessly pierced through a commercial building, burrowing deep into the body of a massive white beast. With a furious and anguished howl, the Alaskan dog relentlessly pursued Wang Tao, Wang Yan, Old Man Sure, Xiao Li, Old Wang, and Old Chun, all of whom were formidable human warriors caught in a state of utter disarray. Experience and cunning had sharpened the old soldier, Li Yulong, over more than 2 decades of battlefield strife, endowing him with boundless combat expertise and skill. Now, awakened by the resurgence of blood spirit energy, he had undergone further elevation and transformation. Though aging, he had grown stronger. The bullet penetrated the Alaskan's vulnerable flank. Even after 12 days of transformation into the Beast King since leaving the neighborhood, it yelped in agony, leaping 30 meters into the air, its waist tightening, and its tail drooping between its legs like a beaten dog. Bang! At the apex of its leap, a second bullet struck its lower spine. The canine's resilient yet supple body provided speed, but lacked the strength to withstand such an attack. Clang! The small bullet burrowed into the flesh of the Beast King, easily piercing through, then fiercely embedding itself into its vertebrae, akin to a shell striking the frontal armor of a tank, producing a deafening clang. Yet, it was not enough to defeat it. The Alaskan was the Beast King. Li Yulong's rifle was merely a pretender to the throne. There existed a vast chasm of combat power between the pretender and the true Beast King. A Class A awakened rifle could not bridge this gap. Only a demigod-level tank, like that of Li Lei, could possibly do so. Moreover, the Alaskan stood 20 meters tall and nearly 40 meters long, with vertebrae thicker than a wash basin, rendering the small-caliber bullet ultimately insufficient in power. Howling in despair, the Alaskan continued its pursuit. The Alaskan dog emitted a thunderous bark, deafening as it landed on the rooftop of the commercial building, which had just been perforated by bullets, causing the surface to crack beneath its weight. With a sudden leap, it toppled the structure while charging towards Li Yulong, who was several hundred meters away. However, after firing the second shot, Li Yulong had already sprung into action. Resembling a nimble leopard, his snow-white hair billowing in the wind as he swiftly dove into an open manhole cover, disappearing below. Boom! The Alaskan Dog King surged forward, shattering the plaza beneath its powerful paws, its terrifying jaws and fangs effortlessly tearing through the steel-reinforced concrete pavement, as if ripping a piece of flesh from a chicken. In the next instant, another manhole cover behind it was pierced by a bullet, angled upward to strike at its rear. This time, However, it was prepared. The auditory, olfactory, and visual senses of canines, particularly the apex predator it had become, made it exceedingly difficult for any ambush to succeed when on guard. It leapt instantly, the bullet grazing its thigh, carving a bloody gash, before soaring away to penetrate a nearby residential building. Following this, the Alaskan relentlessly pursued Li Yulong through the sewer, relying on its exceptional sense of smell and hearing. Meanwhile, Li Yulong retaliated, adopting guerrilla warfare tactics. On the other side, Wang Tao wielded his massive chainsaw. Wang Yan hurled a dagger, and Old Stone launched a chisel, while Shali flung a fruit knife, all rushing to provide support. They had all reached the Quasi-King realm during Yi Feng's absence, clearly not having been idle. Yet, when confronted directly with the Alaskan, they could only suffer injuries and evade. One moment of inattention could lead to death. The resurgence of blood aura heralded a world ruled by ferocious beasts. Surveying the ravaged highway, particularly the disheveled and battered figure of Li Yulong, the assembly felt a mixture of anxiety and helplessness. The old man is faltering. I shall endeavor to create an opening for you all. It is imperative that you impede its progress, affording the old man one more opportunity to strike, declared the venerable Shur, gritting his teeth. Subsequently, he surged forth, casting a crimson chisel towards the Alaskan beast, bellowing a challenge. Come hither, you cur. With a swift turn of its head, the Alaskan seized the sanguine chisel, its mandibles snapping shut with a resounding crunch, as if splintering a bone. The countenance of the venerable Shur paled, his left leg succumbing to paralysis, his pores exuding blood. The severely compromised battle soldier was on the verge of dissolution. Chapter 64, The Sonic Mysteries of the Canine King. Submission and Subterfuge. The venerable Shur's Grade C awakening, a quasi-king battle soldier, offered scant resistance against the jaws of the Beast King, being effortlessly severed by the Alaskan Canine King. Not only did the attack fail, but it also triggered a formidable backlash, rendering him incapacitated. However, his diversion proved effective. Wang Yin and the others advanced with greater urgency, hurling their daggers, fruit knives, and butcher knives towards the eyes of the Alaskan. A new, middle-aged member, his bald head adorned with numerous scars, his face bearing a prominent gash, and his left arm missing, brandished a hefty cleaver in his robust, tattooed right arm, charging towards the Alaskan Canine King with formidable prowess. In the distance, behind it, the wounded Li Yulong re-emerged from the collapsed sewer, infusing his blood spirit energy into the magazine, replenishing his arsenal with 5 bullets, and raising his gun to take aim. A concerted assault by a group of quasi-kings would pose a significant threat, even to a wounded Beast King. Yet, a sardonic smile flickered in the eyes of the Alaskan. It permitted the onslaught to proceed unhindered, even allowing Li Yulong's bullet to penetrate its abdomen. It merely tilted its head back, jaws agape, as formidable energy coalesced with haste. Bestial mystery. Yet, in stark contrast to the resplendent displays of the Black Dragon King and the Black Bear King, the Alaskan's maw remained utterly devoid. A resounding bark. As if a bolt from the blue had detonated at close range, the assembled throng was instantly bereft of hearing, their minds reeling, plunged into a momentary state of paralysis. A sonic assault. The Alaskan Canine King's mystery manifested as a peculiar sound wave, essentially its bark. Every shattered vehicle, slab of concrete, lamppost, railing, and verdant patch of greenery situated around it was instantly propelled outward, as if ravaged by the shockwave of a colossal bomb. Even buses were sent soaring tens of meters into the air, hurtling hundreds of meters afar, before crashing thunderously to the ground. Fortunately, the sanguine aura had modified the essence of organic matter, rendering it less susceptible to combustion. Otherwise, a cataclysmic conflagration would have ensued. Caught unawares, and possessing inferior levels compared to the Canine King, the crowd was immediately afflicted with dizziness, tinnitus, cephalalgia, chest tightness, and dyspnea, sustaining considerable injuries. The Alaskan, catching its breath, was poised to devour the assembly and reap its spoils when its ears abruptly swiveled backward, its gaze betraying wariness. Subsequently, wariness transmuted into astonishment, then into abject terror. Wheeling around, it took to its heels in a precipitous flight. Boom! A piercing, thunderous sound of air being torn asunder reverberated as Yifeng piloted, or rather, served as a passenger. He was employing his mental faculties and sanguine aura to manipulate the radar atop the aircraft carrier's island, thereby commandeering the carrier-borne aircraft. The afterburners of the carrier-borne aircraft were engaged, rapidly depleting the sanguine aura, as a thick, elongated plume of fire, stretching over 20 meters, erupted from its tail. propelling it at 3.5 times the speed of sound towards Sweetwater. Subsequently, in a state of supersonic velocity, launching an air-to-air missile. Indeed, air-to-air. Although the Alaskan Malamute King is a terrestrial target, its immense size and rapid velocity allow it to be classified as an aerial target by radar. Only an air-to-air missile can effectively strike such an agile terrestrial beast. Air-to-ground missiles are primarily designed to engage stationary or slow-moving terrestrial targets. This particular air-to-air missile is solely intended to deter and intimidate, compelling the Alaskan Malamute King to distance itself from the populace. Upon witnessing its retreat, a sardonic smile graced Yifeng's lips. A beast remains a beast. Had you stood your ground, a glimmer of hope might have existed. Whoosh, whoosh. From the missile bay, 2 more air-to-air missiles were discharged, converging upon the Alaskan Malamute King in a pincer movement. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. The colossal Alaskan Malamute King's limbs churned as it dashed across the expansive avenue. Despite its padded paws, a thunderous resonance echoed as it pulverized the concrete road, leaving behind a trail of gaping craters. Its full-throttle escape approached the speed of sound, its pristine white fur stretched tautly backward. However, sensing the velocity of the air-to-air missiles, it swiftly abandoned its attempt to outrun them, veering into a narrow alley, seeking refuge among the dense structures. It even crashed through shopping malls and residential buildings, the reinforced concrete collapsing under the impact of its head as if it were mere noodles and dough, easily torn asunder. Severed rebars scraped against its seemingly tender snout, yet sparked a cascade of embers. The rebars were rapidly ground down, the remaining segments glowing red-hot, searing across its snow-white fur without singeing it. A 4th-tier beast king exists on an entirely different echelon of existence. Nevertheless, air-to-air missiles launched from a 2nd-tier, 6th-generation rock relentlessly pursued it with implacable tenacity. Precisely navigating around impediments, they autonomously selected the optimal trajectory, ultimately closing in on the Alaskan Malamute, nimbly veering through the aperture it had emerged from. The Alaskan Malamute King, already writhing in agony and hemorrhaging, sensed the even more terrifying presence of 2, nay, 4 missiles behind it. Its sphincter clenched, and it continued to accelerate, panting heavily with its tongue lolling out. Under the duress of mortal peril, a thin film of vapor materialized before its snout, enveloping its head like a protective shield. A sonic barrier. Bang! It had shattered the sound barrier, achieving a new zenith of velocity. Compared to its speed, Yifeng's 200 kilometers per hour and Yi Hongwu's ability to skim across water at over 100 kilometers per hour were insignificant, not even reaching a fifth of its pace. Alas, to no avail. 2nd-tier, medium-range air-to-air missiles possess a velocity of Mach 5, quintuple the speed of sound. How? In a final, desperate act, the Alaskan Malamute opened its maw, abruptly turning to bite at one of the missiles. The other missile, following its turn, lost its target and detonated against its flank. Bang! Both missiles detonated simultaneously. The colossal shopping center instantly collapsed, and the Alaskan Malamute was hurled out, landing amidst the rubble. Resembling a cadaver emerging from a tomb, its body tattered and bloodied. Its mouth, in particular, ejected a cascade of teeth. The corners of its mouth were lacerated, its snout obliterated, and its throat widened, flames directly searing its abdomen. Furthermore, its flank was a pulpy mess of blood and gore, sinews severed, and bones fractured. Yet, it remained alive. In addition to the formidable physique and resilient vitality of the Beast King, the potency of the air-to-air missile also plays a significant role. Typically, air-to-air missiles are not particularly large, and their destructive capacity is not exceedingly powerful. After all, it does not require an exceptionally powerful missile to obliterate a flying fighter jet. With perfect timing and precision, even a mere bird could suffice. Yi Feng, piloting the carrier-based aircraft, hovered in midair above Changhang Square like a helicopter, safeguarding the crowd while preparing to continue his assault on the Alaskan Malamute King. However, the Alaskan Malamute King lay on the ground, its tattered ears drooping, continuously wagging its tail, its eyes filled with a pleading gaze. Despite its severely damaged throat, which bled profusely, it emitted whimpers of supplication. A moment of surprise washed over Yi Feng. He had never contemplated that a ferocious beast could beseech a human for mercy or submit. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely implausible. The Beast King's intellect had returned to normalcy, no longer driven by madness and bloodlust, and it possessed an intelligence comparable to that of humans. Moreover, This Alaskan Malamute had once been a domesticated pet. Given its overwhelming strength, it was entirely reasonable for it to seek to resubmit to humanity. Suddenly, Yifeng was seized by an unsettling sensation, as if a tightening grip had encircled him, accompanied by a chill racing down his spine. The carrier aircraft trembled violently. The aircraft carrier was under siege. Damn it, they had been ambushed. In a state of urgency, Yifeng swiftly altered the course of the aircraft to return. Not far away, Yi Hongwu and Lu Tingting were hastening toward him. Chapter 65. The Beast King appears successively. The Crocodile Fish King and the Crocodile Turtle King. The Beast King. Undoubtedly, it was another Beast King. Only a Beast King could inflict damage upon an aircraft carrier, and only a Beast King would dare to attack one. Even in the absence of guardians, a colossal aircraft carrier, with its immense stature and formidable aura, is sufficient to intimidate any would-be kings. Before departing, Yifeng utilized the frigate and the radar atop the carrier to survey the surrounding waterways, finding no trace of the Beast King. However, he did detect the presence of the Alaska Beast King, situated a mere several kilometers away in the heart of Sweet City. As the crowd watched Yifeng leave, a sense of urgency and reluctance enveloped their hearts. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Yi Hongwu disregarded the need to greet anyone and hastily dashed towards the distant Dog King. "Let us wait," Lu Tingting remarked, as she prepared a syringe to tend to the injuries of the elderly Yulong. "Treat Old Stone instead. I can still endure." "These are merely superficial wounds," Li Yulong insisted, gesturing towards Old Stone. Only he would refer to the nearly 70-year-old Old Stone as Little Stone. Lu Tingting administered half a vial of blood essence to Old Stone. The stainless steel syringe, now elevated to a 4th-tier warrior grade, ensured the blood essence was of exceptional quality, allowing the injured Old Stone to recover swiftly. She reserved the remaining half for unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Wang Yin, Wang Tao, and a scarred gangster uncle brandished their machetes as they followed Yi Hongwu towards the Alaska Dog King. After receiving treatment, Old Stone regained his strength, and his leg injuries began to mend. With gratitude and astonishment, he exclaimed, "Thank you, little Lu. That lad Yifeng is indeed remarkable. In just a few days, you all have advanced to the 4th tier." Lu Tingting smiled sweetly, her face radiating happiness as she said, "Brother Feng is indeed formidable and very responsible. He cares deeply for us, and we owe much to him." After a brief moment of hesitation, she continued, "This time, we are passing through to inquire if anyone wishes to accompany us on our departure." Grandpa sure was taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, "Where are you headed?" Li Yulong, standing nearby, also appeared astonished, but soon enlightenment dawned upon him as he nodded. "Are you planning to descend the river into the sea?" "Indeed. A dragon must enter the ocean, and an aircraft carrier fleet certainly belongs in the waters." It was only then that Grandpa sure grasped the situation, his expression conflicted. He longed to follow Yifeng, but felt the weight of his age and an attachment to his homeland. Before long, at the end of the street, a massive dog with white fur, now stained red, burnt, and torn, staggered behind Yi Hongwu. Yifeng had injured it, instilling fear and submission within its heart. The arrival of the formidable Yi Hongwu extinguished the last flicker of hope within the creature. It recognized the strength of this powerful team, which was almost entirely forged by the young man moments ago. To submit to such a formidable being, though it meant relinquishing the dignity of the Beast King, promised greater strength and abundant opportunities. Meanwhile, Wang Yin, Xiao Li, and the streetwise uncle remained in the marketplace. The fresh blood and flesh of the Beast King held considerable allure for this group of aspiring monarchs. Furthermore, within the gathering, there were already thousands of survivors who were in dire need of these resources. In a river several kilometers away, a massive crocodile over 100 meters long was locked in combat with Xiao Shu. It is not a colossal crocodile, yet it possesses an elongated snout, measuring 2 meters in width and over 20 meters in length, adorned with sharp, menacing teeth. Behind it lies a rounded fish-like body, its midsection embellished with prominent, thick scales resembling heavy steel plates embedded within its elongated form. Behold the crocodile Gar King. Many creatures undergo significant transformations upon becoming ferocious beasts. For instance, a fish may metamorphose into an amphibious creature akin to an axolotl, sprouting limbs and an elongated tail. However, most often, their size dramatically increases. This crocodile Gar is, in fact, the very specimen that escaped from the artificial lake outside the Yefeng community just a fortnight ago, burrowing its way to freedom. Following the drainage system, it found its way into the river, As a biological invader equipped with sharp, biting power, formidable offensive capabilities, agile speed, and robust defense, the crocodile gar thrives in its aquatic realm, swiftly devouring other aquatic predators, continuing its evolution. The more perilous the surroundings, the greater the sense of security. It evaded detection in yeffing and deftly dodged attacks from powerful predators like the black dragon king. When the black dragon king swam upstream, it seized the opportunity to ascend to the throne of beasts. At this moment, sensing the absence of yeffing, it rapidly launched a surprise attack, intent on consuming the two human sovereigns aboard the battleship. Although Xiaoshu and Chen Xiaoqiao are rulers, their warriors are only of the C-grade awakening, rendering them insignificant in its eyes. Li Lei, awakened as a tank, possesses strength, yet he is merely at the pinnacle of the third tier. And the tank's capabilities aboard the battleship are futile against the swift aquatic beast king's assaults. Most crucially, the crocodile gar has an ally, a massive alligator turtle, itself a biological invader. Many individuals are either profoundly ignorant or malevolent, engaging in destructive acts under the guise of releasing animals. Releasing alligator gars and snapping turtles is one thing, but releasing armored catfish is quite another. Such reprehensible individuals are akin to elderly women tossing coins into a jet engine for good luck. Buddha himself would surely strike them with his wooden fish and banish them. He would prefer to redeem the demons of hell rather than harbor these imbeciles as followers. The colossal alligator snapping turtle king, resembling an ancient Xuanwu divine beast, surfaced in the river, its diameter nearly 100 meters, forming a small island that supported the aircraft carrier's bow. It opened its powerful, hooked jaws, relentlessly tearing at the carrier's hull. With creaking sounds, steel plates were ripped away, revealing numerous watertight compartments. Aircraft carriers are essentially constructed from a multitude of matchboxes, particularly the lower sections, which contain many independent watertight compartments. Upon being attacked, these compartments automatically seal, preventing water from flooding the remaining sections. Therefore, sinking an aircraft carrier is an exceptionally difficult feat. Yifeng's aircraft carrier, being only Tier 1, naturally could not withstand the assault of a Tier 4 beast king. However, much like a wild dog biting an elephant, it could endure for a considerable time due to its immense size and structure. Li Lei's tank cannons continuously bombarded the alligator snapping turtle king, firing 2 shells per second, 10 times the frequency of normal tank cannons. While other ferocious beast kings might find it impossible to directly refine war weapons, the defense-oriented alligator snapping turtle king could. It melted the semi-refined steel plates from the carrier's hull into its own shell, continuously reinforcing its defenses. Compared to Li Lei's tank cannons, the alligator snapping turtle king was more wary of Chen Xiaoqiao's blood needles. With remarkable precision, the needles pierced the alligator snapping turtle king's eyelids, causing its scales to rupture and bleed profusely. Beneath its eyelids, a translucent nictitating membrane was also perforated, impairing its vision. In concert with her efforts, Li Lei temporarily diminished the alligator snapping turtle king's offensive capabilities. Meanwhile, the armored personnel carrier relentlessly strafed the alligator gar king. The attacks from the near-King Venus flytrap were inconsequential against the two invulnerable, higher-level beast kings. It clung to the frigate, its jaws clamped onto Xiaoshu's feet, its lengthy body serving as an extension of Xiaoshu's offensive capabilities. Xiaoshu wielded a massive, blood-red fire axe, delivering powerful blows to the encroaching alligator gar king. The alligator gar king had to exercise caution when facing his attacks. However, Xiaoshu and the Venus flytrap also had to be wary of the alligator gar king's 20-meter-long snout. Although the trio and the beast were barely holding their ground, their defeat was inevitable under the onslaught of the two beast kings. Fortunately, the frigate's close-in weapon system commenced firing, followed by the bombardment of the main guns. Subsequently, missile silos began to open, launching their payloads. Chapter 66, Slaying the Twin Beast Kings. A terrifying attack nuclear submarine. Even at 3.5 times the speed of sound, Yifeng felt it was too slow. It was his meticulously crafted aircraft carrier, the culmination of countless hours of effort. The thought of it being torn apart by beast kings caused him more anguish and fury than a personal attack. Whoosh! The piercing sound of the Mach 3.5 speed tore through the air, deafening even through the cockpit. However, Yifeng's physical resilience rendered him impervious to the noise. He concentrated on piloting the carrier-based aircraft at full throttle, covering 200 meters per second, or 12 kilometers in just 10 seconds. In a mere 20 seconds, He could roughly perceive the positions of his frigate and aircraft carrier. Open fire. Despite being surrounded by nothingness and controlling the frigate with his mental power, Yi Feng roared, venting his fury and battle intent. Just as with the Order of Awakening, the weapon systems with the least demand for blood spirit energy were the first to activate. Close-in weapon systems and naval guns fired in quick succession, obliterating two Beast Kings. Immediately following, the missile silos opened, launching depth charges and anti-submarine missiles into the air. Boom, boom, boom. The already turbulent waters of the great river instantly boiled under the barrage of missiles. Immense plumes of water erupted skyward, reaching dozens of meters in height, with spray scattering hundreds of meters, creating gigantic waves that crashed outwards. The river water flew, mingled with murky silt and the crimson blood of the Beast Kings. Although the alligator gar king possessed decent defenses, that was only in comparison to other fish. Under the assault of the Tier 3 mid-stage frigate, it was still left heavily scarred. In fact, the earlier naval gun fire had already shattered its scales. It hurriedly swung its tail, plunged into the riverbed, and fled rapidly into the distance. Its slender maw greatly reduced the resistance of the water. It expelled a wisp of special blood spirit energy from its mouth, covering its snout, which astonishingly created a supercavitation effect. A layer of air adhered to its body, allowing it to essentially fly through the water, moving at near sonic speeds. In the blink of an eye, it was dozens of meters away. However, Yi Feng's vertically launched anti-submarine torpedoes were not so easily evaded. In modern naval warfare, a submarine's greatest advantage is its elusiveness. Once detected, its chances of survival are slim. Despite the fact that the velocity of torpedoes and depth charge deploying warships barely surpasses that of submarines, even the swift alligator gar king could not elude the barrage of torpedoes and depth charges. For a corvette's forte lies in anti-submarine warfare. Boom, boom, boom. Enormous plumes of water cascaded down the river, tracing a sinuous path that marked the alligator gar's desperate escape route. Amidst the aqueous explosions, fragmented scales, blood, and even fish flesh were flung in every direction with the river's current. In a mere matter of seconds, the alligator gar king's speed, a kilometer away, rapidly diminished until it came to a complete halt amidst the concussive blasts of two depth charges. Convey me hence. Xiao Shu brandished a fire axe as large as a door, holding it before his chest, and vociferously addressed Li Lei. Li Lei promptly maneuvered the armored personnel carrier, unleashing a barrage of heavy machine gun fire upon Xiao Shu's fire axe. The immense force propelled Xiao Shu towards the alligator gar king's final resting place. The fire axe, an implement of a fourth-tier soldier, could withstand assaults from a top-tier third-tier soldier, yet it rapidly became pitted amidst the shower of sparks, clearly taking a beating. However, in a fleeting 2 or 3 seconds, Xiao Shu had traversed the kilometer and plunged into the river. Gripping his axe, he submerged himself, located the alligator gar king, cleaved its skull, and extracted the fourth-tier blood spirit crystal. Although the battle axe manifested a potent desire to devour the crystal, he forcefully restrained it. Utilizing the water's buoyancy, he angled the alligator gar king's elongated snout into the riverbed, exposing its tail. He clambered onto the tail, perched upon the caudal fin, catching his breath while vigilantly guarding the equally precious carcass of the Beast King. Simultaneously, he employed his mental focus to control the fire axe, swiftly absorbing the Beast King's blood as it was washed away by the river. On the other side, Yi Feng, piloting the similarly battered corvette, rapidly distanced himself from the alligator turtle, deploying another corvette to continue launching depth charges and torpedoes. The two corvettes' cannons, at maximum frequency, also targeted and locked onto a specific spot on the alligator turtle's flank, firing at full speed. The alligator turtle king did not flee, but instead retreated into its shell, sinking toward the riverbed. Its head, limbs, and tail could completely retract into the shell, and a movable carapace sealed the 6 openings, forming a completely sealed turtle sphere. Simultaneously, a layer of blood-red light emerged from its mouth, enveloping its entire body. Its innate skill, its arcane ability, was purely defensive. Moreover, judging by the defensive strength of this arcane ability, Yi Feng suspected that even if he waited here for 3 days, it would not dissipate. This was entirely different from an attack-type Beast King's arcane ability. One by one, the terrifying anti-submarine torpedoes and depth charges exploded outside its arcane ability, merely shaking it and causing minimal energy consumption to the shield, let alone breaking it. Yifeng could sense that the turtle's arcane ability possessed a hint of the essence of law, capable of constantly dissolving the force by borrowing the power of the river. That was the energy that, according to legends, only a fifth-order ferocious beast could master. The arcane ability of a fourth-order ferocious beast was, after all, its own power. A sixth-order ferocious beast began to borrow the power of heaven and earth, the law, to prepare for a future breakthrough to the seventh-order beast emperor. However, before his death in his previous life, Yifeng had never seen a beast king above the fourth order, only heard some conjecture from the fourth-order human king who saved him. The third-tier frigate, confronted by the defensive beast king, ultimately faced obsolescence. Yifeng retracted the left-arm frigate, as the right-arm frigate was laden with a substantial quantity of Black Bear King's meat, which could not be absorbed into his body. Yet, he refrained from further futile efforts. With determination, Yifeng maneuvered the carrier aircraft directly above the Crocodile Turtle King, its nose pointed downward, the aircraft positioned perpendicularly to the river's surface. He then opened the missile bay and swiftly launched the remaining 20 medium-range air-to-air missiles from the carrier, repurposing them as anti-submarine missiles, which plunged straight into the water, targeting the armored head of the Crocodile Turtle King with relentless force. However, it proved to be yet another fruitless endeavor. "All right, it's up to you now." Yifeng gritted his teeth, releasing the attack submarine from his left leg. Simultaneously, a tremor coursed through his back as the supply ship materialized. He intended to enhance the submarine's capabilities to maximize the potency of its 4 heavy torpedoes. "Brother Yi." In the distance, Xiao Shu called out, brandishing the blood spirit crystal of the Crocodile Eel King. "Damn it, I forgot about that." Yifeng slapped his forehead. He was adept at swift assaults, his combat philosophy revolving around decisive strikes to eliminate foes before they could fully unleash their prowess, leaving them to succumb in frustration. He firmly believed that the best defense is indeed a good offense. However, this particular battle was unlike any other. The Crocodile Turtle King stood as a formidable bastion. While its defenses were robust, it neither fled nor retaliated. Why should he panic? Its shell was indeed tough, but after my black giant has had its feast, we shall see. Yifeng deftly maneuvered the submarine, floating on the surface of the water, swiftly approaching Xiao Shu. On the other side, the warship and supply vessel were also under the command of Xiao Shusho, who guarded the corpse of the king of crocodiles and catfish. Yifeng received the blood spirit crystal thrown to him and pressed it against the attack submarine. The potent blood spirit crystal from the king of crocodiles and catfish swiftly melted, absorbed by the attack submarine. Unlike the previous enhancement with the third-tier blood spirit crystal, this time, the attack submarine astonishingly began to expand. Yifeng could sense that its 18 cruise missile launchers and the 4 torpedo launch ports at the bow were all enlarging. Is it once again treading the path of caliber being justice? The length of the attack submarine quickly exceeded 150 meters, with its displacement surpassing 20,000 tons, pushing towards 30,000 tons. Moreover, the diameter of the torpedo launchers surged to 666 millimeters, or 2 feet. It is worth noting that the largest torpedo of your weighed over 5 tons and had a diameter of 650 millimeters, which is smaller than the current torpedo launch ports of Yifeng's attack submarine. The 4th-tier Beast King's blood spirit crystal indeed proved to be formidable previously. The blood spirit crystal of the Black Bear King, absorbed by a 100,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, only awakened 3 types of closed defense systems, such as catapults and interception systems, along with the crucial onboard aircraft. At this moment, yet another Beast King's blood spirit crystal was absorbed by the attack submarine, and the effects were immediate. Its rank swiftly ascended from the early stage of the 3rd tier to the mid-stage, then the late stage, and finally reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Fire. Yifeng harbored no hesitation and eagerly activated the torpedo launch system of the attack submarine. The 4 torpedo launch ports opened, and 4 colossal torpedoes, each with a diameter of 666 millimeters and measuring over 10 meters in length, were simultaneously launched. Boom. Even a 30,000-ton attack submarine shuddered under the immense reactive force. For colossal torpedoes, 2 abreast, sped towards the alligator-snapping Turtle King's head, while the other 2 flanked its sides, targeting its back and abdomen. Sensing impending doom, the alligator-snapping Turtle King emitted a muffled roar from within its shell, intensifying the arcane aura of its sanguine shield. A deafening boom erupted as the 4 heavy torpedoes detonated simultaneously. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a shower of gore. Slabs of the gargantuan shell, as thick as floor panels, were blasted into the air, scattering flesh and blood. The alligator snapping turtle king, a master of defense, succumbed to the assault of the third-tier pinnacle super heavy torpedoes. The demise of the alligator snapping turtle king was absolute. The simultaneous detonation of 4 super heavy torpedoes, each weighing 5 to 6 tons, launched from a third-tier pinnacle, god-tier late-stage attack nuclear submarine, unleashed a cataclysmic force of staggering proportions. The river, hundreds of meters wide, was rent asunder, its flow disrupted. The terrifying shockwave propelled the water upward, surging downstream with immense force, exposing a conical crater on the riverbed, 300 meters in diameter and 200 to 300 meters deep, like the maw of a demon. The geysers of water soared hundreds of meters into the air, transforming into a myriad of droplets, forming an eerie rainbow under the crimson sun. Fragments of the massive, heavy shell and gore, propelled by the blast, spun through the air like deadly armor-piercing projectiles, impacting the surroundings and creating further devastation. Kilometers away, the remaining glass in the riverside apartments shattered completely, and even the buildings themselves shuddered, shedding copious amounts of concrete, debris, and fragments of furniture. Even Yifeng himself was astounded by the explosive force of the torpedo. Just how powerful am I? He couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Yifeng recalled that the United States once conducted an experiment using a heavy torpedo with a diameter of 533 millimeters, weighing 1.6 tons, and a warhead containing 150 kilograms of HMX explosive, which managed to send an 8,000-ton destroyer soaring into the air. Subsequently, the massive destroyer was split in half, suspended several meters above the ocean surface. The 650-millimeter torpedoes from the Russian Bear were 3 times heavier, with a warhead weighing a staggering 550 kilograms. In comparison, Yifeng's 666-millimeter super-heavy torpedo surpassed the Russian variant, boasting a warhead that exceeded 600 kilograms. The potency of HMX is 1.5 times that of TNT, which means the explosive power of Yifeng's torpedo, based on its caliber, equates to approximately 1 ton of TNT. However, Yifeng's torpedo is classified as a combat weapon. The destructive capability of such weapons correlates with the awakening level and tier of enhancement. The lowest tier, D-class combat weapon daggers, possess 3 times the power of their unawakened counterparts. C-class weapons are 3 times stronger than D-class, B-class are 9 times more potent, and A-class weapons are a staggering 27 times as powerful. Yifeng's attack nuclear submarine has reached the late divine awakening level, second only to the pinnacle of the 10,000-ton destroyer and strategic nuclear submarines. There exists a half-divine tier between the divine and A-class. Even if we consider the attack nuclear submarine as a standard divine level, its power is 273 times that of a D-class combat weapon. Adding to this, since D-class weapons are 3 times stronger than unawakened combat weapons, the total amplification reaches an astonishing 819 times. Thus, even a mere Tier 1 Blood Spirit energy torpedo of 666 millimeters possesses a destructive force 819 times greater than that of a standard modern military torpedo, equating to 819 tons of TNT. Consequently, a newly awakened attack submarine can engage Tier 3 peak-level ferocious beasts. A single 30mm close-in weapon system projectile can effortlessly breach a building. Furthermore, a Tier 2 battle soldier differs qualitatively from a Tier 1 soldier, exhibiting 10 times the strength. A Tier 3 soldier is 100-fold stronger than a Tier 1 soldier, with a Tier 3 peak soldier doubling that to 200-fold. Upon breaking through to Tier 4, their strength escalates dramatically to 1,000-fold. 200 times 819 tons equates to 163,800 tons of TNT. This is 10 times the yield of the Hiroshima atomic bomb. Such is the power of the super-heavy torpedo launched by Yifeng's Tier 3 peak attack nuclear submarine, a truly nuclear-grade weapon. However, a single torpedo might not suffice to effectively eliminate a Beast King with formidable defenses. Hence, Beast Kings are justifiably classified as nuclear-grade entities. Their ability to ascend to Tier 4 Beast Kings, mirroring the awakening levels of battle soldiers, suggests they are unlikely to be of the lowest D grade or even C grade. Given the intense competition among ferocious beasts, typically only B grade or even A grade ferocious beasts can successfully metamorphose into Beast Kings. Nevertheless, when confronted with Yifeng's god-tier battle soldiers, they are still susceptible to being killed despite the level gap. The coordinated efforts of Yi Feng's 4 torpedoes, with their energies compounding, ultimately enabled them to obliterate the alligator turtle king, even as it deployed its defensive mysteries, which is entirely reasonable. Downstream, 1,000 meters away, the river soon teemed with activity, as Tier 3 ferocious beasts, unable to resist the allure of the Beast King's blood and flesh, engaged in a frenzied scramble. Yi Feng crouched, gently patting the colossal Tier 3 peak assault submarine, a profound sense of gratification welling within him. At long last, a genuine trump card to dominate the vast ocean. He stowed the attack submarine and ascended the escort vessel, though camaraderie prevailed amongst them. Witnessing firsthand the sheer might of the 4 gargantuan torpedoes and the grievous state of the alligator-snapping turtle king, a palpable reverence, tinged with awe, now underscored their esteem for him. With a mere thought, Yi Feng materialized the immense supply ship, facilitating the collection of the turtle king's flesh. The supply ship, being the largest, possessed the greatest cargo capacity, befitting its designated purpose. The escort vessel, laden with several hundred tons of sovereign beast meat, massive bones, claws, and teeth, would inevitably experience compromised mobility. With several sovereigns conscripted as laborers, divers retrieving the spoils, the pace was naturally expeditious. Soon after, Yi Hongwu, Lu Tingting, Elder Shi, Wang Yan, Old Master Li Yulong, Wang Tao, Little Li, among others, including the recently subdued Alaskan Malamute king, its injuries somewhat healed, arrived on the scene. Witnessing the river, now tinged crimson, the colossal fragments of carapace, flesh, bones, and the 100-meter alligator gar king being jointly hoisted onto the supply ship by several sovereigns. All present could not help but swallow hard, their throats parched. The Alaskan Malamute king's ears drooped backward, its tail commencing an involuntary wag. With a resounding splash, it plunged into the water, swiftly swimming to Yi Feng's side, extending its massive tongue to lick Yi Feng's hands and feet, its tail swaying vigorously. An image of canine subservience, eager to please its master. Who could conceive that this was a sovereign beast, weighing hundreds of tons, capable of crushing a heavy tank with a single bite, its attacks rivaling a small nuclear device? The river's bounty is entrusted to you. Heed my commands, and your future will be replete with rewards. Yi Feng gently patted the head of his dog, gesturing towards the river. The Alaskan Malamute promptly nodded, emitting whimpering sounds, reminiscent of a mute attempting to articulate words. Generally speaking, a 5th-tier beast king possesses the ability to speak human language. Some exceptionally strong bloodlines among 4th-tier beast kings can also manage to communicate, albeit with difficulty. I wish to accompany you. On the broken bridge, after the division of spoils, Wang Yan earnestly implored Yi Feng. Among the thousands of survivors, the majority were Tier D awakened, requiring minimal resources, with many on the verge of breaking through to 2nd or 3rd tier. Moreover, the elderly Yulong, with his Type 38 rifle, could absorb and refine the blood of 2 beast kings, followed by a hearty meal of beast flesh, which would likely enable him to ascend to kingship. Additionally, Wang Tao, armed with his unique chainsaw, a close-combat weapon unsuitable for naval warfare, also intended to remain behind. With both of them as Class A awakened kings, the Sweet City team would undoubtedly become a formidable force within the Beast King Forbidden Zone. The need for Wang Yan's protection had waned. She yearned once more for the thrill of battle, to bask in the blood of beast kings and grow stronger. A bold idea sparked within Yi Feng's mind. He decided to keep her and welcomed anyone who wished to follow. His plan required a multitude to succeed. Brother Yi, wait. Wang Tao called out amidst the throng, hefting a large bag and, with a clatter, placing it aboard Yi Feng's supply ship. Without needing to look, the sound alone informed Yi Feng that it was the sound of blood spirit crystals. Curiously, he inquired, "What is it?" The elder Wang, who had previously raced past in a police car, chuckled and replied, "Did you forget, Brother Yi?" Having previously divulged the method for secondary awakening of battle troops post the resurgence of blood spirit energy and generously provided the then precious Tier 2 blood spirit crystals, we pledge to you a tithe of 20% of all future blood spirit crystals acquired. Within the pouch reside predominantly Tier 2 Apex or standard Tier 3 blood spirit crystals, with only a scant few at the Tier 3 zenith. Though the offering may be modest, the sentiment is profound. For them, the acquisition of these crystals represents a significant achievement. Pray, esteemed Brother Yi, do not disdain our blood spirit crystals, for they embody not only our covenant, but also the sole offering we can muster, one that may with some fortune, prove beneficial to you. We owe our lives to you, having been rescued by your hand. Your benevolence has been immeasurable, and our means of recompense are meager. Yet, rest assured, regardless of the distances you traverse, this place shall forever remain your home, and we shall safeguard it with our very lives. Amidst the farewells, Yi Feng, deeply moved, resolved to prolong his stay by one more night. With deft efficiency, Yi Feng dedicated a mere half-hour to employing the earth-penetrating missiles from the escort vessel and cruise missiles to excavate a subterranean air raid shelter, extending to a depth of 10,000 meters beneath the artificial lake. On the morrow, ere the ascent of the sanguine sun, a throng of 1,000 souls convened at the broken bridge to bid farewell to Yi Feng and his entourage. The supply ship, spanning over 200 meters in length, surged rapidly downstream. In the firmament, a colossal blood moon, measuring a meter in diameter, hung suspended. Chapter 68. Formation of a Naval Fleet. Tier 2 Operational Authority over Warships. Yi Feng gently patted Lu Tingting's shoulder, who remained gazing wistfully at the broken bridge, and softly offered solace. Lu Tingting, lifting her gaze to the immense blood moon above, furrowed her delicate brows and inquired, "Can we truly endure?" The blood moon has reached a diameter of 1 meter, resembling a colossal basin suspended before us. Among the survivors, some scholars have made predictions. It will fall as early as tomorrow night, and at the latest, the day after tomorrow, within 2 to 4 days. The blood moon is certain to descend. Everyone is awaiting the final miracle. Perhaps the blood moon merely wishes to approach Earth closely, orbiting at an altitude of tens of thousands of kilometers. Perhaps it will be shattered by some formidable force. Yet, every glimmer of hope seems utterly unrealistic. The most probable outcome is that we will once again face the apocalypse. At that moment, even the fourth-tier monarchs and beast kings may struggle to survive. Lu Tingting's words echoed the thoughts of others. At this instant, countless hopeful eyes fell upon Yi Feng, and he felt an immense burden upon his shoulders. Alas, in the apocalyptic tales, others merely need to feed themselves to spare their families, while he bears the responsibility of supporting many. Accompanied by a throng of followers, an overwhelming weight indeed. He took a deep breath, surveying the crowd, and said earnestly, "I cannot guarantee that we will all survive. However, I can assure you of one thing. Even if the blood moon falls, we shall be the ones with the greatest chance of survival." Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Following Yi Feng is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Ha ha ha. After all, my life is already a stroke of luck. I can possess the legendary strength, and even if I perish, it would all be worth it. No regrets, no fear. Yi Hongwu laughed heartily, exuding an air of nonchalance. "I feel the same," boomed a one-armed middle-aged man adorned with tattoos, wielding a large machete, also laughing heartily. His name was Tang Gang, and in his youth, he was indeed a ruffian. However, after encountering a woman, he experienced a profound epiphany, abandoned his life of crime, and surrendered himself to the authorities, serving 2 years in prison before re-entering society as a reformed individual. With the resurgence of the sanguine aura, he awakened the very cleaver that had once severed his arm. The awakening of a war weapon necessitates the fulfillment of several criteria. Firstly, it must be an implement that exists in reality. Fantastical constructs such as Gundams or Transformers are ineligible. Secondly, it must possess a degree of potency. Instruments such as hypodermic needles or inoculators are insufficient. Chen Xiaoqiao, a woman of eccentric disposition, pricked her fingertips daily to nourish her Venus flytrap with blood. Her unique approach, characterized by copious quantities, enabled her to awaken not only needle-type war weapons, but also a C-grade one, facilitating her ascension to the fourth-tier monarch. Thirdly, a degree of proactive awakening is required. In essence, a blade used to stab someone is unlikely to awaken, and if it does, it will be a D-grade weapon at best. Thus, the paper cutter used by Yi Feng to draw blood from his comrades Li Lei and Zhang Peng would not awaken. Tang Gang, the former gangster, experienced a rare B-grade awakening of his cleaver, for he had severed his own arm. In an act of severing ties with his former associates, he severed his left hand. Following his convalescence in the hospital and subsequent incarceration, he emerged from prison 2 years later, free from the entanglements of his past. However, his girlfriend had long since abandoned him. The sanguine sun ascended once more, considerably diminished in size compared to the preceding sanguine moon. Yi Feng proclaimed in a resounding voice, "Everyone, gather around. Despite the absence of any formal election, the group tacitly acknowledged Yi Feng's authority, and he seamlessly assumed the role of their leader. Upon hearing his pronouncement, the assembled group of over 20 individuals congregated on the deck. Under the succinct guidance of Li Lei and Xiao Shu, they swiftly organized themselves into two ranks. Yi Feng approached the group, stamping his foot upon the steel deck of the frigate, and declared with a smile, "We are now, in every sense, united in purpose. Therefore, my fleet shall be shared amongst you all." Without any circumlocution, Yi Feng articulated his intention directly. "What? Ah!" The collective gasp of astonishment echoed as eyes widened, each individual gazing at Yi Feng in utter disbelief. "Xiao Feng, have you truly considered this? This fleet is the veritable culmination of your efforts. How can you so casually bestow it upon others?" Yi Hongwu inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Lu Tingting echoed his sentiment with repeated nods. As those closest to Yi Feng, they were loath to witness such magnanimity on his part. Those who had chosen to follow Yi Feng held him in high esteem and were deeply grateful. Though the warships were formidable and desirable, they were unwilling to see Yi Feng incur a significant loss. They added their voices to the chorus of dissuasion. "Xiao Feng, we appreciate the sentiment, but I am merely a stonemason. Entrusting me with a warship would be folly." Master Shi chuckled, shaking his head. Wang Yin concurred, stating, "A dagger is sufficient for my needs." Hearing their earnest words, a warmth enveloped Yi Feng's heart. He shook his head, replying with a smile, "I said it would be shared, not outright gifted. I could never bear to part with them entirely, ha ha ha." Amidst the collective bewilderment, Yi Feng continued, "My fleet, including its complement of aircraft, shall be under my primary control. I shall retain the capacity to command them through my mental faculties. However, as you've observed, my armada is extensive and the methods of assault are manifold. Even with Herculean focus, I may find it challenging to fully harness the might of the fleet. In bygone days, a single carrier fleet would have been manned by no fewer than 6,000 souls." Li Lei was the first to respond, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. "Are you suggesting that we assume the mantle of naval officers?" Yi Feng nodded. "Precisely. I can grant access to the fleet's secondary control permissions, akin to how naval personnel once operated warships. For instance, by infusing your blood spirit energy, you can command the vessels to advance or retreat, and you can launch their close-in weapon systems, naval guns, and conventional missiles. You could even pilot carrier-based aircraft, serving as aviators. Should you encounter difficulties or make an error in operation, I can utilize my primary level of authority to directly assist you in making corrections." His final statement served not only as an explanation, but also as a safeguard against potential treachery. These are his battle thralls, and betrayal is an impossibility. Should anyone attempt to direct a missile at him, he would be immediately aware, and the missile would either fail to launch or would redirect to eliminate the traitor. The battle thralls are utterly loyal, and it is only with this certainty that Yi Feng dares to entrust the fleet's secondary permissions to everyone. Upon hearing Yi Feng's explanation, the others were filled with longing. In particular, Lu Tingting, the physician and support specialist, yearned to possess formidable combat capabilities and, more importantly, to fight alongside Yi Feng, a unique form of romance. Yi Hongwu, however, stated, "I can possess secondary permissions, but I will only utilize them in dire circumstances. I have established a profound connection with my spear. It is indeed my formidable weapon." With that said, he turned his gaze towards the others and remarked, "Except for Li Lei, all of your battle soldiers are of the cold weapon variety. To enhance your strength, beyond merely elevating their levels, it is essential to utilize them in harmony with your will. This is the wisdom gleaned from over 30 years of experience wielding spears and guns. Your battle soldiers are the essence of your being. Xiao Feng's fleet is merely a contingency. Do not become overly reliant on it. Ultimately, your battle soldiers are paramount." His father's words rang true. "My battle soldiers are meant to empower everyone, providing greater combat capabilities, more options, and a safer environment, rather than hindering your soldiers' advancement and diminishing your true combat strength," Yi Feng also cautioned. "Now, let us proceed as instructed. First, we shall infuse our essence into the propulsion system, close defense artillery system, and naval gun system of this supply ship, one by one. I will guide you in obtaining temporary usage permissions." With enthusiasm, the 20-odd individuals commenced the infusion under Yi Feng's guidance. "Tingting, from now on, this supply ship will largely be entrusted to your care," Yi Feng said to Lu Tingting. His fleet permissions were tiered into 3 levels. Naturally, he held the highest rank. while Lu Tingting occupied the second tier, granting her authority surpassing that of the others. In the event of conflicting commands among them, the supply ship would prioritize Lu Tingting's directives. She could also expedite the energy transfer of the supply ship, assisting Yifeng's other warships in generating various missiles, bombs, and torpedoes, truly a capable aid. Onward, to the next vessel. Yifeng released 2 escort ships. Chapter 69. The Awakening of the Aircraft Carrier Fleet. The Future of Strategic Nuclear Submarines. In a surreal world drenched in crimson, the blood-red sun looms ominously, casting an eerie glow over a landscape steeped in a haunting atmosphere. The rivers flow with a faint red hue, stained by the bodies and blood of ferocious red flora and fauna. At this moment, the water churns violently as a colossal steel beast cleaves through the surface, sending waves crashing towards the shores. A supply ship weighing nearly 50,000 tons is propelled downstream at a breathtaking speed, fueled by the collective infusion of blood essence from the crowd. The relentless sound of close-range artillery reverberates, a cacophony that seems unending. While the close-in weapons may be deemed obsolete by Yifeng, they are perceived as formidable instruments of destruction by the others, who eagerly revel in their might. Furthermore, the river teems with third-tier ferocious beasts, and occasional appearances of quasi-kings are subdued by the 4 close-in guns, paving the way for the kings to strike. These are their primary targets. Alaska and the Venus flytrap act as salvage operators, diligently collecting blood essence crystals, while the flesh of the beasts is consumed by them. Edible delicacies and the essence of various monstrous vegetables are meticulously gathered and stored within the supply ship, as everyone busies themselves with the task at hand. The pinnacle of third-tier blood essence crystals is casually tossed onto the vessel. On board, a long, dark, and formidable strategic nuclear submarine lies horizontally, a relic that remains unawakened, yet possesses unparalleled combat capabilities, a true weapon of mass destruction. Yifeng harbors great anticipation, wondering if it will awaken to unleash nuclear weapons, becoming his ultimate trump card. The strategic nuclear submarine, though hundreds of meters in length and 10 meters in diameter, and weighing tens of thousands of tons, was still in its nascent stage. Adhering to its hull were countless blood spirit crystals. Several hundred of these crystals had been gifted by a congregation of over 1,000 individuals during their parting at the Broken Bridge, while many others had been recently procured. The 20-odd individuals, the weakest of whom were at the apex of the third tier, included several quasi-kings and a few kings. Their cultivation had reached its zenith, necessitating quasi-king or even beast king blood spirit crystals for further advancement. These third-tier apex blood spirit crystals were of little consequence to them, save for the strategic nuclear submarine, which ravenously devoured and assimilated them. Having absorbed a multitude of second- and third-tier blood spirit crystals, the strategic nuclear submarine finally achieved its awakening. It now measured 200 meters in length, 16 meters in diameter, with a staggering displacement of 50,000 tons, slightly larger than a supply ship. It was a veritable aquatic behemoth, a formidable weapon of mass destruction. Its awakened rank surpassed even the 2 god-tier Apex 055A 10,000-ton destroyers, reaching the level of a demi-super artifact, second only to the 100,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Even at the first tier, the strategic nuclear submarine was comparable to a second-tier mid- to late-stage frigate, and perhaps even on par with Chun Xiaoqiao's fourth-tier Blood Needle war machine. Thus, Yifeng's carrier fleet had fully awakened, truly deserving of its name. The adage "many hands make light work" held true. Whereas Yifeng had once sustained the group, they now sustained him, fueled by a steady supply of third-tier blood spirit crystals. The newly awakened strategic nuclear submarine ascended to the apex of the first tier within a mere hour or two. From that point forward, all blood spirit crystals below the quasi-king level became inconsequential to Yifeng. However, the blood spirit crystals were not rendered useless, as they could still be absorbed by the supply ship. The supply ship is an auxiliary vessel, specializing in energy reserves. Thus, it welcomes all forms of blood spirit crystals, even the most rudimentary, first-level ones. With Lu Tingting's assistance, it efficiently absorbs them into its hull, transforming them into energy reserves. Yifeng has ascended to the role of commander, no longer needing to engage in every task personally. During the course of over an hour since the strategic nuclear submarine's awakening, he has gradually released the naval vessels, guiding everyone in completing the blood control permissions. Lu Tingting serves as the second-level operator of the supply ship, while the others hold third-level permissions. The left-arm frigate is under the command of Qin Xiaoqiao as a second-level operator, and the right arm is managed by Wang Yin, with others maintaining operational control at a lower tier. As for the left leg destroyer, Li Lei has acquired second-level authority, while the right leg destroyer is overseen by Old Master Shi. Engaging in a battle with the Beast King poses significant risks for the submarine, as it could easily face destruction. Yifeng has withheld permissions from the others, opting to personally manage the vessel, treating it as an unmanned craft. However, Yihangwu has proactively sought the opportunity to control the strategic nuclear submarine. In a few days, it may very well become the last bastion of survival for everyone. Naturally, Yifeng agrees to his father's request. After all, no one in this world would harm him as his father would not, and he would even lay down his life to save him. Who would be the most suitable to absorb the blood spirit crystal from the crocodile turtle king? After completing their tasks, Yifeng produced a fist-sized blood spirit crystal and inquired. Everyone possesses second and third level permissions within the aircraft carrier fleet and has a profound understanding of the overall capabilities of the vessels, providing a solid foundation for their opinions. The supply ship and the two frigates, both at the initial awakening stage of divine rank, possess mid-tier third-level cultivation. The attacking nuclear submarine, at the late awakening stage of divine rank, has absorbed the blood spirit crystal of the alligator gar king, enabling it to ascend to the pinnacle of the third level, thereby decisively vanquishing the immensely fortified alligator turtle king. However, the two-peak Divine 055A class destroyers have merely attained the pinnacle of the first level. In order to advance to the second level, they too require the precious Quasi-King Blood Spirit Crystal, the strategic nuclear submarine, which transcends the divine rank and stands at a half-step to the super divine rank, may necessitate 2 to 3 Quasi-King Blood Spirit Crystals to achieve a breakthrough to the second level. The 100,000-ton aircraft carrier, likewise at the first level and awakened to super divine rank, must also rely on Quasi-King Blood Spirit Crystals to enhance its abilities, while advancing to the second level may even demand the rare Beast King Blood Spirit Crystal. Conversely, the two onboard aircraft have reached the second level, evolving into heavy stealth 6th-generation fighters. The 5th-generation fighters, awakened to the first level, require merely 1 Quasi-King Blood Spirit Crystal for advancement, while a breakthrough to the second level demands 3, and to the third level, a Beast King Blood Spirit Crystal is imperative. The sole Beast King Blood Spirit Crystal must be utilized judiciously to maximize its efficacy. However, Yifeng finds himself in a quandary regarding its application. This decision is pivotal, as it pertains to the future and the sequence of awakenings within the fleet, necessitating clarity at this juncture. Quality prevails over quantity. I believe we should continue to fortify the most formidable attacking nuclear submarine. Wang Yin was the first to voice her opinion, garnering considerable support from the assembly. The essence of an aircraft carrier fleet lies within the carrier itself, while the heart of the carrier is its embarked aircraft, particularly the second-tier 6th-generation heavy stealth fighter, which possesses an astonishing sprint speed of 3.5 times its limit and the capability to launch cruise missiles. Truly a sublime fusion of fighter and bomber. A single Beast King Blood Spirit Crystal is sufficient to elevate it to the third tier, significantly enhancing its combat prowess. Therefore, I believe we should continue to strengthen the embarked aircraft, as its overall combat capability is paramount. Li Lei's suggestion garnered nods of agreement from many. However, Yifeng shook his head in resignation, stating, "Your perceptions are not as clear as mine. In my estimation, a single Beast King Blood Spirit Crystal cannot elevate an attack submarine to the 4th tier. It would require 2 to suffice. The embarked aircraft is the direct progeny of the carrier, birthed from it. Thus, as long as the carrier remains at the 1st tier, the maximum it can achieve is to surpass the carrier by 1 tier, not 2. Therefore, unless the carrier ascends to the 2nd tier, the embarked aircraft cannot progress to the 3rd tier." At this, Wang Yin and Li Lei were instantly filled with disappointment. The power of the warriors was indeed formidable, and the thrill of battle was exhilarating. Yet the ascent was dishearteningly daunting, requiring an alarmingly vast amount of energy. Fengge, is it feasible for the frigate to absorb the Beast King Blood Spirit Crystal and break through to the 4th tier? Lu Tingting inquired. Upon witnessing Yifeng's nod of approval, she and several others displayed smiles of optimism. A 4th-tier warrior awakened to divine levels should possess combat capabilities that rival those of a peak 3rd-tier attack submarine. Moreover, once a warrior breaks through to the 4th tier, they can also yield greater amounts of blood spirit crystal energy, significantly enhancing physical prowess, almost akin to a rebirth. She not only desires Yifeng to possess greater combat prowess, but also yearns for him to attain a more formidable physique, for the body is the foundation of revolution. What if this Beast King's blood spirit crystal could awaken a strategic nuclear submarine's nuclear arsenal, granting us the power to counter the descent of the Blood Moon? Yi Hongwu's words instantly invigorated the assembly. Chapter 70. Flowing downstream into the sea. The collapsing Three Gorges Dam. Countering the Blood Moon? Yi Hongwu's proclamation left everyone momentarily astonished, igniting their curiosity. Yet, it did not take long for them to regain composure. Shaking their heads in unison, a strategic nuclear submarine is a quasi-super-divine weapon. Even a breakthrough to the second tier would necessitate a quasi-king blood spirit crystal. A single Beast King blood spirit crystal cannot elevate it to the level required to contend with the Blood Moon. Previous calculations indicated that obliterating the moon would require 300 quintillion tons of TNT, equivalent to 600 billion of the most potent hydrogen bombs, the Tsar Bomba. Yi Hongwu elucidated. Isn't a quasi-king blood spirit crystal easily attainable? As he spoke, he brandished a serpent spear, hurling it hundreds of meters away, where it pierced into the skull of a colossal, serpentine catfish with a satisfying thud. The catfish, known for its ferocity, gains an advantage in the river once its blood spirit energy is revived. Over the past 2 days, Yifeng and his companions had already hunted 3 quasi-king catfish. For a second-tier strategic nuclear submarine, absorbing a 4th-tier Beast King blood spirit crystal to ascend to the 3rd tier is not a formidable challenge. As Little Feng previously remarked, the torpedoes of a peak 3rd-tier attack submarine are already comparable to 160,000 tons of TNT, an astonishing 20-fold increase in power over the original torpedoes. If a strategic nuclear submarine could awaken a nuclear warhead, even if it were only 20 times the original yield, it would be comparable to 1.2 billion tons of TNT. By launching several of these with precision, we wouldn't need to obliterate the Blood Moon entirely. Merely cleaving it in 2 would increase our chances of survival tenfold. As Yi Hongwu spoke, he dissected the quasi-king blackfish's head, affixing its blood spirit crystal to the strategic nuclear submarine. However, to his chagrin, the submarine rapidly absorbed the crystal without showing any signs of advancement. Ahem. Yi Hongwu explained with slight embarrassment. As you can see, this behemoth has an even greater appetite than we anticipated, which naturally implies its power will be all the more formidable. If it could only ascend to the 3rd tier, even without awakening a nuclear warhead, its missiles would undoubtedly rival the most potent nuclear weapons. The group fell silent, pondering the implications. Yifeng, synthesizing the advantages and disadvantages from their analysis, mused for a moment before remarking with a smile, beyond its destructive capabilities, the strategic nuclear submarine is also the optimal shelter we had long planned for. The others understood. Subsequently, they fed the submarine 2 more quasi-king blood spirit crystals, allowing it to reach the 2nd tier. Upon attempting to absorb the 4th crystal, it was rejected. Yifeng then offered the alligator turtle king's blood spirit crystal, and amidst the group's anticipation and trepidation, the submarine narrowly advanced to the 3rd tier. Alas, no nuclear warhead. Yifeng observed after careful examination. Although he didn't launch a missile, he could ascertain that the warheads within were not nuclear. However, it is comparable to a nuclear bomb, and in fact, surpasses many of them. Yifeng's subsequent words brought smiles back to the faces of the disappointed crowd. How much yield? Li Lei asked eagerly. The power of a nuclear bomb is measured in tons of TNT. The only real-world examples, the atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, had a yield of 13 kilotons of TNT. The advanced nuclear warheads from the United States weigh 360 kilograms and produce an explosive power close to 500 kilotons of TNT. A single missile can carry 8 to 10 warheads, effortlessly capable of annihilating a major city. A strategic nuclear submarine, equipped with 24 missile silos, could obliterate a nation even with a single coordinated launch. Hydrogen bombs are more challenging to maintain, which is why nations predominantly utilize atomic bomb warheads. It is rumored that only the Dragon Nation possesses highly advanced hydrogen bomb technology, and it is also at the forefront of developing civilian applications like artificial suns. As the crowd gazed in anticipation, Yifeng raised a finger and smiled. 1 million tons. His missile carries only 1 warhead, weighing a ton, and produces an explosive yield of 1 million tons of TNT, surpassing the power of most atomic bombs. Yifeng felt a sense of satisfaction, facing the Beast King. He could confidently declare, I can strike 10. Of course, The assembly of such a super missile demands an immense amount of energy from supply ships. Fortunately, the supply ship is more than willing to extract energy from the blood spirit crystals. Yifeng and Lu Tingting joined forces to infuse the strategic nuclear submarine with blood spirit energy, while also collaborating with his father to empower the first missile with the same energy. Behold, a prodigious new Zhulong 4 submarine-launched ballistic missile, extending 14 meters in length and 5 meters in diameter, its warhead alone possessing a terrifying mass exceeding 3 tons. It behaved like a ravenous abyss, ceaselessly drawing energy from the replenishment vessel. As the strategic nuclear submarine transcended the third tier, wielding a supernal destructive force comparable to 1,000,000 tons of TNT. Both Yifeng and his comrades were imbued with unwavering confidence. Subsequently, the replenishment vessel navigated the Tuo River into the Yangtze over the course of a day. The company of 24 individuals took turns engaging and vanquishing nearly all second- and third-tier ferocious beasts encountered along their path, amassing thousands of blood spirit crystals, thereby ensuring the replenishment vessel possessed an ample reserve of resources and enabling the complete charging of the inaugural Zhulong 4 missile. However, to the astonishment of Yifeng and his cohort, upon the replenishment vessel's entry into the Yangtze, the spectacle they had envisioned and anticipated, a profusion of quasi-beast kings and a river teeming with beast kings, failed to materialize. Nevertheless, along the banks of the Yangtze and within the river itself, ample evidence of beast king combat and demise was ubiquitously present. They must have all migrated to the ocean, Yifeng declared, similar to third-tier ferocious beasts aspiring to ascend to the status of beast kings. The great rivers and mountains serve as the preeminent arenas for their internecine conflicts and metamorphoses. Yet, for fourth-tier beast kings, even the Yangtze proves insufficient to sustain their continued growth. Consequently, they engage in perpetual conflict as they advance towards the sea. Indeed, even terrestrial beast kings are likely to gravitate towards the coast and islands, for those realms constitute the veritable killing fields of beast kings. Although beast kings were not encountered, quasi-kings emerged in relentless succession. By expending 8 quasi-king blood spirit crystals, Yifeng augmented his arsenal with 2 second-tier 6th-generation aircraft, thereby establishing 2 dual aircraft squadrons. Furthermore, through the consumption of 2 additional quasi-king blood spirit crystals, 2 Type 055A10-000 ton destroyers were elevated to the second tier. The supply ship and 2 frigates have each absorbed a crystal, reaching the late stage of the third tier. The Royal Blood Spirit Crystal has once again lost its efficacy on Yifeng, the peak attack nuclear submarine of the third tier. The supply ship and frigates of the late third tier, the strategically nuclear submarine newly entering the third tier, the second tier 055, a 10,000-ton destroyer, and the first tier 100,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier are all eagerly awaiting the Beast King's Blood Spirit Crystal to facilitate their breakthroughs. Prior to arriving at the Three Gorges Dam, Yifeng personally absorbed over half of the blood spirit crystals from nearly 20 slain quasi-king ferocious beasts. However, the remaining individuals required little, as even a single crystal could propel them to remarkable advancements. What about the Three Gorges Dam? Yifeng, seated in the supply ship's cabin, was fully engaged in refining and absorbing the blood spirit crystals. It was only upon hearing the exclamations from outside that he emerged. By now, dusk had fallen. In just one day, the supply ship had traversed over 1,000 kilometers, akin to a car maintaining a speed of 120 kilometers per hour on a highway without pausing. At last, they arrived at the Yangtze River's Three Gorges as evening approached. However, the once formidable gravity dam, a superstructure of reinforced concrete capable of withstanding small nuclear attacks, had vanished without a trace. The remnants of the dam, nestled against the mountainside, bore massive impact craters measuring hundreds of meters across, along with claw marks and deep tooth impressions. The Black Dragon King. Yifeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed that familiar and powerful aura. Chapter 71. The Great Earthquake of Earth. The Omen of the Moon's Descent. During the summer, the Yangtze River stretches 2,000 to 3,000 meters wide. Had the Three Gorges Dam not collapsed, the upstream artificial lake would have been even broader, becoming a habitat for countless large fish. Following the resurgence of blood-infused spiritual energy, it has naturally transformed into an intensely savage battleground. None can ascertain the multitude of ferocious beasts that have emerged in these past dozen days, nor the extent of their growth. Yet, without a doubt, the Three Gorges Dam, weighing a staggering 200 million tons, was vanquished by that very Black Dragon King. Nevertheless, upon drawing nearer, Yifeng also observed the remnants of the dam, which had plummeted downstream and resembled small isles, bearing numerous immense, aged scars. Ergo, prior to the arrival of the Black Dragon King, the dam must have already sustained considerable devastation. The Black Dragon King was the first beast king we encountered. On the 8th day of the blood-infused spiritual energy's resurgence, it is now the 13th day. The 700-kilometer-long Tuo River, as a medium-sized tributary of the Yangtze, undoubtedly possesses far fewer resources than the Yangtze. On the 7th, or even the 6th, day of the blood-infused spiritual energy's resurgence, a beast king may have already been born in the Yangtze, lacking the 5-tier ship block. Even the 50,000-ton supply ships, measuring over 200 meters in length and 30-odd meters in width, appeared diminutive as they navigated through the breached dam. The height of 181 meters, akin to a 60-story building, caused the onlookers to gaze up in silence at the dense, thick steel reinforcements at the point of the dam's rupture. This could be deemed humanity's most formidable construction, yet under the assault of a beast king, it was no different than a hoe digging into an embankment, accomplished in a mere few strikes. Witnessing the collapse of this dam, everyone comprehended fully that the civilization of yesteryear had truly and utterly vanished. The world of the future is an amplified version of primitive existence. Seeing Lu Tingting's reluctance, Yifeng suddenly recalled how she had proactively approached him the previous year, inquiring about joining a tour to the Three Gorges, only to be flatly refused by him, who was then diligently writing his dual-opening novel. "Shall we ascend for a better view?" Yifeng inquired. A man of assertive nature, he surmised that Lu Tingting undoubtedly desired to observe the vista. Thus, as he posed the question, he casually retrieved a tortoise shell from the deck, launching it skyward. This was a shield crafted by his father from the carapace of an alligator-snapping turtle king, intended for communal use. As Lu Tingting nodded in delighted assent, Yifeng encircled her slender waist and leaped onto the tortoise shell, now suspended some 10 meters above. Bang! 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 3 close-in weapon systems fired upon the base of the tortoise shell in a converging pattern. The immense force propelled the duo and their makeshift platform rapidly upwards, soon reaching the dilapidated summit of the dam, some 180 meters above. Looking down, they beheld a crowd of onlookers, their faces etched with astonishment and envy. They, too, yearned to emulate the feat, but their capabilities proved insufficient. The close-in weapon systems of the Tier 3 late-stage supply ship possessed considerable power, enough to critically wound or even slay quasi-king-level ferocious beasts. Only Li Lei's tanks and armored personnel carriers, along with Yihong Wusong Dynasty heavy armor, could withstand such an assault. Xiao Shu's Tier 4 king-level battle soldier fire axe, being merely a Grade B awakening, could not endure for long, even if it could withstand the initial onslaught. Standing atop the towering dam, Yifeng gazed upon the Yangtze River, both upstream and down, marveling at the spectacle. The pale reddish waters, spanning 2,000 to 3,000 meters in width, flowed unceasingly. The colossal waves rose and fell, churning within the river, accompanied by the grotesque visages of ferocious beasts, heads, fins, claws, teeth, tails, and the cacophony of roars and agonizing cries. Deprived of the support of firearms and modern technology, humanity suffers grievously, while the competition among the ferocious beasts intensifies. Apart from themselves, there is little collaboration. They are all adversaries. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble shakes the dam, prompting Yifeng to swiftly embrace Yi Tingting, bracing for the worst. He initially feared that the dam had sustained irreparable damage and was on the verge of collapse. However, in the next moment, he noticed the entire river's flow had jolted, akin to water in a basin being disturbed. As a native of Bashu, Yifeng was well acquainted with this sensation, an earthquake. Looking up in astonishment, he realized it was only 5 in the afternoon, yet the blood moon had re-emerged. Undoubtedly, it appeared larger than the previous night, even surpassing its size from early morning before sunrise. The moon's gravitational influence on Earth is significant, particularly affecting tides directly. In recent days, with the resurgence of blood's spiritual energy, organic matter globally has begun to transform. The moon's descent has not yet manifested a pronounced gravitational effect on Earth. However, at this moment, with only 2 days remaining until the moon's fall, its increasing gravitational pull has finally instigated tectonic shifts. The seismic activity grows more ferocious. with the upstream Tsutung Gorge even beginning to collapse, sending massive boulders crashing into the Yangtze River and creating enormous splashes. The remaining structure of the dam is also on the brink of total failure. The waters of the Yangtze surge forth, churning like a tempest. "Let us go," Yifeng shouted, his chest vibrating violently as he released an aircraft carrier, which hurtled towards the expansive lake's surface upstream of the dam. In the next instant, carrier-based aircraft swiftly emerged, taking off rapidly from the carrier and racing toward the dam's summit. Yifeng's aircraft hangar resembled a convertible sports car, reminiscent of the open-cockpit warplanes from World War II. As an awakened being, one is wholly unperturbed by ordinary tempests. Yifeng, accompanied by Lu Tingting, leapt downward, seamlessly entering the dual cockpit. In the next instant, he retracted the aircraft carrier, directing the onboard jets diagonally downward, hurtling towards the supply ship. The supply vessel had already accelerated to full speed, its stern generating a colossal spray that stretched over 100 meters, reaching a velocity of an impressive 150 kilometers per hour. Whoosh! With a swift motion of his right arm, Yifeng deployed the destroyer, propelling it towards the supply ship at a breathtaking speed exceeding 200 kilometers per hour. The onlookers grasped the plan to swiftly board the destroyer while in high-speed transit. Within the supply vessel, resources such as Beast King meat, firewood, and freshwater were forcefully extracted under Yifeng's command, assimilating the supply ship into his domain. The Yangtze River had descended into utter chaos, with waters tumultuously colliding from all directions, creating monstrous waves comparable to tsunamis, wreaking havoc in their wake. Yet, the peril did not end there. The river was laden with numerous fragments of rebar and concrete, alongside various ferocious beasts. Should the supply ship sustain any impact, the ensuing losses would be incalculable. Moreover, Yifeng had detected via the onboard radar that, several dozen kilometers ahead, the Gezhuba Dam had mysteriously vanished. It did not merely collapse, it had plummeted directly, dragging the riverbed down with it, resulting in a staggering waterfall with a drop of several dozen meters. Beneath the river's surface lay an even more intricate network of ravines. If the supply ship were to plunge into this abyss, it would spell disaster. Nevertheless, even as the destroyer faced the daunting height of the drop, considerable risks loomed. In the next moment, utilizing his highest-level control privileges, Yifeng sensed that several individuals had activated their Level 3 privileges, with Eldersher also engaging his Level 2 privileges, intent on retracting the destroyer. Evidently, they were unwilling to risk the damage of Yifeng's escort ship, preferring instead to face the peril themselves. Charge! Yifeng resisted their control, exerting his utmost effort to steer the vessel towards the waterfall. As the escort ship plunged down the cascade, over 20 individuals, along with the Alaska Beast King and the Flytrap King, completed their run on the 100-meter-long vessel, leveraging their momentum to propel themselves away from the impending impact zone. Whoosh! Beneath Yifeng's aircraft, 3 missiles were launched, hurtling towards the water's surface ahead of the group. Boom! The airburst of the missiles erupted, sending forth an enormous spray and shockwave, thereby mitigating the impact of their descent. The group landed safely in the water. Boom! A massive submarine dove ahead of them, submerging headfirst and then surfacing beside them. 18 missile silos had opened, yet they were eerily vacant. Understanding the urgency, the group swiftly held their breath and entered the silos, which sealed shut behind them. The assault submarine resembled a swift marlin, darting through the depths, distancing itself from the earthquake zone. Chapter 72, The Launch of the Fighter. The Knife King of Magic City. The attack submarine, equipped with 18 cruise missile silos and 4 torpedo tubes, carried 22 individuals as they hastened downstream along the Yangtze River. Escaping the seismic region, Yifeng had confirmed it. Gezhuba was indeed the epicenter of the earthquake zone. Originally, this area was devoid of seismic activity, but the proximity of the moon to the Earth had altered the gravitational forces, reshaping the geological structure and giving rise to a new earthquake belt, creating a chasm in its wake. The waters of the Yangtze cascaded down, with most of it flowing into that abyssal fracture, the depths and vastness of which remained a mystery. Even the river water within several hundred meters was flowing backward, creating terrifying whirlpools with diameters of over 10 meters, capable of engulfing fishing boats weighing dozens of tons. The Tier 3 peak attack submarine was Yifeng's highest-level war unit, boasting the greatest speed and most powerful engine. With divided concentration, Yifeng piloted the carrier-based aircraft, flying over the Yangtze River, using radar to scout the waterway ahead, and launching air-to-ground missiles to obliterate obstructing rocks, beasts, and shingle beaches along the way. Simultaneously, he controlled the attack submarine, sprinting at full speed. Perched atop the submarine's conning tower was Yi Hongwu, fully armed and on alert, braving the terrifying water impact to safeguard his son's submarine during its full-speed sprint. Scattered stones and beasts were cleaved apart by his serpent spear, preventing collisions with the high-speed submarine. After passing the Guzhou Dam, the journey soon became smooth sailing. However, at Dongting and Poyang Lakes, Yifeng unleashed his entire fleet and engaged in a live-fire exercise with over 20 individuals. While this was an exercise for the Sea Beast King groups, it was a genuine war for the Beast Kings and Quasi-Kings in the two major lakes. The aircraft carrier fleet was fully deployed, engaging in combat within the two lakes. Close-in weapon systems strafed enormous seabirds, and the main guns roared. Quasi-Kings were obliterated by the two frigates, yielding Quasi-King blood spirit crystals. Yifeng's fleet had almost exhausted its need for Quasi-King blood spirit crystals. In addition to the emergence of a new class of 6th-tier carrier aircraft, all other enhancements to naval vessels now require the royal-grade blood spirit crystals. Yi Hongwu's heavy armor, Li Lei's infantry fighting vehicles and tanks, along with several peak 3rd-tier individuals, have all ascended to the quasi-royal realm, barring those warriors who have already reached their limits. Those with a Class C awakening have even directly transcended to the 4th-tier royal level. For Class C warriors, the pinnacle is 4th-tier royalty, attainable with just one quasi-royal blood spirit crystal. The ease with which weaker resources can lead to breakthroughs signifies their lack of innate talent and the exhaustion of their potential. After a night of toil, once they departed from Dongting Lake, Yifeng's fleet and the combat team he commanded had maximized their strength. Yi Hongwu wielded a serpentine spear at 4th tier, and Don class a Songbu battle armor at the quasi-royal level, making him the strongest in close combat. Li Lei operated a Class A armored transport vehicle at quasi-royal status, while the demigod level 99A2 tank, having absorbed 2 quasi-royal blood spirit crystals, remained at the peak of the 3rd tier, still needing one more. Lu Tingting's syringe, Xiaoshu's fire axe, and the knife of the gangster Tang Gang, all classified as Class B warriors, have also advanced to the 4th tier royal level. Wang Yan's dagger, Xiaoli's fruit knife, and Uncle Shi's chisel, classified as Class C, have similarly attained the 4th tier royal status. The remainder comprises Class D warriors, who, following the resurgence of blood spirit energy and after inflicting wounds upon themselves for their innate awakening, can only elevate to the peak of the 2nd tier, having previously risked their lives to metamorphose with 3rd tier blood spirit crystals, with a limit at the 3rd tier peak. Their alignment with Yifeng is driven by the desire to seize the last flicker of opportunity. The blood sun rises once more, yet the blood moon has not descended. The sun and moon reign above. The scene from 15 days prior, before the resurgence of blood spirit energy, reappears, and it is even more extravagant. The blood moon has swelled to the size of a small round table, suspended high in the sky, visibly enlarging at an alarming rate as it hurtles towards Earth. The prospect of survival hinges on the outcomes of the following day. Yifeng spoke gravely, casting caution to the wind. "Damn it," Yi Hongwu declared, his spirit ablaze, more fervent than a throng of youthful warriors. Full speed ahead. The collective efforts of the group had reached a tipping point. It was time to hunt the Beast King with unbridled determination. As Yifeng spoke, he released the aircraft carrier, and everyone gathered on the expansive deck, spanning thousands of square meters. 4 carrier-based aircraft emerged, each cockpit accommodating 8 individuals. "You esteemed kings, hold your horses for a moment. We shall soon reach the coastline," Yifeng announced, activating the aircraft's internal munitions bay. "Are you suggesting we act as missiles?" Xiaoshu and the others were taken aback. "You have no explosive charge in your rear. Are you truly afraid of being launched?" Yi Hongwu chuckled, scolding lightly as he was the first to dive into the munitions bay, securing himself with a clasp. The Golden Rock carrier aircraft was substantial, with an internal payload capacity of 20 tons, capable of carrying 12 long-range air-to-air missiles, each larger than the average. Alternatively, it could accommodate 6 air-launched cruise missiles, massive bunker busters, deep-sea bombs, or super torpedoes. Even when factoring in safety and the human body's peculiarities, it was entirely feasible for 5 or 6 individuals to fit within a single aircraft's munitions bay, with 4 aircraft, each carrying 3 or 4 people. They swiftly prepared for takeoff. Yifeng retracted the carrier, controlling the 4 aircraft as they gradually accelerated. ultimately breaking through the sound barrier at 3.5 times the speed of sound, covering nearly 1,000 kilometers to reach the Magic City. This is the estuary of the Yangtze River, presenting a T-shaped alignment with the coastline, seamlessly connecting the inland, the shores, and the open sea, serving as the natural foundation for an optimal harbor and a sprawling metropolis. Here, nearly 20 million inhabitants reside, alongside the densely populated surrounding areas and the myriad fierce creatures lurking within the Yangtze and the sea, ensuring this locale is destined to become a battleground, as well as a cradle for the emergence of formidable champions. It is almost certain that a sovereign of humanity will rise here. Naturally, there will also be powerful beast kings. Yifeng intends to reach out to the human warriors in this region, primarily to join forces in hunting the beast kings, but more importantly, to collectively resist the impending lunar descent. Although this endeavor may seem futile, one cannot ascertain its ineffectiveness without striving for it. Much like the awakening of his aircraft carrier fleet, this is a monumental gamble, and he is prepared to continue relying on his past resources. Clang. Before entering the city of magic capital, a brilliant white searchlight swiftly extended towards the carrier-based aircraft, emitting a resonant and powerful hum. That was not mere illumination. It was a blade of light. Yifeng did not anticipate such rapid and ferocious aggression from the adversary. "Father, I'm counting on you." Without a moment's hesitation, Yifeng activated the munitions bay door, launching his father, who had just been jesting at Xiao Shu, into the fray. Unfilial son, Yi Hongwu scolded in disbelief. Yet his actions remained relentless as he swiftly wielded the formidable Zhongba serpent spear, a blood-red spear measuring 40 meters in length, and forcefully struck at the blade of light. Crack. The spear, potent enough to severely injure a beast king, was unexpectedly cleaved by the opponent's blade. Boom. Nevertheless, Yi Hongwu's Songbu battle armor withstood the residual force of the blade. Yifeng maneuvered 4 carrier-based aircraft to dive towards the rooftop of a towering building, akin to dropping bombs, casting out several individuals from the munitions bay. Even the weakest among them has reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Even when colliding with the rooftop at supersonic speeds, the danger remains minimal. The true peril lies with the individual who just unleashed that strike. The ammunition compartment swiftly sealed, and after Yifeng infused it with his blood spirit energy, medium-range air-to-ground missiles rapidly materialized. The hatch opened immediately, with the missiles poised for launch and the radar locking onto its target. However, upon detecting the adversary, Yifeng was taken aback. Chapter 73, The 5th-Tier Monarch. The Kings Enter the Sea. A woman. Upon sighting the individual who had attacked him, Yifeng was genuinely astonished. In the era of blood spirit energy revival, it is not uncommon for women's combat prowess to surpass that of men. In fact, it has become rather ordinary. Many housewives, even when merely nicking their fingers, have a higher probability of awakening kitchen knives as combat weapons than men do with any variety of weaponry. In other words, kitchen knife warriors constitute the primary class of combatants. However, wielding a kitchen knife is not akin to severing one's hand, even if a finger is cut. The injury is typically not severe, and bleeding is minimal. Awakening a D-grade combatant under such circumstances would be commendable, with the emergence of a C-grade being quite rare. Yet, the combatant before him wields a kitchen knife. Moreover, astonishingly, this kitchen knife boasts a terrifying grade of 5. A 5th-tier combatant. A 5th-tier monarch. She appears to be in her 30s, a mature and beautiful woman of considerable poise, adorned in a designer floral dress, high heels, and a silver necklace gracing her neck, with delicate earrings accentuating her ears. If one were to overlook the kitchen knife in her hand and the surrounding ruins of the city, she could easily be mistaken for a noblewoman leisurely enjoying her morning tea in a bygone era of tranquility. Why is she attacking us? Yi Hongwu plummeted from the sky, landing heavily dozens of meters in front of the noblewoman, and inquired in a deep voice, fully prepared for battle. The noblewoman's cleaver was, astonishingly, also a Class A awakening, the highest echelon for melee armaments. Its level soared to 5, eclipsing all others present, were it not for her ranged attacks. And Yi Hongwu's possession of 2 formidable war weapons, he would have been in dire straits. Even so, his 2 war weapons sustained considerable damage. Of course, all of this was instantaneously assessed by Yifeng using the carrier-based radar, ensuring his father could withstand the assault, never truly intending to sacrifice him as a human shield. With a thunderous crash, Li Lei's tank materialized, smashing through several stories before finally halting, its cannon protruding from a window, aimed squarely at the lady. Xiao Shu, Elder Shi, Wang Yin, Tang Gang, and Chun Xiaoqiao, the four preeminent sovereigns, along with the Alaskan Malamute Beast King and the Venus Flytrap Demi-Beast King, swiftly converged upon the scene. Encircling the lady. The lady's expansive eyes, meticulously adorned with exquisite makeup, registered surprise as they swept over the assembled figures, particularly scrutinizing the two ferocious beasts. Before settling upon Yifeng, she offered a slight nod and a gentle smile, remarking, "You are formidable. It was you who elevated them to this level, was it not? My apologies. The preceding events were a misunderstanding. I mistook you for the bald eagle king, who has been a persistent nuisance. Were those 4 fighter jets under your command? It is remarkable that you possess the ability to awaken fighter jets." Yifeng maintained unwavering eye contact, prepared to discern even the slightest deviation in her gaze. A naval fleet's prowess extends beyond its ordnance. It encompasses a panoply of sophisticated radar systems. To genuinely cultivate the formidable power of an aircraft carrier fleet, one cannot overlook the necessity of a robust fire control radar system. Such radar systems have endowed Yifeng with extraordinary vision, hearing, and judgment. He serves as the most precise lie detector, with no one able to escape the scrutiny of his keen eyes. The other party did not lie. It was indeed a misunderstanding. Noticing the intrigue on her face, Yifeng preemptively inquired, "Are you the only sovereign in the vicinity? We seek to hunt the Beast King in the sea. Would you care to join us?" In truth, Yifeng had already discerned the presence of 2 other 4th-tier sovereigns nearby. His inquiry was intentional, aimed at gauging the character of his potential ally, to determine if she was worthy of forging a deeper connection. In this apocalyptic era, humanity is scarcely safer than the Beast Kings. I have 2 companions, though their strength is somewhat lacking, and there are others under our protection. The woman spoke candidly, which somewhat eased Yifeng's wariness towards her. However, hunting the Beast King in the ocean would require more than mere 4th-tier capability. You possess 4 aircraft. Perhaps we could form an alliance. In that case, we could split the Beast Corps 70-30. Her words elicited discontent among the group, as they felt a sense of condescension. Yet, this demeanor was not an act. She had been nurtured in an environment where self-centeredness was the norm, embodying a refined form of egotism. 70-30, you say? That is acceptable. Yifeng replied with a smile and a nod. Xiaoyi, exclaimed Uncle Shi and the others in surprise. Only Yi Hongwu and Li Lei, who knew Yifeng best, understood his true implication. The woman suggested a division of 70 for her and 30 for Yifeng, while Yifeng's intention was clearly to assert a division of 70 for himself and 30 for her. It's pointless to reveal our intentions now. The distribution of spoils will ultimately be determined by strength. While 5th-tier sovereigns are indeed formidable in their hearts, Yifeng's power is truly unfathomable. Summon your 2 companions. I have a place for them to unleash their combat prowess. Having spoken, Yifeng leaped onto the back of the Alaskan Malamute King, recuperating his spent energy. The Alaskan Malamute King dashed across the high-rise buildings, charging towards the sea. Like Yifeng, everyone had been awake for 2 days and nights, yet they remained spirited, striving for their final chance at survival. A distinct clang of a unique war weapon echoed, resonating rapidly into the distance. As for those at the peak of the 3rd tier, armed only with Grade D war weapons, they immediately knelt in submission, overcome with awe and even terror towards the young woman. The young woman soon caught up, but her method once again astonished Yifeng and the others. She was seated in a limited edition golden Maserati. With the resurgence of blood spirit energy, electricity was unusable, and vehicles were naturally defunct, so the car couldn't be driven. However, it could be carried. 2 formally dressed men, one elderly and one middle-aged, carried the golden Maserati as they sprinted. The young woman sat in the convertible, the wind billowing through her flowing hair, truly resembling an imperious and proud queen. Apologies for involving you all, but consider it an early glimpse of something extraordinary, a 5th-tier war weapon, and a Grade A1 at that, capable of transmitting simple messages through others' war weapons. Good heavens! Gazing at her smug demeanor, everyone inwardly wanted to retort, Yifeng is still the best. In the next moment, such thoughts arose in everyone's minds. The bygone civilized society had utterly vanished, with the strong preying on the weak. However, they were so well shielded by Yifeng that order and morality were still able to largely maintain their former state. In other regions, true strength reigned supreme. Nevertheless, no matter how formidable this young woman was, she was merely a rustic in the presence of Brother Yi. and everyone was too indifferent to pay attention to her ostentation and pride. With this fifth-order young woman present, there were no more beast kings in the city. In a matter of minutes, the group traversed the vast metropolis and arrived at the bond. After the resurgence of blood spirit energy, although more than 90% of humanity had perished, corpses were rarely seen, and even blood was nowhere to be found, all having been devoured by the ferocious beasts. However, the various articles of clothing, furniture, and other daily necessities left behind by humans could still directly evoke the tragic state of the past. "You guys hurry up," the young woman said, casting a provocative smile at Yifeng. She leaped into the air. The Maserati remained unscathed, but the two kings carrying it groaned, their legs buckling as they knelt to the ground. Large cracks appeared in the concrete of the plaza beneath their knees. The young woman soared into the sky, flying to a height of dozens of meters. Then, she diagonally traversed a distance of hundreds of meters, tapping a floating mattress with her high heels. This time, everyone saw clearly that the mattress was enveloped by the blood spirit energy emanating from her feet, instantly becoming harder than steel. As she forcefully stepped down, the mattress plunged downward, and the sea beneath it exploded like a naval mine, providing her with immense reaction force. In the instant that the water splashed up, she dashed out another 100 meters, landing on the clean sea surface in the distance and treading on the waves with her high heels. Indeed, she possessed the capital to be arrogant. Yi Hongwu, too, could traverse the waves, albeit precariously, requiring a velocity exceeding 130 kilometers per hour, perhaps 150 on the open sea. However, the young woman employed a more formidable technique, releasing her potent blood spirit energy to instantaneously transmute the very essence of matter. The waves beneath her feet were arrested in their motion by her blood spirit energy the moment she alighted upon them, becoming as unyielding as solid ice, providing a firm foundation for her power. Yet, in the subsequent instant, her pupils dilated dramatically as she beheld a colossal warship, over 300 meters in length, tens of meters in width, and dozens of meters in height, erupting from Yifeng's chest and crashing thunderously into the sea not far from her. Chapter 74. Elucidate to me, if you will, the meaning of power. Yifeng remained uncertain as to how the noblewoman had managed to awaken a Class A cleaver and ascend to the 5th rank. Nevertheless, a cleaver remained a cleaver, and even a Class A1 was inconsequential. Above Class A lay the demigod rank, succeeded by the god rank, which itself was subdivided into initial, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle tiers, corresponding to the levels of frigate, standard destroyer, attack submarine, and 10,000-ton destroyer. The gargantuan strategic nuclear submarine transcended even the god rank, yet fell short of the transgod level. Only a 100,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier could attain the transgod echelon. Song Yingxin's spirit was utterly subjugated the instant Yifeng's aircraft carrier materialized. Not only her inner self, but even her prized cleaver, the battle weapon she held in such high esteem, trembled in abject fear. The disparity between a Class A battle weapon and a transgod one dwarfed even the gulf between a Class D and a Class A. Boom. Amidst Song Yingxin's spiritual shock, the 100,000-ton aircraft carrier crashed resoundingly into the sea beside her, the ensuing tidal wave instantly obliterating the waves beneath her feet, which she had solidified with her blood spirit energy. Caught off guard, she was suddenly hurled into the sea, drenched in an instant. Emerging from the water in a state of disarray, gazing in astonishment at the colossal metallic city before her. The aircraft carrier, weighing 100,000 tons, measured 333 meters in length and 78 meters in width, with a deck towering 30 meters high and covering nearly 20,000 square meters, a veritable city of steel. Anyone standing before it would be awed by its grandeur, majesty, and formidable presence. And this was merely its tranquil state while docked, previously concealed by Yifeng. The carrier-based aircraft were now swiftly elevated by 4 elevators, lifting all 4 jets simultaneously. It turned out that his aerial warriors were not merely 4 fighter planes, but a super aircraft carrier. The earlier remarks she had made now felt utterly embarrassing, a stinging slap in the face. As a 5th-level sovereign, Song Yingxin could distinctly sense the vastly different aura emanating from the 4 jets at this moment. It struck her with a sense of impending doom, a chilling awareness of danger. Earlier, the aircraft had been used unlawfully by Yifeng as transport planes, carrying passengers in their weapon bays. Now, however, those bays were brimming with an array of missiles, massive torpedoes, underwater bombs, and even the so-called mother of all bombs, the gigantic bunker buster. Up, Yifeng commanded, gripping two individuals and forcefully tossing them onto the elevated deck of the aircraft carrier. Yi Hongwu and Xiao Shu also hurled two others each into the air. These 6 individuals, though at the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of cultivation, were the least advanced among the group. Yet their blood essence was potent and their characters commendable, which led Yifeng to select them as pilots for the carrier-based aircraft. At present, they have only attained the most rudimentary functional authority, which is to serve as humanoid fuel reservoirs, providing blood-spirit energy for carrier-based aircraft. The flight direction, velocity, and especially the attack mode of the fighter jets are entirely under Yifeng's personal command. The nucleus of the aircraft carrier fleet is the carrier-based aircraft, and Yifeng cannot entrust this to others for the time being. Moreover, prior to the resurgence of blood-spirit energy, they were all ordinary individuals with absolutely no knowledge of sophisticated weaponry like carrier-based aircraft. He cannot allow them to operate blindly. Yifeng personally pilots a carrier-based aircraft as a command plane. Father, hitch a ride. Yifeng executed another flamboyant maneuver, inviting his father onto his carrier-based aircraft. Not in the co-pilot's seat, but in an even more audacious manner than the previous Bombay ride, directly having him lie prone on the aircraft's dorsal surface. You rascal. Do you feel an itch in your heart if you don't swindle your father for a minute? Damn it. When you drained so much of my blood back then to awaken this armor, it was all for the sake of tormenting me, wasn't it? Yi Hongwu grumbled. But his body was quite compliant, wasting no time in leaping onto the deck and then lying prone on the carrier-based aircraft's back. Fighters must adhere to aerodynamic principles. Even the slightest deviation can lead to immense catastrophe, not to mention a person lying on the aircraft's back. Even a protuberance the size of an egg on the dorsal surface could disrupt the aircraft's airflow, creating a chain reaction that could lead to the aircraft's destruction and loss of life. Riding the warplanes are 2 fourth-order kings with thick skin and flesh. Even if problems arise, they will be largely unharmed. Xiao Shu and Tang Gang, 2 kings, also arrived at the backs of separate warplanes. The interceptors, invariably the swiftest, would be the first to detect the marine behemoth. They would coordinate seamlessly with the fighters, delivering the coup de GRC and harvesting the vital essence. The sanguine aura meticulously dispelled the moisture clinging to the delicate raiment, adhering to her lithe form. With a successive tremor, akin to a centrifugal extractor, it forcefully desiccated the attire. She alighted upon the deck, her stilettos emitting a staccato cadence against the aircraft carrier's surface. This is mine, she declared imperiously. Observing a frigid glint in Yifeng's gaze, she hastily elucidated, Am I, a 5th-tier monarch, not superior to a mere quasi-monarch? Li Lei, slightly disconcerted, dissuaded Yifeng from championing his cause. Class monitor, she speaks the truth. My tank is ill-suited for aquatic combat. I shall remain on the carrier as a stationary battery. Song Yingxin, upon hearing this, exclaimed in astonishment, A tank? Yifeng interjected before Li Lei could respond. Indeed, a modest tank, nothing significant. Merely a demigod-tier awakening surpassing grade A. Song Yingxin's hubris suffered another blow, her countenance tinged with chagrin. Ascend, Yifeng instructed. A directive that initially gratified her. What if your awakening level surpasses mine? Your cultivation base is inferior, rendering you ineffective, she mused. A quasi-monarch tank's 10 shots are likely inferior to a single strike from me. Amidst her self-congratulatory reverie, Yifeng continued, Sandan, enter now. Should an opportune moment arise, I shall eject you. Engaging in aquatic combat with your tank is equally viable. Indeed, prepare yourself to unleash a barrage mid-descent, obliterating the monstrous sovereign. Not an impossibility. Initially taken aback, Li Lei was soon overcome with elation, and he eagerly clambered into the cockpit of the fighter jet. As Song Yingxin smugly settled onto the back of the aircraft, her expression faltered upon witnessing this scene. Prepare yourselves, we're taking off. This time, laden with missiles. The 4 fighter jets were unable to launch from the deck and necessitated the use of electromagnetic catapults. With a resounding boom, Yifeng once more felt a jolt as the 50,000-ton supply ship plunged into the water again, providing power to the aircraft carrier. Swish. Yifeng's carrier-based aircraft took the lead, being the first to be launched. Barely 100 meters from the deck, it rapidly accelerated to supersonic speeds, generating a sonic boom as it hurtled towards the East Sea. Song Yingxin was thoroughly disheveled by the force of the wind, her heart a tumultuous mix of vexation, resentment, envy, and jealousy. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 carrier-based aircraft that followed were swiftly launched via the 2 electromagnetic catapults, forming dual aircraft formations and advancing towards the East Sea in a pincer movement. The aircraft carrier and supply ship, powered by the remaining personnel, rapidly surged towards the depths of the East Sea. The marine beasts were indeed extraordinary. Scarcely a few kilometers from the coast, quasi-king beasts began to emerge, and in considerable numbers. In an effort to lure the king beasts, Yifeng refrained from exerting his full power, allowing the personnel on the aircraft carrier and supply ship to engage them with close-in weapon systems. Song Yingxin's 2 fourth-tier king subordinates, the Alaskan Malamute King, Old Man Sure, Wang Yan, and others, also joined the fray, eliminating the quasi-kings. Yifeng bypassed these smaller adversaries, instead linking the radars of the 4 carrier-based aircraft and expending a significant amount of blood spirit energy from the supply ship to create an expansive reconnaissance perimeter, akin to a large airborne early warning and control aircraft, instantly surveying over 1,000 kilometers. Upon this detection, a sudden jolt coursed through his heart, and his face displayed a mixture of shock and astonishment. Chapter 75. The carrier-based aircraft takes on the dual beast kings, a strike descending from the heavens. For second-tier 6th-generation fighters, equipped with an extraordinarily powerful radar network comparable to that of a large early warning aircraft, formed a detection energy field. At close range, it could even render those beneath the kings dizzy and disoriented. Sitting atop the fighter, Song Yingxin felt her cheeks flush once more. She recalled her earlier boastful remarks about how 5th-tier A-class warriors could impose their presence upon other warriors, forcefully conveying certain simple messages. Yet, before the scrutiny of this carrier-based aircraft, it was akin to a modest cottage before a lavish villa, utterly embarrassing. Nevertheless, Yifeng had no time to dwell on such matters. He neither sought to flaunt his prowess nor humiliate others. His sole desire was to grow stronger with utmost haste to withstand the impending dangers and calamities. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under his command, the 4 fighter jets surged forward with great speed. Simultaneously, he relayed a course change directive to Ludington, who was piloting the supply ship, utilizing the radar. Naturally, the aircraft carrier followed suit, hurtling towards the horizon. From a considerable distance away, Yifeng launched a long-range anti-ship missile, aimed at a colossal white whale 200 kilometers away. Upon closer inspection, however, it was not a whale but rather a shark. This creature sported a flattened, hammer-like structure on either side of its head, and through a series of vigorous head movements, it wielded its formidable force like the most fearsome battering ram, striking a gigantic lobster king with tremendous impact. Both adversaries were terrifyingly colossal, each measuring hundreds of meters. Even the once mighty blue whale appeared as mere shrimp in their presence. Their fierce battle churned the ocean into a tempest, creating monstrous waves, with splashes of water and blood erupting in a chaotic display. Such fierce combat was replicated in over a dozen locations within a 1,000-kilometer radius surveyed by Yifeng. Some were duels between 2 kings. Others were free-for-alls among 3 or 4, with additional monarchs lurking on the periphery. The vast East Sea served as their arena of conflict, a paradise for rapid advancement, and a hell of precipitous demise. If the East Sea was such a spectacle, what grandeur might the Pacific Ocean hold? Yifeng was both shaken and expectant. Given ample time, no more than 3 to 5 months, he was confident in elevating his fleet to the apex of the 6th-order monarch. At that juncture, with his fleet's might, even facing a blood moon's descent, they would possess terrifying offensive capabilities. Alas, time was fleeting. The crimson moon in the sky grew ever larger, descending with increasing haste. The seas were in constant turmoil, with escalating tides, hurricanes, tornadoes, waterspouts, and torrential rains. As monarchs of the beasts, they possessed acute senses and sought to ascend to greater heights in this final hour, grasping at any chance of survival. Whoosh! The long-range anti-ship missile, traveling at 8 times the speed of sound, traversed nearly 3,000 meters per second, covering the 200-kilometer expanse in a mere minute. To evade detection, it skimmed the sea surface at a scant 3 meters, its wake carving a 10-meter-wide trench in the water, sending waves cascading. Subsequently, fighter jets descended, closing in on the 2 monarchs. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the fuselage of the jets reverberated with forceful impacts. Amidst the howling winds, Song Yingxin forcefully channeled her blood spirit energy, transmitting her voice into Yifeng's cockpit. Your missiles cannot harm them. Soon, we shall each slay one, and the spoils will be divided equally between us, 50-50. Yifeng shook his head, asserting what was agreed upon is a 70-30 split, or perhaps a distribution based on effort. Song Yingxin was not naive. Yifeng, possessing such formidable strength, requesting a 70-30 division, suggested either folly or a hidden agenda. She swiftly recalled her previous proposition of a 70-30 split, yet she had not explicitly defined who would receive the greater share. Logically, it should have implied that she would claim the larger portion. However, given Yifeng's prowess, he might very well contest for the majority, thereby rejecting her concession of an equitable 50-50 split. Her enchanting eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of discontent and a mocking smile. Very well. Let it be as you wish, based on effort. But heed my warning. Do not regret it later, and steer clear of malicious competition and internal strife. Yifeng chuckled. That is precisely what I have been waiting to hear. Nodding in agreement. It is settled. The privileged ladies of Shanghai, accustomed to a life of luxury, rarely concern themselves with national defense or military affairs. Perhaps they might catch a fleeting glimpse on their phones or televisions. Yet they have likely never truly witnessed what a super aircraft carrier entails. The Beast Kings are indeed remarkable, and the ones emerging from the sea are even more extraordinary. Even at 8 times the speed, the long-range missiles would find the 2 Beast Kings swiftly reacting. With a tremendous whoosh, the hammerhead shark king swung its colossal tail, comparable to a gate, unleashing a towering wave that surged to subsonic speeds. Aqueous blades, instruments of near unrivaled potency, possess the capability to sever virtually any substance. When fortified with fragments of tungsten, their efficacy extends to effortlessly cleaving through even the most formidable of steels. These aqueous jets attain velocities exceeding 900 meters per second, approximating 3 times the speed of sound. In contrast, the aquatic displacement generated by the hammerhead shark, though subsonic, manifests as an overwhelming deluge, ascending to heights and depths of several decameters and extending for over 100 meters, effectively forming a veritable aquatic barricade. At such velocities, this maritime dam surpasses the resilience and destructive potential of its reinforced concrete counterparts. Velocity, indeed, constitutes the essence of power. Kaboom! As anticipated, the YJ-83 air-launched anti-ship missile, renowned for its exceptional offensive capabilities, forcefully penetrated the aquatic barrier for several decameters. However, as it neared emergence, it succumbed to the immense pressure and detonated prematurely. The resulting aquatic eruption shattered the dam, causing the 2 leviathans to recoil in astonishment. Their shock stemmed from the peculiar device's formidable power, while Yifeng marveled at the dam's unexpected resilience. In particular, Song Yingxin experienced a profound tremor of realization. The missile's destructive force surpassed even her most strenuous exertion. Nonetheless, the missile's potency is dispersed omnidirectionally, rendering it more suited for engaging multiple weaker adversaries or detonating within a target to maximize its impact. Conversely, her power is concentrated, forming a blade-like trace akin to an amplified laser scalpel, optimized for forceful assaults and defense penetration. Moreover, her consumption of blood spirit energy remains significantly lower, enabling her to unleash repeated, decisive strikes. Such a colossal and formidable missile, it is unlikely that the opposing aircraft could carry more than a few. As Song Yingxin's thoughts meandered, mere moments after the splash, a carrier-based aircraft had already penetrated low altitude, reaching the belly of the 2 Beast Kings several dozen kilometers away, and once again launched 4 missiles in succession. This time, they executed a 2-pronged assault, simultaneously targeting the 2 Beast Kings. With a crack, the Lobster King's enormous pincers shone brightly as it unleashed its dual essence, managing to seize 2 missiles traveling at 8 times the speed of sound. While the missiles were severed, they detonated upon being grasped. However, the terrifying explosion was significantly compressed and contained under the might of its pincers, with the residual force neutralized by its formidable armor. The hammerhead shark king also swung its tail once more, this time. A glimmer of darkness flashed as the seawater nearest to its tail was instantaneously accelerated to several times the speed of sound, creating a powerful water blade that sliced through 2 missiles with ease. The remaining energy then coalesced into a massive wave, forming a barrier to withstand the residual onslaught. To vanquish the Beast Kings, particularly in their domain of the sea, is no simple feat. Allow me to take charge, Song Yingxin declared, then departed from the aircraft, gliding gracefully to the ocean's surface and began to stride upon the waves, racing towards the two beast kings. She finally felt a sense of relief. Although the opposing aircraft boasted a high awakening level, it was merely at the second tier. How could it possibly defeat the beast kings? Ultimately, the decisive victory would depend on her own prowess. No need for that, Yifeng replied, activating the aircraft's afterburners and hurtling towards the beast kings at a speed of 3.5 times the norm, with all weapon bays wide open. This time, two colossal missiles, each measuring over 10 meters in length and exceeding half a meter in diameter, plummeted downwards. Yet, at the very moment of descent, they ignited and soared into the sky. My dear, are you aware of a palm technique that descends from the heavens? Chapter 76. Following a wealthy woman to live off her. A double kill of the Beast King. Your leader may lack prowess, but the aerial combatants are commendable. If they contribute to our leader, they would be worthy of following her. In the future, our leader may assist him in advancing further, and you too could benefit from the bounty. On the supply ship, a middle-aged man, slightly past his prime, spoke earnestly. The crowd was taken aback, then inwardly amused. To suggest that Yifeng, a supermogul with an aircraft carrier fleet, should follow a woman wielding a kitchen knife is akin to asking an emperor to mingle with a local tycoon. The young man beside him wore a serious expression, pointing at Lu Tingting, Wang Yan, and Chen Xiaoqiao, adding, however, you ladies ought to maintain a low profile, especially to keep your distance from your leader. While our leader may not necessarily be interested in your leader, we cannot afford to leave any potential sources of displeasure. Shut your mouth. The elder sure pointed at the two men and berated them harshly. Two grown men, living like dogs, yet shamelessly proud. We cannot even stomach your dog food, let alone our leader. Get lost. The young man, furious, was about to retort at Elder Sure, but the middle-aged man intervened. Shaking his head with a smile, it is futile to argue with summer insects about ice. Do they truly believe that their massive ship's close-in weaponry can contend with the Beast King? To speak candidly, the sole purpose of this aircraft, designed for human transport, is to convey our leader, enabling her to swiftly eliminate the Beast King. Uncle Sure, no longer perturbed, departed with hearty laughter, echoing the truth of the saying. Lu Tingting and her companions merely smiled, unbothered by the remarks of these short-sighted individuals. In the next moment, however, Lu Tingting's expression shifted as she received a message from Yifeng, alerting her to the presence of the Beast King and urging her to accelerate to full speed. With Lu Tingting's command, the group infused their blood-spirit energy into the propulsion systems of the two colossal warships, causing their velocity to soar dramatically. The supply ship and aircraft carrier trailed behind, churning up two expansive wakes stretching hundreds of meters, surpassing even the swiftest racing boats of yore, almost soaring above the water's surface. Subsequently, the supply ship emanated a brilliant red glow, and a terrifying surge of blood-spirit energy ascended skyward, integrating into the radar systems on the island of the aircraft carrier. Following Song Yingxin, the two kings observed with altered expressions. Although they could not comprehend the phenomenon, they sensed the overwhelming energy contained within. Perhaps there were aspects of the opposing warship that had been misjudged. 100 kilometers away, the two massive beast kings finally sensed the looming threat. Two YJ-12 anti-ship missiles, launched vertically, swiftly ascended to altitudes of several dozen kilometers, then traversed the distance at hypersonic speeds, executing a devastating strike akin to a descending palm, aimed directly at the Hammerhead Shark King and the Lobster King. The carrier-based aircraft may only possess a second-tier classification, yet its progenitor is a truly divine aircraft carrier, embodying the true might of the fleet. The level of the carrier-based aircraft is difficult to ascertain, but one can be certain that it is undeniably formidable. Its energy is derived from a supply ship at the late third tier. Roar. The two prototype Beast Kings, typically silent, now emit a unique roar. They, akin to the supply ship, radiate a crimson glow, a manifestation of their blood-spirit energy operating at full throttle, concentrated in their tails and pincers, unleashing the essence of the Beast Kings once more. This time, they exert themselves to the utmost, their power exceeding that of their previous efforts. Boom. However, the warhead of the Eagle Strike 12 forcefully withstood the water blade technique unleashed by the Hammerhead Shark King, subsequently penetrating its defenses and detonating upon its back. The Lobster King's mighty pincers were obliterated in the explosion, sending blood and shell fragments flying. These two Beast Kings, the closest to the shore, were merely newly ascended to the fourth tier, their strength inadequate to withstand the devastating force of the Eagle Strike 12. capable of inflicting grievous harm upon warships weighing tens of thousands of tons. Song Yingxin stared in disbelief at the horrific explosion several kilometers away. As the ensuing shockwave once again dispersed the blood spirit energy that had in subsequently, even more colossal armored personnel carriers materialized. Their 20mm heavy machine guns unleashing a terrifying barrage of bullets at nearly 100 rounds per second, tearing into the Beast King's wounds to deliver the final, decisive blow. Boom, boom. The tanks and armored vehicles, having vanquished the Beast King, plunged into the water, creating enormous splashes. Li Lei emerged from the tank and swiftly burrowed into the corpses of the two Beast Kings, retrieving their blood spirit crystals. He then frantically salvaged the severed claws of the decimated Lobster King, hauling them into the armored vehicle. The Hammerhead Shark King's most prized possessions, its tail, fin, and teeth, were also forcibly removed and taken. His tanks and armored personnel carriers stood guard over the Beast King's remains, voraciously devouring their blood. This was a warrior who understood the importance of scavenging the battlefield, unwilling to leave even a single hair for the noblewoman. 4 D-grade or C-grade soldiers. Absorbing the blood of a Beast King would be sufficient to break through to the 4th Order King realm. However, Li Lei's weakest armored vehicle was already A-grade. Even so, the armored vehicle, previously at the Quasi-King level, took another half-step forward, nearing a breakthrough. Alas, the tank, being a demigod-level entity and a leader, was determined to seize the blood spirit energy from its armored personnel carrier subordinate. Moments later, it landed on the rapidly approaching aircraft carrier. With the support of the carrier mother and the supply ship nurse, various missiles were quickly reassembled within its bomb bay. Yifeng landed on the Hammerhead Shark's back, receiving 2 Beast King blood spirit crystals from Li Lei. He attached them to his calves, allowing the strategic nuclear submarine to absorb their power. Having previously absorbed a single Alligator Gar King blood spirit crystal, the attack nuclear submarine, initially at the late divine level of the 3rd Order, had already broken through to the peak of the 3rd Order. The quasi-divine strategic nuclear submarine, having absorbed the essence of 2 Beast King's blood crystals, barely attained the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. To transcend into the 4th tier, it would require at least 2 or 3 more, if not more. The swift demise of the 2 ferocious Beast Kings, particularly the presence of humans and an unprecedented warrior aura, immediately captured the attention of the remaining Beast Kings. Their perception, especially their instinct for danger, was not inferior to Yifeng's radar by any means. Having departed from the Hammerhead Shark King, Yifeng stood upon the Lobster King, savoring fresh shrimp slices, while beckoning the complex and uncertain-faced Song Yingxin. "Would you care for some?" She huffed softly, turned, and dashed towards the distant sea. She sensed the approach of yet another Beast King. Yifeng's alert felt to her like a deliberate humiliation, prompting her to accelerate. Without a care for her own disheveled state, she shouted at Yifeng, "Hurry,